To Brands Hatch for the IndyKA 500 2023. We've got 8 hours and 20 minutes of EnduroKA racing ahead of us. The qualifying took place yesterday and largely went to plan for most of the cars. There was one car, Essex and Kent Motorsport, number 38, that have withdrawn. They had problems, technical problems with their car yesterday. And there were also problems for the number 44 Graves Motorsport car, which had an off at Paddock Hill Bend whilst qualifying in the darkness. It rolled 4 times and they've gone back to the garage and have picked up a different car, and therefore it is no longer the silver and martini liveried car. It's now an orange car with a big black stripe down the centre, but it does still start from its correct position on the grid, which is 8th place. Let me very quickly give you a little bit of the grid. We're not going to get to much of it because already they are on their formation lap. It is going to be number 333 Kahuna's race team that starts from pole position, and Ferguson Motorsport are alongside, but the times, there's thousandths of the seconds between all of the cars on the front couple of rows of the grid. Milnair Racing, Snetterton Winners line up second on the grid, and alongside is the second of the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars. It's Autotech Motorsport and Burton Power Racing on row number 3, with Wingat Racing and Graves Motorsport on row number 4, and row 5 of the grid is going to be LDR Performance Tuning alongside Shine Automotive. JTR and JW Motorsport sit there on row number 6, and on row number 7 it's Pro-Am Racing, twice race winners so far this year alongside GM Performance. KM Racing and Calamity sit there on the 8th row of the grid, and we are probably not going to get through any more of them. LDR Performance Tuning and Boston Racing, K&F and Orca Sport are on rows 9 and 10 respectively, but that's going to be about it. Mark Werrell chatting to you now, joined in the commentary box by Alan Hyde, and we're about to get racing underway. So the checker flag will fall in 8 hours and 20 minutes time. That is 500 minutes, and we're about to get things underway. The metallic green car of Kahuna's on pole position, and when the lights go out, they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, with Ferguson Motorsport just trying to edge ahead on the way in towards the slippery, greasy, wet Paddock Hill Bend, and therefore the outside line might favour the car to go through and grab the early lead of the race. Indeed, it does. Ferguson Motorsport pick up the lead of the race with a move all the way around the outside on the less polished tarmac, Alan. You would have thought that move would have worked, and it did.
Certainly did, and really good off the line as well, but a bit of a sideways moment coming out of Druids on the opening lap, would you believe? So that allows the pole sitter to take a good approach to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, get the outside line, so not able to take the place away, but that was all a little bit exuberant on a green track, coming just out of Druids. And it's only the opening lap.
It'll be like that all the way through, I can guarantee you that. If you're watching at the circuit, you can either tune into Radio Brands 88.3 FM, or if you want to pick up on the live stream footage whilst you're here at the circuit, msvt.tv, or the MSVT YouTube channels are the places to go. So Kahuna's, having lost pole position and the early lead of the race to Ferguson Motorsport, are trying to fight back now and are prizing the door open on the right-hand side to try and squeeze their way through and back into the lead. I think they'll have the nose ahead when they get up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but it's the inside line again that they'll be on, which is arguably maybe going to be slightly slippier. So turn into the corner, get the car under control, get off the corner cleanly, and it is now Kahuna Racing, the pole-sitting car, that goes back into the lead of the race. Ferguson Motorsport are there in 2nd place. Milnair Racing are in 3rd place, the number 46 car. Then it's the second of the 2 Ferguson Motorsports car, with Lee Deegan behind the wheel. We're now getting driver names coming in. And Burton Power complete the top 5 at the moment.
And they're heading down once again to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now, we haven't really talked about what happened overnight. Nothing to do with the racing, more to do with the weather. Lots of rain. There was an awful lot of rain overnight, and potentially at times during today. Well, I'm dressed up for flipper weather just in case.
I'm on a full wet commentary setting as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's potentially going to be on and off over the course of today, and potentially at some stages might be pretty heavy. So they are dealing at the moment with a pretty wet track. It's the last shower was, I would say, probably about 50 minutes ago. It was a short, sharp shower. So the track is greasy, it's wet, and we have a clear leader at the moment. And when I say clear, it is by almost a second, 0.894 of a second for the 333 Kahuna's racing team from pole.
Yeah, that's Costa Kriatsis that's driving that car. We've now got up into 2nd place, Jack Wright, but we've got our first one into the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say, and that is Race Logic that have had the off-car. 192 is in the gravel trap, and that is up at Druids where it's had its problem, and that is the car that's being driven by Deborah McNamara. And it's gone off just briefly into the gravel. Let's just see whether we can get a quick replay of what happened, maybe. We are getting live replays. And as the car comes up into the braking area, dives on the brakes, front wheels lock, Lots of cadence braking to try and get the car under control, but it's in the gravel, and out comes the first safety car.
First safety car of the day. Picks them up at the end of the Cooper Straight, heading into Surtees, the left-hander. So the field all coming into order behind the MSV BMW with the lights ablaze. So I would imagine not the last time we're going to see the safety car deployed over the course of today. The safety car crew are going to be busy, I would imagine, over the course of 8 hours and 20 minutes. And I'm really sorry. I know I'm slow on the uptake, but I've only just realised that's why it's 8 hours and 20 minutes to make up 500 minutes. OK, I'm not that good at maths. I told you that yesterday. So the safety car coming up towards the start-finish line, and the leaders all weaving as much as they can on a slippery circuit. Bear in mind as well that quite a few of them have got windscreen wipers on, probably not because it's raining at this stage, but probably there is an awful lot of spray at various points around the circuit. We watched yesterday as the circuit was drying out how wet it stays and how long it stays wet up at Druids and on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. That's because Druids is really under quite a few tree cover over there, so it does take a little while longer to dry out there. The telehandler is in place in the gravel trap on the outside of Druids as the safety car threads its way around, the rest of the field making their way. I think they've all come into order, haven't they? So one long train of KAs, and it lasts from Paddock Hill Bend to halfway down the run towards Graham Hill Bend. It's a great entry, this, isn't it? We've got 37 cars in total that took the start of the race. Pretty impressive, I would say. Yeah,
and that's down on a couple for what we were expecting. Orca Sport didn't look as though they took the start, actually. The number 74 car is showing as still being in the pit lane, having done no laps. And we lost Essex and Kent Motorsport, the number 38 car. That did 0 laps in qualifying. Technical issue has prevented that car from taking part in this race. So the Race Logic car of Deborah McNamara has now been extracted out of the gravel trap. That will come with a 2-lap penalty, so it's already lost a couple of laps whilst it's been in the gravel. The penalty then for getting towed out of the gravel is a further 2 laps. So that car at the moment is going to be at the very tail end of the field. At the front end of the field, it is the Kahuna's race team, number 333, which is Costa Karitzis. Milner Racing and Jack Wright are second quickest, or second at the moment, the number 46 car. That's the car that won at Snetterton in the 12-hour race that was there. We have got Ferguson Motorsport, the first of the Ferguson Motorsport cars, which is Joe Ferguson driving that car. That's third quickest, or third at the moment. Fourth is Tommy Valentine for Burton Power Racing. And up to fifth, that's not a bad stint to start with, is it? Because that number 128 car of JTR started 11th. Former Le Mans winner, Nick Tandy, is now up into 5th position with Lee Deegan in the second of the Ferguson cars, car number 736 there in 6th place.
What a surprise. Nick Tandy's gone really well at the start of the race. I remember I was booked to, by the way, the safety car's coming in at the end of this lap, and they're just going up towards Druids now. The safety car already is down at Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, I remember being booked to commentate for Porsche in their hospitality at Le Mans in 2015, yeah. I think it was. And I was doing some stints during the night to commentate, and was joined as a co-commentator by one of their drivers, by Mark Webber, who was so good to be sat alongside because he was picking things up. And when Nick got in the car for, I think probably his first night session, and he did 3 stints. I think he did 3 stints overnight.
Treble stinted.
And Mark said, "Just watch Nick," and he was by far and away. Was just exceptional to watch.
Very talented driver, and as we said yesterday, nice bloke as well. And he's drawing himself right the way alongside Burton Power. You can't have your nose ahead, but he's already right the way alongside Tommy Valentine as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. And is Nick Tandy going to brave it out all the way around the outside? Oh, yes, he does. And he moves up into 4th position. So the Napa-backed car, the JTR team car, who have won here in the IndyKar 500 in the past. That was 2019, I think it was, that Nick Tandy and the team won that one. He is now up into 4th position. and is trying to still just palm away the aspirations of Tommy Valentine to get the place back. So the leaders head down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. The back marker car that's been towed out the gravel is about to be lapped again.
It is, and they're down on the Cooper Straight, past that recovered car now, which gets well out the way on the right-hand side of the circuit. Surtees into McLaren, the right-hander at McLaren. Good restart by the race leader, the 333 car. It turns into clearways up towards Clark Curve now, and this is going to be the completion of another lap. How's our Napa car doing in fourth place? It is still in fourth place, having made one place up on the restart. Up towards the line they go. They are now going to be completing 6 laps in total, and 3 of those were behind the safety car, weren't they? So heading around Paddock Hill Bend, and we still have the leader. That's the 333 Kahuna's race team, which I think, Mark, we established yesterday was your favourite pun name of any. I
do like that one. There's a few good ones in there, aren't there?
Pick a best.
Calamity is another one. I do quite like that one. Is that one your favourite?
Catastrophe.
Catastrophe was it? Okay. Yeah. So Costa. Kritzis still doing a brilliant job of leading the field at the moment. He's been racing in EnduroKA for a couple of seasons now, has Costa, and is going beautifully well. Last time through, he did set the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far, 1 minute 10.586. In dry conditions, we should certainly be below that if we get to a dry circuit throughout the course of the day. Milner Racing and Jack Wright, another driver who's been racing in KAs for a good period of time, still sitting there in second position. Third place is Joe Ferguson for Ferguson Motorsport. Fourth place is Nick Tandy. Fifth place is Tom Valentine. Then it's Lee Deegan from Sam May, Leon Bidgeway. And Adrian Clark, Brands Hatch employee, is in 9th place for LDR Performance Tuning. He knows the circuit well and is going beautifully well. In fact, to make that up to 8th position.
He's up to 8th place. It was, I told the story yesterday during qualifying that it was a couple of years ago. I was leaving the circuit, end of a race meeting at the end of the year, and Adrian said, do you know, I think I'm going to do a couple of KA races next year. He said, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. But, and there are a few MSV employees, aren't they? Aren't there in the field?
Yeah, Nick Rice as well, I think, is in the field.
Yeah, which is really cool. And I get the feeling as well that Jonathan Palmer, the boss man here at MSV and multiple circuits around the country, I think he'd rather like that. I think he'd rather like the idea that his staff are also going out and making the most of the opportunity at motorsport that Motorsport Vision offers. Absolutely,
yeah, because of course, you know, this championship is organised by MSVT, part of the MSV group, so all under Jonathan Palmer's wing in reality. So front two just getting away a little bit now. Joe Ferguson for Ferguson Motorsport, the number 734 car, is just dropping that a little bit further back in 3rd place. Nick Tandy and Tom Valentine still not that far away from each other. Tom Valentine driving the number 1 Burton powered car. That's the car that I drove both at Donington Park and in the Snetterton 12-hour race. A new fastest lap of the race now has gone the way of Jack Wright. 1 minute 9.798 now for Jack Wright. Means that he is lapping on that lap about 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader at this stage. Other cars that I did say after qualifying, if you remember, Alan, are a few cars that I said were out of position to where I think they ought to have been. Well, yep. JTR was one of those. That's sorted itself because they've gone from 11th to 4th.
Resolved, yep.
The GM Performance car I thought was out of position after qualifying. That has come from 14th and is now up into 10th place, so that's making some inroads. And the other one I said were the 2 times winners so far this year, the number 12 Pro-Am racing car that qualified in 13th position. Where is it at the moment? It's still in 13th position.
There are good little battles right away down the order. If you're watching the live stream, you're watching the battle for 8th place at the moment, which is Wingate Racing battling away with LDR Performance Tuning. That's Adrian Clark, the MSV employee that we were just mentioning, and both of them making up a place on the previous lap. The leaders, meanwhile, head up towards Druids. There's going to be a change for the lead, right just slipping down the inside on the approach to Druids. Is that going to stick when they come out of the corner and head down towards Graham Hill Bend, the left-hander? Yes, it is. So, new race leader, and you're quite right, Mark. They are very much in a bit of a class of their own at the moment, aren't they, in these opening few laps, because they have got a healthy gap over third place, which is Ferguson Motorsport, the number 734 car. 2.6 seconds the gap between third place and second place. So the two at the front, they can play with each other, essentially. They can exchange the lead. We've got the 67 car going round and going off from 23rd place. That's the original Checkers racing team. And at the wheel of that car is the Thomas Hendry at the wheel of that car, sharing with George Hendry, Conrad Crickmate and Jake Margulies. And that car having a bit of an off and getting back on the circuit, which is good.
Yeah, it's just lost the tail end, probably trail braking going in towards Graham Hill Bend, and the back started to come round. A bit of arm twirling to try and catch it with some opposite lock, but it snapped back the opposite way.
Like the retro colour scheme on that
I
car.
do.
I don't want it to get muddy.
We can't mention the cigarette brands particularly, but it's got Olympus down the side, is it? The Olympus cameras as well. I tend not to.
Oh, okay.
But okay. Go for it. As a former smoker, you're allowed. Maybe.
No, I won't. but I did buy that brand of aftershave.
Did you?
Yeah, based so the marketing worked. I like the colour scheme so much that I was on holiday and I saw a big bottle of aftershave and thought I'll have that. It was disgusting. It lasted for years. Never used it. Horrible.
Brilliant fight just going on down through Graham Hill Bend at the moment. Powerflex Racing, Sempridi Racing are in there as well. Catastrophe as well, which is the almost sort of bronze-coloured car with the white stripes down the centre of it. They're all busy squabbling away. So Powerflex has got Elliot Dunmore on board. Sempridi Racing, which is the number 27 car at this stage. Who's on board that one? That is going to be... I've lost the car now. Car number 27, Jay Hart. So that will be James Hart that's behind the wheel of that one. And they're also fighting away with Lifeline Racing, which is car number 275, which is Scott McIntyre. So that's a good little fight, just heading over the start-finish line now. Powerflex Racing feeling the pinch a little bit. They move up to 22nd position, but are going to drop back down again as sneaking through and up the inside goes Scott McIntyre. So that's place gained up to 22nd now for Powerflex Racing. And we've had an off, and it's Adrian Clark, I'm afraid. We were saying great things about the MSV employee, but he's run wide at Paddock Hill Bend and the car's gone onto the inside on the exit of the corner. It's taken the rear bumper off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Actually, when we got the initial shot, it looked worse than it is. It is only the...
Oh, no, that's crabbing.
Oh no, oh, dear. That's not good. That's going to be a lengthy and unusual drive back to the pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah, that has...
Oh, dear. Yeah.
Broken
the back
it.
wheels.
Yeah, that's damaged suspension or toe link or both or something on that car. So he's doing a good job. He's bringing it back to the pit lane rather quickly, considering it's crabbing enormously.
Yeah, he's not enjoying it. It might look as if he's enjoying it and getting it at strange angles, but that's not a happy drive home.
If you were watching the live stream yesterday, the way the car's performing, it looks a little bit like Aidan Hills, doesn't it? As he was showboating in the MX-5s yesterday. He meant to do that, yes.
And did it very well as well. But that car is going to require a little bit of time down in the pit lane at very least.
Yeah, and I think the way the regulations are written now as well, they'll need to put a bumper back on that car. I'm sure that if you lose a bumper on the car, you've got to go back out with a bumper on, because a couple of seasons ago we had cars going around without bumpers and it was deemed, not to be appropriate.
Yeah.
So,
I get that.
So the problem is that the bumper's out on the track. They'll have a spare bumper, I'm sure, Lawrence Davey and the team in the garage.
I wonder if we get the chance to see what happened to Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting replays, aren't we? We have been getting replays. It's whether they captured the moment. Another good fight that's going on is Shine Automotive, car number 180, currently running in 13th position. It's got KM Racing just behind it. And then JW Motorsport, car number 341. That's dropped a few places from where it started, because it started 12th. It's now running in 15th, but out comes our second safety car of the day. And that is...
Is that for Daybury?
I would imagine for Daybury, trying to get... I think the damage to the tyre wall there that might just need replacing as well, just in case somebody else went off in the same place.
Yep. Certainly the circuit furniture needs to be repaired if damaged over the course of today. So very much a feature of certainly endurance racing, but of any racing that we have to make sure that everything is as it was when it started. Sometimes that can take a while. Not that I'm suggesting there might be any furniture damage circuit furniture damage next weekend, but when a truck goes into Armco, it can be quite a lengthy stoppage.
Process, yes, a lengthy process. Another car that I haven't mentioned as yet, but it has quietly worked its way up from 18th on the grid into 8th position, and that's car number 888. So Eduardo Correa doing a brilliant job of working that car up through the order. He's partnered up with Jacob Fells and Matthew Binstead and Andrew Fells as well, so that's a 4-driver team. We've got a range of different approaches to this one. We've got some cars that have only got 2 drivers, we've got some cars that have got 3, 4, and I think 5 is the most, is it not? We've got, no, one car's got 6 by the look of things. Wolf Motorsport have got 6 drivers.
I've still got only 1 driver in 44. Do I need to, oh no, I did have one yesterday.
Yeah, which one didn't you have? You wouldn't know, would you? Which one do you have? That's the better way to word.
Nicky Taylor. I've got.
I couldn't have worded that any worse, could I?
It's all right.
Add in Frankie Taylor.
Frankie Taylor.
Add in Frankie Taylor.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I didn't save that yesterday.
Yeah, Frankie Taylor shares that car, and it was Nicky that had the off yesterday. That's the car that had the roll in the gravel trap yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
So Nicky, I had a quick chat to Nicky this morning. He was absolutely fine, no issues at all. He was given the signed off to be able to race. And with the team going back to, I think it was Ipswich, to pick up the spare car.
Oh, wow.
They
What's that
are out there.
2 hours?
Yeah, a couple of hours, yeah, a couple of hours in the rain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it wasn't very nice driving last night. It was pretty grim, actually. The rain sort of pretty much started when we left here and carried on right the way throughout the evening.
Yeah.
M25 was not a happy place.
So let me just run you down through the top 10 then at the moment. Number 46, Milnair Racing lead the way. They were the winners at Snetterton earlier on this year. 333 Kahuna's race team, which was the car that started from pole position, are second. 734 Ferguson Motorsport are in 3rd place, and it's JTR, the Napperback car, in the hands of factory Porsche driver Nick Tandy, that's 4th at the moment. Burton Power, who had a top 6 finish at Snetterton, the number 1 car is there in 5th place. 6th place is 736 Ferguson Motorsport. 7th place is number 3. That's Wingat Racing. They've claimed a win this year. That was at Donington Park, where Wingat Racing took its win. Up to 8th position is number 81, which is GM Performance. 9th place is 888 Boston Racing. Completing the top 10 is the first of the Autotech Motorsport cars, the number 65 car. 2 times winners this year. Number 12, Pro-Am Racing, are in 11th place. 44, Graves Motorsport, are 12th. 13th is 180, Shine Automotive. 14th is 114, which is KM Racing. 15th is 341, JW Motorsport. 16th is 121, Calamity. 17th is number 4, Wolf Motorsport. 18th is 55, Cash Strapped Racing. 19th place is number 18, Axiometrics. And just to wrap up the top 20 is car number 69, which is LDR Performance Tuning. So that gives you the top 20 after the first 20 minutes of this race.
And spare a thought for the poor timekeepers. So endurance race timekeeping is sometimes a tricky operation, quite difficult. I remember doing an endurance race, 24-hour race at Snetterton one year, and there was a power cut, would you believe? So the poor old timekeepers had to go onto manual timing,
system,
and in a 24-hour race that was really quite testing. But they've got 2 cars that haven't got working transponders, so those 2 cars are being manually timed until such time as they come into pit lane, and so that's why the timing screen is taking us a little while to catch up. Oh, we've got a replay here.
We have. Let's just have a quick
look. We found Adrian.
Yeah, 2 wheels on the curb, car gets away from him, he tries to catch it, but then it backs itself into the barriers with quite a thump, to be fair.
It was a thump, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So, yeah, it's... we were saying yesterday, well done to the production crew for finding that, scrolling back and finding the reason for that. It's those dreaded painted curbs, isn't it, when they've got water on them. They are just treacherous. As soon as you just put two wheels, even 1 wheel onto the painted curbs, then it's going to be this time in the morning, this stage of the day, it's going to be absolutely no-no. Yeah,
it's you just can't touch them at all. And when it's not wet, it's greasy out there at the moment again. Now the teams will know the fact that the weather forecast is not great, so I'm sure they'll have set the suspension reasonably soft, which you do in the weather conditions like this, rather than stiffen it up as if it was totally dry. So it gives you a little bit more flex in the car, which gives a little bit more bite on on turn-in. But yeah, you just touch the curb, and that's going to be it, particularly if you've got a bit of lock on as well and you're loading up on one side, then the car's very quickly going to get away from you. I think, as I mentioned yesterday, Alan, as well, once these cars get a little bit sideways, you know, you've only got 85 power strokes. In a front-wheel drive car, usually if the car gets away from you, plant your foot and it'll pull itself out of the skid.
Yep.
You haven't got a great deal of power to pull it out of the skid in these, so you almost need to know what's going on before it actually happens. Lots of weaving from side to side being done. I thought that was a replay, did you?
Maybe we just caught the tail end of the replay. We need to concentrate more on the screen. We're looking out the window at what's happening. We're doing circuit commentary, so i.e. looking out of the window and looking at the television screen as well. So what just happened was you all saw a replay. Hope you enjoyed it. No idea what it was. Oh dear.
Circuit. Vehicles are now back where they need to be. Lights are off on the safety car. We are going to get going, but the pack isn't really bunched because already look at the advantage that Jack Wright has got over the car in second position, Kahuna's Racing and Costa Caritis. So through they come, and you would expect those cars to be absolutely bumper to bumper on a restrop, but they're simply not, and neither is the car of Joe Ferguson, who's there in third place. We are still fighting over fourth and fifth. JTR fighting away with the Burton Power car in the hands of Tommy Valentine, and then a huge pack of cars comes over the start-finish line, which can't overtake a slower car until the start-finish line. So that sort of concertinaed everybody up, and they're going to go 4 wide in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Wingate Racing back out of it. The Ferguson Motorsport car goes round. Is it going to stay out the gravel? No, it is not, by the look of things. That just simply wasn't going to work. Lee Deegan,
well done.
He's dragged it out, yeah. Lee Deegan has dragged the car out. That was lucky.
What is going on?
But instead, K&F decide they want to go into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. So off has gone K&F Racing, which is the number 21 car, into the gravel trap, and that, I think, is Tony Barson that was driving that car.
And that one's not just going to drive out. It was a much easier process when you could go forward. I'm not sure that's going to do it. And maybe with Marshall Power, it could. Let's...
2 Marshall Power it can't. 4 Marshall Power, I think it can.
Go on. Go on. It's moving.
No, it's not going to go.
Really hard work. Oh, well, brave efforts by the marshals. Thank you for trying, guys, but no, that car is going to have to be recovered. Right, that's the K&F Racing car. Chris Bryant, Tristan Blaine, Tony Barson, Adam Bettinson sharing that car. But at the moment, it's in the gravel, and therefore we've got the yellow flags being displayed, waved going into Paddock Hill, and another recovery required. You've
got to feel sorry for Tony Barson, because he was probably reacting to the fact that he saw Lee Deegan getting back out of the gravel trap.
Yeah.
For Lee Deegan, you know, 4 wide was never going to work. Something had to give, and as it was, it wasn't the cars that were 4 wide. Lee Deegan was just ahead of them, so they all sort of got away with that there. What I did spot was that it was Wingate Racing. Leon Bidgeway lost 2 places when they went 4 wide, because he backed out of it. He wasn't going to buy into trying to go into Paddock Hill Bend 4 wide, so he was the one that backed out of it and didn't want to play.
Yeah, but that's really at this stage in a race, it's fair enough, isn't it?
That's the endurance racing mentality. Absolutely.
Do, yeah.
Is it worth the risk when you've still got another 7 hours and 50 minutes of racing?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding us. Goodness me. OK, so 3rd safety car. Are we going to have to start writing down how many safety cars we've had? Because we are not half an hour into the race, and this is the 3rd. So, safety car tally. There we go. 3 of them. And the time, 10:29, Greenwich Mean Time. The clocks having gone back yesterday. So it will get dark. I was trying to work this out. It's going to get gloomy around about 4 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, by half 4.
By half past 4.
We're going to be pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, just really thinking back to the... the car's out the gravel already. So the pickup recovery has done good work. Now the marshals go to work to sweep up the quite treacherous, slippery paintwork on the outside of the corner. Note to everyone, avoid at all costs. So the car is going now. That's good news. So this safety car intervention is not going to take too long, is it?
No, it's not. So as things stand at the moment, we have been going for around about 30 minutes now. And unbelievably, if you take into account the number of cars that have started this race, the number of laps that they have done, and add them all up, we've already done over 800 miles of racing by all of the field so far. And as you suggested, we've now had 3 safety car periods, and total number of laps behind the safety car is now up to 7.
Have you done all of that yourself?
No, it's on TSL. You wrote it down. I just went onto the correct TSL webpage.
I do things the hard way. I'm old school. Are we not talking to each other now?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
That's fair enough.
So the lights are still on the safety car. So hopefully this will be the last lap behind the safety car, because the trackside recovery 4x4 is just disappearing off into the back entrance to the Grand Prix paddock. So that does now mean that I think the course is now clear for everybody to accelerate behind the safety car. Safety car should turn its lights off when it gets onto the Cooper Straight, the BMW electric safety car as it is, and then we'll have to wait and see as to whether the pack behind this time, Alan, are a little bit closer, because last time through, considering it was a safety car restart, they were all strung out a little bit, weren't they, the front
got
three?
the jump, didn't they, at the front of the field, and yeah, immediately it was a little bit stretched out, as you say. So safety car heading around Graham Hill Bend. That's a nice long shot, isn't it, of the cars heading out of Paddock Hill up towards Druids, and one long train heads through Graham Hill, looking back at the Cooper Straight into my favourite bit of the Indy Circuit here at Brands Hatch, the change of direction, the left of Surtees into the right of McLaren, which leads immediately on to part of the Grand Prix Circuit clearways, the long right-hander, and then into Clark Curve, each of those right-handers leading seamlessly into each other. The BMW peels off into the pit lane, and we're going to be going racing again, and right, they haven't strung out this time. This is a much closer restart, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Jack Wright was really bottling them up behind. They were all keen to get going. He wasn't going to have any of it. Nick Tandy, another brilliant restart from him. He gets himself right the way alongside Joe Ferguson as they fight over 3rd and 4th place, but Nick Tandy's not going to go around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend this time through, so it's Jack Wright for Milner Racing that leads the way. Costa Carritis for Kahuna's Racing that's there in 2nd position. Joe Ferguson for Ferguson Motorsport that's 3rd. Nick Tandy for JTR that's 4th. Tommy Valentine for Burton Power that's 5th at the moment, and those top 5 cars have just broken away a shade from the 6th place car, which is car number 65, which is Autotech. And is that Sam May? Yes, it's Sam May that's behind the wheel.
This is not going to be easy. It's absolutely pouring down, so the restart has coincided. It got really dark as the safety car pulled in, and now you can see just how much rain is coming down.
I think we might have lost one along the Cooper Straight there. A couple of cars that made contact with each other coming along the Cooper Straight, and then as the rain was falling, the driver was lots of arm twirling to try and get it back under control as they leant on each other coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and I think one of them's gone into the barriers.
Well, it was forecast, and we did say it's going to be changeable as the day goes on, and potentially heavy rain showers over the course of today. They're not just picking on us in this part of the country. It's up and down the country today. This is how the weather is going to be. So there's, I'm afraid, no escaping it.
You remember, Alan, at the start of this race, we said, we'll wait for the first half an hour of the race, and then you could go down into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Right, OK.
Right, OK.
I was just checking.
I'm staying right here. There's nothing happening in the pit lane. Absolutely nothing happening in the pit lane.
There's a car coming down the pit lane, Alan.
There is, and presumably coming to stay dry, because it's not nice out there, that's for sure.
Safety car is coming back out.
Is it
so
really?
That, I'm afraid, as a result of the incident at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, might be able to maybe pick up on exactly what's happened there. Or there was a car there. It's now disappeared from the scene of the crime down there. And I think we're going to get a quick replay. You see the 2 cars leaning on each other. It's the black one that I think, lots and lots of arm twirling, and then there was further contact, and it goes frontwards and then backwards into the tyre wall. One of them was car number 44, which is Graves Motorsport. That's why that car has come into the pit lane. That's the car that was rolled yesterday in qualifying, so it's a spare car anyway that they're utilising. But the other car, I'm not entirely sure which one it was, because it has not at the moment worked its way into the pit lane. There is a further car coming into the pit lane now, but it might be one of those that hasn't got a working transponder, Alan, because it's not flashed up that we've got another car in the pits.
Ah, good point. So there were 2 that didn't have a transponder. I think 3 and 63 were the 2 cars.
Right, well, 3 is a blue-coloured car. 63 is... 63? 63 we don't have.
So I remember that incorrectly.
60. No, don't know. Without question, it is one of the cars that hasn't got a working transponder. Or is it Boston Racing which have gone missing? Car number 888.
Oh.
Boston Racing are black. Yes, they are black, white and yellow.
Oh, dear. And that car was going really well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So you can see there Graves Motorsport looking at the damage on the front of the 44. So new headlamp will have to be put in these conditions. But more importantly, you need to check what it's done to the suspension, what it's done to the cooling on the car, because it may well have broken the radiator as well. Has it done the front panel? So work to be done.
Yep, it may take a little while. We are under control of the safety car at the moment, so the Graves Motorsport team being shown down there to repair the car. This is all fairly standard practice over the course of an 8-hour race. Can come at any point during a race as well that the team are required to go into action. Do we get the stage during this race when members of the team start sleeping in the garage?
Not so in this one, no.
Okay.
No. The 24 hours ones is where you get them nodding off in the garages.
It always amuses me when we're in a 24-hour race and we get to, I don't know, maybe 5 hours in, and you get a television shot of people sleeping in the garage. Would you do this at home at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I would. I like a little afternoon snooze.
Oh, do
yeah,
you?
I would,
You've
yes.
got to that stage, have you?
I have, I'm afraid, yes. I have.
You poor old thing.
I do like a snooze. That's what I'll be doing this afternoon for a period of time as well.
Will you?
Yeah, when you hand over to me and there's silence.
Okay, that's already happened once today, so I'm rather worried about this.
So, how many safety cars, Alan, now on your tally chart are we up to?
I'm up to 4.
Are you? Right, okay. Did you add it on? Did you?
Yeah, it's all done.
Oh, was it? Right, well done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 4 safety cars now. We've just clicked over 1,000 miles of racing in total. And what have we now had? We've had 10 laps behind the safety car so far. 24 laps now have been completed by the race leader. Fastest lap of the race, still going the way of Jack Wright. That's the Milner racing car that's in second position. 1 minute 9.556, the silver car that Jack Wright shares with his father, George Wright. And then they have also, in that number 46 car, got the very rapid Johnny Milner, who we alluded to yesterday. But it's a brief safety car period, because already the safety car is peeling its way back into the pit lane. And the top 5 cars which had broken away before the safety car have broken away to a similar degree, I would say, as they come over the start-finish line now. Lots and lots and lots of spray as a result of that short, sharp shower. So it's now a wet track rather than a damp track, which actually makes it easier for the drivers to understand what's going on with the car.
It's preferable, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
We mentioned yesterday, drivers like it wet, they like it dry, but not in the middle. Not a drying track or a wetting track. It's just so much more difficult to navigate.
Wingat Racing, I thought we were going to try and sneak up the inside of the number 81 car there of GM Performance. That's for 7th and 8th position, but they do not change in the end. It's still the GM Performance car that lies just ahead as they splash their way down through Graham Hill Bend.
Top 3 all used the curb at Graham Hill Bend. They took a straight line across the curb.
Jack Wright had a good run down the Cooper Straight there on Joe Ferguson for the lead of the race, but by the time they got to Clearways Corner, he's a little bit slower. Now Nick Tandy's trying all the way around the outside for JTR. It's a wider arc round the corner, but there might be a bit more grip. It doesn't quite work. And now all of a sudden Jack Wright, who was in danger of dropping to 3rd, is now fighting away for the lead of the race because he's drawn himself alongside Joe Ferguson. And Milner Racing here have got the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. They are absolutely neck and neck up towards the right-hander. Finally, Jack Wright just gets his nose ahead and he's going to pick up the lead of the race on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. Can he hang on to it on the way out is the big question.
And watch Nick Tandy, he's coming.
He certainly is. He's not quite there yet, though, is he? He might have one car. He might be able to sneak through up into 2nd on the run in towards Druids. Can he do it? Yes, he can.
Sure can, but if he's braved out on the outside, that's the inside line for the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend. This is a great battle. And, yeah, Nick Tandy is not going to take that 2nd place, is he? Back into 3rd as they go down towards Graham Hill Bend. See the run down the Cooper Straight, the very wet run down Cooper Straight. That's the lowest point of the circuit, if you like. So look at the spray being kicked up as they go into the left-hander at Surtees. Once again, Tandy having a little look, just a nose down on the inside, into McLaren, into Clearways. The battle now is for the lead, and Nick Tandy keeps a watching brief. Takes that wide line again on the approach into clearways. Now in the wet, that's going to be the quicker line, but it's really, really wet, isn't it? And Nick Tandy holds on to third place, but only just, because they're going to be side by side for third place by the time they get down towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, it's Kahuna's Racing and Costa Caritis that's trying to work his way back through into third place. He's got the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend, and he's going to make it stick, but he rides over the curbs a little bit too much. Nick Tandy sweeps his way around the outside of the corner. So Nick Tandy retakes the place once more. We've also got the fight on for the lead of the race, because Joe Ferguson, I don't think, is quite content with second at the moment. He's putting Jack Wright under pressure. We've still got Tommy Valentine not that far away for Burton Power as well at the wheel of the #1 car that sits there in 5th position, but a brilliant fight for the lead of the race. Nick Tandy, who was under pressure for third a few moments ago, is now starting to catch up with the lead pair once more.
Certainly is, yeah. At the moment, he's got a great view of this battle for the lead as they head again into the left-hander at Surtees. The two of them tied together, not one KA distance between the two of them. Different lines taken on the approach into McLaren and Clearways, and let's see if Nick takes this wide line going through. No, they all do. So this time a pretty similar line right the way on the outside of the corner as they now turn out of Clark Curve along the Brabham Straight. Another lap complete. How many laps complete? That's going to be 28 laps in the book now for the top 4, top 5, all through and completing. We've got the 65 car just showing that it's gone into pit lane. So coming down pit lane now. 69. Cars 3 and 69.
Ah, that was the other one, right?
Close.
David Murfitt, yeah, in the LDR Performance Tuning car.
Divisible.
So, yeah, Auto Tech Motorsport. That car tumbling down through the order in the hands of Sam May. Would be a bit early to do a driver change at this stage. We've had a good chunk of safety cars, and with a fair amount of safety cars, you can easily get 2 hours out of a tank of fuel in these cars, particularly in the wet as well. You should be able to. The battle for the lead still continues. Jack Wright still hanging on to the lead of the race. Joe Ferguson still nipping at his heels in second place, but he finds himself under pressure continually from the Napa-backed car in the hands of Nick Tandy, who's still there in third, and then we've still got Kahuna's race team and Costa Caritis not too far away in 4th place. Just falling away now, though, is the Burton Power car of Tommy Valentine. He's not quite upon to terms with the lead 4, who head up towards Paddock Hill Bend on lap number 30 now.
Great battle, isn't it? Quartet for the lead, head through Paddock Hill Bend. They drop down and then rise up Hailwood Hill up towards Druids, and top 4 have kept us mighty entertained, haven't they, in this opening part of the race. They're dealing with pretty tricky conditions. When that rain came down, it really came down.
It really did, yeah.
And that pretty much is the forecast. Just as an update, I just got an update from the Met Office on my phone. I'm not talking to. No, I don't want to know. No. But fortunately, I saw it said tomorrow. So right. It's a bit of rain.
Race Logic and Deborah McNamara's car in the pit lane. That's the car that went off into the gravel trap and brought about our first safety car period. It's already bearing some of the scars of the racing out there with a dint in the door. Don't think that was there before, but it doesn't look as though there's a great deal of activity going on there with that car, Alan. You would expect if it was a driver change that there'd be activity or some refuelling going on, but there's nothing.
Nothing at all, no. And it does look a bit war-wounded and a bit sorry for itself, doesn't it? So that's not good news at this early stage in a race. Look at the battle back on for the lead of the race. There was a bit of a gap previously, wasn't there, for Wright, the 46 car that was leading, but now the battle is back on. Mini Air Racing, car number 46, Ferguson Motorsport, 734, and they go so tightly together into Druids, and the Ferguson Motorsport car with Ferguson at the wheel keeps the wide line on the outside going through Druids. That's the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. It makes that makes the manoeuvre stick. So a new race leader heading down the Cooper Straight and down towards Surtees. All of them with the windscreen wipers on. It's not raining as heavily now. It's still raining, but there's an awful lot of spray out there. And now, well, 1 minute the car leads the race, number 46, and then it's having to defend for second place. Has Nick Tandy got into second so far? I don't think he has.
I don't think he has, no. So
third is the best he's got.
Third is either the best that he's got or what he's happy with for the moment. So, you know, if these three cars are of a similar pace, then all work together and see if you can open up a bit of a gap over everybody else. But they do seem to be squabbling rather still at the moment. So through goes Joe Ferguson. Jack Wright still sitting there in second place, having dropped down earlier on over the course of that lap. Nick Tandy is not too far away in third position. Now the car that is losing ground is Costa Kritis, who sits there in fourth place. The Kahuna's race car just dropping away a shade more, but the leading three pretty much nose to tail as they head round through Druids and start to descend down towards Graham Hill Bend. They're on lap number 32 this time through. And we've got, what, 7 hours and 35 minutes plus a bit of change still to go in the race. So loads and loads and loads of time. But the battles still continuing out there on track, as they will do for the whole of the race, Alan, really.
Joe Ferguson leading the race got away with that a little bit. He went a bit wide and went onto the curb coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. But I think because the 46 car is having to defend so hard from Nick Tandy, I think it rather played into the race leader's hands. Now, second half of the lap, it's all changed once again because Nick Tandy drops back a little bit in third place, and therefore the battle is back on for the lead. They cross the line. They complete 32 laps now in this 500-minute race, and the 734 car in the lead. Joe Ferguson it is that leads with a huge amount of attention from Jack Wright in the Mini Air Racing 46 car. Once again, Nick Tandy, he drops back coming out of clearways, but the way he takes clearways gives him such good momentum on the run down into Paddock Hill Bend that this part of the circuit is supreme for Nick. So they turn through Graham Hill Bend, and I fancy that Nick looks a little bit more menacing than he has done race long. Let's bear in mind as well, traffic, that's coming up as well.
It is, yeah. We've not really seen, because of the quantity of safety cars, we've not seen a great deal of back marker lappery as yet. Maybe the odd car that's had an off into the gravel has been lapped, but on the whole, front runners haven't caught the back markers as Jack Wright goes back through into the lead of the race at Clearways Corner. Might just compromise his exit coming off, though, and I think that Joe Ferguson will still have his nose ahead by the time they get to the start-finish line this time through. So over the start-finish line they will come. There's traffic just up the road that we'll need dealing with before too much longer, and that will be the Graves Motorsports number 33 car that is in the hands of Alistair Hardy. And as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, they were almost door handle to door handle there. Joe Ferguson, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to the lead as they now head into the traffic.
Yeah, now they're into traffic and things become a little bit more complex. The cameramen have been doing a great job, and they've only had to cover, really, while we've been racing, not under safety car, but only really had to cover the top four because the battle has been so good at the front of the field. Now it's going to become a little bit more complex, and this has played into the hands. So we've got to change. Nick Tandy being opportunistic in the traffic and for the first time goes into second place. That was cool.
That was, yeah. Jack Wright just made the wrong decision there. He got hung out to dry a little bit by, is that Road Rage Racing? Yes, it is. As he was trying to lap him, and Nick Tandy took the opportunity to take all the curb on the inside, briefly bounced very lightly wing mirror to wing mirror onto the Milnair Racing car, but Jack Wright's having none of that. In fact, I say bounce slightly, not at all. There's a big dint in the wing, isn't there, of the Milnair Racing car, which wasn't there before.
If there's any problem for Nick Tandy, I question whether the inside of the car is steaming up a little bit. I just saw he's got the window open a crack on the left-hand side and had the window fully open on the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, it did get a bit close, didn't it, for our second-place car, Jack Wright. Damage on the left-hand side of that car. Yeah,
damage on that, and there must be some damage then to Nick Tandy's car. I'm having a quick look. The wing mirror is sort of hanging down, isn't it?
I saw the window open, and I wondered if it was because the car was steaming up, but the driver's side window is now back up again.
So Jack Wright still hanging on to the lead of the race, despite the contact down at this part of the circuit on the previous lap. There's no real sign of a great deal of damage to the Napa Racing car, other than the wing mirror is sort of hanging down a little bit more on that particular side. But that little squabble has now allowed Joe Ferguson to pull away in the lead of the race, hasn't it? So for the first time, he's gapped them.
But he also got the best of the first of the back markers, didn't he? He was able to put a back marker between himself and the battle for second place. So that's worked really well for him. And also the close proximity of the battle for second place, that has worked well for the race leader as well. But it's early days. 7 hours and 33 minutes of the race remain. And what a treat this has been so far. A great battle right at the front of the field. There are battles right the way down the order, but so good is the battle at the front of the field. That's the one that we've been focusing on thus far. We've got plenty of time to catch up with all the other battles as the race goes on. At some stage, you know, one of us is going to have to pop down into the pit lane, and that moment is getting ever closer.
It is. Who's going first?
Have you got a coin?
No, I haven't.
No, nor have I.
Cashless society.
OK, we'll do it on credit card. I don't know how that works.
No, neither do I.
It sounded good.
It has to be numbers or signature stripped, and you flick it in the air that way round. Is that
so.
whichever way it lands?
No, I don't think you could do that because it's more weighty on the side that the embossing.
You see, that's where science was your physics was your strength.
I don't know how that works.
So the racing's still continuing, 7.5 hours to go. We've got waved yellow flags at the end of the Cooper Straight, which suggests that something has happened. They have already gone in, though, so that was just a brief spin for somebody in the deteriorating conditions again as the rain really starts to fall again here.
Yeah, I think for safety reasons we should both stay here a bit longer.
I agree. Yeah. I concur.
Yeah.
I concur. Now, where has Joe Ferguson gone is the next question. We saw that brief yellow flag that was there at Clearway's corner, at Surtees. And I do wonder if that was a part spin for Joe Ferguson, because he lost 4 places on that lap, Alan. Jack Wright leads, Nick Tandy second. We've got another spin, and that's Row Rage Racing, I think, that might have had a spin. Or is that the number 11 car that's had the spin, which will be 11 tenths? Yeah, so that's 11 tenths Racing that's had the spin down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend.
It gets going now, though.
Should be able to get themselves going.
That's good news.
And who's driving that one at the moment? It's going to get a quick replay of it. And again, yes, just too quick in on the conditions, and tail end comes round.
Yeah, fortunately, unlike Adrian Clark earlier on, didn't go off the circuit and then hit the barriers. Yeah, hopefully he's back at his desk, is he? Is it? Yeah, he's okay.
There's the replay of Joe Ferguson losing a raft of time. So, yeah, had a part spin on one lap and then got very sideways through Clearway's corner on that lap. So, Joe Ferguson is struggling a little bit in these conditions here. Over the start-finish line he will go. Burton Power Racing and Tommy Valentine in 4th. And the former race leader now in 5th place and still playing catch-up. I heard the buzzer go off at the end of the pit lane, which suggests that somebody else is now destined for the pit lane as well. Yeah,
we just see lights coming down the pit lane. It's pretty gloomy here. The television pictures are giving us all around. Oh, is that going to be saved? That's a remarkable save for the number 4 car. Who's at the wheel of... that's Patrick McCarthy, isn't it? That's driving the Pink Pig, the number 4 car. Good save going through Paddock Hill Bend.
That was a very good save. Yeah. I was
Actually,
the same as you.
Just one. There were 2.
I thought that car was off. Yeah, yes, I must admit.
Yeah.
Here is Pro-Am Racing now. The number 12 car is the car that I've been talking about that was out of position and wasn't making any progress at all. Well, it has now started to make progress. It was sort of hovering around 13th. Well, it's now up into 8th position. Some of that is a result of problems for others, but some of that is also because they are just now cracking on with it. Who's behind the wheel of the Pro-Am car at the moment? It is Justin Roberts who started the car that's still behind the wheel of it. So he's, slowly picking them off now as he either gains more confidence or others run into trouble, and he's just keeping his nose clean and keeping plodding on as well. I do notice one of the cars that was parked up in the pit lane is back out. So Race Logic, we saw Deborah McNamara's car in the pit lane with no driver in it a while ago. And now we've got another off, and that's Axiometrics that are around. And is it going to do an Adrian Clark?
It's done an Adrian Clark.
It has. It's done an Adrian Clark and has got into the barriers down there, or did go into the barriers.
Who is apparently fine. We've got an update about Adrian to say he's fine. So he's taking interviews over the course of today. Back at his desk.
Yeah, that was Dominic Jackson for Axiometrics that did an Adrian Clark, yes.
Yeah. Which I hate to say, poor old Adrian is going to be forever known today as doing an Adrian Clark.
That's the problem. When you work at Brands Hatch, he's been an employee here for a very long number of years. Yeah, long number of years.
He's got a target on his back.
He's well known, yes.
Good luck with getting our invoices paid on time in future.
Yes. So Jack Wright leading the way. The lead advantage, I don't think, has the lead advantage been anything ever more than a second for the whole race so far? It's still only 0.6 now.
Yeah, I think it's stretched much more than that, to be perfectly honest. We've got now 39 laps have been completed. And really, really wet conditions. And you can see going through Paddock Hill Bend, you just kind of feel that we are just a moment away from getting another car having a problem at it's the bottom of Paddock, isn't it, that's been catching them out today. The bottom of the
yeah, it's not on the way in at the top of the hill, is it? No, it's midway through. It's once you get to sort of apex and just beyond, that's when they're getting caught out. And certainly you touch that curb and you're done for, as we've seen from so many cars already in this one. GM Performance have just gained a place that time through. So Joe Ferguson, who was leading, has dropped a further place. So the number 734 car is now down into what is 6th position, and there's a little bit of contact there as well between himself and K&F Racing. So that could have been another problem there for him. Just gathered it up, did K&N Racing. And here we get another replay, and that's Graves Motorsport, the number 69 car that's off and in the gravel trap. So that's the car that Bob Godbold and Lee Pearce share, and it's gone a long way into the gravel trap, hasn't it?
Yeah, way off.
David Murfitt in that car as well. I haven't got David Murfitt down as one of the drivers in that car, but he is showing on our sheet or on our timing screen as being one of the drivers. Have you got David Murfitt in the 69?
69? No, I haven't.
No, neither do I.
No.
So I shall add him in.
I shall do the same.
I did look at amendments to programme this morning again, but didn't see any amendments at all for KAs. Of course, I've laminated my piece of paper now as well, so I...
But you can write on that. Oh, no. Oh, did you select a gloss finish?
I selected a gloss finish. Have you got matte finish as well?
You can write on that.
I didn't realise you've got matte finish.
You should have rifled through the folder.
Safety car is out, and already we've got a few cars that are heading towards the pit lane. So Row Rage Racing are in. The number 41 car heads into the pit lane whilst this safety car is out as a result of the number 69 car going a very long way into the gravel trap. I mean, the gravel's done its job there, hasn't it, for sure? Because otherwise, had it not have been there, that car would have impacted the tyre wall quite significantly.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it's pretty rare that you see a car go so deeply on all four wheels. So yeah, bit of a shame that. Safety car deployed. Oh, good, I like the 5th tally mark, because that's the diagonal, isn't it? 5th safety car of the race so far. 7 hours and 25 minutes of the race remain. The BMW safety car on the Cooper Straight just before Surtees, waiting for the field to come around. Everything will bunch up together. And Nick Tandy comes into view. Where did that car start? Was it 12th on the grid? 11th.
11th, yeah.
11th on the grid through to the lead of the race. But it's not been an easy ride, has it?
It's not, no. He's had to work hard to get his way up into first position, which just goes to show how competitive EnduroKA is generally. You know, when you've got a Le Mans winner, a factory Porsche driver, just not able to pick everybody off. He's had to really work hard and has taken several opportunities to finally take the lead of the race. Then it just goes to show that, yeah, some of these club racers that he's mixing it with here are very, very competitive indeed. Row Rage Racing in the process of sorting the exhaust out on that car. That's the problem. That's what's brought them in towards the pit lane. There's a few other cars that took the opportunity to pit under this safety car and refuel, one of which was car number 734, refuel and or change driver, one of which was the car that was leading the race, Ferguson Motorsport. So the 734 car has now dropped from what was at its highest, the lead. It's now down in 22nd position at the moment, but it has now done at least one pit stop.
It has. We're not getting number of pit stops.
No, we're not. Yeah, this screen, for me, I always thought the laps were the other way round.
They were.
Yeah, so I think that the layout of the screen that we're seeing is not the usual layout that we would see.
Well, I mean, I hate to be one to complain, but I'm not happy. I need to see the number of pit stops.
You know what I am happy about, though?
Go on.
I'm happy that car number 49, LDR Performance Tuning, is back out there. That's the car that Adrian Clark bumped into the barriers. Nick Rice has now jumped on board, so great work by Lawrence Davey, his father Martin Davey and the team to repair that car, get it back out there. Yes, it's 17 laps adrift, but we can now add to the number of cars that are circulating.
Timing screen online, so tsl-timing.com has got the number of pit stops on the front page of the timing, so crisis averted. I'm happy again. This is good news. Under the control of the safety car, 42 laps have been completed. The number 128 JTR car, Nick Tandy, Le Mans winner at the wheel of the car. Quite interesting as well, the year that I was booked by Porsche to commentate for the hospitality area, to see behind the scenes and see the amount of facilities that were available for drivers and members of the team over the course of the 24-hour race. I mean, exceptional. You know, massage tables, galore, top sports therapists and all that kind of stuff to work them through, nutritionists, everything was supplied. In fact, when you went to sort of this area that Porsche had, which was a sort of a multi-story building at the circuit, you'd go in one of these rooms and not really know that you were at a circuit at all. It was really quite incredible.
Some of the temporary structures they build at some of these events are, absolutely staggering. Two more cars have headed down pit lane that time through. 341 is in, JW Motorsport, and also 67 is in, which is original Checkers Racing. Both of those cars opting to come in for what looked like a standard pit stop at this stage. So with 7 hours and 20 minutes to go, plus a little bit of change, back out of the gravel trap has been taken, the number 69 car. That will be able to continue in the race, but remember, as with any car that has intervention and is dragged out of the gravel trap, that comes with a penalty. So for David Murphy and the drivers that he shares the number 69 car with for LDR Performance Tuning, they will have a 2-lap penalty. So that is a bitter pill to swallow, because, as I say, you've already lost probably 2 laps whilst you've been in the pit, or sorry, in the gravel trap. So you lose the time whilst you're in the gravel, and then to rub salt in the wound as such, you then pick up a 2-lap penalty as well for being dragged out of the gravel. So run you down through the order then, because we've hit the first hour of this race. Number 128, JTR Racing, and Nick Tandy leads the way. 46, Milner Racing and Jack Wright are in second place, and third is car number 333, Kahuna's race team, the car that started from pole position, still in the hands of Costa Caritis. Fourth place is number 1, Burton Power Racing, that's Tommy Valentine. Fifth is 81, which is GM Performance, and that is the car that's in the hands of Darren Stapleton. And completing the top 6 is number 3, Wingat Racing. Or was Wingat Racing. It's now going to be Wolf Motorsport and Patrick McCarthy, which, no, it will be, because that's the car that has a non-working transponder. So, yes, it now reasserts itself back into 6th position. Wolf Motorsport number 4 are 7th, Pro-Am Racing number 12 are 8th, 9th is 121 Calamity, and 55 Cash Strapped Racing complete the top 10 as the rain really starts to fall again, just as I was thinking about maybe going down into towards the pit lane, Alan.
Were you really?
I was.
That's quite incredible. I just got a text message came through to say, how is your day going? Well, difficult to sum up really, but it's quite wet. Neither of us have gone out yet, so we are preparing for one of us to go down to the pit lane, but at the moment it's incredibly wet down there, and it's an early point in the race to get soaked to the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got another 7 hours to catch up with drivers. I do feel sorry for our cameraman crew out there, in particular the one that's on the top of the hospitality on the opposite side. It is, yeah, it's not a nice position.
No, it's not. And the rain is coming. He's doing a brave job, because he's getting some great pictures for us. But look, that's how heavy the rain is now. It's absolutely beating down on the roof of the commentary box, and Nick Tandy goes off. My word.
Tommy Valentine goes off, Costa Caritis goes off, so all the front runners off at Paddock Hill.
Yeah, and goodness me, we weren't expecting to see that, but gets back on the circuit, does Nick? And that was pretty exceptional. It is absolutely hammering down at the moment. It's blowing, it's wet. There are some brave spectators that have just lost their umbrella, and 2 brave spectators, well, one is holding on to them, but it really is incredibly blowy. It's really not nice. This is not good conditions. Look at this. Yeah,
when you get a driver like Nick Tandy making a mistake, then you know it's tricky out there. The water is absolutely bouncing off the surface. As you say, you've got the breeze as well. So I think, you know, even something simple like the more rain that was falling, but also it's such a heavy tailwind that it just caught him out. There goes Nick Tandy, all 4 wheels into the gravel. Look at the green car in the background, cross to Kritis. He makes a mistake, but just stays out of the gravel.
Yeah.
And then Tommy Valentine also through the gravel as well. So that's the cars that were leading the race.
Safety car.
Third and fourth in the race, and the safety car is back out there.
And I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Do you think that's the conditions this time, rather than anybody off?
Do you know, I'm pretty sure it is the conditions, because I mean, not to pull rank, but when you see somebody of the calibre of Nick Tandy having trouble with the conditions, then that should be a litmus test, really. Most definitely.
Yeah, so safety car is out. Just look at the plumes of water coming off the back of it. It reminds me a little bit of the qualifying session that we had for the 12-hour race at Snetterton in the KAs earlier on this season, Alan, because it was one of those, we were all chatting about it as drivers afterwards, and we were all saying, had it have been anything any more powerful than a KA, they wouldn't have qualified. No. Because the standing water, when you get to pit lane entry at Snetterton, the water moves from one side of circuit to the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
And bearing in mind, you'd already come a fair way out of Murray's at that point, and the car's just aquaplaning. You know, and these are not powerful cars.
No.
Down the Bentley Straight, I pulled out from behind one car to its left, and then another car pulled out, so I had to go 3 wide down the Bentley Straight and went right the way off to the left-hand side. And it was like a bow wave hit the front of the car. I could see absolutely nothing, even with the wipers on full, and the car was aquaplaning. So yeah, these will be aquaplaning here as well.
The pit lane, the pit lane at Snetterton holds the water for quite some time. Many years ago, I remember a British Formula 3, a British Formula 3 race. I think that's the radio. I think that's the radio making that funny noise. The pit lane was so flooded, and the race was stopped. The race meeting was stopped for a little while, and I have this memory, and it has stayed with me ever since, of top-ranking international British Formula 3 drivers having a boat race down there, little paper boats that they'd made, ever competitive. And I think the meeting was abandoned actually because the water just wouldn't clear. And
what year was that?
Late 1980s, early 1990s.
Donington Park?
No, it was Snetterton.
Ah, I remember being at Donington Park in, I think it was 89 or 90, where we had a British Formula 3 meeting that was abandoned.
Was it?
They got all the other, they tried the Formula 3s and it got red flagged a couple of times because of the aquaplaning, so they decided to run all the other races, put the Formula 3s to the back of the programme, and it just didn't improve the weather, so it got abandoned again. Yeah.
I think we also had a power cut that day, so as a result of the weather. What I can't work out is the noise that we're hearing in the commentary box. Is it wind, or did I hear a clap of thunder? Because that was forecast for today as well. So difficult to tell, but absolutely horrible conditions. You got a phone call, Mark?
Yeah, race control just phoning us just to confirm, yes, the reason for this safety car is purely because of the weather conditions closing in, so that's why they've opted to go with the full safety car. And that's, as ever, a sensible decision, isn't it? What we are going to keep seeing is that these pockets of rain are going to blow in, Alan, because it's so breezy out there at the moment that you get one cloud burst and it soon disappears. The problem is it's not that much longer before the next one then blows in again because the wind is so strong here today.
It is, yeah, really gusting across the circuit. The safety car comes across the line. They've now completed 48 laps. The top 5 have all been through. Down through Paddock Hill Bend, the heavy rain that we had a couple of minutes ago has eased off a little bit, but the damage that it's done to the circuit is likely to remain for a little while, that's for sure, as the safety car leads the field up towards Druids once again. And once again, we get this kaleidoscope effect on the camera looking down the Brabham Straight that we got last night when the lights were on, and making a very arty shot. One of my memories of an endurance race being controlled by a safety car because of weather conditions. What have we got here? Oh! Hello, Adrian
We
Clark.
have our first interviewee.
Oh, yes, we do. Oh, pop yourself a headset on, Adrian, if you wouldn't mind. Hello, Adrian. You all right?
Hello, chaps. How are we doing?
Very good.
I've come to ask you to not use me as a verb.
No, well...
Adrian Clark at Interjuries, thank you very much.
He's done a bit of an Adrian Clark here. I think that may last for the day, Adrian.
I think it might last Monday morning. I'm going to get a lot of stick for this. No, that was not a fun hit, actually.
No, that wasn't nice.
I caught a car at basically the apex of Paddock. Just going a bit slower than me, and I just couldn't get on the throttle in time.
No, it was very
hit the curb, I think, on the exit, and then off.
Yeah.
So as you got to the car on that apex, you then couldn't get on the throttle quite quickly enough. So just because you were like delayed on the throttle, that was what unsettled the back end of the car.
Yeah, completely. I was either going to hit the back of him, or try and take to the curb on the left, and unfortunately
lifting off mid corner is not what you need to do.
Not in one of these things. Not in the damp. No, it was. That's the first crash I've had. I mean, it's quite frustrating. It's been a really good start to the race.
Oh, I'm glad I caught it.
Yes.
I'm glad I was here to see it.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Yeah.
You're welcome.
So no, it was. No, I mean, did a bit of testing on Friday, only about an hour in the car, but I got every condition under the sun. You know, it was dry when I arrived, and it was damp, and it was very wet. So that stood me in good stead for yesterday. And then, you know, we had. Normally, I get no time in the car in qualifying here. I've had collectively about 7 laps in 3 qualifying sessions.
Yes.
And yesterday, I got a full 25 minutes. Got my head down, knew where the grip was, and came in. They went, "Oh, you're 9th," and it's a team best apparently.
Oh, cool.
So I was really pleased with that. Had a great start. Got a couple of cars. I think I don't know where I was, 7th or 8th or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's going well.
It was going well. You know, it was inside the leaders, and then that happened. So
what had it done to the car? It bent the rear beam and rear suspension.
Rear beam's gone on it. Just caught a panel at the back. I mean, the glass was still in it, amazingly.
Yeah.
I had a long time to look at it as the wall came up, so I just tucked my arms in and pray. And I was amazed it was still running, so I just, put it in gear and drove off.
And then realised it was crabbing slightly.
Yeah, it's just a bit. I thought, how fast can I get back to the pits with this? And then down to Drew, Graham Hill, it was like, oh, not that quick. So, it's unfortunate. I mean, Nick's in the car now. I'm not sure he wants to be in these conditions, but he is out there. So this is his first race at Brands as well, so I think he's enjoying himself. But I mean, Surtees and clearways are tricky, to say the least. And I just found out so's paddock.
Yeah, I mean, in your session, we've got it properly wet now, but at the start of the race, it was really, really greasy. Paddock Hill Bend's always tricky, but clearways in these cars is always the tricky one as well, isn't it? Yeah,
it takes a lot of trust to think, well, I'm going to chuck it around the outside and see what happens. And there is grip there. I mean, the inside, I got past Wingate, I think, because they were still tentative on the brakes into the corner, and I thought, well, if I wang it on the outside and then cut back, I'll get them. And I did, luckily. And then later I was off, so it didn't make much difference. But, I mean, Paddock's got plenty of grip if you're on the right part of it. Graham Hill's, I think, only relayed start this year again, and that's got plenty. But, yeah, Surtees and clearways are... there's only sort of one line through Surtees, unfortunately, and that's just terrible. So, it's great.
Adrian, can I ask the question? Because I've kind of been telling the story. Was it a couple of years ago? It was the end of the season. We were walking back over at the end of a race meeting, and you said, do you know, I think I'm going to do a couple of races next year and see if I like it. Was it a couple of years?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, my first one here was, that's only my 10th race. So I did 2020 last round here. Basically, Stuart Garland, the coordinator, has spent a year bugging me to do it.
That's right, yeah.
And obviously it was a rubbish year for everybody for obvious reasons. And I thought, well, why not give it a go? So I think I did my odds Wednesday, tested Friday, qualified Saturday. Did it my first time in a race car. I did 2 hours and 20 minutes stint. So yeah, and I did 3 races last year, 3 races this year, 3 races the year before. So yeah, that's 10.
You were nervy that the bug was going to bite.
A bit, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a dangerous thing.
And has it?
Oh, absolutely! I love it. It's fantastic, except when you obviously have a big shunt, which would have, I'd rather not have done.
It's all part of the learning process, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also, still ongoing.
Yeah.
So, I just wonder what you two legends doing in the commentary box for an event like this, because obviously it is the 500 minutes of...
It is.
It's the IndyKar 500. They drink milk on the podium. It's the Indy 500.
Yeah, is this your first one, Alan?
Yeah, I've never done this before.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yes, it's all going to go... Well, it's got green flag now, so I'll let you guys to it.
Well, it's super that you came up, Adrian.
Thanks for seeing us. Pleased you're all right as well.
Glad you're okay.
No worries, guys. Thanks very much.
And thank you for also for taking our comments in the light-hearted way that are intended, and also for coming up with the best comment of the day. And I know we're still 7 hours and 9 minutes away from the end of the race, but no one will top "stop using me as a verb." Superb.
Yes, thank you. See you later. I hope you'll be out again later on.
That'd be great.
Right. Thanks, Adrian. Adrian Clark, who had those issues earlier on. The number 49 LDR Performance tuning car that's now in the hands of Nick Rice and is circulating in 34th position. 18 laps it is off the lead of the race following its problems when it went into the barriers there. But Adrian's fine, and the car's back out there. That's the good thing. So we're back to green flag racing. We've had somebody just off in the gravel briefly in the background of Paddock Hill Bend there, but it's number 128 Nick Tandy that leads the way at the moment from Jack Wright and Milner Racing in second.
So we have, as we said, a condition where we've got racing back underway, 7 hours and 8 minutes of the race remaining. Number 128, JTR, Nick Tandy, it is that leads, and the team manager of car 734. Remember, that's a car that has led the race. It is now down in 28th place, having had a pit stop, and is down in the pit lane as well. It's the Ferguson Motorsport car. Still, Joe Ferguson shown as being at the wheel of that car, but the team manager has requested to go to race control. 734 team manager to race control. Here we go. This is the battle for the lead. Jack Wright in the Mini Air Racing number 46 car, right on the tail of Nick Tandy in the Napa Racing car. They go side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. They are still side by side. Nick Tandy's still got the advantage in the Napa Racing car. Through they go down to the bottom of the hill, rising up through Halewood Hill up towards Druids. Inside line being taken by Jack Wright, and he goes into the lead. So slips past Nick Tandy, does Jack Wright, and we've got a new race leader in contention there as well. So it's a trio for the lead, the 334 car, and that's the car that had pole position yesterday in qualifying. Look at the amount of standing water on the inside of the corner at Graham Hill Bend. The conditions, well, we had the safety car called out just purely because of the downpour that we had probably about 10 minutes, quarter of an hour ago. But you can see the result of that, these huge puddles in various parts around the circuit, and none so greater than on the inside of the corner at Graham Hill Bend. So we're looking at Nick Tandy, car number 128, is through in third place now at the end of this lap. Started the lap leading. He has lost out to the Kahuna's Racing team. And also we have a new race leader in the form of Jack Wright that comes across the line, heads down into Paddock Hill Bend and turns right through Paddock Hill. Leading the race in second place, it is the 333 car, and at the wheel of that car is still Costa Caritis. And in third place, having lost 2 places on that lap, it's Nick Tandy in the JTR entered car. Using a bit of the curb on the outside of Druids Corner, and then heading down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend they go. Top 3 are now going to be amongst the traffic once again. So they've had a couple of laps after the safety car intervention without having to worry too much about traffic, but they are going to be back into traffic now. So Nick Tandy went from first to third.
Yep, so he's got it all to do again to try and work his way back up through the order. Slight moment there for the Kahuna's race car. That's going to cost, yeah, Costa Caritis a little bit of time. They've also got Misty Racing that they're trying to work their way through and past at the moment, which is the number 72 car that is in the hands of Jack Giles. So they sweep their way through and past the 72. But for Kahuna's Racing, it didn't quite lose as much time as I thought it would do. But you could certainly see the front wheels there, pointing in one direction 1 minute and the other direction the next, as he was trying to gather up the moment. Again, a wiggle mid-corner through Paddock Hill Bend, and that's all the opportunity that Nick Tandy needs, because having dropped from first down to second, down to third, he's back to second again by the time they get to Druids.
So with Jack Wright leading in the car, number 46, yeah, that was slightly too big of a moment for Costa, wasn't it? So you can afford, as he did on the previous lap, to maybe just get 2 tyres onto the curb at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. But if you go deep into the curbs, then yep, that was the only thing that Nick Tandy was asking for, wasn't it? Tiniest of mistakes, and yep, I'll take that. Thank you.
Team manager of car number 734 to go to race control. That's the Ferguson Motorsport car of Joe Ferguson. It's in the pit lane at the moment, that car.
It has been for a while.
Yeah, and clearly there's some sort of problem with car, and clearly there's been some sort of problem out on track as well. So they are now 31st, having been leading the race in the early stages of it. This endurance racing, Alan, it's all really about, you know, you don't need the fastest car, you don't need the fastest driver pairings. What you do need to do is stay out of trouble. That sounds easy when the conditions are this tricky, but it really does pay dividends. Just, you know, don't try and drive it at 100%. Drive at 98%, 95%, and you will gain places. You'll work your way through the order.
Quick.
Yeah.
Steadily
slowly,
quick.
slowly, catchy monkey.
Yeah. And it's pretty much what you're taught on at advanced driving courses, police advanced driving courses. It's progression.
Yep.
So you're not necessarily driving absolutely flat out, but you are making progress all the time. That's the thing, and keeping it as safe as you possibly can. Yeah,
oh dear, we've got two in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. One has gone fully into the gravel trap. The other one sort of spun in avoidance, and I think the Auto Tech car, I think it is, might escape out away from the scene. Now we've got three that were in the gravel trap, two of which still remain there, I'm afraid to say. One, I think it might be an LDR performance tuning car that's in the gravel, and the other car that's a little bit higher up. I can't quite work out what that one is. Let's just have a quick look. First car starts to spin, which is Powerflex Racing, and drops itself into the gravel trap and almost went over onto two wheels.
Lucky.
And the other car that ended up in the gravel trap was the LDR Performance Tuning car, which is in the hands of Nick Rice, that was in the hands of Adrian Clark, who's just joined in the commentary box.
Yeah.
The second car that sort of spun in avoidance and didn't quite go into the gravel was one of the Auto Tech Racing cars. And now we've also got a car which has spun and is backwards at Graham Hill Bend, and that looks like it might be Shine Automotive, car number 180, that's gone backwards into the gravel trap there.
And
Colin French, Nathan Brown and Adrian Wood.
Not surprisingly, for multiple cars that need to be recovered, we have the safety car already, which has picked up the field, and it has done so down on the Cooper Straight, down from its berth in the paddock, joins halfway down the Cooper Straight on the run in towards Surtees. So safety car deployed again. Did I mark down the time the safety car came out for the wet weather?
I don't know, Alan.
I don't know.
How many safety cars do you have on your tally chart?
Well, you're just going to gloat that I've got it wrong.
No.
Seven.
I'm just going to. You are correct. You
Am
did
I?
note it
Am
down.
I?
Yes,
Very
you are.
good.
Yes, you did.
Thank you very much.
See, there was no gloating required,
No, there
was
was
there?
not. No.
Yes, it is Shine Automotive. They're off in the gravel
We're having quite
trap.
a fractious relationship today.
We
aren't
do.
It must be the weather.
Yeah, it is Shine Automotive that's off in the gravel trap at Graham Hill Bend. That's an unusual place for a little car to go off, isn't it? I'd imagine it's had a moment coming around through Graham Hill Bend. It's had a couple of goes at trying to save itself from going in the gravel, and eventually the car sort of snapped away, and it's backed itself into the gravel trap there. So we've got that one to get out of harm's way. We've got LDR Performance Tuning, the number 49 car, to get out of harm's way. And the other one I said was Powerflex, and I think they're number 61, are they? Yes, they are. So Powerflex Racing dropping down through the order. Elliot Dunmore will be one of those. Shine Automotive was in the hands of Nathan Brown. And we know that Nick Rice was behind the wheel of LDR Performance Tuning. So it's taken the opportunity for other cars then to dive into the pit lane. I think that's Touring Car Racing, the number 40 car of Chris Horsey, John Davies and Matthew Robinson, that has just pitted under the safety car. John Davies was behind the wheel of the car, but it might just take another lap or so for the new driver to get corrected on our timing screens, because what happens, or always used to happen a couple of seasons ago, was that all the drivers would wear what's called a hue tag, a separate microchip tag, which is attached to their wrist, and as they head down pit lane, at pit lane exit, you have to stop and swipe your tag in front of a sensor. That is connected to a database, and therefore it then knows that one driver came into the pit lane, the other driver has swiped on the way out, so the driver change has taken place. That doesn't happen now. We don't use the hue-tag system in EnduroKA. It's now an electronic system where the teams submit via an e-form back to race control as to the time the car came into the pit lane, the driver that was in the car when it came into the pit lane, the time the car left the pit lane, and the driver that's leaving the pit lane. Sometimes it might be the same driver, but you still have to submit the form. Or if there's a change of driver, absolutely you do. And then that just takes a while. It might take a few laps before then. That's picked up by the timekeepers, and then they adjust the driver in the car, and then it finally appears on our timing screen. So just as a car leaves the pit lane, we might give you one name, and a few laps later it could be different as it gets updated. So Alan Hyde is going to brave the weather, Al, for the first time today.
There is only one reason why I'm doing this.
Go on.
I want to have a pit stop on the way down.
You want to have a pit stop on the way
Yes,
down,
yeah.
and there are a few garages that have got urns and kettles, Alan, and certainly Misty Racing have invited us to go and have a brew if they want, the number 72 garage, that's towards pit lane entry, and I'm sure we can get a brew off Burton Power as well, which again is sort of middle, 1/3 of the way down the pit lane, something like that. So you can get yourself a brew, Alan, while you're down there.
I like the sound of this. So really the reason that I'm going down, I think it's about time we found out what problem has befallen the car that's now in 32nd place, and still down in pit lane. The Ferguson Motorsport car that did lead the race now has something of a problem. So that's at very least what we need to find out.
Absolutely, yep. So Alan Hyde's going to make his way down there whilst we are under safety car. And we've also got, of course, the RF camera as well down there as well. So we'll be able to hopefully get some pictures of whatever interviews may be taking place. Now, how much longer are we going to be behind the safety car?
At the fact that I just had a fight with the door.
Well, it has been a bit troublesome, that door, for a couple of seasons, but it seems to be worse now, doesn't it?
It's more troublesome now, yeah. Doesn't like the cold weather.
I think we're pretty much good to go now. The cars that were in the gravel traps, whether it be Paddock Hill Bend or the exit of Graham Hill Bend, have all now been recovered. The telehandler is now positioning itself back behind the barriers. So that should now mean that maybe one more lap behind the safety car, and then we'll be good to get some racing back underway here at Brands Hatch. We would usually expect cars to run certainly a couple of hours, 2 hours 15 minutes, 2 hours 20 minutes on a tank full of fuel. Well, A, because we've had, what, 7 safety car periods now, and the fact that we are in the rain, so you're not going to burn quite as much fuel in the tricky conditions because you're not on the throttle for as long. It'll be interesting to see exactly how long some of these cars can go on a tank of fuel. There is a maximum driving period that any driver can be behind the wheel of the car, and for races of more than 6 hours duration, which this one is, no driver may drive for longer than 3 hours continually and must rest for at least half an hour between stints. It was originally 1 hour at the beginning of the season, but there was an amendment made to that particular regulation midway through the season, Donington Park. So that is the way that it works. And of races more than 6 hours duration, it's also worth mentioning that no driver can drive for more than 60% of the race duration in total. So for the 2 driver teams, you can't drive for any more than 3 hours, but neither one of your 2 drivers can drive for more than 60% of the race. So we get the race back underway, and for Jack Wright, that's perfect because there was a backmarker car between himself and Nick Tandy, and only now can Nick Tandy for JTR work his way through and past the slower car in the train. I think we might also just have had a change for 4th position there. Is that Wingat Racing up the inside of Tommy Valentine? No, because Wingat Racing are lap down at the moment, so that is Leon Bidgeway. That's, oh no, of course, that's the car that has got non-working transponder. So the car will slot itself back in onto the timing screen in a few moments' time. It's showing down in 17th position at the moment, but I think by the time we get that sorted, it will show that that car is now up into 4th position, and Burton Power will be down into 5th place as we get the race back underway. And everybody is sprinting their way along. Yes, that is the case. Yes, so Leon Bidgeway did dive up the inside of Burton Power for 4th position at Paddock Hill Bend. I thought that was the case, but then I saw the number 3 car down in 17th and questioned it myself. But yeah, that car has no working transponder. That was why it was the case. But the car we also need to keep an eye on is also the Wolf Motorsport Pink Pig, Patrick McCarthy, and the 121 Calamity car, which is in the hands of, is that Marcus Batty. Because they are all squabbling together. So over the start-finish line now comes an enormous gaggle of cars, including Cash Strapped Racing as well, the number 55 car. So through Paddock Hill Bend, 3, number 1, number 4, 1, 2, 1 and 55, they are all fighting for position, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. All of those cars at this stage as they head up in towards the braking area for Druids. Tommy Valentine under pressure from Patrick McCarthy in the number 4 Wolf Motorsport car. The red car with the stripes down the centre, just behind it is Calamity Racing, Marcus Batty. And then just off the back of that is the number 55 Castrapped car. And that would be Ben Smith that drives that one currently. That's the car with its sort of metallic purple and yellow bumpers. So they all splash their way round through the corner. I'm just trying to pick out exactly who is next up after the 55. Is that Lee Deegan that's behind? Yes, it is. So that will be 9th place as well. That's beginning to close in. So here comes our race leader over the start-finish line. This is now 63 laps completed by Jack Wright. Nick Tandy still under pressure from the Kahuna's race team number 333. That's the pole-sitting car of Costa Creatis, who looks at the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Does he go back through to 2nd? Yes, he does on the way into the corner. Can he hang on to it on the way out? He touches the curbs just on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, but Nick Tandy cannot recapitalise on that. So Nick Tandy, for the moment, JTR are back down into 3rd position. So this great gaggle of cars heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Wingat Racing, Burton Power, Wolf Motorsport, Calamity, Cash Strapped as well. And then just off the back of that is Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsports, the sole car they've still got out there running at the moment because the sister car is still in the pit lane. That's where Alan Hyde has pointed himself in that general direction.
I'm down the pit lane, and
they are pit lane entry end, I think, Alan.
Yeah, garage 24, I think.
You've got it, yeah.
Yeah. So we are indebted to the marshals. Morning, Callum. I thought I'd show my face. Okay, I'm just finding out where the camera breaks up. So it breaks up at around about garage 15. So I'm going to go, so audio only, I think, on this one. You stay where you are, Callum. I shall go down and see what I can find out on an audio. Can I just say, Mark, that Callum, our RF cameraman down in pit lane, looked slightly relieved to see one of us down here.
Was he feeling a bit lonely, was he?
He was, yeah. So almost to garage 24.
Like everyone else had been invited to a party, but Callum wasn't. He was on his own, yes.
And he's a really good guy as well. He's always smiling. He's bringing us great shots from pit lane, but he's worked out just whereabouts the camera is able to work to. Right. So it's actually garage 25 where the 734 car is. All the garages have got the atmosphere of, do you remember when you were at school, at junior school, wet playtime? So everyone's huddled inside the garages and chatting to each other. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys working on the car. And we've apparently got signal. So we don't have radio mic signal in the garage, but we could maybe go out. Let me see who I can find, and we'll find out what problems have befallen car number 734.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so we'll hear from Alan. He'll catch up with one of the drivers or two. In the meantime, the squabble for 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th all turns its way round through Druid. 6 cars all busy squabbling away, but it's 4th place Wingate Racing. That's the blue car with the white stripe down the side of it, followed now by the pink car, which is Patrick McCarthy in Wolf Motorsport. So he's gone through and ahead of Tommy Valentine on this lap, because Tommy was in 5th place as they came over the start-finish line. Only just. They were pretty much overlapping as they came through, but finally the pink pig has made it through and is up into 5th position. Burton Power still sitting there in 6th place now at their local circuit as well. They're based as a company just up there at Romford. There was a big wiggle there from Patrick McCarthy for Wolf Motorsport. He's turned in towards Clearways. The tail end of the car just started to break away. So he looked as though he was going to get caught a little bit by Tommy Valentine, but Tommy Valentine has got his own problems at the moment as we go down to Alan in the pits.
Callum just said to me, Callum's our cameraman, he just said, no, you need to stand here. No, we're not. We're staying in the dry because Joe is with me. The poor old car is having a bit of work done to it, Joe. What's up?
It was just a bit unfortunate, really. Got into the lead, started building a nice, healthy gap.
It was really good.
Come through 30s, got a little bit oversteer through there. Back marker spun it in front of me. I was like, do I go left, do I go right? I went right, and as I went past, he spun back round and gave me a puncher on the rear. So we came in, changed the puncher, was a lap down. Think we still got a chance of trying to claw it back. It's a long old race. As we're going around behind the safety car, the battery light come on, the alternator's gone. So just weren't meant to be one of them days.
Dear, oh dear. Well, it started out so well, so positive. I mean, you've got bragging rights because you did lead the race.
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean, especially for the move to take the lead. I mean, it was really raining heavy and the guys were a bit cautious in front of me, and I know there's grip on the outside of paddock, so I just sent it and got into the lead and then started building my gap, and I thought, this is it, it's perfect now. I've just got to keep consistent, keep on my lap times, and try and bring it through for Tom to do his stint. But yeah, it's one of them things, just racing. That's endurance racing.
So the boys are working on the car now, aren't they, to change the alternator?
Yeah, they're on it now. They're gonna get changed over, and then we'll see Tom Bell out in the car, then Billy, my brother, and Daniel, my other brother as well. So yeah, it'll be good.
It's really tricky on a lengthy race like this when you have lost multiple laps to give yourself something to aim for.
Yeah, I mean, now I think we're probably about 20 laps down now. Now it's just about enjoying it. It's cost us quite a lot of money to get here to do this event. so I want to get every driver in it, and we all want to try and get as long in the car as possible and just enjoy it. Now we just want to go for fastest lap. That's going to be our key. That's going to be our big...
So that's the aim. We'll keep our eye on the timing screen. Final question. Does it cross your mind when you're in the throes of a battle that you are racing alongside a Le Mans winner? Yeah, it does.
Of course it does. It's always good. I mean, I do a lot of Masters historic racing, so I race against some real talented guys, you know. It feels even sweeter when you're beating them, though.
Yeah, of course it does. Joe, thank you for talking to me. Oh, no, hang on. Didn't you just have to go and see the headmaster?
Yeah, just to say about the contact with the back marker, but I said obviously it's about marker.
Explain what...
It is what it is, and we move on and, yeah, get back out there.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much indeed. Joe Ferguson down here telling us the story of the 734 car. A broken alternator, it's being repaired, and they're going for fastest lap.
Thanks, Alan. And Joe also answered my question there, because I was associating the name Joe Ferguson with racing in things like FIA Appendix K Mark 1 Minis and things. So that answered that question as well for me. So thank you for covering that one off, Joe Ferguson, as well. So we're heading towards 6 3/4 hours of the race still to go. That fastest lap that they are going to be hunting down when they get the car back out there is a 1:09.556. And that is set some laps ago now. We're on lap number 68 has been completed. It was lap 18 where we saw the fastest lap, that 1:09.556. And it came from the Milner racing car, which is still in the hands of the driver that started the car, which is Jack Wright. All of the cars at the sharp end, it is still the starting drivers that are behind the wheel. The sister car for Ferguson Motorsport, by the way, just to pick up on that, is involved in this good battle that we've got coming up towards the start-finish line now. It's the car of Lee Deegan, car number 736, who draws himself alongside Tommy Valentine and is going to try and sweep his way in a Joe Ferguson style around the outside as he at Paddock Hill Bend. He's trying it, but there's a back marker in the way, and Tommy Valentine goes right to the back marker. The car of Lee Deegan goes to the left of the back marker. I think that back marker was car number 40, Touring Car Racing, that wanted to make sure he didn't get too much involved with that little squabble. And now Lee Deegan's trying around the outside at Druids to get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and I think he might make it through here and gain 6th position. He turns in towards Graham Hill Bend, yeah, and he's got his nose ahead. So the Burton Power car drops down into 7th place for the moment, but is still involved in the battle, Alan.
Did we get an update on the 888 car? I don't remember if we did.
We did not, I don't think, no.
It's a retirement, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear.
That's really bad news.
Accident damage.
It was going really well, wasn't it, the Boston racing car? And I just spoke to Eduardo in the garage, who naturally looks pretty disappointed, and I said, oh, maybe we can just do a quick interview. And he said, no, please, no, not today. No, the words that I use won't be broadcastable. So he's pretty disappointed, I think it's fair to say, Mark.
Yeah, I think the team manager of that car was also asked towards race control as well. That was the car that got bumped into the barriers in a 2-car incident. Not apportioning blame one way or the other, but that was at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, where he came together with the number 44 car, which was the Graves Motorsport car. So, yeah, one car is out. The other car, the Graves Motorsport car, is now 18 laps adrift of the race leader, who has now completed 70 laps, by the way. So, down in towards Graham Hill Bend, we see this squabble going. And again, it's another place loss for Burton Power on this lap. So, Tommy Valentine has now dropped from not just 6th to 7th, but has dropped down into 8th place, because 121, the red car with the stripes down the centre of it, Calamity Racing, in the hands of Marcus Batty, is now up into 8th position. So,
and how much, Mark, did we know about the 74 car?
The 74 car, I don't know, Alan, but that's worth asking, because that car didn't even start the race. It started the race very, very late and has only done 8 laps.
Yeah, and didn't we pick it up on the screen to have a bit of damage on the side of the car? And it's still got the damage on the side of the car. It is jacked up in the car. And
I think the race leader's done 8 laps before that even a car appeared into the race. Yeah, right, so it had problems at the start. So whether it's the same problem, Alan, that might be worth investigating.
Let me describe what they're doing. They've got loads of bits out. I mean, I don't know what the bits are, but they're pretty big bits. The car is jacked up. They seem to be in good spirits. So I think this is one of the things. At some stage, we will get this repaired and we'll get it out. But I'm not sure it's about to take part anytime soon, I'm afraid. So the spirits are good. They're sharing a laugh and a joke with each other. but this is going to be a reasonably lengthy stop. Working on suspension as far as I can see.
There's another driver that at some point I'm sure you or I will catch up with as well, and that is, of course, in the Burton Power car, we have Andy Burton, but we also have Gus Burton this weekend.
Well,
now,
you can't miss him, can you?
That's no relation, is it? No relationship at all between the pair of them. It's just the same surname. But
No.
Gus, you'll know well from racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
He's a superb driver and also an incredibly tall driver as well. And yeah, race winner in Carrera Cup this year. And Gus went away for a few meetings this year, worked on himself and came back and won a race. And that was rather proof that working on himself worked really well. And he's a great driver, he's a great guy, and he's about 3 foot taller than I am. So, what sort of garage area do I need to go to?
It's towards pit lane entry end again.
Oh, right, down the other end.
Yeah, if you don't know, it's the garage that's got a grey inflatable sofa inside it. That's the Burton Power garage.
So, in keeping with the kind of things. Are you offering me cake?
And the tea urn will be on in that garage as well.
How very lovely. Can I have biscuit? Let me have that one there.
Alan, you need to be pointing yourself in the direction.
That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much indeed.
You need to be going in the direction of V-Box Racing, which I think is Carnival 192. It's entered as Race Logic. They had very, very nice, what was it called yesterday? I had a slice of it and it was absolutely super. Rocky Road, that was it.
That's what I got.
Is that what you've got, Rocky Road?
It's really good. Yeah.
Oh, is it little white marshmallows on the top and crunchy bar inside
There's
it?
not enough left, I'm afraid.
There are two. There must be at least one more spare piece down there in the garage, isn't there?
Well,
I thought we were a team, Hyde.
It would have been rude not to take it because... Excuse me.
It's rude to talk with your mouth full.
She came out and offered it to me. So...
Wow.
What more can I say?
Wow, lucky Alan Hyde. Right.
Yeah.
To be fair, I did have my piece of Rocky Road yesterday, but
and you kept quiet about it until now.
I did. But I'm gonna snaffle a piece later on when I'm in the pit lane. Rest assured.
There won't be any left.
Carl Amity have just gained a further place there. The number 121 car going ahead of Wolf Motorsport. So that's another place gained by the red car with that blue and white stripe down the centre of it. The pink car losing a position. And Tommy Valentine looking to see if he can progress back up from 8th place at the wheel of the Burton Power car. But all of these cars are still pretty much together. The fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, just working its way up towards the conclusion of another lap now. In a few moments' time, with Wingap Racing and Leon Bidgeway being at the front of the queue. He's going to have a bit of traffic to deal with before too much longer, and that will be the number 41 car of Row Rage Racing that he gets right up behind and dives up the inside as he heads in towards Paddock Hill Bend to try and get a back marker between himself and the chasing pack that sits behind. The next of the cars right behind him is Leon Bidgeway, is going to be the car of Lee Deegan for Ferguson Motorsport, who is now circulating up in 4th position at the end of that lap. So that is still a good fight that we need to try and keep an eye on. Sliding the car around on the exit of Druids goes Patrick McCarthy at the wheel of the number 4 pink Wolf Motorsport car. So still going to show that these cars are still tinkering on the very edge of adhesion. And we've now fast approaching, in another 20 minutes time, we'll be a couple of hours into this race now. So at the quarter distance point, not quite, but in 25 minutes time, there or thereabouts, we will be. Now, big sideways moment for the number 55 car of Castrap Racing that gets itself up the inside of Tommy Valentine's Burton Power car on the way in towards Clearways Corner. Can it hang on to it on the way out? No is the answer. So over the start-finish line come 4th, 5th and 6th together. And then we get the next little pack of cars coming up towards Paddock Hill Bend, which will include Tommy Valentine being hounded still by the Castrap Racing car, the number 55 car. And who's behind the wheel of that 55 car at the moment? It's Ben Smith. Alan.
I don't have radio communication to our television crew, but so this is a great way of doing it. If Callum could come up to garage 27, that would be really cool. Is that allowed? Of course it's allowed.
I think it's allowed, yeah, as long as Callum is listening to the commentary. Yeah. If not, then the OB truck will radio him and send him in that general direction. Garage 27 will be pit lane entry end, won't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So, just getting a quick replay, and we had another spin, and it was Row Rage Racing that had a spin. I was talking about them being the back marker that was needing to be dealt with by a few cars, and Row Rage Racing did a full, well, it was It was more than 360, but not quite 720 degree spin at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Gathered up the moment, no harm done, but will have lost a few more places as a result of that. As now we have a change potentially about to happen up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Lee Deegan leans on Leon Bidgeway and puts Leon Bidgeway into the gravel trap up at Paddock Hill Bend. So Wingat Racing into the gravel trap. Lee Deegan was so keen to get through, and I think as they got onto the brakes and in towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend, I think his car sort of slid up the circuit a little bit and just made lightish contact with Wingat Racing and Leon Bidgeway, and I'm afraid Leon Bidgeway has come off worse. He is stuck in the gravel trap at the top of Paddock Hill Bend and is going nowhere, I'm afraid. So that is going to be one car that we were hoping for good things from. The Donington Park winners are in the gravel.
Callum has arrived, and that's good news. So we've got cameraman, we've got grey inflatable sofa, and we've also got Gus Burton. And hang on, I've lost Callum. Over here, behind you. It's pantomime season, isn't it? So I wasn't joking when I said Gus Burton is about 3 foot taller than me, so I'll stand on tiptoes, Gus. Nice to see you. You don't look as if you're about to go into the car anytime soon.
No, I don't feel like it either.
So you weren't here yesterday, is that right?
No, I've never been in the car. I haven't sat in the car yet. I hope I fit. I should fit. I'll be all right. But yeah, I wasn't here yesterday. I don't even know if that was the day before that, but yeah, I'm just rocking up for my 2-hour stint.
So can you tell me how this came about? You're a winner of races in the Porsche Carrera Cup, and so therefore you come with a great pedigree, a great CV. Presumably you know someone in the team?
Yeah, I just fancied ruining my reputation, so I thought I'd come here ill-prepared. No, I know Andy Burton, the owner of Burton Power.
No relation?
No relation there. He used to sponsor me back in my Ginetta Junior days. And yeah, just asked me if I want to come along. And I just thought, also Nick Tandy's obviously racing, and I was racing with JTR, his team, in Porsche this year. So I thought I'd give it a go. The onboards from him looked very entertaining.
I tell you what, when we get drivers the calibre of yourself and of Nick as well coming out to racing, it just raises the bar, to be honest.
Well, it proves it's actually, worryingly for me, quite competitive, because he
oh yeah, it is.
He has actually fallen back a bit, I think, Nick. He's come from, he came from 12th to P1, and then now he's for 3rd or 2nd. I don't know, but he keeps going up and down. He's not walking away with it.
It's not a cakewalk for anybody, however much experience you've got. Some of these guys are incredibly quick.
Yeah, well, the racing looks super. It reminds me of my Ginetta Junior racing days, so I've got to channel the...
In a Ginetta Junior?
In a Junior minus the crashing, yeah.
So exactly what were you doing yesterday?
I was watching the rugby.
Really, yeah, well, that's a pretty good answer, to be honest, and maybe not the greatest of preparations, getting in a K. He told you what the car is like to drive. Has he tried to give you as much information as you can? Have you done a simulator of a KA?
No. I just asked Andy what's the braking like, and he said it's all right. So that's the feedback I've had so far. I don't think I have ABS. I think that's going to be my main concern. I think I'll be able to handle the power. But yeah, I mean, they look tricky actually, because they're such short wheelbase. Okay, in a front-wheel drive, if the rear starts to come out, you can power through it, but these have such little power that it's actually quite difficult to catch, I've heard, and such short wheelbase as well, so they're very snappy. You'll find that in about 2 hours.
I think you're going to enjoy it, Gus, because you're going into this with the right attitude.
Yeah, I'm here to have fun. Very rarely as a professional or almost professional racing driver do you get to actually enjoy your weekend or your race day and just do it for fun. So that...
Have you with us. Thank you, Gus. Thank you for having a chat to us. So Gus Burton, he'll be taking to the car around about 2 o'clock, we reckon. He's not doing the final stint, but he'll be in the car about 2 o'clock. But great to have him here. Winner of races in the Porsche Carrera Cup. Absolutely top bloke and a top driver as well. Yeah, good to have a catch-up with Gus Burton. And yes, the cars do have no ABS, so that is the one thing, probably the only thing he needs to worry about. And he's absolutely right about the fact that when they get sideways, they are difficult little things to catch. They're a slightly longer wheelbase than some of the other club race endurance
categories that exist in the UK, and I actually think, having driven both the other car, which I'm not going to allude to, and the KA is a far more neutral car. It's an easier car to drive.
The 734 car is being refueled at the moment, maybe with a little bit too much gusto, it's fair to say, right, it's had enough fuel. So the 734 car is with new alternator, or with changed alternator, just being prepared for the driver change, and the rain comes down a little bit more. I did notice as well, you've got a safety car out, so that happened while we were chatting to Gus.
We have, that's because of the Wingate racing car in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. It's just being dragged out now, but considering that that car was right up there in the reckoning and the running, it is already now 3 laps off the lead of the race. Make that 4 laps off the lead of the race, as the race leader and the safety car come back over the start-finish line. And you've got to add another 2 laps to that as well, because it will incur a 2-lap penalty because it's been dragged out of the gravel trap. Car number 275 about to exit the pit lane. That's the Lifeline racing car that's now in the hands of Scott McIntyre, and Scott doing the correct thing. The red lights were on at the end of the pit lane, and he did stop at those red lights. Occasionally you might see a car that just doesn't quite spot them and goes back onto the circuit, which would incur a penalty if you went through a red light at pit lane exit. But no, Scott McIntyre waiting at the red light until it became green because the safety car train was going by, and then as soon as the safety car train has gone by, he exits the pit lane and gets going. The telehandler is also now just reversing back into the little snatch gap. The lights are off on the safety car, which means we're about to get the racing back underway. We've got just over 6.5 hours still to go in this race, and it's still number 46 Milner Racing and Jack Wright that lead the way from number 128 Nick Tandy, who is in 2nd position. And where are those cars? Well, Nick Tandy has a backmarker car between himself and Jack Wright, so Jack Wright is going to be able to get away again at the start of this race, and Nick Tandy will just have to wait and hold station behind the number 40 touring car entered machine, which is in the hands of Chris Horsey. So over the start-finish line goes Chris Horsey. There goes Nick Tandy. He can now start to work his way through and past that back marker now that he's gone past the control line. Still third is number 333, which is Kahuna's race team, I should say, which is Costa Karitsis, with Lee Deegan, number 736 there in 4th position for Ferguson Motorsports. Marcus Batty and Carl Lamity are 5th, number 121. And Patrick McCarthy, the pink car, number 4, Wolf Motorsport, complete the top 6.
Since the safety car has gone in, it has just started raining a little heavier again. It's going to be like this all day long. Let's hope we get a downpour like we had. How long ago was that now? Maybe an hour and 20 minutes ago. But it is raining again, and it's raining pretty heavily now.
Wingate Racing come into the pit lane, so the car that's just been dragged out of the gravel trap, Leon Bidgeway, comes into the pit lane, and the car is instantly pulled into the garage as well. So the car that won at Donington Park, I think that was the first win we've ever had for Wingate Racing. That car is into the pit lane, and I thought it might be just coming into park at 45 degrees and do a driver change, but that's not the case.
Garage number?
I would say about garage numbers 6, 7, 8, something like that.
Okay,
Pit lane entry end.
Yeah.
Pit lane exit end,
Yeah.
yeah. One car that is in the pit lane is K&F Racing. They're now going to struggle to stay inside the top 30 as a result of their call to the pits. So that is the number 21 car, the light blue car, which had Tony Barson behind the wheel. We'll have to see whether Adam Bettison or Tristan Blaine or Chris Bryant jump on board for the next session. And we've also got a few more team managers that are being beckoned towards race control, one of which is K&M Racing, 114, running in 17th position. And there was another car that was being beckoned towards race control. We've got a stop-go penalty as well coming in, and it's for a car that's already in the pit lane. LDR Performance Tuning and Nick Rice in the pit lane. That is serving its stop-go penalty now, right down below our commentary box. And the reason for the stop-go penalty, not obvious on the timing screen, but clearly some sort of transgression, whether it be circuit limits or some infringement in a pit stop or something like that. So that car is, it's quite a long stop-go penalty as well, because the car is still stationary now and going nowhere. Now, Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car, just heading towards the start-finish line now, with the right-hand indicator flashing away on the number 12 car, is a 2-times race winner and 3-times podium finisher so far this season. It only qualified 13th. I said it was out of position when it qualified 13th. It had worked its way up through the order to, I think, it peaked at probably about 8th position. But it's now back down into 13th place once more. So that is a car that hasn't quite made the progress that one might have thought, but it may well have already served a pit stop. Yes, it has. It's already served one pit stop, so it has had at least one driver change, because the number 12 car is now being driven no longer by Justin Roberts. It's Louis Harvey that's behind the wheel, so we've had one of the pit stops ticked off for that car already. There's no set amount of pit stops you need to do. It's all worked out on the basis of you can't drive for any longer than 3 hours, and then if you do drive for the maximum of 2 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds, you've got to spend half an hour out of the car before you can get back in. Such is the way the regulations are written.
Is it the number 3 car I'm looking for?
It is, yeah.
Can't find it in any garage down here.
Oh, right, okay.
No.
So I can't help you. It seemed to be just where the roof drops down after the media centre.
Oh, yeah.
A bit further. Oh, I don't think you're quite there. I can just spot you walking down the pit lane.
Yeah.
You're about 4 or 5 garages away, Alan, I would say.
I've been to garage 6, which is where it should be.
Oh, right.
And there's no cars in there.
Well, I was only trying to sort of guess at the garage numbers.
No, on my list it does say garage 6.
Yeah.
So we can. Oh, I've got a cameraman with me. I've got Callum with me as well. So this is good news.
So is the number 3 car. The problem is that the number 3 car doesn't have a working transponder, Alan. So if it's come into the pits and gone again, I wouldn't know. The same as if it remains in the pits, I wouldn't know.
I think it might be back out on track.
Right. Okay.
Would they not have had to have changed that transponder by now?
It's a difficult thing to do. No, it is back out on circuit. I can see it.
Is
Just
it?
heading up towards Druids now.
I'll
yeah.
stop looking.
But whether any of the other team members down there, because you might be able to spot Amy Watts or Mike Morace or Callum McDougall, who isn't racing this weekend, but if you know Callum McDougall, he, as the team manager and team owner of that particular car, might be able to give you an indication as to what the problem has been. We've got another car going into the pit lane, and into the garage, I'm afraid, goes number 192 again, which is Race Logic. That was Deborah McNamara that started behind the wheel of that car. It had just been handed over to Jonathan Holman, but already I can see that car being pushed back into the pit lane, which gives you another excuse, Alan, to head down that direction and maybe pick up some more cake.
This is for 192.
Yeah.
And I'm in the garage with it as it's being jacked up at the front of the car. We picked up the damage on the side of the V-Box liveried car. The bonnet is up on the car. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 high-vis working on the front of the car. And Johnny Holman at the wheel of the car, still with his helmet on and chatting through the window at the moment. I don't want to get in the way of anything that's going on.
I think it's that Johnny Milner in the back of the shot as well, isn't it? In the red overalls, just to your left. At the front of the car now. It is, yep.
It is. Might see if I can have a chat to Johnny. He's just walking through the other garage. He gives me a little wave and works his way round to the back of the car. See if I can get a word with Johnny in a moment. It's just having a chat at the moment. It's Jonathan Holman who's at the wheel of the 192 car.
I can bring you an update with regards to the transponder on car number 3.
Go on.
It's just flashed up on the timing screen. Please fit a TSL hired transponder. So if their transponder isn't working, they've got to go and replace it. That clarifies it for you.
I thought that would have been the rule from a long time ago. Johnny is having a chat to media parts of the team. Johnny, can I have a quick chat? Do you mind if I just peek in and say what seems to be the problem?
I changed into 4th and I heard this horrible grinding noise, and then on and off the power, it's a huge clunk. So I thought it best to bring it in.
I think you made the right decision, to be perfectly honest.
I tried to stay out, and as I was going through the gears, it was getting worse. So I thought, nah, it's got to come in, and it sounded horrible. So,
do they have any ideas? Have they got anything to report yet?
I haven't been told anything just yet. What's that? Gearbox mount. I thought it was gearbox mount.
Gearbox mount, right? Okay, that sounds as if it might be a bit time-consuming.
Well, we'll see. I'm still good to go. So if they can get it changed, I'll go back out and finish my stint.
Okay, Johnny, thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us. So gearbox mount is the problem there. Where did Johnny Milner go?
I think we'll be going safety car again shortly, Alan, so you get plenty of time because
Johnny's
Lifeline...
about to go in the car, so am I... No, you're not. Yeah. Oh, you're fuel man. Okay.
I've gone in the car.
Right, okay. First of all, how are you, Johnny?
Great. You're still here?
You're still here at all.
Yeah, we're still kicking and screaming. But no, Jack's doing an amazing job. He's my son-in-law to my second daughter, Stephanie. Right. I need to go.
Right, you need to go. Right, so fuel. We can watch the fuel man. That's why he's putting a balaclava on. So balaclava, goggles, all the various safety bits that have to be employed for the pit stops. We're going to see a pit stop live here now.
We're just getting a replay of the car that's brought about this safety car period. And, yeah, backwards into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, for Lifeline Racing. Number 275, and that's Jack Lane that's brought about this safety car period. So that's the catalyst, Alan, by the sounds of things, for a good chunk of the front runners who haven't pitted yet. A 2-hour mark to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, I would say that was pretty sure. Have you been keeping my tally marks up to date on pit stops, on safety cars?
On safety cars? No, I haven't,
right,
I'm afraid. I didn't realise that I was admin as well for you whilst you were down in the pit lane.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. What I will do then in that case is you've got seven safety cars. I'm going to add 2 more lines to it as well. Am I allowed to use your pencil?
Only 2 since
Only 2 more.
down.
We're up to 9 now. Now,
okay.
Whether that includes the one we're just having now, I'm not sure. There we go. Admin is done at this end.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. We need to be stop being so touchy with each other. It's an inevitable consequence of the weather and the trials. Here comes number 3. Right. You need a working transponder. And hopefully we're going to see that working transponder being fitted to the number 3 car. Driver out. They walk away from the car because fuel is going into the car. And then, I mean, no work can be done on the car while it's being refueled. So it's being refueled. The left-hand side of the car is the access point. So the fuel will glug in. And once that's complete, once we start getting the driver change, so presumably fitting a working TSL hired transponder, is that the work of a moment, Mark? I don't know. I've not really
yeah, it should just be simply a case of once you've got the transponder from TSL, then there's a little mounting plastic clip that it goes into, and you just pull a pin out of it, slot the new one in, slide the pin back across. So it shouldn't delay that car at all in the pit stop.
Okay, well that's good news. So hopefully we have a driver change and a TSL timing transponder.
It's just a split pin. That's all you remove.
Is that the only car that? What was the other one? 69. Is that still being displayed as well?
That car is being displayed now. So I think that car has had its transponder spring into life as such.
Okay.
And one other thing, I know you've not been up at that end of the pit lane
they're doing it now.
All right. I know you haven't been at the end of the pit lane where Burton Power have been when the car's been in, but do have a look at the names on the side of the Burton Power car. My name is still on the side of that car.
Is it really?
Well, it doesn't say Mark Werrell. No, but do have a look at the driver names they've got on the side of the car.
So which car is this?
The number 1 Burton Power car, when it's in at some point.
Okay. Go back up there at some stage.
We've got a few more cars coming into the pit lane, and it does include the GM Performance number 81 car. Dives for the pit lane for a driver change. Darren Stapleton jumping out. Ian Mitchell will get in. Only 2 drivers scheduled in that car. But also, more importantly, we've got Kahuna's Racing, the number 333 car in from inside the top 3. And JTR, Nick Tandy, has come to the end of his first stint as well.
Okay, so I did see them lean into the centre part of the car on number 3, so I'm going to assume that they have done something. They're also applying cable ties at the front of the car before the car is sent on its way. So a driver change has been effected. So number 3 is soon to be on its way. Callum, come with me. Come on, this way. And we'll have a chat to fuel man Johnny Milner, who has finished his fuel stop. You see, you can take you can never take the motorsport out of the boy, can you? Any form of motorsport, you're going to be there.
Exactly. I still feel like I'm 18. I might not look it, but yeah, absolutely love it to bits. We prepare the car. The Milner is Milner and Air Supply, fairly obvious. But yeah, it's a great name and a great team, and we've got 3 good drivers. So we've had 1 win this year already at Setterton. We've been robbed on a couple of others, but that's the way it is. And what a great little championship.
It is a great championship. There's such a feel-good feeling up and down the pit lane, as very often you get with this kind of endurance racing, but you can feel it today.
The conditions today are phenomenal. I mean, the organisers are doing an amazing job. They're holding everybody back when there's so much rain to make it safe.
Hey, that was horrible, wasn't it, Johnny?
It had a bit of a rain last night and today. So Jack has done an amazing job. I mean, he's fighting with Le Mans drivers in there. So and at the front of the race. So we couldn't ask any more.
When you get the likes of Nick Tandy, Gus Burton competing alongside the regular drivers, it does kind of raise the bar, doesn't it? It's good for everybody to be competing against drivers that have done things that are great.
I think absolutely. You can raise your game all the time. I just hope I'm not out with them.
No. Well, you've done a fair few great things in your time as well.
I like to go a lot more sideways. I use a handbrake a lot more, obviously, but I just need to be calmer in this condition. I'm nowhere near Jack's pace. I'm more with his dad's pace, who's out now, George. But yeah, every lap is a learning lap, and love it to bits.
OK, I'm going to ask you the question because you are a top rally driver. Is it easier driving on a circuit?
Probably the dry, yes. In the wet, you're always learning, I think, and the track evolves every lap. So you've got to give everybody a lot of respect here, because just to stay on the track is, is one mean feat. But I'm not frightened of going sideways, as a lot of people already know.
Yeah, exactly right. I wonder when I first interviewed you, it's got to be about 25 years ago or something like that. Maybe more.
Yeah, I think, well, I did the Polo Cup back in 1993, so that was here, and I put it on pole. But I got black flagged because I kept running over the Shell Oils curb at the bottom of paddock, which isn't here anymore.
No, it's gone.
But yeah, no, it's a great sport to be involved with, and yeah, I'm still rallying. I haven't given up, but I've had 10 years off bringing my youngest daughter into racing. But yeah, phenomenal. And we've got rallying here today because the World Rally Championship's on there. Kelly Rovanperä is just about to become world champion in a Toyota of all cars.
How cool is that? Johnny, great to see you. By the way, what is Katie doing at the moment? I interviewed her. She was doing a discussion on women in motorsport and was talking about the fact that she hadn't raced. Was it last year she hadn't raced?
She didn't race last year, and she's not doing that much this year, unfortunately. She's really lining up for next year, but she's heavily involved with McLaren still. She's still a McLaren development driver, and she's doing nearly everything for Lotus at the moment, so watch this space.
Yeah, excellent, Johnny, that's great. Thank you very much indeed. Johnny Milner down here in pit lane. Let me just duck out. Still raining, still raining.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so Katie Milner is Johnny's daughter. We saw her racing in a McLaren as part of the McLaren Academy in British GT a few seasons ago. And with what she's doing with Lotus and the new Amira GT4, begs a question, doesn't it? That's just me trying to surmise where Johnny was heading with that. I genuinely don't know. We did have a spin for Carmel Racing. The number 88 car had spun to the inside of Druids, but it's got itself going again. So that has averted a further safety car period. We've got some cars now, though, with a 1-minute stop-go penalty. Now, the first of those is car number 114. Which is the car of KM Racing, Christian Kelly, Andrew Malpass, Chris Wilson and Daniel Sajadian. We've also got a stop-go penalty for car number 65, which is Autotech Motorsport, Taylor Norton, Jonathan Ogden, Chris Hilson and Sam May. They will also have to serve a 1-minute stop-go penalty. And we've also now got, for the second time today, I think this is, the team manager of car number 734, which is Ferguson Motorsport, now in the hands of Tom Bell. That's the car that Alan Hyde caught up with earlier on when he chatted to Joe Ferguson. That car also now needs to point the team manager in the direction of race control for the second chat of the day. So race continues. The safety car period has been concluded. We've now got car number 736, the second of the two Ferguson Motorsport cars, leading the way in the hands of Lee Deegan. He's just splashing his way out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight at the moment. He leads by 7.4 seconds from number 1, which is Burton Power, still in the hands of the starting driver, which is Tommy Valentine. Third quickest is 55, which is Cash Strapped Racing. That car also still has a starting driver behind the wheel of it, which is Ben Smith. And Catastrophe, car number 112, which is now in the hands of Simon Bonham. It says S. Bonham, but I think that's Simon Bonham. It is up to 4th at the moment. 5th is now George Wright, behind the wheel of the Milner racing car. We've just spoken to Johnny Milner, who will jump in that car later on. So Jack Wright done with driving duties, handing the car over to Dad. And Louis Harvey at the wheel of Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car. That's the car that had climbed as high as 8th, dropped back down to 13th with a pit stop. It is now working its way back through the order again in hands of Louis Harvey. And that car completes the top 6. 7th place is car number 11. 8th place is 888. That's the pole-sitting car. 9th place is car number 128. Nick Tandy having jumped out of that car. And now the car is in the hands of Elliot Mason. And then just to give you the top 10, it's car number 121, Calamity Racing, that completes the top 10. And Andrew Hinch has now jumped on board that particular car. So that runs you down through the top 10 at the moment. And that's the order of them as we get to the 2-hour mark of this race. And Lee Deegan is splashing his way for the 96th time at the wheel of car number 736 through the spray of the cars ahead of him, and is about to conclude a further lap. I think it's the top 9 cars that are on the lead lap, is it? And Calamity Racing, car number 121, is just behind the race-leading car. So I think that is the first of the cars that is now off the lead lap of the race. Now, on the timing screen that I've got, I'm not seeing how many cars have pitted and who is still yet to pit, because, of course, you've got the iPad, Alan, so you can tell me there.
Yeah, no, I can help there. Let me just open things up. It doesn't work awfully well. Nor does the radio mic work awfully well when it's raining, I'm afraid. So let me just come back into pit lane and out of the cover of the garages. By the way, the thing I was going to report from the back of the garages is poor old 74 car is loaded up on the trailer and ready to go. That's never good to see, is it, during a long race? Already loaded up and game over as we reported. Right, now what were you asking me? I can answer any question you like.
Of those running in the top 10, have any of them pitted yet? We know one of them has. So, 2 of them have at least.
So the 46 car, which we just spoke to Johnny Milner, didn't we? That car has had 1 pit stop, is currently running in 5th place. In 6th place, the number 12 car. Hang on, just let me refresh the screen. Number 12 car has had 1 pit stop.
Yeah, it's Justin Roberts giving way to Louis Harvey.
The Kahuna's race team, 333, that's had 1 pit stop. The JTR car, 128, that's had 1 pit stop. And the 121
has had a pit stop as well, yeah.
Has had a pit stop as well.
Right, so the top 3 still in the hands of the starting drivers then at this stage.
The top 4, in fact.
Top 4, right,
yeah.
OK.
The top 4 plus the car in 7th place, number 11.
OK, thank you very much for that, Alan. That clarifies that one. So,
see, I told you should have bought an iPad.
I've got the laptop. The problem is that the plug's a bit too far away. I need you to do another interview so I can plug the laptop in and get it booted up.
Oh, I see. Technical services required.
And I also haven't updated your tally chart, have I, with the amount of safety cars? So I'll do that for you.
OK, well, thanks very much. Yeah. How many plates would you like to spin in one go? Because the commentary box could do with a bit of a sweep.
Oh no, we haven't. No, I don't need to add another number to it yet. No.
Not yet.
It's still only 9 safety cars.
No, it's still on 9, yeah.
Right, OK. Leaving the pit lane, car number 22, that's AFK Racing, Nick Berg, Nick Creed, Tim Parsons and Natalie Knowles. So that car has conducted 1 more pit stop. I did see 1 car on the grass as well, on the inside of Clearways Corner. There's a car that is just in the process of rejoining. Now, is that the number 44 car? No, it looks more red than orange, so it could be 121 potentially. It's just starting to build up a bit more momentum, and it was 121. So that is Calamity Racing. Not quite a full calamity, just a spin really for the car there, but it has lost a couple of places in the hands of Andrew Hinch, so it's dropped from 10th down into 12th position as a result of that small spin. In the meantime, up towards Druids, the number 3 Wingat Racing car that has had that new transponder fitted is pressing on. It's about to be lapped by the 3rd place car, Burton Power, in the hands of Tommy Valentine as they head down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. And the relative gaps as well. Well, first to second, Lee Deegan back to the number 55 car. which is still in the hands of Ben Smith. That's a 14-second advantage, but the number 55 car of Ben Smith is only 2-3 seconds up the road from the third-place car, number 1, in the hands of Tommy Valentine. But Tommy Valentine is weaving his way through traffic at the moment and is trying to place a lap on Matthew Weymouth's car. He should be able to overlap it as they come over the start-finish line and go through and ahead of the car that previously had been running inside the top 6 until it's off in the gravel trap up at Paddock Hill Bend. So through goes Tommy Valentine now, and now he can focus his efforts fully on trying to catch the number 55 car, but there's still another back marker between himself and that car of Ben Smith.
On-air production meeting once again. Callum, the cameraman, to garage 26, please.
It sounds like an airport announcement.
It sounds like the post office. Garage 26, please.
So other good battles that we've got going out on circuit at the moment. The next of the close battles, you have to go all the way down to something like 22nd and 23rd position to look for a good little battle, which is Carmel Racing with touring car racing. So the two yellow cars, really, number 88, Carmel Racing, and number 40, yellow but with the red stripes down the centre. That is also for position as well. They were pretty close together as they came over the start-finish line last time through. This time through, let's just have a look. There goes Carmel Racing, and the number 40 car is now 6 seconds adrift. So it's now 6 seconds up the road. So they were close, no longer are they. So the best of the battles is actually for second and third place at the moment. We've had a spin, and Wolf Racing have gone round by the look of things. So that's the number 4 car that's had the rotation. And that is Paul Stout, is that's driving that car? No, it is Kay Ship that's driving the car. And that is a Catherine Ship, that will be. Right the way at Clearways Corner. So turns the car towards pit lane entry, but then goes back onto the circuit and gets going again. So more time and positions lost for that car, which again was running right up at the sharp end of the order. It was inside the top 6, wasn't it, for a period of time, but it's now all the way down in 21st position, I'm afraid to say. So a few of the earlier front runners have either had problems, or in the case of a 1 or 2, might have pretty much fallen by the wayside. Kahuna Racing, the pole-sitting car, is just heading up towards Druids at the moment. That was the car that Costa Creatis started behind the wheel of. The number 333 car is now in the hands of Phil Truman, which means that Ian Perkins will be in for a stint later on. He's the 3rd driver that we've got notified will be jumping on board that car at some point. And we've hit the first quarter of the race now as well, so we are 26% into this race now, in what have been continually changeable conditions. Still lots of moisture out on the circuit, still very light rain, if any, now falling for the moment, but such is that breeze, which has dackered down a little bit. I suspect we're still going to see some more rain blowing in generally throughout the whole remaining 6 and a bit hours of this race. One car in towards the pit lane, 11 tenths have come into the pit lane. So that is the car that was in the hands of Brian Crawford. Gianluca Lia, scheduled to share that car with Paul Pearce and Paul Stout, the 2 Pauls. But for Lee Deegan, the lead advantage is increasing all of the time. The last lap that Lee Deegan did, he was over a second quicker than Ben Smith in the Castrap Racing car, the number 55 car that's there in second place. That's the car with the yellow bumpers coming over the start-finish line shortly, but look behind him, Burton Power, the number 1 car of Tommy Valentine, is not that far away. There's no back markers between them, but for Ben Smith, he's now got traffic to deal with on the run-up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
My appeal for Callum, the cameraman, didn't work. Garage 26, Callum, if that's OK.
Garage 26. Now, I have no idea. That's one down from Burton Power, but that is one of the garages. One up from Burton. Yeah, towards pit lane exit, isn't it? Yeah. So that's right at the top section of the pit lane. The pit lane buzzer goes off, and it tells me that Shine Automotive, I think, are into the pit lane. And also into the pit lane comes Catastrophe Racing. So car number 112, Simon Bonham, into the pit lane. I didn't think Simon had been behind the wheel of the car for too long, but it does look as though it is a standard pit stop for that car, because out come the refuelling tough jugs, and the door closes, out gets Simon, and only once the driver is out and behind the line can the refuelling start. So that is a standard stop for that car. which will drop its way down through the order now from what was 4th position that it was running in. But that is going to be, I think if you said correctly, Alan, that's the first stop for that car. Car number 112, Simon Bonham. That's one of the 2 driver teams that we've got.
Yep, first stop.
Well, they finished 2nd at Alton Park last time out, so we know that the car is quick. Refuelling just taking place. So Callum, your cameraman, is down at this car at the moment, Alan, just so that you know where Callum is. He's filming the refuelling going on. Now, the refuelling is deemed to start. We've got another safety car coming out, and the reason we've got a safety car is we've got another one in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and the car is pointing in the wrong direction. I think I know which car it is. And I was right. It's the number 49 car again. It's Nick Rice and LDR Performance Tuning that's in the gravel trap. And I suspect that that, again, is going to mean that those cars that haven't stopped as yet, so the likes of the top 3, car number 736 Lee Deegan, 55 Ben Smith, and number 1 Tommy Valentine, that is probably going to bring those cars in towards the pit lane now, because they are a fair way into this race now. What, 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race? They'll probably still have a bit of fuel because of the amount of safety cars and the wet weather, but depending on the amount of drivers you need to cycle through, now could be the opportune moment to head towards the pit lane, because for Lee Deegan, we've still got his brother Shane Deegan, and then we've got father and son pairing, Damon and Torburn Aston, to take over that car at some point, the race-leading car. For the number 55 car, it's just 2 drivers, Ben Smith and Alex Tentori. And then for Burton Power, in fact, into the pit lane does come Castrap Racing, so Ben Smith brings the car in towards the pit lane. The number 55 car, I thought it would, dives for the pit lane, because you're about at that point where cars need to come in. More team managers being beckoned towards race control as well, which this time are AFK Racing, number 22, their team manager towards race control, and also the number 81 team manager to race control, which is GM Performance in the hands of Ian Mitchell, that's currently running in 15th position.
Please, may I have Callum to garage 26? I thought I might be a little bit more meek and mild now as I ask. Maybe I was too demanding earlier, a bit diva.
Callum's busy at the moment because he's filming the refuelling of car number 55 in the pit lane.
And so's Nick Tandy, and I'm going to lose him.
So, yeah, Callum's just filming that car at the moment. That's a 3rd place car that's in. So he's about halfway down the pit lane at the moment, Alan.
OK. I don't want to lose Nick Tandy. That's the only thing.
No, it'd be good to have a word with Nick, who has won this event in the past as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just have a quick look. The number 49 car into the gravel trap sideways and backwards, but that car didn't sort of rise up onto 2 wheels like we've seen some others do, so it stayed planted on all 4 wheels as it went into the gravel. But for Nick Rice, that'll be further disappointment for himself and the crew on board the number 49 car, because, of course, we saw already Adrian Clark have his issues earlier on. Andy Greer-Hardy and David Bywater scheduled to share that car as well over the course of the IndyKA 500, for which we've got little more than 6 hours remaining now. So 6 hours and a minute is left. And Tommy Valentine is in, so Burton Power are into the pit lane as well. So I thought it would bring in the top 3. Well, 2 of those have come in now. For Lee Deegan, though, car number 736, he's still staying out there at the moment. 105 laps completed, and car 736 leads the way. Still, I think we're waiting for the safety car to head out on track, or have we got the safety car out there now? I can't see it down below me. Alan?
Here we go. I think I'm going to get a chance to have a word with Nick Tandy, because he's just been doing an audio interview, but it might be nice if I can dive in. Nick, can we have a quick word? How's Nick Tandy?
All right, I've had a drink now.
Ah, so a little bit better.
Yeah, I was out there, and I mean, it's quite a long time sitting in one of these cars, and the biggest issue is when you're under safety car, obviously it's nice and comfortable, you can relax and stuff, but you've got this helmet on and you got your earbuds in, not totally comfortable. Yeah. But yeah, it was nice to be out there and have some, you know, good racing, great racing actually.
It was superb to watch. The battle between the top 3 was just brilliant.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, some really good driving, good racing. Fantastic job so far with, you know, looking after us and big weather. It was absolutely, you know.
So that was quite a downpour, wasn't it?
It was massive, and even in these little cars with these little skinny tyres, we're still aquaplaning. And but yeah, it's been great so far.
Even you, Nick, had a little moment after that downpour and the safety car went in. We did see.
I had a couple, actually.
Oh, did you?
It's so easy because when the water gathers at the dip at paddock, and you think you're okay, and then you hit the water, and if the rear steps out, you get on the curb, and then you lose even more grip. But luckily, the gravel has decent grip because your tyres are obviously carving a big groove.
Keep your boot in.
Exactly. Keep your foot down, steer, and hope that you come out the other side.
And you did. As far as the team is concerned, the team is a busy team. This isn't the only thing they do, but also a very successful team. You must be proud of what you've achieved.
We are, absolutely. You know, we normally play with Porsches in Carrera Cup and see you on TOCA weekends and stuff like this. And I mean, we enter as JTR, you know, because it's my team, and but we you know, it's a different idea of going racing. Of course, you know, we want to be competitive, we want to win, but you know, it's a fun event for all of us. Yes. There's no stress, there's no pressure like the high pressure environment of Carrera Cup, something like that, which of course is great racing, but you know, there's maybe, I wouldn't say there's more at stake, because you know, it's any race that we're doing is, you know, it's a huge thing. So. But it's, you know, if I do something stupid in the pit, or if one of the drivers, you know, goes off, it's an endurance race, so we've got a bit more time to recover rather than a sprint race, so it's all a bit different.
It's all a bit different to going endurance racing with Porsche, isn't it? You've got the massage rooms, you've got the sports therapists, you've got the dietitians.
We've got all that in the back, actually, Alan, just in the trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all standing here, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a bit different, but no, it's all good.
I quite like the fact that Gus Burton is competing as well, and next door. Have you given him a bit of advice? Because you know a thing or two about this race.
Well, the problem is he's competing against us instead of for us this weekend. So, yeah. I was hoping I was going to be out on track with him at some point to give him a race, because normally I get to watch him winning races for JTR from the pit wall. So
yeah, it's good to have him here. It's great to have you both here. Nick, thank you very much indeed for chatting to us.
Yeah, cheers.
There we go. Nick Tandy and Gus Burton appeared as well round the corner, so they're going to have a chat together. It's a good atmosphere and good to chat to Nick.
Yeah, always good to chat to Nick. Not just a winner of Le Mans, but he has stood on the top step of the EnduroKA IndyKA 500 podium in the past as well, and has drunk the pint of milk, which everybody who finishes on the podium will be awarded with later on. They are specially engraved bottles that are filled with milk and replicate what happens in the Indianapolis 500 over in America, where the winner always drinks a pint of milk, as is tradition. So Lee Deegan stayed out under that safety car and is still pushing on down towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Behind him, albeit a lap adrift, is the car that's in second place in the hands of George Wright. So Lee Deegan hasn't pitted as yet, so the car that's behind him has pitted. And when Lee Deegan comes into the pit lane and fills up with fuel, that is going to take longer than a lap. So number 736 car will drop back down through the order as and when it comes in to serve its first pit stop, for which the team manager of the race leading car needs to head towards race control as well. We've already seen 734, the sister car to it, have to go towards race control on a couple of occasions. Well, now it's 736, the team manager, that's been beckoned towards race control. What are we? We are 2 hours and 25 minutes into the race, so it's certainly nothing to do with them getting up towards the maximum driving time, because 3 hours is the maximum driving time. It must be some other conversation that needs to go on, maybe with regards to circuit limits or something out on circuit that we didn't quite spot. But there's still work for Lee Deegan to do as he's trying to thread his way through and past Misty Racing, the number 72 car, which is in the hands of Francis Falconer currently. He dives past that without any issue at all in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend, and is already on lap number 111 with the number 46 car of George Wright in second place, looking as though he is within a couple of seconds of the race leader, but of course he is a lap adrift. There is a lap between the pair of them at this stage. Up to third now through all of this has come Pro-Am Racing, the car that at the very beginning was one of three I picked out that were out of position to where I thought they ought to have been on the grid. Well, Pro-Am Racing have shown that they have got the pace already this season with the couple of wins that they have taken, those wins coming at Cadwell Park and last time out at Alton Park. They're the only 2 times winners in the EnduroKA series so far this year. They also finished on the podium. They were second at Snetterton, so they've gone well. They are a further lap adrift at the moment, so the race leader has completed 111 laps. George Wright has completed 110 in second place, and then 109 is where we see the third place car, which is 33 seconds up the road now from the fourth place car, which is still number 333, Kahuna's race team. JTR in the hands of Elliot Mason, who's taken over the car from Nick Tandy, who Alan Hyde just spoke to. They are running in 5th place currently. That's the other car that I said was out of position in qualifying, but they have certainly rectified that. And where's the other car that I said was out of position in qualifying? That was the car of number 81, if memory serves me correctly, which was GM Performance. That car has clearly had some issues at some stage because the GM Performance car in the hands of Ian Mitchell is still circulating, but it is now 13 laps off the lead. So that has clearly had some sort of problem throughout the course of this race so far. As we go back to Alan in the pits.
Do you reckon it's for the first time today, Mark, that we don't have rain?
Difficult to know in the commentary box. I have to look at the puddles on the top of the air conditioning units.
It's the first time since I came down to pit lane that we've been without rain. It's not raining. There's a bit of moisture in the air. That's just the spray as the cars are coming past down the pit straight. But yeah, it's not raining. It's really good news. Great news as well for the marshals that are stationed all the way around the circuit, because bear in mind, we're just over 2 hours into the race, aren't we? They've been mighty busy already, so it's been a busy time for them in pretty difficult conditions.
Yeah, they've been very busy. They'll be very wet, and we've got a good chunk of marshals that are doing a taster day today as well. If you want to get involved in motorsport, marshalling's a good way to do it. We had, what was it, 6 or 8 of them on taster days up in the commentary box earlier on today for a quick little chat before you arrived. So hopefully they're enjoying their day. I did say I couldn't promise them the weather today because the forecast looks so iffy. Well, hopefully they're still enjoying their sample day at motorsport. Marshalls.co.uk. If you want to sign up for a taster day, you get a guided tour in the morning. You head out onto a Marshalls post in the afternoon is usually the format that works, but of course, because this is a single race all day, they had a quick guided tour this morning, and then they are out there with an experienced team around them, showing them the whys and the wherefores and the do's and the don'ts of marshalling. So marshalls.co.uk if you want to sign up to a taste today. But thanks to all of our volunteer marshals. So we are heading towards 30% of the race now. So 29% has already been concluded. The fastest lap of the race has still not been bettered as yet. It's still sitting at the 1 minute 9.556. That was set by the number 46 car, which is in the hands of George Wright currently. But it was his son Jack Wright that posted the fastest lap of the race. Our race leader is threading his way through the traffic. It is the Semprini Racing number 27 car that he's about to go through and past, which is going to be one of the members of the Hart family, I would guess, because there's about 4 members of the Hart family that are driving that car. And it is, yes, Mark Hart. We've also got James Hart and Phil Hart in that car, together with Callum Perfect and David Evans. So a real family outing for them. And Lee Deegan rather, has already picked his way through and past that car. We did have a change for position on that particular lap, and that is for 9th place. JW Motorsport, the number 341 car, gaining a position, and that moves that car up into 9th place at this stage in the hands of Lee Small. Down to 10th goes the number 64 Autotech Motorsport car of Claudia Lance-Jones. So they're fighting away for the final 2 places inside the top 10. I'm also keeping an eye on what's going on for 3rd position, because Louis Harvey in the Pro-Am Racing number 12 car is pretty much the fastest car out there, but I'm afraid we've got one on its side in the gravel trap at Clearways. I can't tell you which car it is because it is fully on its side, and all I can see is the underside of the car, but it has gone through the gravel trap, plopped onto its side very lightly. It was a very light roll, but which car is that? Hopefully our camera might be able to zoom in and we can pick up on it. I was talking about the number 12 car of Louis Harvey going well, and the coloration of the car is blue, but can't quite tell which one it is at this stage. A peer through the binoculars might tell me, but of course, because of that car being on its side, we will be going back towards safety car whilst the marshals deal with the incident, and it is the number 12 car. I thought it might be. Quick peer through the binoculars. It is Louis Harvey, who was going so well, that has plopped it on its side. And with the safety car going out there, that is perfect for the race leader, Lee Deegan, for the first time to come into the pit lane and conduct the pit stop. So car number 736 heads in towards the pit lane, vacates the lead of the race. Under safety car, they'll be able to get the driver change done, they'll be able to get the refuelling done, and it should, one would have thought, promote the number 46 Milner racing car of George Wright back into the lead of the race. Now, where Ferguson Motorsport feed their way back out, will they feed their way back out in second, or might they drop down to third as Kahuna Racing, the pole-sitting number 333 car, might be able to go through in the hands of Phil Truman? We'll have to wait and see. So the order then under safety car now, as we've got to, what's that, 2.5 hours, I think, isn't it, into this race now, literally bang on. Number 736 was leading the race, Ferguson Motorsport and Lee Deegan, but that car's died for the pit lane. Number 46, Milner Racing and George Wright was second. Having brought about this safety car on its side in the gravel trap is number 12, Pro-Am Racing and Louis Harvey, with 333 Kahuna Racing and P. Truman being there in fourth position. Fifth place is 128, JTR and Elliot Mason. Fifth place is number 55, that is Cash Strap Racing that are there, and that is Alex Tenturi that drives that car, with number 876, Original Checkers Racing. 7th, 112 Catastrophe Racing are 8th place. 9th place is 134, which is JW Bird. JW Motorsport. JW Bird is another team. And completing the top 10 is Claudia Lance Jones, car number 64 for Autotech Motorsport. So refuelling going on for the car that was leading the race. It is not certainly Pro-Am Racing that are on their side, because Louis Harvey did come through again, so my binoculars were inaccurate on that occasion, or my eyeballs were. As I look down that way, no, the car's still on its side. I can't tell which car it is, but the required services are there, the marshals and a couple of course vehicles, just to deal with the incident, just to make sure that the driver gets the care and attention that he needs following that trip into the gravel trap. And we've almost, Alan, got the sun breaking through all of a sudden. You were right about the rain having stopped. We've now got sun.
The rain has stopped and the sunshine peeking through, or trying to peek through. The most remarkable thing of walking up and down the pit lane, it hasn't dampened anyone's spirits.
No.
The spirit is really good down in the pit lane. It was quite a feel-good venture that I made to have a chat to people.
And isn't it, you know, you think of what Gus Burton was saying to you, Nick Tandy was saying exactly the same. For the pro drivers to come and get involved in this championship or this series for this weekend, it's a bit of fun for them. The pressure isn't there the same as it is when they're doing full championship seasons.
Yes.
But equally as much, both of them saying, you know, how competitive this series is. I was alluding to it earlier on. You know, when you've got Le Mans winners and Gus Burton, who we haven't seen in the car as yet, because he's not even sat in the seat as yet.
Just couldn't stop giggling.
But they're not going to run away with it. We've got very, very capable club-level racing drivers competing against Porsche Carrera Cup drivers and Le Mans winners, and they're all of a similar pace in these cars.
I liked the little giggle that Gus gave when he said they haven't got much power. Watching a Porsche Carrera Cup car heading into the turning point for Paddock Hill Bend is a quite awesome experience.
Yeah.
You know, it's on the support package for the BTCC, so it's got the television coverage, it's got the coverage ultimately around the world, but it is a world-class championship without a shadow of a doubt.
Very different apex speed in a KA, isn't it?
Just a bit, yeah.
and Gus Burton, you know, he'd not sat in the car, just to clarify for anybody that's maybe not aware. He's not the only driver that didn't qualify yesterday. There was a few others, the likes of Chris Wetherell in Axiometrics, I know, didn't qualify the car yesterday. And the way Motorsport UK regulations are written is that if you have raced at a circuit in the previous 12 months, you don't necessarily need to qualify the car. You can still take part in it. Well, Gus will have raced here back in May, was it, when the Carrera Cup were on the Indy circuit?
On the Indy circuit would have been,
May.
Season,
and Chris Wetherell has raced here earlier on this year. The reason Chris Wetherell didn't qualify yesterday, not because he was watching the rugby, not at all, unlike Gus Burton. That's because Chris Wetherell yesterday was racing in the Fun Cup race up at Alton Park.
Wow.
So yeah.
Mad for it over the weekend, goodness me.
And it's worth mentioning the Fun Cup race at Alton Park. I know it's another championship, I know it's another club, but there was a car that was accrued by the winners of a competition that was held for the marshals.
Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. That's another feel-good story, isn't it?
It is, yeah, very much so. Yeah, so hopefully they had fun. I don't know the results. I don't know where they finished, but they'll have had some good fun and learnt lots. I'm sure those marshals, members of the BMMC, I'm sure.
That's a really cool thing. So under safety car, do I need to? I do, don't I?
You need to update. Add another tick in the book.
That's the diagonal. I'm glad I got to do that one. There we go. 10 safety cars. And,
it's 192. Finally worked it out. It's 192. I think is the car that's off.
Okay.
Still can't see it because it's still on its side in the gravel currently.
So that's the car that was down in the garage. I spoke to Johnny Holman, didn't I?
Yeah.
While he was in the, and it was something to do with the gearbox mounting. Is that
it
right?
was. It was a gearbox mounting on that car, and I think as the car gets plopped back, yeah, it says V-box on it, so that is the 192 that's in the gravel.
Yeah. So the car back on 4 wheels now, which is good news.
Yeah, now that we can see Johnny's out of the car. Oh, it did go all the way over, so it sort of, was a 3/4 roll. I thought it just plopped on its side, but it did actually go 3/4 of the way over. But Johnny's out of the car. I think he was just a little bit shaken up. Just took him a while to get out of the car, but he's stood up now. He's taken off his crash helmet. He's chatting to the officials where the car has remained.
Yeah, and all the rescue team, medical team, marshals, all in attendance. And yeah, that's good news that the car is now on 4 wheels as far as the recovery is concerned, because the next stage of the recovery can now take place for the incident which has caused the 10th safety car of this race.
Did you put another pencil line on your piece of paper?
So I've got 10.
Right,
yeah,
good,
I've done 10.
Good.
Yeah, it's a diagonal line, so I like doing those. They're better. 10 in total. Is that more or less than we would normally have?
That is a very good question, to which I don't know the answer.
But you've raced in this. You know how often the safety cars come out.
Far more frequently than anybody would wish.
Yeah,
I might be able to give you a bit of an indication then as to that one.
Have you got previous stats?
I think I have previous stats for the IndyKar 500. I'm just going to flash back through. I might not necessarily have them all. So 2022.
Oh, you have done well.
I don't think I've got 2022. No, I don't. That was foolish of me. 2021 I have, the IndyKar 500, and in 2021 we had a total of 19 safety cars.
Okay.
Which were 3 hours and 1 minute of the 8 hours and 20 that were allocated.
Were they really?
They were. In 2020, the IndyKar 500, we had 22 safety cars, which took 2 hours and 40 minutes out of the race time.
Okay.
In 2019, I think I might have that one for you as well. 2019, we only had 10. 2019, we only had 10.
That was a good year.
Yeah, that was not a bad year. That was not a bad
we
year.
are already up to 2019.
Yes. I haven't got the data for the rest of them. And when you go back to that 2019 one, I was right. I said earlier on that Nick Tandy had won the IndyKar 500 here before, and I thought it was 2019. Indeed, it was, 2019. He was the winner on that occasion when he was partnered up with Lewis Selby, who he also shares the car with this weekend, Elliot Mason, who he also shares the car with this weekend, and another driver that you may well know from the dark and distant past of the likes of Formula Renault 1700,
right,
the early, James Rhodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Goodness me. I have an update for you on the Marshall's Fun Cup
Go on.
at Alton Park. The Marshall's car finished 19th out of 22 in both the 1 hour sprint race and the 3 hour endurance race.
That's not bad, is it?
Thanks to Jamie for sending that in. Thank you, Jamie. And they did an amazing job.
Absolutely. Well, they brought the car home. That's the main thing. Yeah, they'd have learned lots in that one.
They had a great day as well.
I bet they certainly did, yeah. We saw Lee Deegan come into the pits in the lead of the race, didn't we? Well, he pitted under safety car. It was the last of those, I think, to conduct a pit stop. Well, the car has fed its way back out. Car number 736 this is. It's now in the hands of his brother Shane Deegan. And that car has now dropped into 5th position. So 5th position it will be for those. And that's, Lee Deegan, Shane Deegan, another couple of drivers we mentioned yesterday you'll have known a little bit about. They've raced in Mini Miglia in the past, for which Lee was a champion, was he not? Was it Shane? I can't remember. But they've also raced in Renault Clio Cup, haven't they?
Some time ago.
It was some time ago now, back in...
Quite a way ago.
Again, I'm going to guess about 2017, 2018 maybe, something like that.
Mm. So the recovery is on its way, isn't it? And we're under the 10th safety car control of the race. Although we say that we are almost at the same amount of safety cars that we had in 2019, it's not surprising, really. They've dealt with some really horrible conditions. It's so nice that now the rain has eased off a little bit, and they can race not on a dry track. It's a long way from being a dry track, but that they can race just without the added problems of having the rain pouring down. It was interesting to hear from Nick as well when he was saying that the amount of water that was holding at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and that's what has caught out so many over the course of today, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, he also mentioned the fact that, you know, hats off to the drivers for simply keeping on the tarmac in these conditions, because it has been pretty grim, to say the least.
I think you lost part of the radio mic coverage for a bit of that interview, but he was thanking the marshals as well, which was a nice thing to do. Nice to for Nick to take the time and trouble to do that. But he was saying that what a good job they were doing in such really very, very difficult conditions.
So the safety car is still with its lights illuminated at the moment. It's just threading its way around through Clearway's corner. The reason that it's still got its lights on is because we have got the Race Logic car out of the gravel trap. It is now on the back of a tow strop with the trackside recovery truck, the flatbed recovery unit, parked up on the outside of Clearway's corner. So we need to get the car back in towards the pit lane area. So maybe one, possibly even two further laps under this safety car period before we can get things back underway once more. There's a few cars, I think, that have now picked up some time penalties because of track limits that are out there. Again, your live version of TSL timing might be able to pick up on what the time penalty is for the likes of car number 22, AFK Racing, and Nick Creed.
No, I've only got team managers for car 22 and 81 to race control.
Right, OK. Car number 81, GM Performance, have picked up some sort of penalty as well. They're running in 31st place, and in 35th place, 734 Ferguson Motorsport and Tom Bell might have an issue as well. So, right, these are the tow outs that are coming up now. 10-lap penalty. 10-lap penalty for car number 81. Ian
Oh,
Mitch.
you can do that. What do you do? Click on the red bit?
Just click on the red bit.
Oh, well done.
And a 10-lap penalty for... Did you not know that?
No, I did not.
Car number 734 as well. So those are the respective...
Teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work, doesn't it?
10-lap penalty is quite...
quite a severe one, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is, yeah.
Yeah,
How do I get rid of that now?
I don't know. Refresh. There you go. Hit the refresh button. That will do it for you.
I've got it. It's gone.
There we go. Right. There you go. You've learned something, Alan.
I have.
The online version of TSL-timing.com.
Every day's a school day.
Yeah. On our television screens, all we see is a red circle with an exclamation mark or something in the centre of it. It doesn't actually tell you what the penalty is, but if you go onto the online version of TSL Timing and look at the position of the cars, you'll see that some have red boxes beside them. You click on that red box and it will tell you then exactly what the penalty is that's being applied. 2-lap penalty in the case of car number 22, running in 30th. 10-lap penalties in the case of car number 81 and car number 734, who are running in 31st and 35th places, respectively. So safety car in possibly at the end of this lap, Alan? No, not quite. No, not quite still. No, we've still got the trackside recovery unit. It's not on a tow strop. It's being put onto the flatbed unit. So Race Logic just now being strapped onto the flatbed unit, and then we need to bring the body of the recovery truck back onto the chassis of it using the hydraulics, which will bring it up, and then another lap maybe at least after that before the car's out of harm's way. But you can see the Race Logic car looking a bit sorry for itself there on the flatbed recovery unit.
And so was it the...
perfectly framed shot by the cameraman, isn't it, through
really
the catch
good, actually,
fencing.
very arty.
Yeah,
we like that. So it was V-Box that were providing Rocky Road.
Yes, tell me about while we've got the safety car period. Do talk me through the Rocky Road.
It was very tasty, and Deborah introduced herself to me from V-Box, and they are providing it over the course of this weekend.
I
for
like
charity.
Deborah.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And Deborah's very nice as well, and that's being provided for charity this weekend. So really good news by the V-Box team. Not nice to see the car.
No.
In that particular incident, but the car is being recovered now, and is the cause for the current safety car, and it comes up towards the start-finish line, and they're going to be completing now 123 laps, 5 hours and 35 minutes of this 8-hour 500-minute race. And it is really good news that we've got the sunshine just trying to cheer the day up. When I was driving in first thing this morning, you know, it was sunny, it was beautiful, it was reflecting off the trees on the M3, and it really did look like a beautiful day. I knew what was coming. I think we all knew what was coming, but the day started so nicely, and hopefully over the course of the afternoon we might get some of that sunshine back.
I hope so, because certainly the rain last night was biblical. I know you travelled back to home in Hampshire. I stayed just down the road at Rootham Heath, and yeah, the rain was... Well, I got the television on in the hotel room and could hear a noise and thought, surely that can't be rain. It must be a long train going by the end of the hotel, because there's a train line runs at the back of it. But no, I peered through the curtains and it was utterly lashing down, and it just stayed like it. It seemed for a good 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And even heavy. Driving to the circuit this morning, coming back up the hill from Rootham Heath and coming in towards West Kingsdown, the road was totally flooded, side to side at one point, and it wasn't just a small patch of puddle. You had to brake, bring the car to the middle of the road, and it was still, I would say, a good 10-inch deep in the middle of the road. So the edge of the road was well over a foot deep in water.
So I don't know what we believe of weather forecasts these days, but they haven't been particularly accurate this year. But if we are looking at having another gloomy time, it's going to be, according to this weather forecast, potentially around 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Right, okay.
So bit of rain forecast for 2 o'clock, a bit of rain forecast for 4 o'clock, but in between, bit of sunshine.
That would be good. Safety car will be in at the end of this lap, which means that I can head for a quick natural break and leave you in the capable hands of Alan Hyde.
So, with the safety car coming in the next lap, we've got the notification on the TSL timing screen that the team manager of car number 69 is to report to race control, but the car's heading up towards Druids, down towards Graham Hill Bend, and the pace will pick up on this lap and we'll get racing back underway. The 10th safety car intervention of the race about to be completed, and it's the number 46 car of Milner Racing that lead the race and are about to get racing back underway when the BMW peels off into pit lane at the conclusion of this lap. So, just about 5.5 hours of racing remain, and over the line goes the 46 car with a very, very large gap, it has to be said. We'll get the timing of the gap between the first place car number 46, and the second place car number 12. 7.3 seconds on that restart. So it is the 46 car that leads. It's George Wright at the wheel of that car, sharing with Jack Wright and Johnny Milner in the car, and it is also the car that has the fastest lap of the race, which is a 69.556. Looking down at the 736 car, and that car currently in 5th place. 736, the Ferguson Motorsport car with Lee Deegan, Sean Deegan rather, Shane Deegan at the wheel of the car. That car in 5th position at the moment. Oh dear, and are coming together on the restart. So 69 and 341 have a coming together, and they are collected together in the gravel. If we go back to that view, it's the 69 car, that's the LDR Performance Tuning. I saw Lawrence Davey down in pit lane, and he was wearing his race overalls, and he said it is purely because he's in charge of putting fuel into the car. He's a double Legends Cars National Championship champion, and then we see, the two of them come together on the restart, going down through Paddock Hill Bend, the bottom of the bend where Nick Tandy was telling us the water was collecting, and the two of them going off there in the gravel trap. So we are now, without a single full lap complete after that restart, going to be back under the control of the safety car, and it waits its collection point on the Cooper Straight and picks up the rest of the field. So we are back into safety car territory, the 11th safety car deployment of this race so far, and the two cars that were involved, the 341 car, the JW Motorsport car, and the 69 car, LDR Performance Tuning car. In fact, Lawrence Davey was saying this morning, he of LDR Performance Tuning, I said, you're wearing the race overalls, you're going to drive? And he does threaten to drive. He's been very much involved in Mini Challenge this year, but on an organisational role from a technical point of view. And he said he did ask the question this morning, if I do 3 laps, could I compete as well? And the answer was yes, you can. So he was tempted, I think. I think the rest of the team rather suggested that he wasn't going to be allowed to do that. He's got an important role to perform as far as looking after the team is concerned. So no racing for Lawrence Davey today. But unfortunately, we've got that now 69 car in the gravel at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend after coming together with the 341 JW Motorsport car. So, what was the 341 car, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. So certainly the number 69 car, I was pretty sure it was the 341 car as well, but we'll identify that for sure. We are under the control. We've got of the safety car, we've got the telehandler in place to make the recovery. So potentially, if 341 is down in pit lane, and 341 running in 16th place, Lee Small at the wheel. I was pretty sure it was 341 that was involved in that incident with car 69. Maybe it was able to pull itself out of the gravel and get back down to pit lane, and Callum is giving us some good pictures of the car now being refueled down in pit lane. Does look a bit grubby, as if it's been off into the gravel and managed to get back onto the circuit. Fuel going in goes the nozzle, and it's the 69 car which is still in the gravel, the cause for the safety car, and therefore is requiring the recovery down at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. Well, it's out of the gravel now, looking very sorry for itself, but it's walking wounded because it is under its own power now that it's been pulled out. Oh, in goes the bung into the refueling tank, and the 69 car looking very sorry for itself, dragging the rear bumper as it goes, keeping well offline, but at least it is rolling and making its way down from Druids back inevitably into pit lane. It's going quite quickly, actually. I think it's just lost its rear bumper that was hanging down. No, it's still there, hanging on by a thread. And is it going to? No, it's not. So it's going to do the full lap to get back into pit lane and then be tended to by the team. And is that rear bumper going to last all the way around this lap? It's very grubby, isn't it? Goodness me. Can't see the logos on the right-hand side of the car, that's for sure. Can see it on the left, although it's a bit grubby on the left-hand side. But that rear bodywork hanging on by the skin of its teeth into pit lane it comes. I'm sure Callum will be down there with the RF camera to overview the work that will start on the car. Looks as if it turned right pretty quickly on entry into the pit lane, so they'll be working on the car straight away and hopefully turning it round to lose as few laps as possible. Certainly the car seemed to be going okay. It was cosmetically rather challenged, but maybe it's going to be just a question of getting the bodywork looking neat and tidy again and getting the car back out onto the circuit. So the 46 car it is that leads, under the control of the safety car, and still being indicated we are under safety car control. So whether the safety car is imminently due to come in. 11th deployment of the safety car during this race, and it's the Milne Air Racing, the number 46 car, which leads. It's got George Wright at the wheel of the car and has done quite a few laps in this stint under the control of safety car. Green flag, we go back racing, so safety car has pulled into pit lane. Second place is the number 12 car, that's the Pro-Am Racing car, and at the wheel of that car is Louis Harvey. Third place, the number 333 car, and that's the Kahuna's race team car, and it is the Phil Truman that's at the wheel of that, Philip Truman at the wheel of the third place car, and the JTR number 128 car, the Napa Racing liveried car, in fourth place. And in car number 128, it is Elliot Mason who is at the wheel of that car. Just to run down the top 6, in fifth place, it's the number 736 car, and that's the Ferguson Motorsport car. At the wheel of that car is Shane Deegan, and completing the top 6 is the 55 car. That's the Castrap Racing car. Thank you very much indeed, Mark. That is extremely thoughtful to bring a cup of tea in. It is getting darker. They said maybe on the weather forecast, it said maybe a spot of rain around about 1 o'clock, and we are fast approaching 1 o'clock. 12:58 is the time. We have just had, Mark, another safety car.
I thought we had. I heard lots of buzzers going off.
Yeah, and they hadn't completed one lap on restart before we had a coming together between the 341 car and the 69 car. So the OnlyFans car has come back into pit lane. It required a tow out of the Paddock Hill gravel trap and has come back very, very grubby. So grubby you can't see the logo on the side of the car, on one side of the car.
That's the 69 car?
That's the 69
okay, yep.
car. It's been worked on in the pit lane. The 341 car, I think, came back to pit lane under its own steam, so that was being worked on, but rear bodywork was lost. And another, the number 275 car.
Clearways.
So the Lifeline Racing car is beached in the gravel. Does it look like it's raining? Maybe it is.
It wasn't as I walked
now.
up the stairs a few moments ago.
Okay.
But it does look as though, with the grey clouds in the distance and the angle that the rain's blowing in from, it looks rather grey and ominous, doesn't it, in the distance?
It does, and the weather forecast, if it is accurate, is suggesting that rain, little bit of rain at 1 o'clock, a lot of rain at 2 o'clock, then a bit of sunshine, and then a bit more rain at 4 o'clock. So at least we know what we're dealing with.
Yes, lots of wet weather.
Oh, there it is. You can see they've got a new bumper on it. Maybe the old bumper, because it hung on. It was dangling off the back of it, but it managed to do the full lap. So maybe they can get this car patched up and sent back on its way. It looked to be going okay.
That's the car that is being run by LDR Performance Tuning this weekend. We saw that car out certainly at Snetterton, and it was being run under the Enduro Motorsport banner there. And if you're a regular watcher of the likes of British GT, you might have seen Enduro Motorsport racing in British GT in a very similarly liveried car as well, where Marcus Clutton shares the car with Morgan Tilbrook in British GT. Well, Marcus Clutton was out in that car as well, British GT driver and former British GT champion from some years ago in the KTM Crossbow, was it? He claimed the title, if memory serves me correctly. But yes, it's different drivers behind the wheel of that one. Axiometrics have got problems as well. The bonnet is up on the number 18 car as it sits in the pit lane. So work going on to try and sort out whatever the problem is with that car. That's the car that Justin Irvine has brought into the pit lane. But the safety car back out there, and before too much longer, those grey skies are going to drop everything they've got on us, because it really does look very gloomy and not very nice out there. I also saw, I think, the number 44 car coming back in there, which was the Graves Motorsport car. That's the car that is in the hands of Frankie Taylor now, and is the spare car that they are utilising, with the main race car having been involved in an incident in qualifying yesterday. Literally, it's the final seconds of qualifying, wasn't it, yesterday, where the originally scheduled number 44 car went into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. It didn't just roll once as it hit the gravel sideways, it rolled 4 times.
Yeah,
so
that was quite an impact, wasn't it? Yeah. Kinetic energy at work.
Yes, yeah, dissipating the energy. As spectacular as a roll looks, it's far better than a sudden stop, isn't it? Because it just takes longer to dissipate that kinetic energy, as you say.
So we've already had the call for the team manager of 69 to go to race control. That was the incident that I just described down at Paddock Hill Bend. And now also the team manager of 341, which was the other car involved in that.
Yeah, and we've still got team managers for both of the Ferguson Motorsport cars, 734 and 736. So that's the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars. Team manager again needing to head towards race control So we will at some point catch up with a few more drivers down there in the pit lane. I suspect we might wait for this rain to blow over, a window in the weather, and then I might have a wander down as well, or if Alan wants to again, that's whichever. Doesn't worry me.
I'm quite happy to.
Are you? Right, okay.
I feel in my natural environment.
Your natural habitat, as I've
lane,
often referred to it,
I
yes.
do, yeah.
No,
it's pouring. It's pouring. Look over towards Paddock Hill Bend and you can see the rain
Oh, it is
down,
absolutely coming down.
Yeah.
And at some point, if you this is doing admin on microphone again.
Yeah, we like that.
If you want a little break for lunch, Alan, you'll have to let me know, because at some point I shall want to get some food down me as well.
Oh dear, you eat?
I do.
During the day?
I do like to. I want to graze, but I can't graze, so I just have to shovel it in a short break. So, yeah, safety car. How long is it going to take for this safety car period to be sorted? It shouldn't be that long, one wouldn't have thought, in reality. And, yeah, lights are already off on the safety car, so we're about to get things back underway. But, again, conditions deteriorating. The cars will head at race speed back up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and the grip levels are unknown again.
What is this? I've got 5 notifications from the Met Office. That's never good, is it?
No, that doesn't suggest that it's... have you updated your tally chart with this latest safety car as well?
I've got 11.
You should be on 13. Yep. The admin's failing.
I was talking.
Oh, well, the lights were off on the safety car. The lights have now come back on the safety. I'm sure they were extinguished a while ago, but the lights are now back on the safety car.
It's a bit dark and gloomy, isn't it?
It doesn't look good, does it?
Yeah, it's not good. Lights on for all the cars as they thread their way across the line, and a couple of them coming down into pit lane. Thank you for the cup of tea, by the way.
You're more than welcome. I did put the dash of milk in, but the tea bag's still in there, so you might need to
get rid of the tea bag.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Otherwise, it will. Mine needs a bit more of a dunk first. Look, there we go. We've got one more car that just trundles its way down the pit lane, and that's Original Checkers Racing. The number 67 car is in, which is Thomas Hendry, George Hendry, Conrad Crickmate, and Jake Margolese. So that is in the pit lane currently. And it's George Hendry that brought that car in towards the pit lane. It was running inside the top 7. It was, what, yeah, 7th position. But it's come into the pit lane for what I think is a standard stop. Yeah, just peering through the commentary box windows, I can see refuelling taking place now. And if you're wondering how these cars are refueled, maybe if you're watching on the stream, then there's no dry brake system in these cars. It's just a standard road car filler flap and nozzle on them as the safety car does come in. It's the fuel canisters that they put in and have the dry brake system on, so you can fill it full of fuel, you can tip it upside down, no fuel comes out until you push it in to the filler flap and into the neck of the car, and then that's when it pushes back part of the dry brake system on the tough jug, as it's called, and then it allows the fuel to flow. But the fuel goes into the cars. It's not vented, so it does take a while as all the fuel glugs in, because it's not a vented system.
Glug is the right word.
Glug, it does glug in.
Word.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get just a little bit of spillage
overflow,
just
yeah.
in the end. Yeah.
But again, regulations for this year, again, they've been very specific about what is the maximum amount of fuel that you could spill out of the car, and any fuel needs to be cleaned up as well. So again, they are trying to minimise the amount of pollution in reality down the pit lane, where you do get a little bit of spill out of this system. But it's far better to leave them as standard systems and then start to have to modify them, which will increase the cost for what is still budget level racing at this stage. Now, Pro-Am Racing are in second place, but they are 0.7 of a second shy of the race leading car, the number 46 car in the hands of George Wright, the Milner Racing car. Those two cars are nose to tail heading round through the final corner and up towards the Brabham Straight. So George Wright leads the way, the silver car, the blue and white and black car, which I misdiagnosed being in the gravel trap, so apologies for that one. It is still Louis Harvey doing great work behind the wheel of the Pro-Am car. They're in second place in what are now pretty shocking conditions out there again.
It's horrible again, isn't it? Goodness me.
The car that's behind them on the road, car number 736, is Shane Deegan, but that car is a lap off the lead, and he's trying to unlap himself here, which in these conditions, if he can get past both of them and get back on the lead lap, another safety car, you wouldn't rule it out in these conditions. So he needs to crack on with it, Shane Deegan. You know exactly what he's trying to do, get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, exactly right, and carries good pace through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Looking at in the front of that picture, if you're looking on the live stream, the race leader, number 46, the Milner Racing car, with George Wright at the wheel of it, and we are going to be able to complete A full lap after safety car, which is not what we were able to do on the previous lap. That's the 275 car that we were just focusing our attention on when the safety car came out last time, and it is going side by side with the race leader. So, yeah, carrying good pace as well, isn't it?
He is, yeah. Shane Deegan is going really well, isn't he? He's not quite got his nose ahead of the race leader just as yet, but he's got past Pro-Am Racing and Louis Harvey, and now he's going to dive up the inside of George Wright and is going to get himself back on the lead lap of the race. That could be hugely, hugely critical, that overtake, because, yeah, that car is now back on the lead lap.
Yeah, remarkable, and there's not necessarily the need for the race leader to battle too hard there, is there?
No, most of the cars run a pit-to-car radio system, so as a driver you are in control of, and we're going to have a change for the lead of the race, then heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Louis Harvey for Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car, up the inside of George Wright. He picks up the lead of the race. Yeah, most of the cars do have a pit-to-car radio system, so you're always probably aware as to what's going on around you.
How active is the conversation on that?
It depends from driver to driver. I tend not to. I just tend to radio up when I want to hear something or want some information.
I know what I'm doing.
Leave me alone. Yeah, multitasking, trying to talk and drive at the same time is not good. But not all of the cars run that. Some cars do not run the system, and therefore you are then very much reliant on the pit signals, for which, if you look at the pit wall at the moment, it's empty, isn't it? Because understandably everybody's taking shelter.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's really not very nice. It's come over almost dusk-like. It feels more like 4 o'clock this afternoon than 9 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, which is what the local time is here at Brands Hatch, wherever you're watching. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage of the 500-minute race that we have here at Brands Hatch for the Ford KAs. The IndyKA 500. That equates to 8 hours and 20 minutes, so 20 past 6 is when the race will come to its conclusion.
It always makes me wonder who the clever people were at MSV or MSVT who thought about badging it the IndyKA 500, because in reality, with the time restrictions we have here at Brands Hatch on a Sunday, we can't start until 10, we have to finish by 6:30. You can only get 510 minutes of racing in.
So my guess is that the answer to that, it probably had something to do with David Willey, because he has a tremendous sense of humour. He's a massive Alan Partridge fan, and that would be the kind of thing that Partridge would come up with.
Himself and Tom Aaron together probably would have come up with that one.
I think so.
So Louis Harvey leading the way, splashing his way already round onto another lap. The lead advantage since taking the lead, considering it was only a lap or so ago he took the lead, it's 5.3 seconds. He leads George Wright by already, so took the lead, Alan, but really has pulled away tremendously well, hasn't he?
Yeah, has done, clearly suited to the conditions. And as you look down towards Paddock Hill Bend, that view that we get down looking from Druids, every time you look in the background just to see that everyone has made it through, because that's been a real accident black spot today, hasn't it, at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend.
And as soon as you say that, we've got one, and it's rolled over about 3 or 4 times into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. As soon as you said it, the car got sideways, and it was, 3-4 times that car went over. And I will just hang on identifying the car for the moment, because there's one of 2 possibilities it could be. I think I know which one it is, but I'm just going to wait, because it was quite a roll through the gravel trap, that one, and that is without question going to bring back out the safety car, I'm afraid to say. So yeah, tricky conditions again, wasn't it, Alan?
Horrible conditions, yeah. And when you get the likes of Nick Tandy saying, yeah, it was a proper challenge out on the circuit when we had the downpour earlier on this morning, then it's you can trust that as being the assessment of just how difficult it was. It's really horrible, and the rain is coming down. This shower wasn't meant to be too heavy. It was going to be the lighter of the showers that we were expecting this afternoon. 2 o'clock is when we're going to have potentially a little bit heavier rain, but it's certainly challenging enough for the drivers. And with that incident taking place and the safety car deployed once again, we're looking at the 14th deployment of the safety car during this race. Such a challenge for not just the drivers, but the teams and the marshals and the rescue crews and race control as well. This is not the easiest of days to be running an endurance race, is it?
No, it really is. I mean, we've been blessed with some very good weather for the IndyCar 500 on a couple of occasions, but on more occasions than not this time of year, it's usually damp with a little bit of rain, but we really have had some tricky conditions, from always being greasy to then absolute biblical levels of rain. But the safety car back out there this time, because the car that went into the gravel trap, say, rolled 3 or 4 times and is upside down in the gravel trap with marshals around it still giving assistance. We've got one of the medical cars has arrived now as well. So I'm just waiting for confirmation before I confirm the car that we just need to make sure that the driver is out of it to start with. But it's got sideways going through Paddock Hill Bend, hit the gravel trap, and then the kinetic energy meant that it rolled, I would say, 4 times as it went into the gravel trap, and then ultimately came to rest right up against the wall. So we'll await confirmation of which car it is. There's one car now showing on the timing screen as being missing in action, and that car is dropping down through the order, so I think I have correctly identified it. So just wait and see. It had been running in 15th position, but is now going to drop down through the order. We've still got over 5 hours of this race to go. The fastest lap has still not been beaten as yet, so we're on lap number 143 at the moment. The race leader is on. Lap 18 was where we saw the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 9.556. That was a long, long time ago. Now when we saw the fastest lap of the race, and if the conditions continue to close in, then it might be a while before we see any further improvement in that lap time, if at all. Now, usually we have seen on a few occasions that the fastest lap comes once we get to the darkness, because, of course, the temperature drops a little bit, which means that the air becomes denser, and it does allow the engines to breathe that little bit better. With the air being denser, there's more oxygen that the car can take in, and you get a bit more power in reality. Oh, in answer to our question about who coined the IndyCar 500,
yes,
Simon from MSVR has just responded to me. It was Stuart Garland,
was
the head
indeed
of MSVT, that came up with it. So, yeah.
Was it indeed?
Kudos to Stuart.
Huge kudos to Stuart.
So now that we can see on the stream the car that's upside down there, we can just see the medical crews just making sure that everything is okay. Driver's out of the car, and you can see there, so out of the car and stood up, just to confirm it was car number 180 that took the roll into the gravel trap. Adrian Wood was driving the car at the time, but you could see there was a driver in the background in his race overalls with his crash helmet on. So now he's out of the car. That's when we see the pictures of it, just to make sure that he's okay. So yeah, a little bit, no doubt, I wouldn't say battered and bruised, but just shaken up probably. And I think we're going to get a replay. So there it is, went over once, twice, 3 times, and a 4th time as it disappears out of shot. Another couple of cars had to take to the gravel in avoidance. There was also a spin for Kahuna's. That was the pole-sitting car in avoidance of that one. But it was just the one car into the gravel trap there. Now you can see Adrian Wood walking away, walking through the gravel trap, back to the medical teams, who will take him to the med centre for what is a mandatory checkup. You've got to have a mandatory checkup if there's an impact accident. And he will be, no doubt, bitterly disappointed with that one. And that's the other dynamic with endurance racing, Alan. You're not just disappointed for yourself, you are more disappointed for the team and your fellow drivers.
You're part of a team,
yeah,
and that's such an important part of endurance racing. And yeah, it's not just yourself, is it? Far from it. And you could tell how sad and disappointed Adrian Clark was when he came up to the commentary box. He's a really bubbly character, and he'd lost some of his bounce, hadn't he, when he came up into the commentary box to talk to us and explain what happened with his spin earlier on today, and contact his first crash that he's had whilst racing, his 10th race, I think he said. But you can tell it just it knocks it out of you, doesn't it?
It does. When he got further than I did before his first crash.
Oh, do tell.
Mine was my second race.
Oh, was
I'm trying to think. Second race. Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was plum.
This story's taken a while to come out,
plum,
hasn't it?
plum pudding meeting at Mallory
Okay,
Park.
right.
Plum pudding meeting at Mallory Park, and
Okay.
the way it works for plum pudding is that the grid is nothing to do with qualifying. It's based on when entries are received.
Yes.
So I was driving for a team. They submitted 2 cars, and they were the first team to enter for plum pudding.
Oh.
So myself and my teammate lining up on the front row of the grid in 2 of the least powerful cars in plum pudding.
Right. Okay.
Unfortunately, a Rover spun ahead of me going into the S's, and it was a bit like, as I think it was Joe Ferguson was alluding to, spinning car ahead of you.
Yes.
Do you go left? Do you go right?
Yeah.
I made the wrong decision.
Split-second decision.
Split-second decision. I couldn't rotate the car anymore. I hit him square in the rear of the car, which ripped the suspension out of the shell of his car. And didn't do much good for mine either.
Oh dear.
So yeah, my second race it happened.
Oh dear, oh dear. So Adrian's done well.
Adrian's done really well.
10 races, yeah. But you're right, it's not just the disappointment for yourself.
It's your teammates, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'll feel more devastated for the team and your teammates than you will for yourself, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So we are still role of the safety car, although we were happy to report driver out of the car and going off for a medical check. The car still needs to be recovered, and the telehandler, who has been quite busy today.
I've got to say, hats off to the 2 hardy spectators with the umbrellas directly opposite our commentary box as well.
Oh, well done.
He's got a thumbs up. Yep, okay.
Yeah,
that's the man with the red umbrella that nearly gave up on him earlier on.
The red umbrella is a very hardy umbrella because other umbrellas during
are available.
Earlier storm, they all gave up. And one of them gave up with a human being on the end of it.
They're waving now as well.
That's a good umbrella.
Well done, guys.
Yeah. Top work.
And also, we've still got a few hardy spectators at Paddock Hill as well. We need to give them a shout out as well. So, I see the umbrella waving up and down as well. So what have we got? Just over 5 hours.
Where are they?
They're in the Paddock Hill grandstand.
Are they lost?
Yeah.
They were heading down to the boot fair where they took a wrong turning.
That's one of the inherent problems with motor racing circuits, is that there aren't that many areas where you can shelter.
No. Kentigern,
yeah. Which might not be a bad thing, yeah.
Yeah, when I used to come along to watch racing with my mum, if it was, and we used to sit on the grass at Paddock Hill Bend, and if it was a day's racing like this, we would drink multiple cups of coffee in Halewoods. So that was the only choice. I'm not a wet weather specialist. I think it's
You're
fair to say.
a fair weather motorsport
I'm afraid
fan.
so. Yeah. I like nice weather. Look at the water that's holding down on the inside of the corner at Paddock Hill Bend again. So.
And also, we'll get that puddle, won't we, on the apex curve of Graham Hill Bend as well. I spotted that earlier on when cars were heading round through that section. That was just a huge bow wave that was coming from the left-hand side of the car. You can see it there, look, on the screen again. The camera crew are picking absolutely everything up. Look at it as they hit the apex curve there. Just the stream of water that's coming up at Graham Hill Bend, which is the lowest point of the circuit, so that's where all the water flows down to. So once we get back to full racing, they'll be more than wise to try and stay well clear of that one. Is there anything that our camera team haven't picked up on this weekend?
We've had super pictures, haven't we?
Very much so.
We really have. One cameraman covering the whole of the pit lane. It's a long pit lane, this at Brands Hatch, and it's up and downhill as well.
And not just all of our camera crew, but the poor chap that's on the roof of the building.
Yeah, I mean...
It's not the place to be today, is it?
It really isn't. And presumably you just stay up there now until next weekend, will you?
They'll leave him up there until next weekend. Yeah, absolutely.
bringing him up a few rations over the course of the week.
Might be just about dried out by next weekend, when we've got the trucks and the fireworks here as well. So brandshatch.co.uk if you want to come along next weekend. Again, we won't be guaranteeing the weather for you, but what we can guarantee is some fantastic action with the final rounds of the Legends Championship. We've got the final rounds of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We've got the final rounds of the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well, and the final rounds of the Mini Trophy, on top of course, the highlight championship for that weekend. The British Truck Racing Championship is here. And the
championship yet to be decided. Looks as if it's going to be Ryan Smith's, but
does look as though it's going to be Ryan Smith for, is that the 6th time now? 6th or 7th on the trot?
I think it's 7th.
He's catching Stuart Oliver, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And the fantastic family environment as well, with lots going on off circuit as well. The wonderful twilight truck display as all of the show trucks head onto the circuit, and if you've not been before, one of the best firework displays you will ever see. It's worth paying the entry fee just for the firework display, let alone everything else.
I'm coming as a spectator on Sunday because it is such a good meeting. It's and one that I've never done as a spectator. I've always been working up here in the commentary box with either you or before you, David Addison.
Yep.
And I've been coming to the meeting. I missed last year, annoyingly, but I don't think the weather was particularly good last year on Sunday, so
it was a bit wet again.
It was my decision not to,
it was a bit wet.
not to come. I was going to come on the day and then opened the curtains and snuggled back into bed and decided
that fair weather motorsport fan again coming out, was it?
That's the way it works.
So brandshatch.co.uk, it's worth logging on now if you're either watching on the stream or if you're here at the circuit, because Sunday tickets usually sell out. If they're not already sold out, you might be able to sneak the last one or two. Tickets are still available for the Saturday, but the firework display is on the Sunday, and that is usually sold out. So get online now, see if you can pick one up, brandshatch.co.uk.
It is a quite superb family meeting. It's all youngsters like a truck, don't they? And the paddock is so open and welcoming over the course of the weekend. And if you're not into trucks, then maybe the little Legends cars that are about to settle their championship as well, with Will Gibson leading that championship, or the pickup trucks.
And the pickup trucks, So Legends, we're going to have a new champion this year, aren't we? Without doubt.
We are.
Yeah, first-time champion,
Will is leading the championship by 400 and something points. He's never won the championship before. He will be... he's a lovely guy, is Will Gibson, an amazing racer. He's missed out on the chance of winning the Elite Cup, which has been supporting touring cars this year. That's been won by Connor Mills, and although Will Gibson really was very, very keen to win that championship, I think at the end of the second meeting, he said to me, "Okay, main championship, that's the one I'm going to concentrate on now."
You say he's leading the championship by 400 points. That sounds an enormous amount.
200 for a race.
200 for a race winner, 6 races. Yeah, absolutely. That's where I was heading with it. 1,200 points available over the course of next weekend. So the clearing up is just about done. We've got the trackside recovery unit is pushing the Shine Automotive car onto the back of it. We've still got one more rescue unit on the circuit as well. I think the marshals have done all of the remaining clearing up and sweeping up and everything else that needs doing. So we just need to clear the circuit of the 2 remaining course vehicles, and then hopefully in another lap or 2 we should be good to go back racing once more. We've hit 40% of this race now as well. The darkened skies have disappeared slightly away from Brands Hatch, so it's still gloomy, but it's slightly better than it was a few moments ago. In the distance, it doesn't look as though we've got quite as darker skies, but I think this rain is still set in for a good while now, because it's still belting down, isn't it?
Yeah, and a few people getting in touch on Twitter. Is it still called Twitter, or is it called X?
X, yeah, I don't know. I still call it Twitter.
Yeah, I think we should. Paul Coys has sent a very amusing GIF of Alan Partridge shouting "Dan" repeatedly, because we were talking yesterday about the OnlyFans backed car, and I was talking about the fact that Dan Rowbottom and Dan Camish, who have raced for Napa Racing in the BTCC this year, were toying with the idea of starting up a subscription website over the winter called Only Dan's. So it's exactly what we were thinking of. Paul, thank you very much indeed for sending that amusing GIF in. And Sam Pierce says, currently mildly questioning some of my life choices, at least as the EnduroKA 500 is being streamed on YouTube. I can sit in the car watching the other half of the track whilst listening to Alan and Mark in the commentary box. So it's very good. The YouTube stream is even providing entertainment for those that are here at Brands Hatch. When I say entertainment, it's challenging to the word at the moment, because the wind has picked up a little bit. I think the pace of the safety car has slowed down a little bit as it turns into Paddock Hill Bend. The car is recovered. It's on the recovery vehicle heading through Graham Hill Bend, down on the Cooper Straight now, and the rain is coming down ever heavier. Maybe not quite as heavy as the downpour that we had in the very early stages of the race this morning. certainly in the first hour, wasn't it, that we got that first downpour. But it's coming down pretty heavily now, and we've got this standing water. You can see the trackside recovery flatbed and the MSV rescue vehicle making their way back. Whoops, the door won't shut either, not surprisingly, after that four-time tumble, wasn't it, for that car into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. And halfway down the Cooper Straight, the car could be recovered, and that's a sad sight, isn't it?
It is, yeah, really unfortunate for poor old Shine Automotive and for Adrian Wood and the team. So that's surely going to be them out of the race. Colin French, Nathan Brown, all scheduled to share that car. But that's a bitter blow, really, for Shine Automotive, who last time out didn't have, hang a minute, I mixed my paperwork up here. I was going to say last time out at Alton Park, but because I was looking for statistics as how many safety cars we've had, I've now gone and lost some of the paperwork, Alan.
Oh no, you'll find it. You've got a whole library there of this event, which is really good, Mark, that you've brought all of that information. It's my first event of the IndyKA 500 here at Brands Hatch. I've seen it advertised before, but I've never been available to do it.
Yeah, last time out at Alton Park, 5th they were.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew they had a good result last time. I just couldn't find the piece of paper.
Very good. Well done. You found it. So still under the controller's safety car. Do you think that even though that car is recovered, they're going to leave it out for a little bit longer?
It wouldn't surprise me in these conditions.
Think they will.
Yeah, because
I think they will.
It's certainly just not eased, has it? The really dark cloud has disappeared, but the rain just has not eased at all. So I think, yeah, for safety reasons, and I think that's probably the phone call that Alan Hyde is picking up now, for safety reasons, it really wouldn't surprise me if they just leave that car out for a longer period of time, because we've got standing water down at Graham Hill Bend. We know about the standing water that Nick Tandy was talking about at Paddock Hill Bend, and therefore Alan, I think, has received the confirmation that we were expecting.
And it's really weird when you pick up the phone and it says Michelle is ringing, yes. And it's Paul from Race Control. I'm so glad I didn't say hello, Michelle. Anyway, yeah, the safety car is staying out.
Yeah, not surprising.
Weather conditions, yeah, not surprisingly. So are they always like this? Not always.
No, I think
unique.
The conditions have conspired against everybody. I think in this one.
Yeah.
I don't think have had quite as frequent safety car periods, because we're not even halfway through the races yet, and we've had a fair chunk, haven't we? And I know that the bulletin went out suggesting that there'd been too many safety cars in the past, and they wanted to try and encourage drivers to drive to the conditions. But these conditions are pretty undrivable.
This is
hence why the safety car's staying out.
Yeah, this is unique, extreme weather. I think it's fair to say today, not just for racing, but even for the back garden and for your home. It's pretty challenging. I think it's fair to say. Yeah, with the wind as well and the rain. Yeah, you need a good roof. You need a good roof on your house. Well, you do. Alan? Yeah, £38,000 that'll cost you. I know this, painfully.
Sorry to bring that up.
No, thank you for pointing it out. No.
You can commentate in the knowledge that your house will still be there when you get back.
I've got a very secure roof.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at some point we'll go back racing once more. Let me just run you down through the order then at the moment, as this is going to be an extended safety car period. It is the number 12 Pro-Am racing car of Louis Harvey that is leading under safety car. Second is the number 46 Milner racing car of George Wright. And third is number 128 JTR, and that is Elliot Mason. Fourth position is number 333. That's the car that started from pole position, Kahuna's race team. Phil Truman drives that one. And in fifth position, that's where we see car number 55, which is Castrap Racing, and Alex Tentori is currently behind the wheel. In sixth position, it is car number 64. That is the Automech Motorsport car, the first of two that they've got entered, and it's Claudia Lance-Jones that's there in sixth place. In seventh place is car number 112, which is Catastrophe Racing, and that will be the car that's in the hands of Robert Thomas. Eighth position is number 65. That's back to Autotech Racing, and their second car that they have out. So Chris Hilton is currently behind the wheel of that one, with ninth place being 121, which is Calamity. And that will be Andrew Hinch that is the current driver. In 10th position, it's number 1, Burton Power Racing, and Andy Burton. 11th place is number 67, which is Original Checkers Racing that are there, and it will be Conrad Crickbay that is currently driving that car. In 12th place, it is number 11, and number 11 is 11 Tenths Racing, Paul Stout. 13th place is number 40, which is Touring Car Racing. Matthew Robinson is the driver. In 14th place is number 88. That is Carmel Racing. And is that Mark Shipley that's the driver? Yes, it is. Currently the driver of that one. 15th place is number 72, which is Misty Racing. And Ian Manners is behind the wheel of that one. 16th place is car number 21, K&F Racing. And that will be Adam Bettinson. 17th place is number 27, which is Semprini Racing, and that is Phil Hart, who is the driver of that one. 18th place is 4, which is Wolf Motorsport. That is one of several drivers that they've got in the car, and it's Catherine Shipman at the moment. They've got 6 drivers, or sorry, Catherine Ship that drives that car. That's one of 6 drivers that they've got in. It's the only car, I think, that's got 6 drivers allocated to it. 19th place is car number 114. That is K&M Racing, and that is Chris Wilson. And then just to give you the top 20, in 20th position is car number 3, car that was right up at the sharp end, Wingat Racing. Matthew Wayman drives that car. So that is the top 20 at the moment. We have the top 4 cars on the lead lap as things currently stand. They're on lap number 155. And then the cars that are in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th are a lap off the lead of the race. The car that is in 10th place is 2 laps off the lead of the race, and then 3 laps off the lead, 4 laps off the lead, the next 2 are 5 laps off the lead, and then the next half a dozen are all 6 laps off the lead of the race. So that's a reasonable rundown of the order as we get to now 4 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Indeed we do, and I'm just having a look on the TSL-timing.com live timing page just to see the number of pit stops. So the top 7 cars have all had 1 pit stop apiece. So they're all on 1 pit stop. You have to get down to the 8th place car. That's the 65 car. That's the Autotech Motorsport car, which is the first car to have had more than 1 pit stop. 2 pit stops completed by the 65 car. 9th place down to 11th place, both on 1 pit stop for Carl Lammerty and the Burton Power Racing team. And then the Original Checkers Racing team, that's the 67 car in 11th place, has had 3 pit stops. So that's pretty mighty, really, to have had 3 pit stops and still be running in that position.
That's impressive. So who's done the most pit stops? That's one thing I always look, because that points out cars that have had terrible problems.
So 3, 3, 3, 3. 1 car stands out, and that's the
192.
No. That's the 49 car. That's the LDR Performance Tuning car. Adrian Clark's at the wheel of that car. And that was the car that Adrian came up to the commentary box. Why can't we do all interviews in that way? Why can't all drivers that we want to speak to come up here today? I think that's the best idea.
Particularly in these weather conditions, absolutely.
Adrian was superb. He completely understands the job that we're doing here. And we won't be going down to the pit lane for any time soon, I don't think, because the radio mic and the RF camera tend to work best out in the open. They can't really work too well in the garages themselves. And I think prizing any drivers out of the garage, there is no one in the pit lane. Have a look down. There's absolutely no one down there.
I am not surprised.
Nor am I.
I am not surprised. No, and for is it Callum? Your cameraman?
Callum, yeah,
he'll be seeking some shelter. And
Callum the camera, that's what they call him.
Expensive pieces of equipment, and yes, they cover them all over and minimise the amount of water ingress. But yes, protect what is very, very valuable equipment. And even the radio mic, Alan, they're not cheap things to buy, are they? Those Sennheisers.
No, it wasn't working awfully well, was it, when I was at the far end of the pit lane? It normally works incredibly well here at Brands Hatch, but with the challenges of the weather today, it was struggling just a little bit. So we are under control of the safety car for the 15th time today, 15th deployment of the safety car. And the reason at the moment, well, the safety car came out because a car needed to be recovered. It has been recovered from the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend following a quadruple roll into the tyre barriers. Driver safely out ultimately because the car did end up on the roof. So once the recovery was complete, they were able to recover the car, but the reason for the extended safety car period is purely for the weather conditions, which have changed. So the good news is there is brighter sky in the distance, and that would be very welcome from the drivers and from the teams and from the cameramen and the marshals and everybody else that's out in these conditions. It really is incredibly testing today.
It's going to feel like a lot longer than an 8 hour and 20-minute race, isn't it? A 500-minute race with these tricky conditions. Where's the safety car at the moment? It's just heading up towards Druids. The skies have cleared, but the rain, there's no sign at all of that rain having eased whatsoever over the course of the last 15-20 minutes. We've got one car heading into the pit lane, and it's the number 40 car, the touring car racing machine, trundling its way down the pit lane in the hands of Matthew Robinson. And that car has come in for what looks like a standard stop, because it's parked at 45 degrees to the pit garage, and may well be a driver change that is taking place at the moment under this safety car period. It was running in 13th position, and of course will drop down through the order now as a result of the pit stop. There's no obvious sign of any refuelling going on, but it certainly looks like there's a driver change going on, or it could possibly be, Alan, demisting windscreens and things like that.
It's going to be a problem, isn't it? Without a shadow of a doubt, in these kind of conditions, you know, you're exerting yourself. You're in the car. You're exerting yourself. There's a lot of hot air and moisture inside the car, and with the difference of temperatures from inside to outside, it normally is a problem. When you're strapped into a race car, it's not the work of a moment to just lean forward and clean the windscreen in front. You can't do it. You absolutely can't do it. And it is a very frustrating feeling not being able to do it. That's when you need go-go gadget arms.
You do. You need go-go gadget arms, or as a certain 2 times champion, I think he was, of the Mini Miglia champion used to do, and one of the real characters in motorsport, Andy Hack.
Oh, yeah.
What Hacky used to have was a spatula with a tea towel on the end.
Did he really?
Tucked down the side of the seat.
Did he really?
If the weather conditions were looking that way, so that he could pick up the spatula, which was just long enough to reach the windscreen, and because he got the tea towel on the end, it would clear the windscreen.
There's a good housekeeping hack if ever there was one.
I see what you did there as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm here all day.
Right, so has the rain? No, the rain hasn't eased. It's just the lux levels that have come up significantly.
Yeah, it has, yeah, because the brighter weather is coming this way. It's from over at Clearways, and I always try to look for a positive, and that is the positive. It's gloomy over towards Paddock Hill Bend and that side of the circuit, but looking over towards Clearways, brighter weather is on its way.
So hopefully we might be able to see the safety car coming in shortly. There's no sign of that as yet. The sign will be when it extinguishes its lights part the way along the Cooper Straights. The race control and timekeepers have been very good at putting on the timing screens that we see. Notification that the safety car will be in at the end of the lap, but there's no sign of that happening at all at the moment. So over the start-finish line goes the safety car, followed by the Pro-Am Racing Louis Harvey driven car. And they are now on to lap number 160. When we get the race back underway, Louis Harvey should be able to get a reasonable restart, because the car that's second in the race, which is George Wright, has a back marker between himself and the race leader. So it's the race leader that's the first car in the train. Then it is a back marker. That is a very rapid back marker, because that is the Shane Deegan back marker, car number 736. Now that race manager was asked to go towards race control. I noticed the 736 car now no longer is showing where it ought to have been, which was right up heading towards getting himself back on the lead lap. It's got the red circle beside it, Alan. So on your iPad, you might be able to work out exactly what penalty has gone in the direction of car number 736.
736?
Yeah.
You're not going to like it.
10-lap penalty.
It is.
I'm going to guess because he's 10 laps adrift now, whereas he ought to have been literally getting himself back on the lead lap.
So penalties that have been given out from tsl-timing.com for car 72
first,
that's the Misty Racing car, 2 laps. So 2 laps have been given as a penalty. For 22, 2 laps. That's the AFK Racing car. 735, as you just said, 10-lap penalty. 736, pardon me. For hang on, let me go down there. For 81,
that was
the GM
10 laps,
performance
wasn't it?
car, that was 10-lap penalty. And for the LDR performance car, 69, and that was the car that when you popped downstairs to very kindly make me a cup of tea, that had gone off into the gravel with 341, a 2-lap penalty.
Right, okay. And then we've got a few cars outside of the top 30 that have also picked up penalties as well.
It is getting brighter, you know.
It is, yeah. We're getting there, aren't we?
It is. I wasn't able to park over here today. Today was the day that I would like to have parked over here.
You don't get wet as you go through the tunnel, though, Alan. There's
No,
only a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
So what's the penalty for 341 as well? Because that's running in 32nd position.
I can carry on going
Motorsport.
down.
Yeah, well,
10-lap penalty for 341.
We know it's a 10-lap penalty for 734.
734 is 10-lap penalty.
And then there's only one more then.
It is 192. And that, oh, that's different. That's a 3-lap penalty.
Right, okay. So the penalties are varying. Now,
it's getting much brighter.
2-lap penalty could well be breaching refuelling regulations. So looking back at the way the regulations work, a breach of fueling rules, 2-lap penalty. Now that might be something as simple as they start to refuel before the driver's behind the line or out the car, or they touch the car and the fuel filler flap. As soon as you open the fuel filler flap, that's deemed as when you start refueling the car. As soon as you close it, that's when refueling has finished. So maybe something there.
And there's also if you spill too much at the end.
Spill
of the,
too much.
Yeah.
I mean, we picked up a 2-lap penalty at Donington Park for a refueling regulation earlier on this year with Burton Racing, and it was something as simple as is that the person refueling has to have eye protection.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Andy Burton got out the car at the time, and of course he had his visor up whilst he was racing. He went round then to refuel, and he didn't put his visor down. Simple as that.
Yeah,
It was spotted by the marshals for all the right reasons.
It's a safety thing.
2-lap penalty.
It's
yeah.
got to be. Safety cars coming in, is that?
Exiting the pit lane under the red light, 2-lap penalty. 3-lap penalty would be the mechanical assistant's tow back to the pit lane area.
Okay.
So I was saying that was 2-lap penalties earlier. It's not. It's a 3-lap penalty, that one as well. So there's a range of different penalties that are issued in this one. But yes, now that we've got almost sunshine again, the lights are off on the safety car, we're about to finally get back racing.
I was going to say, as my mother would have said, it has turned out nice. so yeah, it's got a lot brighter. We've got spectators over on the other side of the start-finish line, and we are about to get things back underway, which is really, really good news. So that was, can you just check for me, that was the 15th deployment of the safety car, I think.
I can check that for you, no problem. So we get the race back underway for Louis Harvey. He'll be able to get the jump on everybody else. That was the 14th deployment of the safety car, according to this.
Eager?
You've been too keen to put the big long line through that next. Oh, you've got an eraser, have you? You can rub it out.
I make so many mistakes in my life, I always use pencil. Yeah.
So Louis Harvey gets the race back underway and leads the charge up towards Druids Corner. Remember, the car that is behind him on the road is not a slow car. It might be running way, way down in 26th place now, 10 laps off the lead, but that is only because it's been given a 10-lap penalty. Had it not have been for that, it would be almost trying to unlap itself and get back on the lead lap. So don't discount the fact that 736 is going to stick where it is. You can still see that huge puddle on the inside of Graham Hill Bend, which some of the cars are avoiding. Others are splashing through it regardless.
I would avoid it at all costs, really, because that's just the kind of puddle that Nick Tandy was talking about at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, that is on you before you know it and catches you out before you know it. Look at it. Look at the amount of standing water that the cars are just pushing out the way. And I'll be amazed if everybody gets through Paddock Hill Bend on this occasion without having a bit of a problem down there.
Well, the one car that really went through it was the Kahuna's race team car, the car that's currently running in 4th position. Philip Truman went right the way through the puddle.
Goodness me.
And all you need is a little bit of that moisture to go inside the car, and all of a sudden you drop down onto 3 cylinders or something.
They still are. They're barreling through it. I don't know why you wouldn't take the wide line going through there for at least a little while. Having said that, that's not going to get rid of the water, is it?
No, it's not. It's going to keep running down there.
The only way we're going to get rid of it is to splash through it and get rid of it for everyone else.
You know that 10-lap penalty for Ferguson Motorsport?
Yes.
Yes. Well, not only have they now got a 10-lap penalty, they've now also got a stop-go penalty. They are
mighty.
Running, I think, the last of the cars that's still running car number 734. So it really has been a rotten old day for them, hasn't it?
It really has, yeah. What a shame. Just bear in mind, that's a car that has led the race today, isn't it? So yeah, very disappointing indeed.
You can still see the water down there at Graham Hill Bend as the cars splash their way through it. We've got just over 4.5 hours of the race still to go, so we're fast approaching 50%. Well, we're at 44% of race distance or race time, the way things currently are. And as for squabbles, well, one of the best of the squabbles at the moment that could be worth watching out for is for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places. They're not exactly tripping over each other. There's a second and a half, couple of seconds between each one. But for number 64, Autotech Motorsport, number 112, Catastrophe Racing, the second of the two Autotech Motorsport cars, the 65, and Calamity Racing, they are all reasonably close to each other after this safety car period has bunched the whole pack up once more.
That's really good to see as well. The 69 LDR Performance tuning car is back out on circuit. That's really good. I wasn't really sure how many laps it lost, but it's currently showing in 29th place. But it's out there, it's running well. It needed plenty of... That's one that's been off in the gravel, by the way.
It is, yeah.
Having had it coming together with the 341 car, the JW Motorsport car. And it has been repaired. It is back to looking jolly good, or as good as it can. But look at them splashing through that... standing water on the inside. You then see the water coming back.
Yep.
It's like a wave, isn't it?
That's the problem, is that even though it stops raining now, that puddle's just going to build and build and build for the next 10 minutes or so, isn't it?
Yeah.
So up towards clearways, we can see here we've got the number 22 car, which is the car of AFK Racing. Nick Berg, Nick Creed, Tim Parsons, Natalie Knowles. Nick Creed was driving that last time. He's busy fighting away and trying to keep at bay 341, which is JW Motorsport.
Has it actually stopped raining now?
I think it has, yeah. I was looking at the puddles on the top of the aircon units. I think it's stopped. We've got one car diving for the pit lane. Axiometrics are in by the look of things, so the number 18 car trundles its way down pit lane, which is just in Irvine, and that car is going to stop right below us. So is that just at their garage, or is that a stop-go penalty for them? There's been no sign of that, though.
So back underway, racing back underway, and we've got the number 12 car leading the race. That's the Pro-Am Racing car. At the wheel is Louis Harvey. Car number 12, it is that leads, an advantage of 4.1 seconds over the car in second place, which has the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, the 46 Milne Air Racing car. George Wright at the wheel of that, 69.556 is the fastest lap of the race, held by the 46 car in second place. What have you got, Mark?
I think the car that came down the pit lane was actually car number 734, so I think it was Ferguson Motorsport serving their stop-go penalty, which seems to have a fair amount of stop about it and less go, because it's still stationary there at the moment.
Right, how long is the stop-go penalty? How long is a piece of string, I guess?
Yeah, well, again, there's various penalties which can include a one-minute stop-go penalty. It could be causing avoidable contact, it could be unsporting or aggressive behaviour. I'm not saying it's either of those, because you can also pick up a one-minute stop-go penalty for excessive speeding in the pit lane, or for more than 4 people working on the car at any one point, or exiting the pit lane following a driver change and not informing the timekeepers of that driver change.
Right,
so there's a range of possibilities as to why it's a one-minute stop-go.
Yeah. So, just coming up to 10 minutes to 2 here at Brands Hatch. It's been a day of challenging weather, I think is the story of the race, really. Some great racing, and great racing right at the front of the field as well. The gap between the top two, even after 166 laps, is 5.1 seconds after numerous safety car interventions, 14 in total. And we have now, following a long safety car intervention, a bit of drifting through Graham Hill Bend. That's brave.
That was Carmel Racing, wasn't it? I saw that as well. Yeah, that was very sideways.
Got a car off on the grass on the right-hand side of the Cooper Straight. Just seems to have pulled off rather than done anything else.
Yeah, that's almost directly below our commentary position. Very difficult to spot the number of it. It's getting going again, though, isn't it? Slowly moving. And
I thought it had chosen to pull off on the grass.
That's the car with all the green LEDs across the front of it. So it's car number 22.
Okay.
That'll be AFK Racing. And that's Nick Creed. So is he going to continue around the circuit, or is he going to pull into the back part of the pit lane? No, he's going to continue round. So it just makes me wonder, did the car die on him and he's had to restart it? Because all of a sudden he seems to be back going at reasonable speed again.
It does seem to have a new lease of life, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Was that turn it off and turn it on again?
May well be.
Because it certainly didn't look as if it was a spin. and then onto the grass. And it's not pulling into the pit lane either.
Very unusual. So
maybe seeing if that reboot has done the trick, staying out. You're not going to find out if you stay in the pit lane, are you?
No. So having done the sensible thing, yeah, he continues on his way. Did I just see the number 74 car, which I thought you said was on the trailer? That must be their spare car that's on the trailer. So Orcas are still there.
Good news.
So that's good to see, which means that at the moment, I think, in terms of official retirements that we know of, only Boston Racing at this stage. But whether we'll see 192 Race Logic back out or whether we'll see 180 Shine Automotive back out, those two cars having gone through the gravel trap and been upside down on an occasion or two, then that's one we'll have to work out. We have seen cars in the past, Alan, roll and they take the front screen out, they take the rear screen out, they get the car re-scrutineered again and head back out there. But would you really want to be racing around Brands Hatch with no front windscreen or rear windscreen?
Well, not unless you're wearing one of those wet weather cart suits, no. And I don't like those very much. Not
in this weather. The other thing they have to do if that happens is they have to reballast the car as well, because of course if you lose the screen, you lose weight, and therefore the car might fall foul of the minimum weight regulation.
Quite a bit of weight, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So 4 hours and 30 minutes of the race remain. We are not yet at half distance, but we are fast approaching it. 45% of the race is run. Good news to see that hoods have come down and umbrellas have gone in, and a bit of sunshine peeking down on the Brands Hatch circuit. For once, the weather forecast has been trustworthy, because this is exactly how it said it was going to be today. Totally changeable, and bit of sunshine, bit of rain, bit of sunshine, bit more rain. And so far it has been true to forecast over the course of today. In weather conditions like this, it's one of the only times that you see multiple different lines that all work through any one corner, and Druids is really one of those examples today, because people are using every which part of the circuit, every which part of the tarmac to get their way around the hairpin.
Yeah, try to seek out that little bit of grip that's there. It's such a shame that car number 736, Shane Deegan, who is harrying the race leader around the circuit, picked up, for whatever reason, that car picked up those 10-lap penalties. Because had it not have been for that, this wouldn't have still been the fight for the lead. It would have been the number 736 car trying to unlap itself to get itself back on the lead lap. But now it is now 10 laps adrift in reality. But it's still going to be a quick car. It's still going to be one to watch out for. And if it doesn't incur any further problems, it should pick its way back up through the order, because whilst it is 24th, it is only 25 seconds off the next car ahead of it, and then if it can get another lap back, it can soon work its way up inside the top 20 maybe by the end of the race. So the race leader heading up towards the braking area for Druids. Shane Deegan trying to get a lap back on the race leader. He's going to go around the outside, is he, at Druids, to see if he can make it stick. And he runs onto the curbs on the exit of the corner.
Do that.
Well, I think Louis Harvey saw that he was there and wasn't going to have it. Lee Deegan wrestling with the steering wheel now as he heads around through Graham Hill Bend. Good little squabble. Shame it's not for position.
Yeah, it's a great little squabble. Yeah, it is a shame. On the previous lap, the gap had come down to 4 seconds between the 12 car, the leading car that we're looking at on the live stream, and the second place car, the 46 Milner Racing car. On that last lap in the traffic, it went out by 2 seconds. So 6 seconds the gap between the top two, and it's the waxing and waning of the gap between the leaders are all down to traffic and conditions.
And we've got another safety car out, I'm afraid.
Number 15.
And that is because we've got a car that has spun coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and has... Am I allowed to use the verb?
Oh no!
It's done an Adrian Clark.
Yeah,
and it's Misty Racing, I'm afraid. It's the number 72 car that's had the off, and it is Ian Manners that was driving that car.
I was going to say you can use the verb, because I think Adrian's out in the car, isn't he?
Right. Okay. As long as he's
he can't hear.
As long as he's not tuned into 88.3 inside the car, we should be all right.
He won't be concentrating. So yep, the car's done an Adrian Clark.
He'll not thank us for it, not at all. No. And it does look damaged, doesn't it? The front right-hand corner of the Misty Racing car has received some damage, I'm afraid. So Steve Kite and the team down there have got some work to do to get that car fettled and back out. Now, I would imagine, looking at the damage to it, there's going to be bodywork on the tyre. So I think it's going to be a case of getting that car back in towards the pit lane on the back of a flatbed recovery unit. So we go safety car. So you know that line that you rubbed out on your piece of paper,
I've
Alan.
done it. I've already
You
done
can
it.
add it back in again
Yeah,
now.
I have to do it.
Right.
So the rule has now become, when you say the word safety car, that's when I'm deployed.
Right, okay. So whilst the safety car period, do you want to go and get some refreshments? Do you want a quick break?
Not really.
Right.
No.
Do you mind if I go get some food?
No, you can go.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So with the 15th deployment of a safety car, we still have the number 12 car leading. That's the Pro-Am racing car at the wheel of that car. In fact, no, because that car comes into pit lane, so making the most of this safety car. And the sunshine does peak out at Brands Hatch. That's good news. So sunshine glints down on the very, very wet circuit. So had a bit of that this morning, actually, and it can make visibility a bit tricky at various points. Just looking down on the Cooper Straight, that's where the sunshine is reflecting off the water on the circuit. So it is a little bit blinding on the run down towards Surtees. But yeah, with that car needing to be recovered at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, we're looking down on the refuelling process taking place on the erstwhile race leader, the Pro-Am racing car. It was in car number 12. It was Louis Harvey at the wheel. That car is taking fuel on board, getting a great shot there from quite a long distance of that refuelling process alongside the number 4, the Wolf Motorsport car, and that car alongside in pit lane being shown as running in 19th position. In the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, that's really not the story of the day. The story has been a difficult story of changeable weather conditions, and once again, that's pretty much been the cause of the multiple deployments of safety car. 15th time we've seen it out as they're dealing with the Misty racing car now, and Misty about half an hour was very much the watchword here at Brands Hatch. Huge amount of spray being kicked up from the huge field of Ford KAs, and still we have the pit stops continuing in this safety car period, making their way down pit lane at the conclusion of their pit stops. Number 12 car gets going, now being shown in 12th position. So pit stop completed for the Pro-Am racing car, and it is still showing at the moment Louis Harvey at the wheel, but no doubt that will be updated in due course. So number 12 back on circuit, and not just slow past the recovery incident area, but a full stop as they go past there under the control of the BMW MSV safety car. So yeah, that's unusual when the whole field comes to a complete stop on the circuit for the recovery. But safety, of course, absolutely of paramount importance, and the recovery that's taking place down at Paddock Hill Bend, the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, the start of Hayward Hill, of course, takes precedence, and therefore requiring the field to come to a stop. So with these pit stops taking place, let's just have a look how many pit stops have taken place. So 2 have taken place now for the Milne Air racing car, and that drops down the order because that car in pit lane now. 2 have taken place for JTR because that car has just come into pit lane as well, the Napa Racing liveried car. So at the wheel of 128, it has been Elliot Mason at the wheel of that car, having taken over from Nick Tandy. And now with 2 pit stops complete for number 128, shown at the moment in second place. That will drop down because it's down in pit lane. 2 pit stops for the number 12 car, which has made its way back out on circuit. Nicole Drought at the wheel of that car now. So that car back in business and under the control of the safety car. I reckon we'll see a few more of these front-running cars hopping into pit lane for pit stop number 2. So the leader having had only one pit stop, is 333, the Kahuna's race team. That's the car that took pole position yesterday. 1:10.567 was the pole position time last night in qualifying. It was a 1 hour qualifying session at the end of the day. Finished at 6:10 yesterday evening. The race today finishes at 20:06, having completed the 500-minute race. And oh goodness me! So despite some challenges for the team, you are very sweet, Deborah. Thank you very much indeed. And so are these very sweet as well. What are they? They are Rocky Road with marshmallows and biscuit, and it's got a little bit of rum as well. Goodness me. Right, that is why I've become a happy person this afternoon. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Thank you very much. That's really good news. So we now learn that the driver of car 192 that we saw take quite a tumble is fine. That's really good news, Deborah. Thank you very much. And good bribery as well. That'll keep us going this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming up. And that's the B-Box car that we saw taking a tumble earlier on. Driver absolutely fine, which is really, really good news. And thank you to the team for not only bringing up a bit of Rocky Road, but also for giving us that update on the driver as well. If I'd have known it had a bit of rum in it, I'd have probably waited until the end of the day to have my nibble of the Rocky Road earlier on, but it's great news. They're providing that down in the pit lane. They've got plenty of it as well, and they are doing that as part of charity fundraising this weekend. So we're under control of the safety car for the 15th time. Across the line they go. I was running down the order, wasn't I? The leading car, let me just refresh the screen, is the 333 Kahuna's race team entered car. And at the wheel of that car is Philip Truman at the wheel of 333. 1 pit stop completed. Second place is the 55 car. That's the cash-strapped racing car. And at the wheel of the 55 car, Centuri currently at the wheel of 55. Tintori at the wheel of that car. And we'll continue to run down because we're also having a look at how many pit stops are being completed. 1 pit stop completed by 55. 1 pit stop completed also by 112. And the 112 car, let's just get back the 112 car at the wheel is Robert Thomas at the wheel of that car, and that car has completed 1 pit stop as well. The Carmel Racing car comes in. That's going through its pit stop, being shown on the live stream. 4 hours and 18 minutes of the race have been completed. The Carmel Racing car being pushed back in pit lane, about to rejoin. Showing fourth with 1 pit stop completed is the number 121 car, and at the wheel of the 121 car is Andrew Hinch at the wheel of that car. And so the top 4 have all completed just 1 pit stop, although that changes now because shown on the TSL timing screen as the race leader, but that's going to drop down now. The 333 car has just come in for its 2nd pit stop. So 55, 112 and 121 have all taken 1 pit stop and need to come in for their 2nd stop, and potentially, not sure how much longer this safety car intervention is going to take, whether that the BMW seems to be going quite slowly. Yeah, it is, because they've got the recovery vehicles just in front of them down on the Cooper Straight that will now turn right and go into the paddock so the BMW can speed up once again and pick up the pace. Does that mean that the safety car is going to come in this lap? No, it's not. I don't think, because the recovered car and the flatbed recovery vehicle is doing the full lap now, so that car is still going to be on track. So BMW not going to come in, I wouldn't have thought, on this lap. So the order 333 being shown as the leader. That will change when they come across the timing beam on this occasion, because it's down in the pit lane is the Kahuna's race team. The pole position car with Philip Truman at the wheel of the car. The 55 car, that's still only completed one stop. The number 112 car still only completed one stop. And the 121 car has also only completed one stop. So now they come across the line, they break the timing beam, and that means that the 55 Cash Strap Racing car, or Cash Strap Racing car, takes over the lead of the race. Alex Tentori at the wheel of that car. In second position, it's the 112 car, the Catastrophe car. And at the wheel of that car is Robert Thomas. And third place, number 121, the Calamity car, with Andrew Hinch at the wheel. All those top three cars have only completed one pit stop. After that, 2 pit stops have been completed, so that's a good position to be in fourth place for the number 12 car, with Nicole Drought at the wheel of that car. 2 pit stops completed for number 12, being shown in fourth place. 2 pit stops completed also for the 333 pole position car, the Kahuna's race team, Philip Truman driven car, in 5th place. And the 128 JTR car, Louis Selby at the wheel of that car, completes the top 6. The Milan Racing car has also completed 2 pit stops now. Johnny Milner at the wheel. He was chatting to us earlier on the live stream and on the PA system here at Brands Hatch. He is in 7th position, and we go green, so we get racing back underway after that recovery complete, so that's good news. You wouldn't believe, would you, that just about 20 minutes ago it was hammering down with rain, and it has left its legacy. And the good news is that after multiple laps behind the safety car, they were able to trundle through at reasonably slow speed to try and clear the water at the various pinch points around the circuit that have unfortunately collected water. One of those being the inside of the corner, on the apex of the corner at Graham Hill Bend. So that puddle was really quite significant when they were under racing conditions, but I think they've all done a fairly good job of clearing that water, because it's a much smaller puddle now on the apex of the corner at Graham Hill Bend. So it's the 55 car that leads, but that has only completed 1 pit stop. That's the Cash Strap Racing car, and Alex Tentori at the wheel of that car. Second place, number 112, and the gap 8.4 seconds between those two, and that's the Catastrophe car. And at the wheel of that car is Robert Thomas, and Andrew Hinch at the wheel of number 121, the Calamity car. So the pun cars occupy the top 3 positions, but they have only completed 1 pit stop so far. 179 laps completed by the top 3. But the top 3 have only completed 1 pit stop. 2 pit stops completed by the number 12 car in 4th position. Nicole Drought at the wheel of that car. And the fastest lap of the race is held by the car currently in 6th place. It has also completed 2 pit stops. And the fastest lap of the race, 69.556, was set pretty early on during this race for the Milner Racing car. Johnny Milner at the wheel of that car now. He's brilliant in a rally car, in a rallycross car, and he's pretty handy on in a KA around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for the IndyKA 500. 4 hours and 12 minutes of this race remain, which means we are rapidly approaching the half-distance point in this race. 49% of the race completed. And still, these huge balls of spray being kicked up. It's still very challenging conditions. We have dessert for you, Mark. The team have been up to present the Rocky Road, which I've been given the lowdown of the ingredients. It also contains rum, And as somebody that doesn't drink, I'm going to be avoiding that. So it's all yours, son. Enjoy. So the 55 car leads. The advantage eked out on that last lap by another 2 seconds. 10.1 seconds the advantage over the 112 car. 181 laps into the book now. And then we'll see what the gap is going to be before we have the 112 car comes through now. 10.6 seconds. So, yep, again, consolidating the advantage at the front of the field for the 55 car. The Castrap Racing car with Alex Tentori at the wheel of the car. Looking at the 74 car and making its way around Druids and on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. The pace is getting much, much quicker, notably as you look at the pace running down towards Graham Hill Bend. The pace is picking up as the circuit begins to dry, but bear in mind the 74 car has a very, very tall hill to climb over the course of the remainder of this race, which is very nearly at half distance. So with 4 hours and 10 minutes and 15 seconds of the race remaining, it's flying actually, the 74 car. Keep an eye on the lap times that it's going to be doing. It has only completed 72 laps in total and is currently the last of the running cars, but the cars seem to have good pace. Never give up, that's the key with these sort of races, and the teams work so very, very hard on the cars to get them back fully fettled to be up at race speed. And the 74 car, what was the previous lap time? It was a 1:13.3 at the end of the last lap, which was a personal best on the last lap. So that car going really well. Another car that's had troubles and has been refettled was the 69 car we were just looking at on the live stream, the OnlyFans backed car, and that car is running pretty well as well. I can see some bodywork down there on the closed circuit television, and that's at the exit of Druids. It's offline, it's on the outside of the corner, but I can see what looks like rear bodywork on the tarmac. But I can't see from whence the rear bodywork, maybe even front bodywork, but either way, there's some bodywork down on, oh, it's on the entry. Okay, so the closed circuit television is showing the entry to Druids, which is where we've got that bodywork offline. And we have got a rainbow, haven't we? Wow. Just looking over towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we have quite a bright rainbow which has appeared. That very much being the story of today. 1 minute we have sunshine, the next minute we have a deluge of rain, and that's what the teams have been dealing with, the drivers have been dealing with throughout today, pretty much from the word go this morning. And the 55 car has now completed 183 laps. That car has only taken 1 pit stop. So the Calamity car has dropped down because the number 12 car has made a place up. So is up into 3rd position now for number 12, Nicole Trout at the wheel. So this stint going well, and is the top running car in 3rd place that has taken 2 pit stops. So 2 pit stops completed by car number 12. And has made a place up because the Calamity car with Andrew Hinch at the wheel of the car has come in to take its 2nd pit stop. So I'm taking a pit stop under racing conditions as opposed to under safety car conditions. Are you lunched?
I am lunched. Thank you so much for letting me have a quick break and just get some food.
What did you have?
I had what you had yesterday. I had the chicken fillets.
Chicken in a box?
Yeah, very nice.
It is
very
good, isn't
nice.
it? Did you finish all the chips?
I haven't finished all the chips. No,
I'm not surprised.
I haven't finished all the chicken, but the chicken can go cold and I can still eat it.
No one has ever been known to finish all the chips.
I had a good go, put it that way.
Well done.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Alan. So Carl Lamity into the pit lane. Of course, that will drop them from fourth, way down through the order whilst they conduct their pit stop, but they should, on the next pit cycle, start to work their way back up through the order. We're at 50% of the race now as well, so we have 4 hours and 6 minutes and a bit of change to go. So we've at the halfway point of the 2023 version of the IndyKA 500. There was a quick spin there for somebody coming out of Graham Hill Bends. They've got the car going again.
Wasn't the only fans car, was it?
No, I don't think it was that one. I'll maybe be able to pick up on which car it was. I think it was JW Motorsport 341 potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks as though that's possibly the car.
Which was the car that had the coming together into, I think, was the car that also went off at Paddock Hill Bend with the 69 car, I think, earlier on.
So Cash Strap Racing still leading the way. Best of the fights at the moment is for second and third, isn't it? Catastrophe Racing, which is in the hands of Robert Thomas, getting caught by the Pro-Am Racing number 12 car of Nicole Drought. There is Carl Lamity in the pit lane, conducting its driver change. The refuelling has been done. The strapping in of new driver just in the process of being concluded. So by virtue of the fact there's only 2 drivers in that car and Andrew Hinch has just got out, it should be Marcus Batty, who's the starting driver, that gets back in. We know he was quick because that car was running right up there in the top 10, wasn't it, in the early stages, and has been pretty much within the top 10 for the whole of the race. It might just drop back out again on this pit cycle, and be interesting to see how much time they might lose pitting under green rather than under the safety cars, as we've seen so many. Right, just having had one spin, that looks like that's exactly the same car again, is it? No, that's 734 that's having the spin, and that is going to end up, we know what's going to happen here, yeah, into the barriers backwards on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and I'm afraid that that is going to be possibly more damage for that car. Billy Ferguson it was on that occasion that had the off. Yes, very much so. So he's leaving, he's driving the car back actually, so it will have rear end damage from where it hit the barriers backwards, but it is making its way back towards the pit lane area. How much damage there is to back of the 734, we'll have to wait and see as it goes round through Druids. Not that much, not to the naked eye at least.
No, it just looks like a bit of a squeeze on the bodywork, doesn't it?
Might have got away with that one, but I'd say the car's way out of contention down in 33rd place with all of its problems that it's had anyway.
So, into the second half of the race for the 2023 IndyKar 500. Title still makes me giggle. Here at Brands Hatch. Genius. Genius title.
Yeah, I still think that that battle for second and third over the start-finish line is well worth watching at the moment. The almost bronzy coloured car, which is car number 112, Catastrophe, under enormous pressure from the white and blue and black car in the hands of Nicole Drought, who we've seen out racing, not just in KAs this weekend, but we've seen out racing in the Focus Cup earlier on this year, fighting away for second and third place overall. As into the pit lane does come Billy Ferguson. So the 734 car heading down the pit lane, ready for the car to be checked over by the team for that damage as a result of heading off the circuit and into the barriers briefly on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. But the squabble for second and third heads along the Cooper Straight now and up towards Surtees and then on towards McLaren. That bronze-coloured car with the 2 white stripes down the centre. Still just about managing to hang on to the position. Robert Thomas having to work overtime to try and keep Nicole Drought behind. As ever, there's more traffic up the road to deal with, which will be the 11/10 motorsport car that runs in 12th position currently. But over the start-finish line comes a squabble for second and third.
May I go and get chicken in a box?
You may well go and get chicken in a box.
Really nice.
Yeah, has that made you hungry now?
It has, yeah.
I can't guarantee that I'll have cake for you when you come back.
I'm not going to touch that.
Right. That's good, because that means it's more for me.
I would be unable to commentate.
Because of the rum content.
I'm afraid so, yeah.
Yeah, go get some lunch, Alan.
Thanks.
So Alan Hyde will go and get some lunch. I think we were going to get a replay here of just something else that happened at Paddock Hill Bend. All crumbs, and that is Autotech Motorsport, who spin directly in front of Wolf Motorsport. So good reaction from Stephen Goodliff to put the number 12, put the pink number 4 car into the gravel trap to avoid that spinning car ahead of him. But that was heart in your mouth moment there for both cars, one would have thought. Just over 4 hours to go. The squabble for second and third heads along the Cooper Straight. They haven't as yet still worked their way through and past the 11/10 motorsport car of Gianluca Leah. So still bottled up behind it, and Gianluca now, Gianluca blends out of the throttle, lets them go through at Clearways corner, and will sit on the coattails of them then and try and tow them round the circuit. So over the start-finish line come Catastrophe and Pro-Am Racing. It is still just about the number 112 car of Robert Thomas that hangs on to the place, but Nicole Drought was looking for the inside line as they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, and I think she's going to sneak away through. Yeah, through goes Nicole Drought. Pro-Am Racing now up into second position. Down to third go Catastrophe Racing. And for Nicole Drought now, the number 12 car, look to try and pull away from the car she's just taken the place from. They've got 7 seconds gap between themselves and the Milner car of Johnny Milner, who sits there in fourth position, the number 46 car. Lewis Selby is fifth at the wheel of JTR. That's the Napa-backed car, number 128. And Costa Caritis is sixth at the moment for Kahuna's race team. He was the man that I think set the pole time as well, if memory serves me correctly, looking at the pole time. Yeah, he was the quickest in the qualifying session, and now he's back behind the wheel of the car, so we'll have to try and keep an eye on the lap times from that car. Costa has actually just done the best lap that that car has done so far in the race. So all 189 laps it's completed, the number 333 car just did the best lap he has done, a 1 minute 9.992, and that's about 4/10 shy of the fastest lap of the race, which was set way back on lap 18 by Jack Wright at the wheel of the number 46 Milner racing car, which still runs in fourth position. Over the start-finish line it will go now up towards Paddock Hill End, safely in the hands of Johnny Milner. Now, the weather probably looks as good as it's looked all day, which means that the track will still be wet. It will go back to that greasy stage potentially, but ambient temperature probably means that it's not going to dry up a great deal. The other challenge that's now for the drivers is now that we've got the sun out, what we've got is a low sun. This time of the year it's very low in the sky, but it's bouncing that daylight off wet tarmac now, which is going to cause visibility problems, particularly as you head along the Cooper Straight and up towards Surtees and McLaren, because looking from the commentary box down there, you know, I'm struggling to see. Everything is just silhouetted down at that part of the circuit, so visibility may well become an issue, and certainly when we get towards sunset as well, if the skies are still clear, then the sun is going to be even lower in the sky at that point. So we're 4 hours just under still to go. We've still got Race Logic out there. That's the number 192 car that was on its side in the gravel trap not so long ago. Good to see that that car is back out there. Yeah, fighting away with Original Checkers Racing on the circuit. Original Checkers Racing running in 9th position, whereas the car it's trying to work its way through and past is way down in 35th place currently. But for Conrad Chickmay, good stint from him so far, with that car inside the top 10. The other car that I would say is still worth watching that could fight its way back through into the order is the number 3 Wingat Racing car, which lost a raft of time with that off into the gravel through no real fault of its own. It's now in the hands of Amy Watts, and that car is running in 20th position, and Amy is lapping quicker than the next car ahead of her, albeit that next car ahead is a full lap up the road. So you just got to keep driving the wheels off the thing and try and stay out of trouble for the rest of the race and see how many more places you can pick up. And we've still got just under half of the race to go, 48% of the race still to go, so stay out of trouble for the next 4 hours and see whether you can get yourself from 20th, maybe up inside the top 15, possibly the top dozen if you get a bit of a backwind as well. Car heading for the pit lane, looks as though it may well be the number 81 car trundling its way down pit lane, which is GM Performance and Ian Mitchell. That car is in 24th position and 12 laps off the lead, having been given a 10-lap penalty. So otherwise it would only be a couple of laps shy of the race lead. Now Nicole Drought, since taking second place for Pro-Am Racing, has closed the gap on the race leader. The last lap from Nicole Drought was 3/4 of a second, 0.8 of a second quicker than the car that leads, which is still number 55, Alex Tentorini. So Alex Tentorini will be pushing as hard as he can, but Nicole Drought at the moment is going ever quicker. 2 times a race win is Pro-Am Racing this year, having secured victories at Alton Park last time out, earlier on in the season at Cadwell Park. The number 12 car also won at Snetterton. Well, it's second at the moment and closing the gap on the race leader. So Nicole working tirelessly hard. We should get the race leader. There it goes, number 55 over the start-finish line now. and up towards Paddock Hill Bend, the purple car with the yellow bumpers to it. And there now goes Nicole Drought over the start-finish line, so there's not much of a gap between the pair of them. The gap is 6.6 seconds. Nicole Drought was 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader on that lap, so she really is starting to ask a few questions. Had a bit of a wiggle there coming through Paddock Hill Bend. You could see if you're watching the stream on the replay, and that looked as though it was the Ferguson Motorsport car that almost got caught out again on the curbs. And that's had a busy old race. Now through Paddock Hill Bend, car number 22 is AFK Racing. That has got behind it the number 67 car, that looks like, which means that will not be 4th position again, because the number 22 car is down in 25th position, and the 67 car, Original Checkers Racing, are there in 9th place, but they've been stuck behind the 22 for quite some time, really. So that's AFK Racing, and that will have behind the wheel of it Tim Parsons currently, whereas the number 67 car behind for Original Checkers Racing is in the hands of Conrad Crickmate. There's also a little bit of bodywork I just spotted hanging off one of the cars, and I think that might be the number 69 car potentially, which will be Bob Godbold behind the wheel of the LDR Performance Tuning number 69 car. It looked like it was just a rear wheel arch trim that was hanging off the car, I thought, as I spotted it out of the corner of my eye. And we'll try and see whether that is the case as it heads over the start-finish line in a few moments' time. So the lead advantage came down again by 1.7 seconds that time through. So Nicole Drought really closing in on Alex Tentorini for the lead of the race. So she's working brilliantly hard to try and close the gap and is, well, within touching distance now. So thank you to Mandy Kite and Misty Racing for bringing us up goodie bags. So she's still smiling, despite the fact that we've just heard that the car is out. That was one of the cars that brought about a safety car period where it went into the barriers on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah, the radiator's gone on the car. The chassis is damaged as well, so it looks as though, and they are out of this one now. So that is another retirement that has just been confirmed for us. Into the pit lane comes EnduroKA Sport. That's the car that had problems at the start of the race and is running in 36th position. It's 111 laps adrift of the race leader. It's 50 laps adrift of anybody else in the race, so the chance of it finishing much, much higher up are very remote. It's reliant on retirees elsewhere. So with Mr. Racing now having confirmed their retirement, then yeah, finally they might, if they could have a good run for the final 3 hours or so, be able to work their way back through. Right, OK, black and orange flag, car number 49. So I was right, I did see a bit of flapping bodywork on the LDR Performance car. It's currently in the hands of David Bywater. Shouldn't take long to sort that, because it just looked as though it's one of the wheel arch trims that was flapping around, which means that, yeah, get some gaffer tape on it and it should be good to go, you would have thought. But it's another visit to the pit lane, unfortunately, for a car that has also had its problems, whether it either be the off earlier on in the hands of Adrian Clark, Nick Rice going into the gravel trap as well, amongst other things. That car is 40 laps off the lead of the race and 5 laps adrift of anybody else as it runs there in 32nd position. But as I say, he's going to have to come back into the pit lane and serve another pit stop at some point for that bodywork to be sorted. Now, depending on how long David Bywater's been behind the wheel of the car, and I don't think that long really, then you could do another driver change as part of that, but I think it would probably just be strap the bodywork up and get him back out, because David is quite early into his stint. Team manager of car number 121 needs to head towards race control as well. That is Calamity Racing, and that's Marcus Batty, a car inside the top 10. So every time we've had team managers head towards race control, it's usually resulted in some sort of penalty. So conversations will have to go on between team and officials and establish as to whether they have done something they shouldn't, maybe during the course of a pit stop, because that car was into the pit lane reasonably recently when Andrew Hinch handed the car over to Marcus Batty. So we'll have to wait and see. You have a goodie bag, Alan. I haven't brought you cake, but I have given you goodie bags that have arrived whilst you've been away. So I went down to get some chicken, and came back and there was cake. You've gone down to get some chicken and come back and there's a goodie bag.
Come back with a goodie bag.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you not mention how good the chicken in the box is again?
There was a large queue for chicken in the box, was there?
They were still cooking the chicken. So there's been a bit of a run on it. So, right, finally I get my chicken in a box.
Right, you enjoy your lunch. There you go. So,
thank you. This is going to be dinner as well.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Yes. So, what have we got? Nicole Drought, is she bringing that gap down still? Yes, she is. Another 0.6 of a second last time through. The race leader should be coming over the start-finish line before too much longer, but looming ever larger in the mirror is the Pro-Am racing car of Nicole Drought. So where is Alex Tentorini at the wheel of the 55 car? He will be coming up towards the conclusion of the lap any second, and yes, they're both going to be on the Cooper Straight, on the Brabham Straight at exactly the same time. So over the start-finish line comes Alex Tentorini. The gap was 3.3 seconds back to Nicole Drought. It's now down to 2 seconds. She was 1.2 seconds quicker again there in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, down through the dip at Paddock Hill Bend. Nicole Drought working tirelessly hard to try and close the gap. A bit of a wiggle on corner exit there as the rear tyres of the number 12 Pro-Am car just touched the painted surface and the curbs on the exit of the corner. Pick up the throttle as quickly as you can coming out of Druids, but be careful that the car just doesn't understeer wide, and then just make sure that you are not trail braking as you head in towards the area of Graham Hill Bend. Now up towards Surtees and McLaren, you can slowly see a drying line beginning to appear now.
And you were right, Mark. I heard you say while I was downstairs that the weather is as good as it has been so far today. It is, and that has presented the problem of the visibility. The glare on the road as you go down towards the left-hander at Surtees is significant.
You were right about them having a run on chicken, weren't you? Because they've also had a run on the chips as well. I got fries. You've got chunky chips.
I had fries yesterday, but yeah.
Was that by special request?
No, not at all.
All right.
But, what can I say? They like me.
Nicole Drought really pushing now. She has just set the best lap of the race that car has done so far. So the best lap for the number 12 Pro-Am car now is a 1:09.721 as she closes to within 3/4 of a second of Alex Tentorini and then dives decisively up the inside line, going in towards Druids, 2 wheels on the curb. She made it through. Alex Tentorini let her go in the end because had he have tried to turn in, there was going to be contact between the pair, and in an endurance race still with 3 hours and 50 minutes to go, what's the point? So Alex Tentorini and Cash Strap Racing, the number 55 car, loses the lead of the race. Nicole Drought for Pro-Am goes into the lead of the race, and these two cars are still about 13 seconds up the road from the third place car, which is Johnny Milner and Milner Racing. What have we got? We're still at the top 6 cars on the lead lap at the moment. So let's just have another quick look at a replay, and this is another spin for car number 275. It's going to do a full 360 spin, I think. Yeah, gets itself pointing in the right direction. Lifeline Racing, and continue in the race. So moment gathered up for Joe Davies. That car is down in 23rd position, and with that spin wouldn't have lost a lap at all, but it has just lost a big chunk of time. Wouldn't have lost a position. Just lost a big chunk of time. So Nicole Drought now, as you would expect, such as the rate of close when she was chipping away at the lead advantage. You're just going to get a quick replay of the overtake as well. So late on the brakes, so decisive, fully alongside, and Alex Tentorini just couldn't turn into the corner because Nicole Drought was so late on the brakes up the inside and absolutely nailed that overtake. But as you would expect, because of the rate of close was so sufficient and so large, she is already pulling away, having completed 200 laps now. 200 laps in total have been completed in this one. And if we want to tot up the total distance that all of the cars have covered now so far, that is going to be a large amount. We have covered, unbelievably, we've just ticked over 8,000 miles in total have been covered by the competitors.
So that's every car added up?
Every car by
together.
every lap,
yeah.
Yep.
Wow. That's a great stat.
So,
do we agree on safety car deployments?
I don't know. We need to check that.
15.
If you keep talking, your chips will go cold, Alan.
No, I can crunch.
15. Yes, you're absolutely right. 15. So, well done. Into the pit lane comes Catastrophe Racing, so the car that's running in 4th place dives for the pit lane. Robert Thomas is in. This is a car that finished at 2nd place at Alton Park last time out, and it does look as though it is a standard pit stop, so car comes to a halt now. Handbrake on, engine off, driver out, and they cannot open the fuel flap until the door is closed. Drivers are out. Now they can start the refuelling process. So conversation going on between Robert Thomas, who gets out of the car. Simon Bonham, who's been racing in EnduroKA for a couple of seasons now, is about to jump into the car. As we say, the first of the tough jugs is ready and is dumping the fuel in. So it's not the work of a moment because it's not a vented system. It just slowly glugs away and jugs away, dropping the fuel in. Simon Bonham ready to jump in and have his second stint, I think that will be, in the car. But it's not the only car that's coming in, because I think we've also now got Shane Deegan in at the wheel of the Ferguson Motorsport number 736 car, and also Castrap Racing are in. So they were leading the race with Alex Tenterini before Nicole Drought took up the lead, but the number 55 car now heads in towards the pit lane, and again this is for a standard stop in reality, and it will see Ben Smith get back in to the car, and we are going to have surely another safety car period, because car number 275, which had a spin not so long ago in the hands of Joe Davis, the Lifeline Racing car, had a spin at Paddock Hill Bend and got away with it because it was a full 360 spin. This time he's spun and gone backwards into the gravel trap, and the 265 car's going no further. So it will need another tow out of the gravel, I'm afraid. So that is being covered by localised yellows currently. But we know what will happen, and it will mean that Alan will need to put another pencil mark on his piece of paper in a few moments' time.
It's done. Already done.
Ah, well, I haven't said that word yet.
You did.
Did
you
I?
said this might be another deployment of a safety car.
I said it might be. Might be.
I'm not looking at the prefix, only the word.
3 3/4 hours still remaining on this one. As a result of the dive for the pit stops, just to confirm we are going safety car, then it means that Milner Racing and Johnny Milner come up to second place now. Kahuna's Racing and Costa Creatis are third, and Lewis Selby is there in fourth place. We almost had a little bit of contact there, didn't we, with one car, I think was that the number 1 car of Gus Burton, and I think the Wolf Motorsport number 4 car of Stephen Goodliff almost came together at pit lane entry there. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them as the pink car just sort of slewed sideways, gathered up the moment, just as we were heading into the safety car period. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, we're getting a replay of it again. And I think the pink car got sideways all on its own, really. If it was, there was a light tap from Gus Burton, but Gus was already there. He couldn't move out of the way, so maybe just unsighted and didn't realise exactly where the Burton Power car was. But no issue between the pair of them. It's just the lightest of little touches, and the moment was ultimately gathered up. So yet more safety car laps. I am wondering now, do they need to plug in the electric BMW safety car at some point today? Because there's been a fair amount of it out there on the circuit. If I were the safety car driver, I'd be keeping an eye on that range, you know, because in cold weather batteries don't last as long.
You've got range anxiety on the safety car. I don't know.
Yeah, play. Oh right, okay. Looks as though the car is being pushed out by the marshals. So fantastic work by the marshals to push that car out.
You know what that conversation is. We've had enough of this. Come on, 5 of us can do it, and they did.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. So the car's out of the gravel, so it should just now be a fairly short safety car period. One car just about to try and leave the pit lane. The red lights are on because it can't do it just as yet. Is LDR Performance Tuning. And that's the number 69 car that was in the pit lane. Was in the hands of Bob Godbold. Light at the end of the pit lane goes from red to green, so Bob can head out onto the circuit. There was a Bob Godbold used to race in Alfa Romeo some years ago. I wonder if it's the same chap. So where is the safety car? It is coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend, but the lights are extinguished on it, so it does look as though we're going to go back to racing at the end of this one. So for Nicole Drought, she will be hoping that she can have a back marker between herself and Johnny Milner, and it looks as though that is the case. So it does look as though Nicole Drought should be able to build an advantage again, because she was leading by 5 seconds from Johnny Milner's car last time over the start-finish line. I think Johnny Milner is about the 4th, 5th, maybe 6th car in the queue in reality. So safety car peels its way into the pit lane. The car that brought about the safety car also heads in towards the pit lane, which is Lifeline Racing. And Nicole Drought is about to get the race back underway once more. So Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car, over the start-finish line. And that is now 205 laps completed by the race leader. Where's the 46 car of Johnny Milner? Only now does that come over the start-finish line and can carve its way up towards Paddock Hill Bend. So the gap first to second is 5.4 seconds. But what has happened in that safety car period is it has allowed the car of Costa Creatis, the Kahuna's car, that's the metallic green number 333 car, to close right up onto the coattails of Johnny Milner. So the fight is now on for second and third place as they are nose to tail round through Druids and starting to descend downhill towards Graham Hill Bend. Is Costa going to try anything there? No, he doesn't. Johnny Milner's more than wise to that as well. He'll keep pressing on and look to try and hang on to second place, as we've got more cars in the pit lane at the moment. Touring car racing are in. Low-angled shot this time from our RF camera down there. Both looking at the car and at the marshal's socks as well. So, big queues of cars as a result of the bunching under the safety car period. Let's run you down through the top 10 once more. Car number 12, Pro-Am Racing lead the way. Number 46, Milner Racing a second. Number 333, Kahuna's race team are third, and fourth is 128, which is JTR. Fifth is 65, that's Autotech Motorsport. Sixth is number 55, Cash Strap Racing, who were leading, weren't they, until they pitted. Seventh is number 67, Original Checkers Racing. Eighth place is number 64, Autotech Motorsport. Ninth place is 112, Catastrophe Racing. And completing the top 10 is car number 1, which is Porsche Carrera Cup winner, which is Gus Burton. Well, Costa Creatis, you can't fault his enthusiasm because he was utterly sideways going through Druids that time through. The tail end of the number 333 car wasn't having any of it. He'd slewed sideways through the corner. Lots of opposite lock and a stamp on the throttle. I think we're going to get a replay of it. Yeah, he turned into the corner just too quick. The back end didn't have the grip and beautifully steered the car round. Lost a bit of time, but that was interesting to watch.
Costa giving it full beans.
Good.
That was a respectful gap. Yeah, sorry I said it.
So now what he's got to try and do is just edge up back onto the coattails of the Johnny Milner-driven number 46 car, and he's doing that. So over the start-finish line goes Nicole Drought. Here come the next pair, fighting over second and third position. We might be the best part of nearly 5 hours into this race now, but only 0.3 of a second separate the squabble going on for second and third position as they turn their way through Paddock Hill Bend. Whereas down in the pit lane, we've got changes of tyres now taking place for car number 275, which was brought into the pit lane by Joe Davies. And I suspect that'll be a change of driver when that car re-emerges down the pit lane in a few moments' time.
I'm considering going down to the pit lane, but it feels slightly bizarre to think that I'm wondering whether to take sunglasses with me. Strange day it's been.
It really has been, isn't it? Yeah. Really has been. But the sky looks clear, Alan, for the moment, doesn't it?
Well,
it really does look the best part of the day. Have another look at your weather forecast. Right,
because
okay.
It was wrong about 2 o'clock. It said it was going to be really quite a downpour at 2 o'clock. It wasn't.
We've had a change for second by the look of things as Costa Creatis has slid his way up the inside of Johnny Milner, going in towards clearways, but only to be slower coming off it. So Johnny Milner is going to return the favour by the look of things.
He is, yeah, and they run down past the start-finish line and down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's the 46 car just ahead of the 333 car. Great little battle this, isn't it?
It really has been, yeah, for lap after lap after lap. It's been a good battle. It was a good battle also to watch Nicole Drought closing in on that number 46 car to take the lead away from it. But having dropped from the lead down to second, Johnny Milner is not going to want to drop down to third at the moment. And the other car we also need to consider is the number 128 Napa-backed car that's being run by JTR in the hands of Mini Challenge JCW racer Lewis Selby, because that car is in fourth place, and if they start to squabble much more for second and third, he's going to begin to close in as well, because he is only 4.5 seconds away. So what's the forecast? We'll find out from our weatherman Alan Hyde very shortly as to what's going to be going on. What have you got?
It's saying that at 5 o'clock now we're going to have the heavy rain that we were due at 4 o'clock.
Oh, so that's when it's dark then, it's going to be wet as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, OK.
OK, so like they haven't gone through enough already today.
We're going to get another deluge in the dark. So, having had an attempt to try and squeeze his way through and pick up on second position, Costa Creatis now is losing out a little bit to Johnny Milner, so the gap has just edged away. Half a second quicker was Johnny Milner in the number 46 Milner Racing car that time through. There's still traffic to deal with. That's the Powerflex number 61 car, that the third place car that was sitting on pole position has gone through and overtaken. There's more traffic up the road to deal with for Johnny Milner, and straight away Johnny Milner dives past, and also Costa Kritis dives past. That looked as though that was the number 275 car that gained the position. We've had plenty of action out on the circuit. It looks as though we've got radio-controlled cars. In the Napa garage, Alan,
I saw that.
They've got their own little circuit laid down. We're getting some brilliant pictures. Yeah. Well, they've got a wheel at one end of the garage and a wheel and tyre, and a wheel and tyre at the other end, and they've created a little oval track to go and play around.
Do you remember me telling you yesterday that Nick Tandy has got a very impressive remote control car
that does over 100 miles an hour? You said,
yes, that's what I was told. I don't know if that's true. We can ask him.
You can ask him. You can also have a go on those cars, Alan, as well. I'm sure they'll let you.
I'm sure I wouldn't be very good.
And I think I spotted a very nice white Rolls Royce at the back of the garage that you could have a go in as well. OK, it's a pedal car, but you can have a go still.
I'm about the right size for a pedal car.
You said it. I was heading that way, but you said it. So Nicole Drought now, 7.1 seconds she has pulled away from Johnny Milner since picking up the lead of the race. Over the start-finish line comes car number 341. That is the final car inside the top 30 as it heads around through Paddock Hill Bend. That's in the hands of Declan McDonnell. They are, 25 laps off the lead of the race. So the leader has now completed 210 racing laps. And we've still got, what was it, the top 5, top 6 cars, did I say, on the lead lap? I think we're now down to just the top 5 cars that are there on the lead lap. And we've had another off, and that is Orca Sports, who've had a big spin coming out of Clearways Corner. The car slewing towards pit lane entry on the grass on the inside, and finally spins right the way at pit lane entry. Fire the car up and get going again, but that is the car that is the last of the runners that we've got in 36th position at the moment. Black and white warning flag for track limits. Car number 1, so Gus Burton is pushing the patience of the officials here. If they don't want to pick up a penalty, then Gus just needs to make sure he stays within the confines of the circuit. And I think, to be fair, that's the first time I've seen that flash up, a track limits warning, over the course of the day. We've had pretty much everything else. I don't think we've had track limits.
I get an inward chuckle at that, yeah. Never driven the car before today. I'm just getting used to it, honest.
Fight for second and third is still very much together, heading out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight. Still got Johnny Milner trying to keep at bay Costa Kritis. So those two, you can see them just heading through Surtees up towards McLaren. The silver car is the Milner car of Johnny Milner. Costa Kritis at the wheel of the Kahuna's race car is the metallic green car with the black bonnet and roof and rear tailgate to it, and the two of them in the fantastic now Bransack Sunshine head over the start-finish line. There was 0.6 of a second between them at the start of that lap. By the end of it, there's 7, nearly 0.8 of a second between the pair of them.
It's really nice down here now. It's.
Did you bring your shades in the end?
No, I left them. I just felt silly. I just thought it's ridiculous because I need to fit windscreen wipers on them in half an hour. But for now, it's really nice. Yeah, it's a bit of a chill in the air, but it's sunny and people are smiling. And in fairness, I think I made the point this morning, the weather has not dampened the spirits in the garages and down in pit lane. It's really quite remarkable. They've been up against it all day, but they're still smiling. They've always got a cheery hello as you walk up the pit lane, so it's great to see. Aha, I've got to the Napa garage.
Our man on the roof has also got a very good shot of you walking up the pit lane as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I've arrived at the... it's a Bentley, not a Rolls Royce.
Oh, I do apologise. You can still have a go there, Alan.
I think, yeah, I would fit in the car, but the boots that I'm wearing today probably wouldn't. And how many remote control cars have we got around here? So, 3 of them. And Nick Tandy, the big kid, is sat there. I'm going to go over and talk to Nick because, so, this is... Nick, I know you can hide behind the idea that you can say this is family time, but it's you time, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't want to play with radio control bangers?
I understand. Someone told me the other week that you have a radio control car that does an insane speed. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. I have a 7th scale It's like a four-wheel drive electric car, but it's got a motor in it that produces about 15 horsepower.
My goodness.
So I've had it up to 143, recorded by GPS.
Right, wow.
That was a ticket to Le Mans when the track was not being used. But
I made a video, I hope.
we did, yeah, absolutely.
Quite right too. How long have
Luckily,
you...
Felix enjoys playing with them as much as I do.
Introduce me to the family, if you would. Is this the one and only?
Pit lane. No, his sister is. She's watching somewhere else.
Right, okay, and not into radio-controlled cars?
Not so much. No.
Right.
She likes to keep warm and
I'll tell you,
watch from relative comfort.
No, so I'm with sister, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I've stayed in the commentary box most of the day. You won't see me when it's raining. Had another little deluge, didn't we? Goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Elliot was in the car this time. I think he got quite bored, but...
I'll talk to him about that.
Yeah, ask him.
Multiple laps behind the safety car, and that's so key to keep the old concentration, isn't it?
It is. It is, yeah. I mean, luckily a lot of us have got radios and stuff, so we can have a bit of a joke to the pit crew and stuff on the radio, which keeps you interested. But yeah, I'm glad it was him out there that time and not me.
Thank you, Nick. Enjoy your remote control. This is Elliot, is it, over here? Let me go and have a chat to Elliot. The old weather has thrown a few things at us today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very, well, tricky conditions in the stint that I was in. It was, lots of heavy rain and stuff like that, but...
And a lengthy safety car because of the rain, was that period?
Yeah. I think I did more laps behind safety car than racing, but...
I did wonder, there was a huge puddle just on the apex of Graham Hill Bend. Where else was it really bad, really horrible?
Actually, on the exit of Druids as well, there was a river running across there, and also across Surtees as well. So yeah, there was quite a few rivers.
I mean, the important thing, we're talking about these radio control cars. I think this must be your little one, who's driving around in a rather smart white Bentley. It's family time, this event as well, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. It's a family event, a fun event. The part of endurance racing is for everybody to enjoy it. So yeah, try and make it as much fun as we can for everyone.
So introduce me to the family, if you would.
So I've got my son is William, wife Lindsay. So William's in, like you say, driving the white car.
Is it Williams Bentley?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Nice bit of kit.
Yeah, he wants to play with the radio control cars as well now, but yeah, a bit worried about the pit lane.
I tell you what, he's caused rather a large obstacle in the middle of the course at the moment. How old is William?
He's just over 3.
Wow. So he can't go in the pit lane, but he can certainly get into his Bentley. Thank you for having a chat to us down at the Napa Racing Garage. See, it's a family day out, a family day, and the sunshine is out.
Yeah, and the kids enjoying it, whether it be kids young or kids old, like Nick Tandy with his radio-controlled cars there.
What was it, 144?
144 miles per hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
At Le Mans.
At Le Mans, yeah.
In a radio-controlled car.
That must be a sight to see as well. I can't imagine controlling one of those. I wouldn't know what I was doing at all.
That's a radio-controlled bullet, isn't it?
It is, very much so at that speed. We got another safety car out there. That's because Race Logic had managed to plot themselves in the gravel trap again at Clearways Corner. And there was also a small problem for number 275 out there again as well, which was Lifeline Racing, who seemed to come to a stop at a similar point on the circuit as well. So the safety car is back out there. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, Lifeline Racing braked and understeered, and that was whilst one car was in the gravel. There were marshals dealing with Race Logic, and there was a telehandler out there as well. So for Lifeline Racing, with that lock-up and then a stall as well, that might be an interesting conversation that needs to go on at race control there, because that car did look as though it was a little bit out of control whilst we'd got some vehicles and marshals dealing with a separate incident. So we've got a few cars, I think, diving for the pit lane. I can hear the buzzer going off, which suggests we've got a few that are in the pit lane. I think Graves Motorsport have come in to the pit lane. That's a number 44 car of Nicky Taylor.
And what about 734? An update on that car, because it's been pushed back out into the garage. I think on the live stream you can see that. Joe just said, it's not our day, mate. It's really not our day. The car has been misfiring, so they've just been working on the car in the garage. They've sent it on its way, but they're not sure that they've fixed it.
Oh, they really have had a really bad rub of the green, haven't they? So hopefully that's all of their troubles behind them now. There might be a few other cars in the pit lane that maybe we can catch up with. Misty Racing, I believe, are out, Alan, the number 72 car. I can see that car was stationary in the garage not so long ago.
Which garage is that?
Misty Racing are garage number 24, I believe.
24. I'm not far away from that. Hang on. I'm at 25.
Oh, well, that's handy then, isn't it?
There's no car in there. No. Oh, no. The reason there's no car in the garage, it's just been put on the trailer. Who's going to talk to me? Who? Marcus. This is. Why are you smiling? It's been put on the trailer.
Yeah, a bit gutting, but that's motorsport, isn't it? It just happens sometimes. I mean, could have happened to any of us as the drivers, but yeah, it's a shame. But yeah,
so it had been through the wars. What is the reason for retirement?
I think there was a spin at paddock. I think
that's right. Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, I think the driver had to.
We miss nothing, you know. We're watching all the like Big Brother.
I mean, I think the driver had to brake, and then I guess it just careered and spun into the barrier. But yeah, it's if you want to.
Oh, okay. So who was at the wheel of the car?
Me, I'm afraid.
Right. Okay, and what happened?
Well, I thought I'd brake because someone was beside me, but the real happened, because the camera never lies, is that I went on the green and the rear end went off.
Yeah, you really can't afford to do that today. It's so much of a challenge.
I was overthinking paddock every time I went around it, getting better and better at it, and then screwed it up.
Explain that to me, overthinking as a driver.
Just trying to get it right. You know,
trying to get it better and better and better.
Well, I've seen so many people end up in the gravel. I thought, that's not going to happen to me. Well, I didn't. I ended up on the other side of the track, so there we go.
So it's retirement, but your spirits are all right.
Well, they've been very, very kind. I bet they're all thinking, I'm not sure what they're going to say when they get home, but...
We were talking about this in the commentary earlier on, because, and it may well have been after we saw the car go round, you're not just thinking about yourself, are you? Thinking about everybody else that's involved.
Absolutely right, yeah, and it's, you know, it's a team effort, and everybody's, you know, paid to be here, and, you know, you can't take away half their fun, but they all got to go. So
well, that is good news.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but, yeah.
And the weather has thrown up so many challenges over the course of today. We all knew what it was going to do today, didn't we?
Yeah, indeed, but I was actually astonished by the amount of grip the car still had. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was astonished. It did things I didn't think it would do. So as I spent a lot of time in front of the safety car, and I was able to sort of try and think, this is going quite well, actually. And then, as I say, everything was going well except for that one mess up at paddock. So, real shame.
Sorry for you, but it's retirement. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you very much indeed. Remarkable, really, but the spirit in the garage is actually quite positive and quite smiley, and they're a nice bunch in here.
They are a nice bunch, and that's the bunch that brought us the goodie bags, Alan. So you can say thank you personally from us both as well. We may have, possibly, the requirement to get your pencil back out and put another mark on the piece of paper, Alan.
Well, you'll be doing that for me.
Will I? Right, because Morgan Charlesworth at the wheel of car number 275, which has already had a few spins over the course of the last quarter of an hour or so, whether it's Morgan or the driver that was there before him, Joe Davies, I think it was, have all contributed to the tally of spins for that car, but this time it's Morgan Charlesworth that's gone off into the gravel trap backwards at Paddock Hill Bend, and the marshals have done their usual thing of trying to give it a shove to get it out of harm's way, but that is not going to cut the mustard, I'm afraid. So it does look as though for the 17th time now we may well be going safety car. For the moment, the safety car has not been deployed. We've also now got, going very sideways, up towards Clearways Corner, the car that's in second place now, Johnny Milner, who has been passed, or was passed a few laps ago, by Costa Caritis. And Costa, last time through, set the fastest lap that the number 333 car had done, 1 minute 9.864, but now he's up into second place. He's looking to try and pull away. What's the contact between the pair? No, absolutely not. It's just Johnny Milner carrying too much speed in towards the corner, and the tail end of the car was having none of it. So it is now Kahuna Racing Team that are leading the way and are only 2 3/4 seconds behind Nicole Drought, who leads the race. Now remember, the car that's in second place started on pole position. The car that leads has come from 13th on the grid. Now we're still just covering this car under localised yellows for the moment, the car that's in the gravel trap, and as soon as I say that, confirmation on the timing screen, that for the 18th time. So I need to put another little pencil mark down there, so there was one missing. For the 18th time, we now go safety car, and it's not the only car that we've got off at the moment, because we've also had a spin for K&N Racing onto the grass on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Harmless spin. The number 21 car will get going in the right direction, and that car is in the hands of Chris Bryant, who had his spin, but yeah, he is on the replay, yeah, just pointing in the wrong direction. He'll get going again, no problem. So the reason for the safety car is purely because of that stricken car down there at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, car number 275. So it shouldn't take long to sort this one out again. So the marshals have had a go at giving it a shove, but it does need the assistance of either the 4x4 or a breakdown truck from Trackside Recovery to get it fully out of harm's way.
Where is the recovery mark?
It's Paddock Hill Bend, but
again,
yeah,
right, yeah.
again, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the safety car is going to be heading out onto the circuit shortly. It's just waiting, I think, for a gap in the traffic so it picks up the right car, and it does now. So, or has it? No, it has not picked up the race leader. I think there's one back marker it will wave through, and then it will have the race leading car behind it.
The visibility is so key heading down towards, you know, and that's when the BMW is going to pick the field up, but heading along the Cooper Straight towards 30. Sunshine low in the sky, and the reflection on the circuit, really not easy at all.
It's not. This time of year, it's always really, really difficult to see, isn't it, Brands Hatch, when you head along the Cooper Straight, and even more so next weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, because, of course, not only do you get the low sun and potentially a damp track, but you also get the diesel particulates as well.
And they're up higher in the truck, so they're
yeah.
closer to the sun.
Yeah, so it does make the visibility very, very, very difficult.
I thought I might get away with that one.
So it's a 4x4 trackside recovery unit that's going to drag the 275 car out of the gravel trap. Safety car is out on circuit and guiding them around. And what we are going to have is a brilliant restart for this race. And the reason I say a brilliant restart is because the first car behind the safety car is the race leader. The second car behind the safety car is the car in second place. The third car behind the safety car is the car in third place. And the fourth car behind the safety car, guess what, is in fourth place. So there are no back marker cars that are off the lead lap that are in the queue at the sharp end. So we're going to have the top four all busy, squabbling away for the race lead when we get this race back underway very, very shortly. K&M Racing come into the pit lane. So that is Chris Wilson, I think, that comes in to bring that car in towards the pits for what is a standard pit stop for it. So refueling about to take place now, and in goes the tough jug. It's pushed in by the refueler, and that is the point at which then the nozzle opens in the tough jug and allows the fuel to flow. The regulations also state that there should be a second person on hand with a fire extinguisher. Again, just in case there should be any problems with the refueling, that fire extinguisher is ready to go. And those are the only two people that can get involved in the refueling process of the car. Once the fueling is done and that fuel filler flap is closed, then a maximum of 4 mechanics can work on the car at any one time, plus the driver, of course. So over the start-finish line now come. Let me run you down through the order then. Leading the race, number 12, Pro-Am Racing. Second, 333 Kahunas. Third is 46 Milner Racing, and fourth is 128 JTR. Those are the front 4 cars in the queue behind the safety car. In 5th position is number 65, Auto Tech Racing, the first of their 2 cars. Second is 55, which is Castrap Racing, and then as they finish in there in 6th place. 7th place is number 112, which is Catastrophe. 8th place is number 1, Burton Power Racing. 9th is the second of the Auto Tech Motorsport cars, number 64. And completing the top 10 is car number 121, which is Calamity Racing, which, Alan, I spotted a few laps ago, did have now a red exclamation mark at the side of it, which suggests that when that team manager of 121 was back into race control, they have picked up some sort of penalty. What it is, I can't tell from my screen, but it looks as though it might be just something like a 1-lap penalty or something like that, because they haven't dropped way down through the order like some other cars. Maybe a 2-lap penalty, potentially. So lights are off on the safety car. We're about to get the race back underway, and it's going to be 4 for the lead of the race. And I think the 5th car in the train is not going to be a slow one either, because that's the car that's running in 8th position in the hands of Gus Burton, the Burton Power prepared and run car. So It looks as though we're about to get the race underway. Kahuna Race Team and Costa Creatis are hanging back a little bit, which means that Nicole Drought might get a bit of a jump here on the cars behind. So Nicole Drought goes for it now, and we get the race back underway. Costa Creatis under pressure straight away from Johnny Milner, who gets a slightly better restart than the 333 car in second position. Out of the pit lane goes the KM Racing car, I think. Chris Wilson having dispensed with driving duties. But the race is now fully back underway, and again you can see the cars just moving around again, the front few cars, as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, went down through the dip and then just touched that painted surface on the exit of the corner. But Nicole Drought still leading the way as things currently stand, with more cars now destined to head towards race control. Team managers of car number 333 towards race control. That is the car in second place, so that could be a very important conversation that goes on. And also number 81, which is GM Performance, to head towards race control. They've already picked up a 10-lap penalty. They will certainly not want to pick up any further penalties in this one. So 3 hours and 15 minutes of the race to go, which means we have just clicked past the 5-hour point of this race.
I've just picked up a little tidbit.
Go on.
So the churns that they fill the cars up with fuel.
Yeah.
So regulations were changed this year to allow not just one type of receptacle. So there are some teams that are still using the previously used vessel, and there are some teams that have swapped over to slightly different designs, which are allowed during through the regulations now, and they dispense the fuel a little bit quicker, but still within the regulations. However, the original ones, they don't drop a drop of fuel at the end. The newer ones have been the ones that have been a bit tricky when we've talked about maybe there'll be a little spill of fuel at the end of it. Apparently that's for the newer ones that dispense the fuel more quickly. So that's an interesting question, isn't it?
I knew something had gone on, because when I was competing at the Snetterton race, there was conversations post-race and announcements made that they would be looking in and sorting out some some areas around the refuelling of the cars.
Oh,
so
okay.
that must have happened from the Snetterton 12-hour onwards.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, it's a question of the tortoise and the hare, isn't it, really?
It is,
you
yeah.
can dispense the fuel a lot quicker, but the chances, therefore, because you are dispensing it quicker, are greater that you're going to spill a bit of fuel at the end of it.
Yeah, and then you'll have to clean that up. And if you spill too much, again, you pick up a penalty.
Exactly that, yeah. So it's interesting. These are the little background stories in the pit lane that you can pick up, and we'd have no way from the commentary box of knowing them.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for that, because I was aware of Fuelgate, as it's been called, on some of the social media posts that there have been, so that sort of clarifies as to what it was. It was largely the email was pointed at team managers so that they were aware, less so the drivers. So the top three still together for the lead of the race. It looks as though Lewis Selby in fourth place at the wheel of the JTR car is just hanging back a little bit. We almost had a change for second and third at Druids last time through, as Johnny Milner stuck his nose up the inside of the Kahuna's car. They've got some traffic to deal with as well, which is the number 275 car, which was recently in the gravel trap, remember. That's his staying out of harm's way and allowing the lead trio to go through. And as they come over the start-finish line now, it's still Pro-Am Racing and Nicole Drought leading the way. Kahuna Racing and Costa Creatis sitting there in second place. Johnny Milner for Milner in third. Those top three cars separated by less than 7/10 of a second after 5 hours of racing. And just a further second back from them is going to be Lewis Selby at the wheel of the Napa liveried car. We have had now 227 laps completed as Johnny Milner is totally sideways going in towards the braking area for Druids Corner. He was at 45 degrees to the apex there. Lots of arm twirling, still kept it where it needed to be. He lost a little bit of time because all of a sudden Lewis Selby is right on his coattails, but that could not have been any more sideways. It was sideways on the brakes all the way around the corner. Brilliant replay from our camera crew up at that part of the circuit. Gathered it all up and amazingly didn't lose a huge amount of time. We have now, and he's sideways again this time as he heads up towards Clearways Corner. That is going to lose him third place. Again, the tail end of the car just broke away from him as he went in towards the corner, and Lewis Selby was poised and ready to pounce. Johnny Milner is trying to fight back, and the pair of them will be side by side over the start-finish line, but Johnny Milner has a bit more momentum on the straight, and despite the hugely sideways moment, at Clearways Corner, he hangs on to 3rd position. Let's have a look. Is he sideways going through Paddock Hill Bend?
Still a legend.
Again, utterly sideways going in towards Clearways. We're just getting a replay of that now, but that cost him a little bit more time than the moment did at Druids. And this time at Druids, yeah, I think he's realised that getting as sideways as he has been is not going to be the fastest line through the circuit. I was about to say in total now, total number of miles that's been covered by every car. So every lap of every car, add them all up, 9,000 miles we have now reached over the course of this race.
It's an amazing stat, that, isn't it? Really good.
It is. I mean, what's the circumference of the Earth? It's about 27,000 miles, something like that, isn't it? There or thereabouts, which means we've gone a third of the way around the planet so far.
Have we really?
Yeah. Or 24,000 miles,
we're
something
almost
like that.
at the Macau Grand Prix.
There seems to be lots of understeering and then all of a sudden lots of oversteering going on. It just makes you think that we're getting to that stage again, Alan, that now we've had the rain and now we've had the sun, the circuit's starting to dry and it's not wet anymore. It's just greasy and horrible. Yeah. Well, no, I hope not. No, don't say that.
No, we are.
No. The clouds are bubbling up in the distance as well, by the look of things.
The sky is clear at the moment. It's really, really nice. Yeah, really cool.
So
let's hope, actually, we don't get another intervention from the weather, because it's so nice, and we're beginning to see people creeping back onto the track side rather than sitting in their cars around the circuit. Let's hope it, fingers crossed, it stays like this.
Let's hope so, yeah. Our 3 hardy souls in the rain that were in the Paddock Hill grandstand have now been joined by another half a dozen hardy souls as well. So, yeah, they're all enjoying the autumnal sunshine as the race leaders will be very shortly coming back over the start-finish line again once more. So through Surtees, McLaren on towards Clearways Corner. Nicole Drought still leading the way. Still with a little bit of traffic to deal with. That's the Orca Sport car that makes sure it's well and truly out of harm's way. So Nicole Drought now might lose the lead of the race here, because Kahunas have got a good run coming off the corner and are drawing themselves alongside. Costa Creatis has the inside line as well for Paddock Hill Bend. He's just about got his nose ahead as they head in towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. And is he going to take up the lead of the race? I think he is. Yeah, he goes through to pick up the lead of the race. Nicole Drought down into 2nd position. And Johnny Milner there is in 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. So the leading trio down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. The green car of Kahunas leading the way. The white and blue and black car of Pro-Am Racing in 2nd place. The all-silver car of Johnny Milner in 3rd place. The blue car with the yellow bumpers of Lewis Selby in 4th position. Those are the sole 4 cars that remain on the lead lap at the moment. And we're just going to get another replay of that overtake. Costa Creatis up the inside of Nicole Drought. The door was almost open for Johnny Milner to squeeze his way through, but I think he realised that it was all going to get a bit marginal if he tried it, so just backed out of it a little bit and maintained what was 3rd position. The former British rally champion and very successful rallycross driver as well was Johnny Milner. Now, that's been a poorer lap from Johnny that time through, though, because he has now fallen to 1 second back from the leading pair. So it's 2 for the lead. Then Johnny Milner just a bit further back, followed by Lewis Selby. And is Nicole Drought going back for the lead of the race? She is sideways totally. Is she going to have a spin? Yes, she does. A half spin heading in towards Druids. She was trying the move that she did earlier on where she braked so late for Druids Corner. And the tail end instantly came round. The car went halfway onto the grass on the infield. She bounced over the curb on the infield, got going again and dropped down into 3rd place. And we might have another safety car, I'm afraid, and that is because we have got K&M Racing in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. The number 114 car is backwards in the gravel. And that's Daniel Sadagian that's gone off, I'm afraid, this time through. And yes, confirmation, safety car is coming out on circuit. So we are going to have another safety car to slot in, which now means that if I've got the maths right, we are up to 19, would it not be now, if memory serves me correctly? Yes, 19 safety cars now, so rest assured, Alan, I am conducting the admin for you. And as we're on 19, the next line is going to be the big diagonal one, which I know is the one you like to put on. when we get to 20. Yeah, I'll try. I'll try my best. I can't promise.
Well,
I'm not fully in control of this, you know.
I'm not going to come back yet because I'm making the most of this nice weather.
You ought to come back because more gifts have arrived in the commentary box.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. Do you like sweets?
That's a stupid question.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Do you have a particular preference of a boxed sweet? Are you a Heroes man, a Celebration man, Roses,
that
Quality
sort of
Street?
sweet. So upmarket Christmas time
What
sweets.
sort of Christmas sweets do you like?
Don't care if it's got chocolate, it's good.
Well, they have chocolates. These ones also have toffee coins in.
What, Quality Street?
They also have purple ones as well, yes.
Oh,
we have a box of Quality Street that's arrived.
Now you're talking. Oh.
Now you know why I like coming back and doing this event each year.
Well,
you go home well fed, don't you?
Well, clearly, yeah. I'm not going to need dinner tonight, that's for sure.
No, but I might need the dentist next week after cake and sweets.
That's brilliant. Who brought that up?
That's from MSVR, actually.
That's very kind. What are they doing? Asking us to go home? That's the... Thank you so much for all you've done for us now.
But could you just stay quiet for a bit and go home? Yeah.
Happy Christmas.
Can we have some peace and quiet, please?
Yes.
I wouldn't put it against them.
No,
I'd understand.
a direct instruction from Adrian Clark.
Yes. No damage to the car that was in the gravel trap. It's just being removed out of harm's way by the telehandler once more. The other good thing we're going to have when we get this race back underway is another brilliant fight for the lead again, because again, the top 4 cars are all those that are directly queuing up behind the safety car at the moment. So, yeah, the top 4 behind the safety car. The 5th car behind the safety car is a car that's actually running in 8th position. So that is 3 laps down, which is Gus Burton at the wheel of the Burton Power racing machine.
I want to be down here when he comes back in because I want the follow-up interview.
You want the follow-up interview, and you need to look at the names on the window of the car as well, don't you?
I didn't do that
You didn't do that. No, you didn't do that. Well, the car wasn't in. You were chatting to Gus and the car was on circuit.
Give me early warning, won't you?
I will endeavour to do the best, yes. Whether you can get your cameraman Callum there in time or not, we'll have to wait and see as well.
Callum's really good. He's doing this pit lane all on his own today. He told me there's a backup crew if needed. He has had something to eat, which is good news, but he's doing a sterling job. I'm
guessing Callum's got his steps in for the day.
I should say so, yeah. Still smiling. He's absolutely loving the event, actually. He likes it when it goes night-time because he can do arty shots.
Yes, it is good. It's a lot easier for Callum because, of course, come night time, he's in the pits and can pick out the cars. How our cameramen and camera crew do it when we get to darkness, and I really don't know. We might almost need to direct them to where the battles are because they're not going to see a great deal, are they, through the viewfinder?
Well, they don't stand a chance if we're directing. Car 27 has just completed a stop and is being pushed back in pit lane and about to rejoin.
That's Semprini Racing. They've had a busy weekend, Semprini Racing, because they were also running cars yesterday, weren't they, in the Track Day Championship and Track Day Trophy. They sometimes have 2 cars out. So they have the main Semprini car, and they have a Semprini Junior car out as well in some of the KA races.
It's running okay, 14th place.
They'll be pleased with that. And that was a driver change, wasn't it? So that would have been Phil Hart that got out of the car. I don't think we've seen Callum Perfect or David Evans behind the wheel of it just as yet. Bit of sweeping up being done at Paddock Hill Bend from where we lost into the gravel trap the 114 car of KM Racing. But that car is now out of the gravel and in the hands of Daniel Sajijan. Should be able to head back in towards the pit lane area. So maybe one more lap behind the safety car, possibly. It depends how much more sweeping up the marshals need to do. The JCB telehandler is going back through the gravel trap to make sure it's in its snatch gap. The marshals, I think, are just waiting for the pack of cars to go by so that they can do the last little bit of sweeping where the gravel has been brought out from the gravel trap onto the very edge of the curb line. But I think that has now been done, and they'll make their way back behind the barriers. JCB is almost behind the barriers, so I think the lights will go off again on the safety car as it heads down towards Graham Hill Bend, and then we'll be able to get the race back underway. How many laps have we done? Well, 234 have now been completed. The lights do go off on the safety car, which means we are going to get the race back underway very shortly. So it'll be up to Costa Kiritis to decide as to when he wants to put his foot on the throttle and get things back underway. So I think he might already have gone for it, possibly. So, yeah, it looks like he's already accelerated his way through Clearway's corner now and has got on with the restart immediately. Lewis Selby is a little bit slower to react by the look of things. The top four are actually fairly equidistantly spread. Nobody's sort of crawling over each other as the safety car peels its way into the pit lane. And after 19 safety cars, we go back racing once more with just over 3 hours of the race remaining. So through goes Costa Creatis. We had been mentioning that the fastest lap of the race had been with Jack Wright for a good period of time, but 10 laps ago we did have a new fastest lap of the race, which I hadn't picked up on at the time. And we've got another one over, I'm afraid, and it's a multiple roll again at Paddock Hill Bend. The car went, I would say again, another 3 or 4 times. It has gone over and it has come to rest right up against the barriers in fact, bang up against the barriers. And again, I think I know which car it is. Yeah, I can see the number of it when I hold my hands pretty steadily. And it is a car that has had nothing but problems all day, I'm afraid. And that is a very frustrating end to the day for the team. Again, I'll just hang on until we can ensure that the driver is out of the car. But the marshals are on hand. It is still on its side in the gravel trap, and it is with the bottom of the car resting right up against the barrier. So it went over 2, 3, maybe 4 times, has landed on its side, and I think marshals are chatting to driver, who is in the process of getting himself out of the car. And then once the driver is out of the car, that confirms that everything is good. So understandably, again, the medical cars have been scrambled, and this might be the opportunity again for some other cars that hadn't pitted to head in towards the pit lane area. So we're going to bunch the pack up once more. It also means that we're now at 20 safety car periods, and out of the car, I'm pleased to say, is Daniel Ferguson. So car number 734, Ferguson Motorsport car that had been leading the race, that had had a 10-lap penalty given to it. It had had a problem with an alternator, and the car just got away. And yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, or 3 3/4 times, the car went over before it came to rest against the gravel trap. And that sort of, I'm afraid to say, sums up the day for Ferguson Motorsport, from leading the race to having an alternator problem, to getting a 10-lap penalty for something, to having problems with the car misfiring. And then, finally, the car has a multiple roll into the gravel trap and now is surely out of the race. You know, if I were the team, I'd think, you know, it's just not your day. Let's not even bother repairing. We might have 3 hours to go, but...
Didn't Joe say that to me last time I went into the garage? It really isn't our day.
No, they have had a rotten day, haven't they?
And so exciting and quick in the first part of the race as well.
Yeah, leading it, weren't they?
Yeah,
yeah, leading it. So, yeah, that sort of sums up their day, as I said at the time. It's just, some days it's just not your day. We've still got a few team managers that need to go to race control. Car number 333, which is the race leading car, still flashing up that the team manager of that car needs to go to race control. There's no suggestion or indication that conversations have happened yet. And also car number 81 needs to head towards race control. That is a car that is circulating further down through the order. That's GM Performance, who are down there in 28th position at the moment. And that car that was in the hands of Ian Mitchell is now back in the hands of Darren Stapleton. So back under safety car. I see Shine Automotive are back out, Alan. I hadn't spotted that one. So that was one of the cars that went through the gravel trap, and it is out there circulating now. No front windscreen, no rear windscreen.
Nor had I noticed that. Which car number?
Car number 180.
180.
In fact, no side windows either.
There's a few of them running like that. I've just come over to the pit wall to get a closer view.
It's just heading through Paddock Hill Bend now, that particular car.
And I also wanted to come over to the pit wall just to have a closer look at the tarmac and just see if there was any semblance of dryness about any part of it. What do you think the answer is?
I'm guessing no.
No.
Yeah. And the problem is now we're getting to 3:30.
It's chilly now, you know.
It's just going to get chilly and we'll hit the dew point and it will just get worse, won't it?
I think this is going to be track conditions for the duration.
Oh, Shine Automotive do have one window left. Right, the passenger side window is still intact, but yeah, there's no driver side window or rear quarter window. There's no window in the boot. There's no window in the near side rear quarter. Yeah, there's one window. which isn't going to do a great deal, is it really?
Not really, only missed up. Wouldn't that be the worst thing to happen? They have to come into the pit lane because there's one single bit of glass has missed it up.
I suspect with the airflow around the car generally, they might be all right.
Okay.
I think they might be all right, you know. But hats off to the team. You know, we say it in jest, but hats off to the team because, you know, they're not throwing in the towel. That's what this event is all about, isn't it? You know, they've not had the rub of the green today. They've had a car which is going to need a lot of work doing to it, or a reshell or whatever, but they've not thrown in the towel. They are still out there. They are still circulating. They are still in the race.
Plenty of them elect as they come past me down on the pit wall.
It's coming to you now. It's got lots of day glow flashes to it, pink flashes.
Hang on. Oh, yes. Goodness me. Right, OK. It looks like one of Nick Tandy's short oval cars, doesn't it? It just needs a big sign on the top of it with the number on it.
Yeah, it does like it should be on the short ovals or the grass track courses or something like that. So how long have we had in total behind safety car? Shall I have a quick look at that? Because we've not looked at that one yet.
I'm not sure you want to peek at that one, do you?
Well, what have we had? We have had 5 hours and 25 minutes of racing so far.
OK.
And
of which?
Of which 3 hours and 40 minutes have been green flag.
OK, oh, well, that's better than I thought.
Yeah. So
too bad.
it's not telling me what the total time under safety car is because that's currently clicking up. So once the safety car comes back in, that will remain a static number. Yeah.
Suffice to say, you've got range anxiety.
For the BMW electric safety car. Yes, I did a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yes. I hope they've been plugging it in between stints.
My warning to you, don't ever buy an electric car. I mean, that's the reason I won't. I'm far too anxious a person anyway. If my phone drops below 80%, then I have to plug it in. It's true.
To be fair, I'm the same. When my range, when the red light, when the fuel light comes on, that's bad.
No.
That's bad. We can get to that stage.
I've only got to that stage once. Ever.
Yeah. I tend not to. Yeah. And then when you see that it comes on when you've got 50 miles of range, and then you see the range keep coming down, and then it flashes up something that says refill now. And it doesn't tell you what the remaining range is because that clicks off at about 25 miles. That's when I really worry. That hasn't happened much.
That's not good. And one of my friends told me many years ago when I was at school, don't worry about it when the light comes on because, of course, there's a reserve petrol tank and it will switch over to that. Well, that wasn't true, was it? What a great jest that was.
There speaks a man from experience, yes.
You don't need to worry when the light comes on. That just means it's about to switch on to the emergency tank.
Quick question for you.
Go on.
With regards to electric BMWs.
Yes.
It's been going around with its lights on, hasn't it? Flashing away, which is going to drop the range. It's got its side lights on now. When it has to go to full headlamps later on because we're in darkness, that's going to impact it even more, isn't it?
You are getting anxious about this, aren't
I am.
you?
I'm worried.
So somebody that's showing no anxiety at all is Joe. Last time I came in the garage, you said it's really not our day. Presumably, you didn't think it was going to get any worse, did you?
No, not really, but it just has. Luckily, he was still on the radio and he said he's all right, so that's the main thing.
Well, that is the main thing, yeah.
If the four wheels are pointing in the right direction, we're going to get it back together and try and get it out.
You really? Yeah. Goodness me.
We're here now. We've got 3 hours left. It can't get any worse now, really, can it?
No, I don't think it can. No, I think you have to crack on.
Yeah, we're going to have it. We'll let it have it, yeah.
You see the checker flag, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then right off today and never think about it again.
Yeah, just scrap the car and then get a new one and we'll go again next year.
Top man, Joe. Thank you very much indeed. I told you the kind of atmosphere that we've got down. They were smiling. They're all smiling. They've heard that the driver is okay. That's the main thing. And they're going to crack on and hopefully get the car out to take the end of the race. That's great news.
Perfect, thanks, Anne. I mean, amazing that they're not throwing in the towel. Hats off to them. Yeah, unbelievable. That car, if it does go back out onto circuit, it's still got the windscreen intact. I'm sure that will be very much broken. It's also, wow, the passenger side door glass must be very strong in these KAs because that hasn't broken. That's about the only bit that hasn't. But you look at the tailgate when that car comes back into the pit lane area, Alan. It's rather mangled to say the least. They're going to have to.
Is it on its way?
It's on its way. Yeah,
okay,
but
I'll stay there.
They can't just afford to take the glass out of that tailgate because the tailgate is a bit chewed up.
Right.
They're going to have to take. They're going to have to bring the car back out on circuit without the boot.
Okay, and obviously the scrutineers will make sure that the car is in a fit state to get back out on the circuit. But it was just a great attitude to hear, and really refreshing.
Quite surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, and Joe has kind of documented the day for us for that car, hasn't he? We heard from him early on about the first stint and the battle for the lead of the race, and then every rather sorry tale that has ensued afterwards. But they're up for the battle. They're sharing the garage, so they're just on the other side of the JTR team, which is currently occupied by a Bentley pedal car. It's not a pedal car, actually.
Oh, it's an electric car.
I've just realised it's an electric car.
We might need that to replace the safety car.
With reverse gears,
wow.
I have to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's got more charging than the BMW safety car, can we borrow it?
Stop worrying about the range. I'm anxious enough about it.
Well,
we can't have both of us worrying.
Well, they can plug it in because it's just about to come in towards the pit lane.
Oh, well,
so
I wonder if they are plugging it in the sort of... I wonder how many miles it's done.
It's done a few today.
How would we know?
Yeah.
We could ask the safety car driver. Let me see if I can find out.
Ian is the safety car driver.
Okay.
So here we go, we're about to go racing once more. Costa Creatis leads the pack over the start-finish line, but remember the 4 cars behind him, or 3 cars behind him, are all fighting for position. Johnny Milner for Milner, followed by Nicole Drought, and then Lewis Selby. Nicole Drought bounces over the apex curb at Paddock Hill Bend, just briefly unsettles the car a little bit, and then drops her into the clutches of Lewis Selby. Is Lewis going to brake late and try and sneak up the inside? No, he was never going to make it through, so he got back off it, and we've just had a spin, and it's the number 65 car that's spun into the middle of the pack, and thankfully so far has been avoided by everybody, and that's the Autotech car that was the first of the cars that was off the lead lap. So that is going to drop down towards the tail end of the field, the number 65 car. And who was that in the hands of? That was in the hands of Jonathan Ogden, that had the spin. Now, whether he was tipped into the spin or not, I can't quite tell. Let's have a quick look. He got Gus Burton to his inside, and then the camera doesn't quite pick up as they were heading round through the corner, but it was a spin. But Gus Burton was fully on the inside, so it would have been his corner. And we got the pit, so it's the leader coming into the pits. So we've been having the team manager for that car being asked towards race control for quite some time, and now car number 333 dives for the pit lane immediately as we go green, which does suggest this might be some sort of stop-go penalty.
Well, it's staying to the left-hand side of the circuit, and then right down at the bottom end of the pit lane, it is turning to the right and is coming to a stop towards the end of the pit lane, so I think your deduction may be correct.
Yeah, because if it were a penalty, you can't really serve those under safety car. If it were a pit stop, you would do it under safety car. So
it's not a pit stop,
no.
And a quick chat to the marshal, and the car is released. So not too long, but damaging nonetheless.
There's a story to unravel there, Alan, either from the marshal that's down at that end of the pit lane, or if you're near garage 29, that's where that car is based.
OK, leave it to me.
Thank you, Poirot.
I did go rather Poirot, didn't I? Yeah. Leave it to me. I'll take care of this.
So Johnny Milner at the wheel of the Milner Racing number 46 car now picks up the lead of the race as a result of that call into the pits for Kahuna Race Team and Costa Creatis. We'll get to the bottom of exactly why that car came into the pit lane in due course. All the cars now being reminded to turn their lights on as we start to get towards the amount of daylight beginning to diminish, but the lead 3 as one up towards the braking area for Druids. Johnny Milner leading the way, Nicole Drought in second place, Lewis Selby there in third place. Downhill and towards Graham Hill Bends, they will go for the 244th time in this race. And that also means that potentially up to 4th place will come Cash Strap Racing once more with, was it Ben Smith, isn't it, in the number 55 car, having taken over the car from Alex Tentori at the last pit stop. So we'll have to just wait and confirm as to where number 333, Kahuna Race Team, the pole sitting car, rejoined after its pit stop. Johnny Milner's at it again. He's not quite as sideways as he has been. That was nowhere near 45 degrees. That was probably about 15 degrees. So not a great deal of sideways action compared to what he was doing earlier on, but you could still see the tail end of the car just starting to move around on him to a degree as he heads over the start-finish line with a 7/10 of a second lead between himself and Nicole Drought, who's only three and a half tenths up the road from Lewis Selby. Where does Kahuna's race team come back out? It does come back out in 4th position, so it didn't lose a lap. So it is still on the lead lap, is it, at this stage? No, it's not. It is off the lead lap, so it's gone 1 lap down as a result of its call to the pits.
The answer is they don't know. They don't know what the stop-go was for.
Oh, right.
They wondered if it was for something to do with a small bit of contact on the previous stint, but they haven't got an answer. They have asked the question and they're waiting for the answer and have promised they'll tell me when they know.
All right, OK. Thank you very much, Alan. So we will wait and see. Jury's out at the moment, is it?
Yeah, so now I'm going to go down to the marshals that were looking after the car when it came in to see if they've got an answer for me.
Shed a bit more light on it, yeah. Johnny Milner with his traditional little wiggle coming round through Clearway's corner, but that certainly slowed him on that occasion because Nicole Drought is now fully on his coattails once more. The 333 car actually did not drop off the lead lap. It is 40 seconds off the lead, but it's still, all importantly, remains on the lead lap, Kahuna's. The number 333 car is heading down the Cooper Straight as through Paddock Hill Bend go the overall race leaders at this stage. Team manager of car number 121 to race control. Well, Calamity have already picked up 1 penalty, and it looks as though that team manager is going to have to go back towards race control. We might have a change for the lead here as Nicole Drought draws herself alongside Johnny Milner. She's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Can she get the car anchored up in time? Yes, she can. Johnny Milner's trying to fight back and get the overlap on the exit, but the change has occurred. Nicole Drought and Pro-Am Racing go back into the lead of the 2023 EnduroKA IndyKar 500. Johnny Milner, though, elbows his way through a little bit. I think there was a little bit of side-to-side contact between the pair of them as it came in towards Surtees. Just a light touch because neither of them wanted to give up position at all, and that good run coming out of Graham Hill Bend means that Johnny Milner retakes the lead of the race. Nicole Drought back down into 2nd place. Lewis Selby with the best seat in the house sitting there in 3rd position. And then the next of the cars in the train is going to be Gus Burton at the wheel of the Burton Power car. But remember, that number 1 car is a lap down, or a few laps down on the race lead. It's there in 8th position. So just getting a quick replay. Nicole Drought taking the lead of the race coming out of Druids, and then Johnny Milner running right the way onto the coattails of Nicole Drought and sneaking his way back through. Now, Nicole Drought, is she going to have a nibble at Druids? We know she's good on the brakes up there. She managed to squeeze 1 place through earlier on, but then the second time she tried to brake that late, the tail end of the car got away from her. But for the moment, no, she sits there in 2nd. And here's a quick replay. Was there a little bit of contact? Yeah, it was the lightest, absolutely. There was the lightest of touches between Johnny Milner and Nicole Drought. That was both drivers showing good respect for each other as they squeezed each other as much as they could.
Poirot here.
Hello.
Hello. No, the answer has not gone up yet. We don't know what it was for. It was apparently thought to be for a minute, but it became for 30 seconds. It actually felt like less than 30 seconds, but it was a 30-second stop-go, but for what, we still don't know.
Right, thank you very much, Alan. We'll see whether we can shed any further light on that. There is a 30-second stop-go penalty would be for nothing that I can see on the penalty sheet that I've got, but that's 30-second stop-go penalty. No, can't see anything, so that will be possibly an extra regulation that I've just not printed out at this particular stage. Now, we have had a change for 5th and 6th last time through. I hadn't picked up on the fact that the number 65 Autotech Motorsport car of Jonathan Ogden and the cash strap number 55 car in the hands of Ben Smith were fighting for position. And we've now got the number 65 Autotech car recovering from its spin up to 5th place and down to 6th for the number 55.
So they're thinking it might have been for track limits. We don't know. This is all sort of purely hearsay and me doing my detective work. But apparently they weren't expecting the car to come in quite as soon as it did. So only a black and white flag had been displayed, apparently. So I wonder if maybe that penalty didn't need to be taken.
Begs the question, doesn't it? We've seen it before, haven't we? I've seen it a few times where cars get a black and white flag and they come in.
And they come in.
Yeah.
And that is what is currently being discussed. And that concludes my inquiry for now.
Good work, Poirot. Well done.
I thank you.
Right, so we'll hear more from Hukul down there in the pit lane. Sorry, down in the pit lane over the course of the remaining 2 3/4 hours for this one. Johnny Milner still leading the way, just a 1/4 of a second up the road from Nicole Drought. Lewis Selby just a second off that, and then that other fight that we were talking about, which is the number 55 car that's in the hands of Ben Smith, having dropped from 5th down to 6th, and Kahuna are back in the pit lane again. So back into the pit lane comes the 333 car.
This is rapidly becoming a bit of a disaster, and it just flashed by me. It was going down the pit lane pretty quickly. So why is it here again? So did you say that the name of the Lady Marshal down in pit lane is Daisy? I think you did yesterday.
Yeah, with the long curlyish hair, Daisy Late.
Who is, so Daisy is holding the stop-go board, and I wonder if this is absolutely disastrous.
Did they not stop for long enough before they went last time?
I don't know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go is the instruction. So it leaves now. That has been double costly, hasn't it? And I just hope that the car was doing the regulatory speed limit when it came down the pit lane.
Well, you thought you were going off duty, didn't you?
I was walking through the garage.
Right. Yeah, you've got a bit more detective work to do down there now.
Yeah. No, I was about to go out and watch the cars on the Cooper Straight, and then I saw this flash down the pit lane, and you said it was back in pit lane, but that is perplexing and head-scratching and all words in between.
Not just for us, but for the team as well, by the sounds of things. So with that car coming back into the pit lane, it is now, without question, off the lead lap of the race, and it has also lost out on a top 4 place at the moment, because moving up into 4th place goes Ben Smith for Cash Strap Racing, as over the start-finish line is that Lewis Selby attacking now to try and move ahead of Nicole Drought. It is, and he's through as well. So at Paddock Hill Bend, the Napa JTR run machine of Lewis Selby moves up into 2nd place. Nicole Drought, who had been leading the race, has now dropped down into 3rd position. 4th place is number 55, Cash Strap Racing. 5th place is 333, heading through Paddock Hill Bend after its 2 stop-go penalties. And completing the top 6 is number 65, which is Jonathan Ogden for Autotech Motorsport. So that's the order of the top 6, the way things currently stand. The number 65 car of Jonathan Ogden that's running in 6th place is now only a second shy of getting itself through and ahead of Kahuna Racing and Costa Creatis with those 2 drive-through penalties. So it might go from bad to worse, and we might see the 333 car down in 6th place if it's not careful. Whilst in the pit lane, Race Logic are in the process of refuelling their car. That car is in 32nd position at the moment, and after all of its troubles and woes, is 66 laps off the lead. The race leader now having gone past the 250 mark. 251 laps were completed last time through. So top 3 go through. Where's number 55, Cash Strap Racing? Here it comes now, the purple car with its yellow bumpers over the start-finish line. And then we get next up the car of Costa Creatis, followed by Jonathan Ogden. And Jonathan Ogden's had a poorer lap time through. He's 1.3 seconds slower than Kahuna. So the gap from 5th to 6th that had been closing up has now opened up again once more. So the gap probably to watch for, I would say, at the moment is, can Costa Creatis close in on the number 55 car in the hands of Ben Smith? Gap between the pair of them was 2 3/4 seconds last time through. We're almost starting to see not a dry line, but certainly a substantively drier line down at Graham Hill Bend now. Certainly the normal racing line looks a lot drier than the totally wet and shiny tarmac that you see off the racing line.
Allow me to conduct investigations on the Brabham Straight and head over to the pit wall and have a look. It may look drier from where you are, but there is still mist being kicked up when every car comes through. So,
right.
Yeah, it's possibly light refraction, I think, that's making you think it's drier. Still pretty wet.
Thank you, Alan. So we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes left still to go in this race. We did have a brief spin there for another one of the cars that was a front-running car earlier on, Damon Aston at the wheel of 736, which is the Ferguson Motorsport car. A full 360-degree spin from the man who we've seen out racing in the Mini 7 Racing Club in the past, but has done a good few races in EnduroKA. Now Costa Creatis is still closing in, and it's just set the fastest lap of the race actually. Last time through, fastest lap of the race, going to car number 333. So Costa trying to make up for those two calls into the pits. 1 minute 9.328, which does give a bit of a suggestion that the track is probably in as good a condition as it's been all day. And can he get himself back up into 4th place? Well, he's trying. He's almost got the overlap on Ben Smith for Cash Strapped Racing, and surely he's going to just get his nose ahead as they come over the start-finish line this time through. And I don't think there's a great deal that Ben Smith can do about it, because Costa Creatis has his nose ahead. He's got the inside line and therefore moves his way up into 4th position once more. But remember, those two calls to the pit stop for those stop-go penalties have dropped what was the pole-sitting car off the lead lap for pretty much the first time in the race, other than the pit cycles when we were in the early stages of the race. So there's still some work to be done. He would be very much reliant on misfortune for others, or maybe a safety car might help him out a little bit, possibly. Looks as though Race Logic are trundling their way back down the pit lane. That, I think, is the conclusion of a pit stop for them. It was Paul Woodman, I thought, that brought the car into the pit lane. Was it? Yes, it was. Paul Woodman brought the car in towards the pit lane. It will head back out and rejoin the race. And we've got 2.5 hours just over to go. 2 hours and 36 minutes of the race still remain at this stage. Just having a quick look at the number of pit stops that some of the cars are doing. I think at the moment the car that has done more pit stops than any probably is Race Logic. They are on 7 pit stops so far. I think the number 44 Graves Motorsport car is on 7 pit stops so far. Whether they be drive-throughs, whether they be problems with the car. No, we've got one on 8. Who is on 8? It is number 49. LDR Performance Tuning, still in the hands of David Bywater. The number 49 car, 31st position that car is circulating in. That has done 8 pit stops, but Alan might be able to shed some light on who has done the most.
What would you like to know?
Who's done the most pit stops? I know car number 49 has had 8 so far, 8 visits to the pits.
OK, hang on, let me have a look. 9.
All right.
For the 734 car, not surprisingly.
Right.
Which
so
is the Ferguson Motorsport car.
That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, because that's the car that's had all of the problems throughout the whole course of the day.
The worst day of any, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just asked by a marshal if I'd wear high vis. And naturally I declined. And then I was told, no, for when it gets dark. Oh, right, OK. That presupposes I'm going to be in the pit lane when it's dark.
which is very weather dependent anyway.
Which you really shouldn't bother yourself about.
And your location when it gets dark will be very weather dependent, for sure.
It will be very much with you, yes. Absolutely. No, he was only trying to look after me, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're one of the team members, then yeah, you have to wear high vis when you're working in the pit lane. Or again, that's another penalty that gets thrown at the team. Now, there's a lot for these teams to think about. It is club motorsport, but all of those rules and regulations in the pit lane are there for a reason, aren't they?
Safety reasons, yeah.
We're getting a good view of the rear boot of car number 734. I said it was a bit chewed up and bent. So there's several other drivers looking around the car at the moment just to see as to the work that's going on. But as ever, hats off to Ferguson Motorsport, who've had the most rotten day, but yeah, they're still going to work there. I can see Alan Hyde is positioned beautifully.
What, because I just walked in front of the camera?
Yeah, absolutely. To look at the work that's going on.
How terribly professional that was, walking in front of my own cameraman. It's not good, is it?
No.
No, it's really not good. There's quite a crowd at the back of the garage. Let me have a look round the...
Oh, they've got Henry out.
Well, I'm not surprised, and Henry's going to take a few dust bags, I would fancy, because there's going to be a lot of gravel, and that's going to be just the first layer of working out just how much has been damaged on the car. How many are working on the car? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably.
That's not Henry, is it? We're getting a close-up. That's not Henry. That's Dyson. That's Derek the Dyson.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I think that's... hang on, let me have a closer look. I don't know why I'm doing this. Why am I talking about what make the vacuum cleaner is? It's
Derek the Dyson.
yeah. Or maybe a Dyson wannabe. I'm not sure.
It's amazing the conversations you have in an endurance race, isn't it?
Some of the conversations I've had during the Le Mans 24-hour race, I would like never to see the light of day again. When people send me audio clips afterwards, I deny all knowledge, to be honest. So I was sleep deprived. Yeah, we do have conversations over the course of a endurance race. They're going to be working on this car for a very long time. It's in a really rather horrible state, and if they get this car back on the circuit today to take the checkered flag, which is what Joe said was the plan, it will be a huge pat on the back to all of the team that are working on the car, because it's horrible, really horrible state.
So we'll see if they can manage to get the car back out onto the circuit, or whether they do eventually have a look at it. And, you know, they're still in the process of assessing the damage at the moment by the look of things. And once they've done the full assessment, then they'll have an idea as to can they do it. If they do it, when is the car going to get back out? Because if it's only going to go back out for 10 minutes, is it really, really worth it? But as I say, it is a team game.
I bet they say yes, it is.
I think they will. I think they will.
Even if it's one lap. Yeah.
Because even if they get to the finish and do a few laps, that will feel like the win, won't it?
It will. It will be elation, and they will have achieved, well, they've been through a journey. I mean, quite a bouncy journey, to be honest, today for them, from leading the race to all the problems that they've been through, but a journey nonetheless, and that's very much one of the spirits of the kind of events.
We know that car is in the pit lane at the moment. We know that the Misty Racing car has been loaded on the trailer. In fact, just as I say that, we can see that there is the Misty Racing car, and they are clearing out the garage. But there's another car that's in the pit lane, which we haven't spoken about in a while, and that's been another troubled car from the very beginning of the race, where it didn't start. The number 74 Orca Sport car, which we thought was on the trailer, but that was their spare car that was on the trailer. But that is also in the pit lane somewhere, Alan, so I'm not sure whether they've got problems. They're way out of the running.
It's going.
Oh, no, it's just gone back out. Yep, as you say it.
Just gone back out.
Just gone back out, yep. So thank you very much. That, as I said it, yeah, instantly I looked towards pit lane exit, and there was that car. So it is just those two cars in the pit lane. One we know is out of the race. The other one we know is in the process of being repaired. And we also know, of course, Boston Racing retired a long, long time ago with damage to their car, having only completed 21 racing laps. So for the lead of the race, we've still got the fight going on for the lead of the race. So Johnny Milner, Nicole Drought and Lewis Selby are all still together and are going to be heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend at the moment. So they're going to have some traffic to deal with before too much longer, which is going to include the number 69 car, the windowless Shine Automotive car, and then there's another car that are running around as a train of three, but just behind them, up towards the end of the Cooper Straight, here come the race-leading trio once more. The silver car of Johnny Milner leading the way. This is the car that won at Snetterton earlier on this year. The car that's behind it is the winner from Alton Park and Cadwell Park so far this year. And then Team JTR, who haven't won a race so far this year. They don't compete in all of the rounds, just do the odd little one here and there. They, of course, have been winners here at the IndyCar 500 in the past. Now, we have seen these three cars fighting away for a good period of time. The buzzer goes off, which tells me another car is in the pit lane, and LDR Performance Tuning. David Bywater, number 49, is in, so they can add to the tally of pit stops. That's now 8 for them.
Did I tell you it looked quick when 333 came in for its second pit stop? It was also quick coming in for its first pit stop, and I've just spoken to the man with the speed gun. It was quick, but to perfection. So it was clocked at 60 on the first stop, which is the limit, and 57 on the second stop. So absolute perfection.
That is perfect from Kahuna's race team. Costa.
And I beg anyone's pardon for suggesting that it was too quick. It was just spot on.
Well, I know when I've driven the Burton Power car a couple of occasions so far this year, speedo doesn't work in that one, so you have to literally go off the revs in, what was it, second or third gear down the pit lane and work it back that way. So yeah, didn't have a working speedo.
Wow.
So, yeah, which is always a little bit worrying. Your best bet is pit with someone else and follow them, because if they're going to make the mistake, you'll make the mistake.
I'm sure there's an app for it. There is an app for it.
There is, yeah. I mean, something like, yes, I can't remember what it is. This is where I'm going to go off tangent again now.
Oh, okay.
It's the app you use when you are in a boat and don't want to break the speed limits on water. It's called Away. He says, having just looked at his phone. New fastest lap of the race, Alan.
Go on.
1 minute 9.321 for Nicole Drought in second position.
she has had quite a stint, hasn't she? Not without its dramas.
No, a very inappropriate name for today as well, isn't it? Drought.
Oh, yeah.
We certainly haven't had much, have we, of drought today?
No, which is good news for using your hosepipe on the garden, but yeah, it's been a wet day, hasn't it?
It really has, yeah, but for Nicole Drought, it's been a brilliant day so far for herself and Pro-Am Racing. What was I worrying about at the beginning of the day when I said that they were out of position, having started 13th on the grid and weren't making progress?
Oh, yes, indeed. Go on.
How foolish of me.
Oh.
Yeah, because they've been running in the top 6, top 3 for a good period of time. Stop-go penalty, Alan. Car number 121 will be heading down the pit lane shortly. That's the car that's inside the top 10, Carl Amity and Marcus Batty. So that car had already picked up some sort of penalty.
2-lap penalty that car had.
Right, OK. That must have been some sort of pit stop infringement for that car. So that was why the team manager was ushered to race control. The stop-go penalty will no doubt be because of totting up procedure on track limits or something like that. So that car is going to drop outside of the top 10, is it? Let's just have a quick look. It is 4 laps off the lead of the race and only 7 seconds up the road from the car behind it, which is the second of the 2 Auto Tech cars. The number 64 car being driven by Adam Nakar, or Nakar. And the next car thereafter is Original Checkers Racing and Jake Margolais, who is a full lap back from that. So it might just be the one place that they lose. So they could just drop from 9th to the very bottom of the top 10 at this stage. Now, we've been green for a reasonable amount of time now, and with fastest laps coming in, it is suggesting that, yes, there is a slightly better line. It might be greasy still out there, it might be damp out there, but the track is probably as good as it's been all day.
I reckon this has been the longest we've been running with green, I think.
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it?
It does feel like it, yeah.
Into the pit lane, we've got somebody heading. Is it car number 121?
Yeah, that's what I wondered. Yeah, OK, well, I'm down here. I'm at the sin bin, waiting for the car to come to a stop. Daisy's there with her stop board and is holding it up. 121 comes into view, turns right, has to stop in the box. Stops in the box now. Daisy with the stopwatch and the stop-go board. She's having trouble not smiling because she knows I'm talking about her, and continues to look. Feels like forever, doesn't it? We don't know how long this stop-go is going to be, do we? Is it a minute? Is it 30 seconds?
I'd have thought it's a minute, yeah.
It feels like a minute. So it feels like forever. And the car still being held.
Have you spotted the Ferrari-esque badges on the front?
I know. with a sort it's a mule, isn't it?
I can't quite see what it is from
here.
It's
a donkey.
Yeah.
I think it's a donkey.
And they've got one on the nose of the car and then one on each wing, just like a Ferrari.
And on the back, I think.
Have they? Right, okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's superb. It's Eeyore. But now is not a time for giggling, because 4, 3, 2, 1, and the car is released. Off it goes.
Yeah, well, I was assuming that it was only going to drop one place on the basis that it was a stop-go penalty, but now it's a 1-minute stop-go penalty. Yeah. That's a very different thing. So it's now dropped to the bottom of the top 12 and is now 5 laps off the lead.
Yeah, that's painful, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a tough one to swallow. So it means that the number 64 car of Autotech Motorsport move up to 9th. It means that Original Checkers Racing and Jake Margolais moves up to 10th place. And it also means that Gianluca Lea at the wheel of car number 11 is in 11th place for 11/10th Racing. So that is the way that the audible shuffle and calamity with Marcus Batty still on board dropped down into 12th position, 5 laps off the lead, and they've got a 3-lap buffer now between themselves and the next of the cars, which is going to be Carmel Racing, who are 13th currently. So for the lead of the race, we've still got 7/10 of a second between Johnny Milner and Nicole Drought for the lead of the race. Whilst we were picking up on what was going on there in the pit lane, we've also had a shuffle around for the fastest lap of the race, because it was with Nicole Drought, wasn't it, the number 12 car in second place. Well, now it's the race leading car that is back in the lead of the race and has the fastest lap, 1 minute 9.025 from Johnny Milner.
Johnny Milner, fastest lap of the race. You see, you never lose it, do you? You never, ever lose it.
Well, he's going to lose the lead of the race here because he was a little bit slow coming out of Graham Hill Bend.
Well, I shouldn't have said it then, should I?
Nicole Drought might just squeeze her way through at Surtees. Yes, she does. Back up the inside at Surtees. She retakes the lead of the race. A great fight this is between these two. And as they have traffic to deal with, it will be the number 21 K&F racing car that needs to move out of harm's way. Now, that car is circulating down in 15th position, and it is trying to lap a car itself whilst also being lapped by the race leaders over the start-finish line. So I think it will watch its mirrors, and it will be Chris Bryant that will allow the leading pair to go through at Paddock Hill Bend. So yeah, they both sneak up the inside of the light blue car, and that is more traffic now dealt with and less things to worry about down there for those two carving their way through trouble. Right, stop-go penalties again. Back to that. More problems for another car that has had a bit of a rotten day as well, and that is the number 81 GM Performance car. And I'm afraid that Darren Stapleton is going to have to come into the pits for a stop-go penalty. The number 81 car circulating in 26th position. Ian Mitchell and Darren Stapleton, just the two drivers that are sharing that car over the course of the day. And we're about to tick up, what's that going to be, the 6-hour mark of this race in around about 90 seconds time. Still with the lead only separated by half a second at this stage. And Lewis Selby, who's there in third place in the Napa liveried car, is now 2.3 seconds back, so he's just been edged away from over the course of the last few laps. But the leaders, nose to tail over the start-finish line. Are they working together? No, Johnny Milner is going to attack again as he heads up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He jinks out from behind Nicole Drought, takes the wide line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. The brake lights come on at the same time. They thread their way through the right-hander. Johnny Milner is not going to get the overlap on the way out, so it will still be Nicole Drought that leads the way as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, now on lap number 267. How many safety car periods have we had? I've got, I think, 20 written down on Alan's sheet, and we have had... It's not loading up appropriately. We have had 20, yeah, so 20 safety car periods, which have accounted for a couple of hours of this race by the look of things, just under. Something like 1.5 hours of the race under safety car, something like that. Oh, Johnny Milner's at it again, you know. So as he heads in towards Clearways Corner, what was it, half an hour ago, he was getting very sideways and very enthusiastic, maybe an hour ago. And again, that time there, the car just didn't either do what he wanted it to do, or he was maybe showboating a little bit, but it seemed as though he lost a good chunk of time. Let's have a quick look. Did he turn in on the brakes? Maybe, yeah, probably. And the car just got sideways, instantly opposite, locking it, and then trying to get the car then back round, pointing in the right direction. But as it slid sideways, it just scrubbed a little bit of speed off. So the gap has now extended to 1.2 seconds as a result of that. GM Performance in the pit lane, Darren Stapleton at the wheel of the number 81 car, and again it looks as though it's that familiar stop-go penalty. I can see the countdown, 2, 1, go, and off goes the number 81 car. So for GM Performance, they were 27th. I think they'll remain 27th. I don't think will affect their position at all, because they've got a 5-lap buffer between themselves and the JW Motorsport number 341 car that was behind them, that is now in the hands of Alice Hughes, another very, very quick female racer we have in the UK, a bit like Nicole Drought, who's still leading the way, still threading her way through traffic, and still looking to try and open up the gap between herself and Johnny Milner. The last lap Nicole Drought did was a woman at 9.38. Her best lap is a woman at 9.30, so she's lapping consistently quick. She's managed to get at least one back marker car between herself and Johnny Milner, and it's the number 27 Semprini racing car. Johnny Milner decisively dives up the inside of that one, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and sneaks his way through. So that's the back marker dealt with. Again, that little slide on the way out of the corner, a little run over the curb. Lewis Selby does the same as well. They're using a bit more curb now that the weather conditions have improved from what they were. Let me run you down through them as we get to the 5-hour mark, the 6-hour mark of this race, the 6-hour mark of this race. Car number 12, Pro-Am Racing, Nicole Drought leads the way. Second is number 46, which is Milner Racing and Johnny Milner. And third is number 128, JTR, which is Lewis Selby. Fourth place, 333, Kahuna Race Team, which is Costa Creatis. And fifth place is number 65, which is Autotech Motorsport and Jonathan Ogden. 6th place is 55, that's Cash Strapped Racing and Ben Smith. In 7th place is 112, that's Catastrophe, which is Simon Bonham. 8th place is number 1, Burton Power Racing and Gus Burton. And in 9th place, that's where we see the number 64 car that's there in 9th place, and that is Adam Nakar that's there in 9th place. Completing the top 10 is car number 67, which is Original Checkers Racing, and that is Jake Margolace. In 11th place is number 11, which is 11 Tenths Motorsport. That is Gianluca Lia. 12th place is number 121, Calamity, which is Marcus Batty. In 13th place, that's number 88 that's there in 13th place, which is Tom Derbyshire driving the Camel racing car. It is David Evans for Semprini Racing, number 27, that's 14th. And 15th place is number 21, and that's Chris Bryant for K&F Racing. Amy Watts for Wingat Racing, number 3, is there in 16th place. 17th place is number 4, that's the Pink Machine. Stephen Goodliff is still being shown as the driver behind the Wolf Motorsport car. 18th place is number 40, as we've got one car, I think, slowing on the start-finish line and is crawling its way up towards Paddock Hill Bend, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In 18th place is car number 40, as I say, which is going to be in the hands of Chris Horsey. And then we've got 19th place, number 41, Road Rage Racing, and 20th place, number 736, Ferguson Motorsport.
Not on air, but I've just had a catch-up with Adrian Clark. Adrian Clark, for those of you that don't know, works for MSB and is currently enjoying his 10th race in his life. He absolutely loves this racing. He unfortunately had a bit of a moment at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend this morning and came up to explain everything and to tell us off this morning at early part of the race, wasn't it, that Adrian came up to explain what happened at Paddock Hill Bend and asked us to stop describing similar incidents as doing an Adrian Clark. Well, we did say that again, didn't we? And he was involved, he was in the car at the time. They had the safety car. And he just said that during his whole stint, so bear in mind that he had that moment this morning which damaged the car had to come back. He had about 15 minutes. Then because of the very, very lengthy safety car, which included the really bad weather, he's only had about 15 more minutes at the wheel of the car. So he is hoping before the end of today to get back out in the car. And I'm very pleased to say he didn't hear us use his name as a verb again.
So he wasn't tuned in on 88.3?
He was not.
Oh, right, that's good. That's good.
But I did tell him, and he rolled his eyes to the heavens. Of course he did.
AFK Racing and Tim Parsons, number 22, are in the pit lane, but more importantly, Milner Racing and Johnny Milner is in the pit lane. This looks as though it is a change of drive. It looks as though Jack Wright is about to get back in. He was the starting driver for the car, and with 2 hours and 14 minutes to go in damp conditions with the odd safety car, this could well be the last change of driver for that car, so they could well make it towards the end. It'd be good. I know you've already had a catch-up with Johnny Milner, but...
oh, no, I'm going down there now. As we speak, I'm going down there.
He was certainly enthusiastic, and he found the limit, 45 degrees of drifting around some of the corners, and still clinging on to it.
And he's got the fastest lap, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. But that wasn't one of his sideways laps, I don't think.
No, being a little bit more focused.
He'd liked it to have been.
They're taking this very seriously, this pit stop, absolutely whizzing into the driver's seat, being strapped in for the driver change. So let's see. I'm going to have to go and have a chat to him. Are you all right? Do you want to have a drink? Or absolutely. I know you're an athlete, a finely tuned one as well.
What fun that was.
I know, we could see you having fun.
I've been all angles and kept it on the track, which is great. It's slippy and you're just trying to each lap find a little bit more grip, find a bit more grip, see where it can go a bit faster, but the times are coming down and down. What a cracking race for them two cars.
So you had radio contact with the team. They've told you, presumably, you had the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, yes. Not bad for a rally driver.
It's not bad, is it? So a 69.025. That was going front ways rather than sideways.
Yeah. It's amazing, though. Once it starts to go sideways, some of them back off thinking I'm going to crash. But it actually, in a lot of cases, with a rally car, you know, you get into the corner, you get the thing turned where you want to go and get on the power, which is exactly what it is when it goes sideways. So I know it's not quite PC in the racing world, and my daughter's not very impressed with Dad. Now Grandad, but yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my middle daughter, Jack, who's just gone back in now. It's his wife, so that's my middle daughter, Stephanie, who was junior carriage driving world champion at 15. But yeah, I've two two grandchildren at the moment, Sonny and Phoebe, 4 and 2, and then another one due on the 4th of December. So I don't look old enough, do I?
You really don't look old enough, Johnny. You don't. Well done. And you drive like you stole it. Well done. He's absolutely buzzing. Straight out the car and still buzzing. That's so good to see.
And the great thing is you don't need to spend a lot of money to have that big smile on your face, because this is about the cheapest way that you can go motor racing. And certainly if you share the costs with your mates or your family or your friends or whatever, then you get a lot of seat time for not a great deal of money. No motorsport is cheap, don't get me wrong, but this is one of the cheapest ways to go racing. You know, you find an affordable car, the KA as the base for this one. What the succession plan will be when we run out of Mark 1s. There's still a lot of them available, but at some point we'll run out of Mark 1 shells, and there will be a succession plan because Stuart Garland and the team at MSVT are already planning what this championship might look like in another, or series might look like in another 5 or 10 years. But yeah, find a base car that's affordable. It doesn't give you great performance. You can't really modify them. Standard engine, standard gearbox. You buy a pack of parts which include the wheels and the safety devices, roll cage, the shock absorbers that are on it, Powerflex bushes that go on it, and everybody's got the same piece of equipment in reality. And if there are any sort of suggestions that people are tinkering with cars, then those are dealt with appropriately. With the likes of some cars in the past weren't running the standard fuel tank. They were running a KA fuel tank, but it didn't come from this particular car. Right, the number 22 car slowing down on circuit again. It stopped a few moments ago and was slowed down on the start-finish line, and it does look as though there are issues with that 22 car, because AF Racing and Tim Parsons, who was in the pit lane not so long ago, has got the car started again, and it's continuing round, but it looks as though there's some sort of intermittent issue with that car. No obvious signs of it stopping again as it goes down in towards Graham Hill Bend, but it was slow over the start-finish line and then almost, and I think did come to a full halt on the run-up towards Druid. So he might be wise maybe to bring the car into the pits and get it checked over, because what we really don't want is another safety car. We've had 20 of them so far, largely for incidents and cars going into gravel traps, and we don't really want one just for a mechanical issue if a car stops out on circuit. Another thing that's also worth mentioning is that we get to one stage of the race where no further towbacks are allowed. So towbacks are subject to a 3-lap penalty, which are subtracted from the total completed up to that time. Towback rules only apply up until the final hour of the race, and then the organisers will simply tow the cars to the nearest place of safety. So we've got an hour and 10 minutes before we get to that point, where we then enter the last hour of the race. And if you drop it into the gravel in that last hour of the race, in reality, you're out. That's it. You don't get towed back out the gravel and are allowed to rejoin the race. The car will just get towed to a place of safety and you're done for. Into the pit lane, Wingat Racing. So that looks as though Alice Hughes may well be done. Sorry, Amy Watts may well be done with her stint, I should say. And there we can see Amy having taken off the crash helmet. Amy, who's been racing in another form of endurance racing for similar budget cars, which I won't mention because it's a competitive series to this one. But Amy's also been racing in historic Mark 1 Mini. She was out just last weekend racing her father's Mini at Silverstone, where she was partnered up with another Mini racer, which was Tina Cooper. And we've also seen a good chunk of her racing in Mazda MX-3s, Mazda MX-5 Mark 3s over the course of this year. We saw the Mayata Trophy out yesterday, similar cars to those that she's been racing in. So Castrap Racing and Ben Smith, the number 55 car that runs in 4th position. He's threading his way out of Clearway's corner now. That's the metallic purpley coloured car with the yellow bumpers to it. He is the first of the cars that is not on the lead lap of the race at the moment, because, in fact, no, he's the second of the cars that's not on the lead lap of the race, I should say. He sits there in 4th position and is now 26 seconds adrift of Costa Creatis. And that just goes to show, since Costa got past that car, how far he has gapped it. He's gapped it to the tune of a third of a lap, really, in reality. And Ben Smith is running in 4th position, largely because of the Milner Racing number 46 car coming into the pit lane, being vacated by Johnny Milner, who we spoke to recently. And it was Jack Wright that got back into that car, so I do think they'll try and bring that car to the end now without any further pit stops. And we've got Pro-Am racing in, so Nicole Drought into the pit lane, the number 12 car. Brilliant stint from her to pick up the lead of the race and hang on to it and then squabble away trying to get the lead back. Brilliant stint from her. And now it puts Lewis Selby and JTR into the lead.
Johnny Milner just updated me. He's on the phone at the moment, and he said, my grandson is just telling me off. He's 3, not 4. So his grandson is listening to the broadcast and just making sure, just fact-checking us.
That's a 25% error when you're that young, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. So, so it's really cool. Johnny is still buzzing. Isn't that cool? So he's a granddad. He has achieved so much, winning rally championships, competing in rallycross, competing in circuit racing. He's done so much. He's excelled at so much. Yet still, after a stint in a Ford KA around a very damp and slippery Brands Hatch Indy circuit, he's absolutely buzzing.
You know, you were saying earlier on, every day's a school day. Well, I've learned something today. I didn't realise Johnny Milner had raced in the VW Polo G40 Cup.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't recall that, of which, of course, the likes of Mark Lemmer would have raced in and Willie Moore and all of those back in period.
I think that was probably around about the first time that I met Johnny.
Was it? Right, yeah.
And British Rally Championship.
Yeah, well, I remember him in Rallycross, and then I remember him moving over to rallying, but I wasn't aware he'd done G40 Cup, which again was another cracking little series, wasn't it? One-make series, supported by Volkswagen, and then they moved on to the Volkswagen Vento Cup, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did.
So Nicole Drought out of the car. Be worth having a catch-up with her. That was a quick stop for Pro-Am, because already the car's back out.
I want to speak to Nicole. Which garage?
Right, now you're asking the question.
Okay.
To which I...
You will have the answer. You've
cannot
got the answer
offer
to
up.
every... Oh, no, don't.
Oh, yes, garage number 13, or 12A, depending on what you want to call it.
I call it 12A.
Yeah.
Is it labelled 13? I know some garages are called 12A.
Donington is 12A. I'm not sure whether we have garage 13 or 12A here at Brands,
if we are superstitious or not. No, we've got 13.
Right.
So I can see her in the back of the garage. She's chatting to the team. Thank you, Nicole. I didn't mean to be so rude and just to indicate that I want you to come here with my index finger, but I haven't got a hand free to do anything else. I think you were rather enjoying that.
Yeah, that was good fun. I mean, the conditions are still quite tough out there, and yeah, the first to fourth I think is quite close, and yeah, I really enjoyed that, so it was good fun.
Right, and now conditions were getting progressively better, weren't they?
They were and they weren't. It was still quite slippy out there, to be honest. I mean, probably far better than it were this morning, but it is still quite slippy out there, but I really did enjoy it.
Right. But it wasn't without its moments, was it?
Yeah, I had a couple of small...
Right, I only know of one. Tell us about both of them
then. Just when I didn't realise the safety car was coming out, and I was making a move for first position, but yeah, just had a small moment up at Druids, but yeah, it was okay. I knew that we had good pace, so once the safety car disappeared, it's a good race.
There was a brief moment when you were, I mean, Johnny Milner took it away from you, but that you were holding the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, I mean, the car is really good, so it just makes it so much easier when you have a good team of guys behind you, and yeah, it makes the driver's life a lot easier.
You've got a smile on your face. That's great to see. Well done, Nicole. There we go. Nicole down in pit lane, and yeah, they are, aren't they? Buzzing when they get out of the car.
They are. And Nicole is another one of those drivers. I think cut her teeth in rallying. She's done a good chunk of rallying back in Ireland.
It is a great way to learn motorsport and car control, that's for sure.
But she wasn't quite showing the amount of sideways action as we saw from Johnny Milner. But either way, a brilliant battle between the pair of them. Really enjoyed that.
Superb, absolutely superb.
Well, now that she's vacated the car, the number 12 machine has now been taken over by Scott Thompson. So that is all 4 drivers now that we've cycled through, because Justin Roberts started, Louis Harvey jumped on board, he handed over to Nicole Drought, and then Scott Thompson is going to stick behind the wheel. But he had a bit of a moment down at Paddock Hill Bend a few moments ago. He did have a half spin and had to get the car back going again. So that is not the best of... Was it out laps for him at the point that happened? I can't quite remember. I think we've got the car 333 back in, and we also have the race leader in. So Lewis Selby heads in towards the pit lane. And again, Alan, this is likely to be for the final pit stop for the number 128 car. Now, are we going to see Nick Tandy jump back on board? Because that was the suggestion, wasn't it, that Nick was going to go back in for a second stint?
Oh, I don't know, because the car has already pushed back in the pit lane and is heading down pit lane. So all I can do is just peek in.
We've just had another spin
Oh, no.
at Paddock Hill Bend.
Have you?
The car not heading towards the gravel trap,
Okay.
but it's the car that finally has had a bit of good luck because it didn't go into the gravel trap. Car number 734, Joe Ferguson.
Hooray! They got the car turned around then, literally.
Maybe it's because it's a little bit lighter on the rear, the tail end of the car, 'cause it's got no boot anymore, has it?
It's such a mess, goodness me.
But they've done it. They've done it. They've stuck with it.
A lot quicker than I thought they might.
Yeah, we're just getting another quick replay of that spin for the Pro-Am racing car. And yeah, it was a sort of a part spin and then was caught again. And then I think the car stalled for Scott Thompson as it came out of the gravel. Did it come to a full halt? Yes, it did. It did come to a brief halt, and then he fired the engine back up and got going again. So that car is third currently as we look at in the pit lane, refuelling going on for the number 33 car in the pit lane. And that's one of the Graves Motorsport cars, which the two Alistair share, Alistair Hardy and Alistair MacDonald, with Tom Wood.
Yeah, Lewis Selby just told me it's Nick that's at the wheel of the car now for the final stint.
So, yeah, Lewis Selby is racing in the Mini Challenge JCW class for this year, having previously come out of racing things like Mini 7s and Mini Miglias. He did tell me earlier on that Lewis Selby is back for another go at Mini Challenge JCW next year. Hopefully a better run at it was, I think, the exact words that he used. A learning year, really, for him for this year. As, yeah, Nick Tandy now on board the car. Now we've got pretty much the best track conditions we've had all day. Are we going to see Nick Tandy do what he did in 2019 and set the fastest lap of the race and keep that car in the lead position for the final couple of hours of this race? The team manager of car number 22 is now being beckoned to race control. That is AFK Racing, who have already picked up one penalty throughout the course of this race. I think it was a 2-lap penalty that they had picked up. They are running conveniently car number 22 in 22nd position at this stage, and they will be 16 laps off the lead of the race, 3 laps off anybody else. So usually what's happened any time we've had a team managers go towards race control, it has subsequently resulted in a penalty of some sort being issued to the car. So they can ill afford another penalty, otherwise they might lose maybe one more place, possibly. They've only got a 2-lap buffer, I think, between themselves and the next car behind, potentially. No, they haven't. They've got a 42-second gap between themselves and the next car behind. So if it were a stop-go penalty, they'd probably lose a place. If it's a 1-minute stop-go penalty, they might lose a couple, potentially. So gap first to second then, now that we've cycled through this next batch of pit stops. Car number 128, Nick Tandy for JTR, still leading the way. 6.8 seconds is the gap between himself and Ben Smith in the number 55 Cash Strapped racing car. I think we'll see that car come into the pit lane again before too much longer, because Ben seems to have been behind the wheel for quite some time. And Alex Tentorini may well jump back on board for a second stint in that car. It's going to be Scott Thompson for Pro-Am Racing, the number 12 car, vacated by Nicole Drought, that's third in the race. And despite the spin, he's only 9.2 seconds adrift of the second place car. And in fourth place is going to be Jack Wright, the number 46 car, which I would have thought would be heading over the start-finish line very, very shortly indeed. But we're now getting to the stage where it's not as easy to see the colours of the cars anymore because the light is beginning to fade. And from a commentary perspective, you then need to re-engineer and relearn all of the light configurations of the cars at night, because you simply can't see the colours. So you have to rely on either where their spotlights are or where they've got coloured lights around the car.
Am I getting into high-vis territory, because I might come back up and see you again?
I don't think you're quite there yet, Alan.
OK, good.
And the sky still looks reasonably clear as well, so weather-wise, I think you're all right.
Some of the teams have been popping out to the back of the garage, worried about clouds, but just looking around, you know, OK, there are dark clouds, but they're in the wrong place, I would say, and they're too high.
I'd imagine it's raining at Sevenoaks, looking at it.
Is Sevenoaks that way?
It is that way-ish, isn't it? He says with his poor geography of Kent.
Do you remember the hurricane of 1987?
I do, when it became 6 Oaks, or 5.
And so our family carpenter, everyone has a family carpenter, don't they?
Did he have lots of oak he could use shortly afterwards?
So he created, out of that oak that came down, door numbers. So he was basically carving them out of oak. So number 4 was my house number, and we had one.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well.
Bit of history, that.
You didn't bring the number to the new house then?
No, because
No.
I don't have a number. I've
Oh,
only
you
got
have a name now, do you?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I don't have a number, yeah.
Wow, I didn't realise.
I am not a number.
We've just had a spin up at Druids, and that was car number 112 that spun. So that was Simon Bonham for Catastrophe. He was trying to gain a place up the inside of somebody under braking, but again, I think just the rear wheels started to lose adhesion. So as you brake on the front, there's less weight on the rear, and the car just swapped ends on him. And I think Powerflex Racing had to swerve in avoidance of that car, but no contact was made between them all. I heard the buzzer go off, which does suggest we've got one more car in the pit lane, and I think car number 275 is in, which is Lifetime Racing. And yes, it looks as though that is going to be a standard pit stop for that car.
Yep, 275 in pit lane, taking some fuel on board. It's just glugging in as we speak. No one else can be around the car at the time that the fuel is going on board. So no one in the car, no one around the car. Just one member of the team standing by with a fire extinguisher, and the churn glugging in the fuel on the left-hand side rear quarter of the car. As soon as that's done, we can get the driver change effected, and I would say definitely now this is the longest period of green flag running we've had all day. It's amazing how much happier everyone is when the weather's a lot better, isn't it? Because there are quite a few smiley faces up and down the pit lane. I think the last of the fuel is going into 275 now. That's the only car down in pit lane at the moment.
That's a car that's had a tough day as well, hasn't it? It's had a few trips into the gravel, several spins, I would say, for that car.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Oh. One load of fuel has gone in, but there's another one to go. No, there isn't, just one. Okay, so now driver change being affected, headlights being cleaned. That's going to be an important part of it, isn't it? To make sure that all the mud and splatter, and this car, as we've said, has had a couple of moments over the course of today. So therefore, they are pretty muddy at the front. So just clean off the old headlights. Maybe a clean of the windscreen as well before the car is dispatched on its way. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing now. So a bit of glass cleanup and a clean of the windscreen. Where's the music coming from? Oh, a little Bluetooth speaker. Just thought it was someone's ringtone.
I could hear it as well, Stars in Our Eyes. That was the song, I could hear it. I think you've missed your opportunity to go back up to Burton Power in their pit stop, because Burton's out of the car now and Stephen Gilbert's in, but I can't recall that car coming in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it must have been, because it's in 10th position and the driver name has changed.
Okay, well, sorry about that.
No, it's me. You asked to be pointed in that direction.
Oh,
I
yes,
hadn't
I can
spotted
blame
it.
someone else.
Yeah,
Good.
you can blame me for that one.
Okay,
I'll hold
all
my
right.
hand up.
No,
but I don't recall it coming in, but it must have come in and snuck out, because, yeah, Gus is out of the car now and Stephen Gilbert's on board. It's still running inside the top 10.
Well, I'll let you off, because as the day has gone on, we started tetchy with one another, but I think we're making friends again now, aren't we?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Like,
Okay,
typical children, it doesn't last long, does it, the squabble?
Not really, no.
And you've had a chance for wet play as well today, as you say,
Yes,
midway through the day.
It did feel like wet play time in the garages. It really did. All we needed was for someone to get out a few board games, and that would have been it, really.
Well, for most of us, it is last day at school. Is it last day of term?
Oh, that's true,
As the 2023 race season begins to draw to a close. Not quite last day of term for me. But no, it's your last UK one of the year, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And then we go chasing the sunshine for a few months, which is quite nice, because I don't like winter.
Our race leader, Nick Tandy, has now opened up a 15.7 second lead over Ben Smith in second place, who is slowly edging away from the Pro-Am racing car number 12 in the hands of Scott Thompson. Last time through, Ben Smith at the wheel of the number 55 car set the best lap of the race that particular car has done. It was a 1 minute 9.440. You need to be down into the 1 minute 8s if you want to set the fastest lap of the race, because the 1 minute 8 lap has been set by car number 333, which is Kahuna's Racing. So the fastest lap has bounced around again. It's now in the hands of, I think, Ian Perkins, So that was set now some 13 laps ago, was that one. Race leader is heading towards the completion of 290 laps before too much longer, which also means that we have now covered nearly 11,500 miles by every competitor over the course of this race so far, and we've got an hour and 52 minutes to go, which means that in about 52 minutes time there'll be no more towbacks. So if you have a problem, if you drop it into the gravel, if you get stuck out on circuit, then that's it. Pretty much your race will be over, because for the final hour of the race there are no further towbacks. You're just left where you are or towed to a position of safety. Let me run you down then through as we enter the final couple of hours of this race. The top 10, car number 128, JTR Racing, Nick Tandy leads the way. Number 55, Cash Strap Racing, Ben Smith is second. Third is number 12, Pro-Am Racing and Scott Thompson. And fourth is 46, Milner Racing's Jack Wright. Fifth is number 112, Catastrophe, Simon Bonham. And sixth is number 65, Autotech Motorsport. And that will be Taylor Norton that's now jumped on board that car. That's another car we've had a change of driver. I hadn't quite picked up on. Seventh place is 333, Kahuna's Racing Team and Ian Perkins. In 8th place is number 67, which is Original Checkers Racing. That's still Jake Margolese behind the wheel of that car. 9th place is 121, Calamity and Marcus Batty. And Stephen Gilbert for Burton Power, car number 1. That completes the top 10, the way things stand. The lead 3 cars all remain on the lead lap. They're separated by 22 seconds at the moment. The car in 4th place is still a lap down, and we've just had a new fastest lap of the race come in, and it comes in for the race leader, Nick Tandy, 1 minute 8.609 for the former overall Le Mans winner. He sets the fastest lap of the race, and into the pits comes the car from 9th position, Calamity Racing, Marcus Batty, bringing that car into the pit lane, and surely that will be to hand back over to Andrew Hinch, potentially, for the final hour and 50 minutes of the race, there or thereabouts. We've also just had the best lap of the race come in for a particular car, not overall because Nick Tandy's done that, but number 12, Scott Thompson, propelling the number 12 car round faster than it's previously gone in the race so far. And also Catastrophe Simon Bonham also setting the best lap that the number 112 car has done in the race so far. So track continually drying. As I said, when it gets cooler, the air becomes denser, and therefore there's more oxygen that's going to get sucked into the car, so you do get that little bit of extra performance. Not much in these cars, because there's not a great deal of performance to start with, but yeah, we tend to see in the cooler conditions, and historically, year after year after year, it's late on into the race where we start to get the fastest laps coming in. So bouncing over the curbs goes Scott Thompson, the number 12 car, running in 3rd position, is 4 seconds adrift of Cash Strapped Racing that lies ahead. The lead advantage for Nick Tandy is now extended to 18.5 seconds. The gap from 2nd to 3rd is 4 seconds, and did come down last time through by around about 0.8 of a second. Nick Tandy through and over the start-finish line, whereas the 2nd place number 55 car, it should be heading up towards the start-finish line before too much longer. There it goes now, straight over the start-finish line in 2nd place. And where's the 3rd place car? There goes the car in 3rd place, and the gap is down to 3.1 seconds. Another 0.8 of a second quicker was Scott Thompson on that lap. And again, for Scott Thompson at the wheel of the number 12 car, that is the fastest lap that Pro-Am Racing have done all day. 1 minute 9.114 for Scott Thompson. So he is pushing hard and trying to close the gap up to the number 55 car of Cash Strap Racing. Now, I think for Scott Thompson, he's probably good to go to the end. Whether 55 Cash Strap Racing are or not, I don't know. Driver change taking place, as we said, for Calamity, Marcus Batty. Into the pit lane comes Jake Margolese as well from 8th position. The Original Checkers Racing number 68 car, number 67 car dives for the pit lane. And is this going to be to hand it over to Thomas Hendry? Because I don't think we've seen Thomas behind the wheel of that car just as yet. All of the teams being reminded to ensure that their lights are now on, because we have got to sunset. It's only 4:30, but with cloudy skies, the light is really beginning to dip. And this is where, a bit like last night in qualifying, Alan, the circuit really starts to change and takes on a whole different dynamic with the lights of the cars heading around the track, the sunlight, as we've got a little bit of it in the distance. Before too much longer, we'll be into full darkness. And this is the stint I've always tended to do, the penultimate stint, or the final stint, in these races, so that you get that transition from day into dusk or from dusk into night time. It's a great time to be out on circuit. So cash strap racing, car to deal with. It needs to work its way past the number 33 Graves Motorsport car, which it's stuck behind at the moment. Alistair Hardy behind the wheel of that one. And for number 55, Ben Smith, he needs to crack on with it because Scott Thompson is only 3 seconds behind. Alan.
A quick thank you to all the people that work behind the scenes on events like this. It's been a trying day. So I've just bumped into Trev, who is our electrician here at Brands Hatch. He was just sorting out the illumination of the start-finish line box for the officials that are down there, because water in the electrics meant that the lights had gone off, so they can't see anything. It's a really important part of the day, really, that the start-finish line team, the marshals, the officials that are down there on the start-finish line can see every bit of their paperwork, etc., and indeed that the competitors can see that box as well, which obviously holds out at some stage the all-important checkered flag. So Trevor's just been out shaking water out of connections and making sure that it's all working. It's all back working again. So these are things that we don't really think about over the course of the day. And Trev is a mainstay here at Brands and does a super job.
He certainly does. Been here for a good number of years and always does a brilliant job for us, Trevor. So team manager of car number 275 to race control. That is Lifeline Racing. I think we are just getting a quick replay of something that happened, and it was Scott Thompson having what looked like another spin at Paddock Hill Bend. Has he kept the car out of the gravel? Oh, he dips 2 wheels into it, but always keeps at least 1 wheel on the concrete or tarmac. And was that the same replay as earlier on? Because the car then comes to a halt. And it is a different replay. It comes to a halt in exactly the same place as it did previously when he stalled it, and he gets going again. So for Scott Thompson, all of that hard work he was doing to try and chase down Ben Smith has all become unravelled, because all of a sudden, no longer is he going to be 0.2 of a second behind. It's going to be probably about 10 seconds behind or something like that. So into the pit lane, we've got a few more pit stoppers. This will be the last pit stops for this lot. So that is GM Performance that are in the pit lane. That will be a change of driver again, because that's a 2-driver team. And it was brought into the pit lane by Darren Stapleton. Ian Mitchell will be back on board for that one. But waiting the arrival over the start-finish line of Cash Strap Racing and Ben Smith, and then we can see how much time Scott Thompson lost on that particular lap. Those 2 cars should be heading up towards the conclusion of the lap before too much long, because Nick Tandy went through quite some time ago in the race-leading number 128 car. There goes Scott Thompson over the start-finish line. And where is Cash Strap Racing? They've gone to the pit lane. I did say I thought there might be another pit stop due, because I thought Ben Smith had been behind the wheel of the car for quite some time. Well, now number 55 from 3rd in the race heads down pit road.
Yep, and 736 taking its fuel on board as well, having these final round of stops before the conclusion of the race. So we are losing light fairly quickly now down in pit lane. We're getting ever closer to maybe the occasion on which I might have to vacate pit lane without a high vis on. I haven't got any high vis with me, I'm sorry. It's also been pretty cold down in pit lane, Mark, as well. It's much gloves for the teams that are working. And the other thing I need to do is just pop briefly back up to the commentary box and have a battery recharge. I think you're losing the radio mic at the end of the pit lane, aren't you, there?
We are, yeah, so you might need to do that, Alan.
I do.
So, yeah.
I've got 1 flashing bar, so I'll come back up.
Okay, yeah, if it goes to 1 bar, you're all right, but when it starts flashing, then you know the microphone's going to die at any one point. Nick Tandy, new fastest lap of the race for the race leader, that time through, 1 minute 8.514 for Nick Tandy. Up into 2nd now is Pro-Am Racing and Scott Thompson, despite that spin just a few laps ago.
I just heard a lot of tyre squealing. Have a little look around.
I'm having a quick look around, and
I can't see anything.
Right, I can see a yellow flag at Surtees, which suggests that somebody had a part spin, but that yellow flag has gone off, yeah.
Has it? Okay.
I think it might have been Wolf Motorsport possibly, because it was the pink car, I think, that was, I could just about see it. It looked as though it was pink still.
I only heard the tyre squirrel.
Which means that the track is drying, yes, and a replay shows us it was Wolf Racing that had the spin. You can just about pick out the colours of the car still, but not for too much longer, another few minutes, and we won't be able to see them. And it did flash up on my screen. Darkness declared. It flashed up on the screen, and now we're getting that beautiful shot from the camera on the roof that we were seeing in qualifying yesterday that just really brings the Brands Hatch Indy circuit alight in these conditions. Nick Tandy is now on lap number 299, or the car is at least, because of course he has shared the car with both Lewis Selby at the wheel for the middle part of the stint, and Elliot Mason, who did stint number 2. He is about to chalk lap number 299 into the book.
I'm pretty sure I've just heard tyre squealing in the same place.
I think you're absolutely right, Alan, because, yes, we've got a yellow flag down there. And we have got a car on the grass this time, which is in the process of recovering.
It is. It's going to get back. So it's just come to the grass. Exit of McLaren. Just wait for a couple of cars to come through and it can rejoin.
I think it might be Orca Sport, possibly, number 74.
Oh, well, it's back on now, which is good news.
I'll keep my eye on it because it has, as you say, rejoined the tarmac, which means that the yellow light has gone back out. And yeah, Orca Sport it was. It was the number 74 car that had the spin that time through. And it will continue round, so no issues with the car. The driver's clearly happy. It was just one of those mistakes and just cracked back on with the race once more with an hour and 40 minutes to go. And our race leader, Nick Tandy, now on lap number 300 of the race. Still 3 cars remain on the lead lap at this stage. JTR, Pro-Am Racing, and Milner Racing, all on the lead lap of the race. And Nick Tandy now leading by 29 seconds almost, 28 3/4 seconds is the lead advantage between himself and Scott Thompson. Where's Jack Wright at the wheel of the 3rd place number 46 car? He will be heading over the start-finish line before too much longer. Just looking for the cars as they come through. I haven't seen him come through just as yet. And no, the car still hasn't come through as yet. That's it there, over the start-finish line. And the gap between Scott Thompson in 2nd and Jack Wright in 3rd is nearly 40 seconds, 39.3 seconds. So those are the 3 cars that remain on the lead lap as things stand. One of the good fights we need to keep an eye on, though, is for 5th and 6th position. Number 55, Cash Strapped Racing. Alex Tentori is back on board that car. But Taylor Norton for Autotech Racing, the number 65 car, was 19 thousandths of a second behind him when they came over the start-finish line last time through. So that is certainly a battle that we need to just keep our eye towards. Where they are on circuit at the moment, I can't quite tell. Through goes one of the Autotech cars, but that's the number 64 car that's just gone over the start-finish line. Is it in this next gaggle that comes through? No, not quite as yet. Here they come, just about to come over the start-finish line. Any second now, I think, the number 55 car, Alex Tentori. And there goes the 65, and he's lost out on that lap, that's why. So Taylor Norton's gone through, the number 65 car up into 5th position, 2 laps off the lead of the race. Alex Tentori drops down into 6th position. They're only just 2 laps off the lead of the race, because closing in on them to put them 3 laps down before too much longer will be the race leader, Nick Tandy. As for the 302nd time, the race leading car heads in towards the braking area for Druids. And the next car that he wants to try and put a lap on is not going to make it easy for him to get by, because it's the car in 3rd position, Jack Wright. He will be desperate to try and stay on the lead lap. We know these 2 drivers are pretty evenly matched, because Jack Wright and Nick Tandy were having a brilliant battle right at the sharp end early on in the first stint of the race. The best part of now, what, 7.5 hours ago, they were busy squabbling away. So Jack Wright, number 46, tried to remain on the lead lap of the race, which could be hugely important should we get another safety car. We've got a car off, and that looked as though it might have been Cash Strap Racing the number 55 car that had the off. Nick Tandy carving his way through, two wheels on the grass up the inside of Clearways to try and place a lap on the number 46 Milner Racing car of Jack Wright, who is not going to have any of it. So the two of them are absolutely together as they come over the start-finish line. They're almost side-drafting each other as well. And Nick Tandy's got the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Wright breaks that a little bit later. And Nick Tandy is going to go through. So he has now placed a lap on the third-place car. So it's only two cars now that remain on the lead lap of the race. And that is Nick Tandy and Scott Thompson as they head in towards Druids. And again, there'll be more traffic to deal with before too much longer. A flash of the lights from Nick Tandy means that the number 40 Touring Car Racing yellow Ford KA moves out of harm's way. The next car that it's going to go through and past is going to be the car in 10th position, which is going to be Original Checkers Racing, I think. But yeah, good little move that was as they went up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and then the brake lights came on and Nick Tandy had the inside line, scooted his way through, and now it is just two cars that remain on the lead lap with an hour and 37 minutes of the 2023 edition of the IndyCar 500 still to go. In second place, Scott Thompson, still going well. He's just set the best lap that the number 12 car has done in the race so far. He brought the time down to a 1 minute 8.593. He's the best part of 30 seconds adrift of Nick Tandy, who could well be on course for his second win in the IndyCar 500. Now, whether we actually get, I very much doubt we'll get the opportunity to do the podiums because we have a hard curfew here at Brands Hatch of 6:30. We are utilising the live stream commentary also for the circuit commentary. We have to turn off the circuit commentary at 6:30. So when the checkered flag falls, we might get the chance maybe to get reaction from a driver or two down in the pit lane area. But by the time they've all made their way up to the podium, we're going to run out of time, that's for sure.
We won't get time. I'm pretty sure, absolutely certain, in fact, that you get all the drivers of three cars up to the podium in time to complete the podium.
Won't happen.
No, it's really not going to happen. But we will try and get some reaction if the cars are parked underneath the podium, which they should be. We could at least get reaction from one or two of the drivers. That's what we're planning on.
So have we got some close battles through the order? I'm just having a look through, and at the moment, about the best of the battles that is for position will be down in 14th and 15th position, which is the number 61 Powerflex racing car, fighting away with the 41 of Row Rage Racing. Those two were a second apart as they came over the start-finish line, and that is for position, whereas pretty much for everybody else, they might be together on circuit, but they are not. Squabbling for position, and for Powerflex Racing also needs to watch out because it's in the process of being lapped by Scott Thompson, who decisively at the wheel of the number 12 car dives up the inside of the 61. And the next car that Scott Thompson will want to deal with will be the Wolf Motorsport Pink Machine as he heads up towards Druids. Should be able to squeeze his way through there. So for Powerflex Racing, yeah, Row Rage Racing are right behind at this stage. So this is for position. The two cars heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend now. The white car with the purple and the yellow livery down the side of it for Powerflex Racing. That is at the moment in the hands of David Power. And then right behind it is Row Rage Racing, which is the number 41 car, which is going to have Greg Caswell behind the wheel. That's the best battle that we've got. So they weren't separated by a great deal as came over the start-finish line on the previous lap. The gap did open up to 1.5 seconds, but I think it's come down again this time through as the number 41 car of Greg Caswell has started to close in onto the coattails once more of David Power. So here they come over the start-finish line any second now. And has the gap come back down between the pair of them? Yes, it's down to just half a second this time through as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. 14th and 15th places, both of those cars 11 laps off the lead, but still with an hour and 34 minutes to go, squabbling away. Now, whilst we've got 90 minutes remaining, remember when we get to the 60-minute mark, that is when there are no further towbacks allowed. The way the regulations are written, let me just read it for you. Towback rules only apply up to the final hour of the race when organisers will only tow cars to the nearest place of safety, is what it says. So, very much for the last hour of the race, don't do anything silly. Just make sure you keep it on the tarmac, and that way you will get towards the checkered flag. New fastest lap of the race, Jack Wright, the only lap we've had so far into the 1 minute 7s, a 1 minute 7.868 for Jack Wright, eclipses the best time of Nick Tandy, who had just gone and done the best lap that the number 128 car has done in the race so far, 1 minute 8.4, but 0.6 of a second quicker was Jack Wright over the course of that lap, and he will be hugely keen to see whether maybe he can get himself back on the lead lap of the race. We'll have to try and have a look at that. I think we'll have Nick Tandy back over the start-finish line again before too much longer. Now, if Jack Wright can keep going at the pace that he was, remember he was overtaken by Nick Tandy a few laps ago and went a lap down, but can he get himself back on the lead lap? That's the next little question that we need to try and ask ourselves in reality. It'll be about another 4 or 5 cars before we see Nick Tandy come over the start-finish line. And where is he going to be? He'll be on the Brabham Straight at the moment. And there goes the race leader. And Jack Wright is right behind him. So Jack Wright is trying to get himself back on the lead lap of the race. 2 cars as one head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. And Jack Wright will know the task in hand. They head down through the dip at Paddock Hill Bend, and Jack Wright's got the inside line as he at Druids. He might get himself back onto the lead lap of the race, and he does. He unlaps himself from Nick Tandy. And Alan, should we get a safety car, that could be a very important overtake.
Yeah, that could be critical, couldn't it? Absolutely. So it needed to happen, and Nick didn't really need to do too much to defend. Can I remind you of a conversation we had, I think it was at the start of today, or it could possibly have been during qualifying yesterday, when we were talking about Nick Tandy, and I told you that during the night stint in 2015, he was driving for Porsche at Le Mans. My sort of co-commentator at the time was Mark Webber, and Mark said, watch Nick during the night. So as soon as it got dark, he was metronomic. Every single lap was almost within a tenth or maybe a couple of thousandths of a second, absolutely the same. He was mechanical during the night, as soon as it got dark.
There are some drivers that just do that as well. I recall the year that McLaren won Le Mans, and JJ Leto was part of that team as well in the McLaren F1 car. And again, that was one of those stints that in the middle of the night, JJ Leto was just on it all of the time.
And Nick was on this particular occasion quicker than anyone else by quite a way, but also identical lap times. And Mark Webber knew it was about to happen.
And that's hard enough to do, identical lap times around a short circuit like Brands Indy circuit. Le Mans,
yeah. Can you
that's
imagine?
Staggering, yeah.
Can you imagine? He was a machine.
Yeah. Well,
he's been playing remote control cars all afternoon.
He's certainly not had a siesta, has he?
He
I didn't get mine in either.
Although there were people in deck chairs sleeping.
There were there?
I knew there would be. Always on an endurance race.
The camera pictures that we're receiving, if you're watching the live stream, really don't give an impression of how dark it is out there now.
Yeah, it's night time almost.
It is, yeah, pretty dark. We're looking through tinted windows out of the commentary box onto the circuit, which always make it look darker, but yeah, absolutely, the cameras are making it look dark, but not pretty much as pitch black as it is at the moment. Still a bit of light in the sky. That is the moon, because that is the east.
Okay. All right.
The sun that will be at the west at the moment, Alan.
All I was going to say was it looks like a racing helmet.
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah,
yes, it does look like a racing helmet. Yes, a very large harvest moon, isn't it, almost, that one?
Is, yeah.
So have we got any more fights going on? We were talking about Jack Wright having got through and ahead of Nick Tandy. That wasn't for position, but he's now seeing if he can pull away for him. The other little squabble that we're keeping an eye towards was David Power and Glenn Caswell. I say Glenn Caswell. With 2 seconds adrift of each other now, so that little gap between the pair of them has just come out. There is the moon in the background. Just look at that one there. It really does look fantastic. And again, yeah, that looks like it's blue sky in the background. It's not, it's black.
I did wonder if we were going to get a picture of it. It's just so pretty. It's not going to be like that for very long, is it? Absolutely superb camera work to bring that. No, and it does look as if the sky is blue.
Did we get the rainbow earlier?
What, on camera?
Yeah. I think that if that's the only thing they've missed all day,
it's not been a bad day.
That's not a bad day, is it?
No.
And we're getting what's it called when all the starlings come to roost, Alan?
I don't remember, but you know.
It's a murmuration.
Exactly what I... Look at that. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah, really, really good shot.
Absolutely gorgeous. And that's the moon, right?
Yes, it is. Because you can tell that one's made of cheese. to the trees as they roost for the night.
It's a lot darker than it appears on the screen, isn't it?
It really does, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can't quite yet see full darkness. We will get there, because that was what happened in qualifying, wasn't it? We ended up with even the camera crew struggling to pick out the cars because they just couldn't see anything at all. But for the moment, yeah, we can still see plenty of coloration on our pictures. A flash of the lights again for Nick Tandy to forewarn one of the Auto Tech cars that he wants to come through. And that is Tyler Norton's car, which is going to be lapped for the second time by the look of things before too much longer. That number 65 car is running in 4th place overall, and it is just a single lap down at the moment, but is about to go a couple of laps down, because Nick Tandy, I'm sure, will squeeze his way through, possibly even on the run up towards Druids. He might be able to sneak through and ahead of the 65.
A 1:08.890 was that last lap time. I think that was pretty close to his previous lap time. I'm going to keep an eye, just lap after lap. Quite a few of the cars that are out, and when I say quite a few, half a dozen maybe in the top 30, have put in their personal best lap of the race. Deluge of rain that was forecast for 5 o'clock. That's good news, because it doesn't look as if we're going to get it. The clouds look way too high.
I'd agree with you, yeah. I mean, there is a bit of bubbling up in the background, but the wind has the wind dropped now? It's still blowing quite heavily, isn't it?
That's an angry cloud, isn't it? But it's not low
angry
enough,
cloud over there, yeah, and a few bubbling up. But yeah, I think we might be all right. We'll wait and see.
This.
Problem is, we've still got quite a breeze, haven't we?
Yes.
That could blow them in reasonably quickly.
Cold as well. You felt my hands when I came
I felt your hands when you came in. I also turned the air conditioning up on the commentary box because it was starting to feel a little bit chilly in here.
Yeah.
So we've got an hour and 27 minutes to go. Nick Tandy leading the way. The lead advantage was about 30 seconds, I think, when he came over the start-finish line last time through. He's just threading his way past Druids now and is still hot on the heels of the car that's third in the race, which is Jack Wright.
I love the cameraman and the director. What a super shot that is.
We had the top half of the moon visible, didn't we, a few moments ago?
Yeah, we did.
You couldn't see the bottom
like
half.
A racing helmet.
That is the moon, isn't it?
Yeah. No, that is the moon, right?
Right. And the lead advantage is now 31.4 seconds. So, yeah, Nick Tandy pulling out to the tune of nearly a second a lap from Scott Thompson at the moment. But Jack Wright cannot pull away from Nick Tandy, so he's still just about on the lead lap, sitting there in third position. Now, I think Nick probably aware, as will Jack will be, that their relative positions, and Nick's not going to try anything silly, is he? If the gap's there and it presents himself, yes, absolutely. But for the moment, he's in a comfortable position. He's got a car ahead of him that is travelling at a very similar speed to him. And I think both of those cars are good to go to the end. I think of all of the cars inside the top 3 that pitted, I think the first of those that pitted was the Milner racing car, wasn't it? Because they pitted with about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go, Alan.
Yeah, because Johnny had a chance to speak to the grandchildren on the phone.
He did, yes, he did, yes. His 3-year-old, no, 4-year-old.
And 3-year-old, not 4.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
And
very specific.
If they pitted with about 2:15 to go, that is about a tank of fuel, one would have thought, because we are now pretty much at dry conditions, and we haven't had a safety car for quite some time, so hopefully they can make it to the end on fuel. A safety car would help them if there's any question mark at all about it being marginal.
Hour and 25 to go in this 500-minute race for the Ford KAs, and they've put up with an awful lot over the course of today. 2 safety car interventions just because it was too wet, just because we had a deluge of rain. And the second one of those was quite significant. And who was it I spoke to? I think it was Adrian, actually, Adrian Clark, who said to me when the safety car came in, he was surprised that although the rain had eased off, it was still just incredibly wet on circuit. And he was surprised that, oh, right, we're racing, are we? Here we go, yeah. So it was a bit of a surprise.
Well, I was talking to, when I went to get some food earlier on, I was talking to Carl Graves, who, of course, is part of Graves Motorsport down there, and he was saying his driver was reporting back on the radio when we had the worst of the weather that it was just aquaplaning everywhere. You know, these little cars, which don't have a great deal of power, but are still aquaplaning, does go to show just how difficult the conditions were.
Yeah, I should say.
And, of course, you know, it's quite difficult, really, also for race control to understand that decision, because they'll be hearing the reports from the safety car driver as to what the conditions are. And, of course, the safety car is on, you know, a much better tyre. That's not saying that the tyres that we run here, the Toyos, aren't anything other than a good tyre, but it's on a proper road tyre that's going to disperse the rain a lot better than a racing type tyre like the Toyos are on.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
So for the safety car driver, he can't quite judge, can he, as to how difficult it is in the cars that are competing.
Oh, that's a moment. 44 car is going to stop before it gets to the barriers, but that was a touch between the two of them.
It was. There were 2 or 3 touches and a little bit of spark. Was there a little bit of orange spark coming off as it was metal-to-metal contact was made there?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Let's just have a quick look. Just have a little look when the first contact is made. I think I saw a little spark come off between the pair. Yes, there was. Oh, it's underneath, isn't it, the spark, you could see? Yes. So maybe something's dragging on the 44 car, because there was certainly some sparks coming from the tail end of that car.
That wasn't good, but there was still retardation on the grass, which surprised me, because that's going to be a pretty wet surface, isn't it?
Wet surface, it's slightly uphill, isn't it, which would have helped.
True.
So no harm done, though. I think the number 44 car back onto the tarmac.
And that was the other car involved, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. So Graves Motorsport looking at exactly what happened there. That was one of their cars that got involved in that one, the number 44 car that is in the hands of Frankie Taylor at the moment. That's been a car that had issues yesterday and has had a few issues along the way today. It has come back into the pit lane as well, that number 44 car. So was that because of the contact? Was that because of whatever was dragging on the ground, sending out those few little orange sparks? But the car is in the pit lane. Now it's in the pit lane. What are they going to do with it? They are going to move the car into the garage, potentially, are they? Or are they? No, they're going to do some final refuelling on the car by the look of things. It might have been marginal on fuel and are going to top it up. I want to try and keep an eye on what's going on between Jack Wright and Nick Tandy, because Nick Tandy has gone through and over the start-finish line, and the number 46 car of Jack Wright, where is he? He is back behind him again once more. So Nick Tandy has gone back through and ahead of Jack Wright. So no longer is the number 46 car on the lead lap, I don't think, this time through. Let's just have a quick look. They'll be coming over the start-finish line any second now. And right, no, he has. He's pulled away. Jack Wright has pulled away a little bit more from Nick Tandy. So that's why the gap between the two of them had stretched a little bit. There's a back marker between the pair of them at this stage, and Nick Tandy has to wait until the exit of Paddock Hill Bend to squeeze his way through and past the KM racing machine. And then Jack Wright is another car or two up the road from that, so he's always now there or thereabouts, got a back marker between himself and Nick Tandy, which is exactly what he wants should there be another safety car come out. Hour and 20 minutes to go, Alan. Another 20 minutes time, anybody else goes off, they won't get towed back to the pits.
No, and that's a critical part of the race, isn't it? It's maybe one of the most tricky. That's an arty shot, isn't it, from Callum, our pit lane RF camera operator. You think he's being arty, but he's just tired. Just wanted to put the camera down.
He's been carrying it around all day.
Yeah, he has, on his shoulder, and it's a really heavy camera, proper broadcast camera, and he's just sleepy, and he chanced upon a really arty shot.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some fantastic shots from Race Television and Video Village, and of course the replays that we've had as well, Alan. They've been critical for the bits that we've missed. So we really have some fantastic footage from Race Television and Video Village.
From obviously yesterday when we missed one of the replays.
Yes. They have got the replay bug, though, that came up today. We didn't have the bug yesterday, that was why.
Okay,
right, Semprini Racing are off, and that's on the grass, and that is at the exit of Paddock Hill Bends. The best bet would be for Semprini Racing, don't try and go upwards on wet grass, because it might not go anywhere, and I think that's the case. So reverse it down, and you'll get going again. And that's Callum Perfect that is trying to do it, and he's got enough momentum, I think, to
he got it rolling,
finally scrabble himself onto the tarmac, and he's on his way.
That was pretty good going. This is the race leader. We're going to get another view of what happened here. We've seen that so much today. Didn't hit the barrier, which is good news. Just at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend before you go up the hill to Halewood Hill and Druids, and not quite the full clock.
No, it was half a clock, wasn't it?
Half clock, yeah.
The cars can be illuminated. Why can't the marshals?
Why can't the marshals? Yeah.
Looks like he's got a diving mask on, doesn't
Waiting all day to put those on.
He needs a snorkel now and some flippers, which would have been very apt earlier on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
So, yeah, our marshals even enjoying the light-hearted side of what is always a brilliant, brilliant event.
We can bring them back next week for when we have the fireworks.
Trucks and fireworks, yeah. So, Nick Tandy's just set the best lap that number 128 car has done all race so far. 1 minute 8.143. So that's still about 0.3 of a second shy of the overall fastest lap of the race, which is still heading in the direction of Milner Racing. We'll have trophies for the winners, which will be presented on the podium, no doubt after we have killed the stream. We will also have the Dagenham Dustbin Award, Alan, which we alluded to yesterday. We've not mentioned it today, and that is for the best presented car or the team that has overcome the best adversity in the race, as voted for by the officials and the marshals.
Yeah, which is really cool. It's a great award. Yeah, sadly, we're not going to be on air for that, but the presentation will be something to enjoy, and certainly photographs for the family album. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether Johnny Milner's fastest lap of the race, a 67.868. It's within sights of.
That's not Johnny's anymore. Jack set that one.
Oh, Jack.
Jack's improved the time.
It, I'm not sure that's going to be safe, is it?
At the moment, Jack Wright isn't endangering it, but yeah, Nick Tandy could still chip away at that. Yeah, we'll wait and see, because of course conditions still dry. Depends how much. You were saying it's getting cold out there. Of course, it's going to dew up again once more, and therefore it might just get damper and greasier potentially.
It's chilly, but I just having seen Nick Tandy do what he did at Le Mans in the night time, I just think anything is possible in the next 1 hour and 17 minutes. And it's a joy to watch Nick doing it as well. 108.372, the previous lap, a couple of tenths slower than his previous personal best for the car, which was a 108.143.
Nick Tandy back over the start-finish line. That's lap number 321 that has now been completed. Scott Thompson at the wheel of the Pro-Am racing car, still trying to thread his way through the traffic. He dives up the inside of Carmel Racing. That's the yellow car heading in towards Clearways Corner. He's got another car that he needs to deal with on the exit of the corner, and that's going to be Original Checkers Racing, who are running in 10th place currently. They will not quite get past that car as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Nice and easy to spot Original Checkers Racing, because it's got those green LEDs all down towards the bottom of the sill line and the rear bumper. So that's a nice easy one to spot, isn't it? But I think Scott Thompson will pick that car off on the run up towards Druids. Is he going to get through? The inside line is open. And yes, he should just be able to sneak his way through and place a lap on that car. So, in terms of battles going out there on circuit at the moment, the answer is not a great deal of cars are close to each other. I think the closest battle that we've got for position still has 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds between two cars, and that's going to be down for 16th and 17th position. Carmel Racing, which I think is that Toby Owen that's behind the wheel of that one now. I didn't realise Toby was on the entry list for this weekend. No, it's Tom Owen. Toby's another driver that we see out, and Torburn Aston. But those two cars, yeah, are 5 seconds apart. So any action that's going on out there, and this huge gaggle of cars, what is it, 7, 8 cars coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend, not a single one of those is for position at this stage, because all of the cars that are fighting for position have all strung themselves out a little bit. So we do get stages, don't we, in these endurance races, where you just get to one point of the race, and considering we're only an hour and 15 minutes away from the checkered flag, it's about the first time we've not had somebody somewhere squabbling for position.
Yeah, and normally these battles last right the way until the end of the race, but it is not the end of the race. It is a long way away from that. It's an hour and 14. That's pretty much the duration of 2 and a bit touring car races. So there's plenty of time left in this for things to happen. But I'm still rather delighted that we've managed to get this long period of racing. They can actually get into a groove. When you've got a safety car and a safety car and a safety car multiple times, you just, as a driver, it's frustrating. You can't get into any kind of groove. And we have now been green flag racing for quite some time, which is good news. They can get into a rhythm, get into a groove in their stint, and I'm pretty sure that most of these drivers are going to be running until the end of the race. Do we think that?
I would have thought so, yeah. I think that there might be the odd one, but I haven't tracked when every car did its last pit stop. I think of any of those at the sharp end that might maybe need the introduction of a safety car, purely because they're a bit minimum on fuel and a few laps behind a safety car might help. It would be Milner Racing and Jack Wright. Into the pit lane, however, does come number 114, which is KM Racing. And
running 28th.
That may well be a change of driver potentially as well.
Yeah, because I just said no one else will change drivers. Ops.
Well, to be fair, he has been in for quite some time, has Daniel Sajadian. Who have we not had in the car? I think all the drivers in that car have been in.
But I remember doing a Nürburgring 24-hour race once, and we got to the last half an hour. All the bigwigs had come into the garage. They're all sort of folding their arms and watching the television screens, and there was the most almighty hailstorm, and the top 3 positions all changed. The cars were skidding off all over the place. Anything can happen towards the end of a race.
Yeah, very much so. All it takes is, I don't think we're going to get any change in the weather, but, you know, if a car had an engine blow on the circuit and all of a sudden, in fact, we've got one into the gravel trap potentially and is trying to dig its way out. Is it going to make it out? We've got 2 in the gravel trap, and it was quite a bumpy ride, that one. And that is, I think, car number 49, Adrian Clark, for LDR Performance Tuning, who just about dug himself out of the gravel trap there at Clearways.
He's not going to be that happy with today, is he?
I'm not going to mention that again now.
No, we won't mention that.
We'll brush over that one. Move on.
But it's exactly what we'll have to do with the circuit. We'll have to brush over it because he brought all the gravel on, didn't he? He can't hear us. It's fine. He wanted to have some running, so he'll be chuffed that he's out on the circuit for the end of the race, because he'd only really essentially had 2 15-minute sessions on track. So he's getting a bit of track time now.
He certainly is. We're looking at the moment on the stream of the very brightly coloured Burton Power car that's in the hands of Stephen Gilbert. That car on my entry list did have 4 drivers allocated to it, which was Andy Burton, Tom Valentine, in fact 5 drivers, Ashley Davies, Stephen Gilbert and Gus Burton, but I haven't seen Ashley Davies behind the wheel of it. Ash is another very, very quick driver, but at no point over the course of today have I seen his name against it. I'm not sure whether he was on the entry list you'd got, because you had a different version to me, Alan.
I did.
The number 1 car it is. I'm talking about number 1.
Number 1.
Yeah, Ashley Davies is on your entry list as well, but I haven't seen him behind the wheel at any point. And I didn't see him in the garage earlier when I popped up.
Okay, I wouldn't have known that, but we know for sure that Gus Burton has been at the wheel of that car, don't we? So maybe was that a replacement? Because I think Gus's call came pretty last minute.
Quite late on, yeah. So Nick Tandy still leading the way as things stand. He's got one of the Autotech cars with him. It's trying to sneak its way up the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and I think it might have unlapped itself, actually. Was that Tyler Norton in the number 65 car that went through? Can't see because of the headlamps heading towards us from the camera up at Druids Corner, but as they pan round through Druids, it was the number 65 car, yes, so it was Taylor Norton that unlapped himself from the race leader Nick Tandy. So that car is now only, what's it going to be, 2 laps off the lead rather than the 3 laps that it was. The lead advantage is 29 3/4 seconds from Nick Tandy back to Scott Thompson, and Nick Tandy is now lapping in the 1 minute 7s. 1 minute 7.907 from him that time through, Alan, which means he is about 40 thousandths of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So he's doing what you said.
That's getting pretty close, isn't it? And yeah, you know what? Having watched him do that night stint at Le Mans, I just kind of had a feeling. That's all. It was nothing short of incredible, really, to watch it, and we're seeing the sort of the KA equivalent of that now if he gets the fastest lap in the night time.
Yeah, he was a little bit slower that time because, of course, the fact that he was unlapped by the number 65 car of Tyler Norton. Let me run you down through with 70 minutes to go. The top 10 in terms of numbers and teams. At number 1 to 8, JTR and Nick Tandy lead the way. Second is 12 Pro-Am Racing and Scott Thompson, and third is 46 Milner Racing and Jack Wright. Fourth, but a few laps off the lead, 3 laps off the lead, is number 65 Autotech Motorsport, Taylor Norton, and the 5th place is number 55, and that car is now back in the hands of Alex Tantarini. In 6th place, it's number 333, which is Kahuna's Racing and Ian Perkins. In 7th place, that's car number 112, and that car will now be in the hands of Robert Thomas again once more. 8th place is number 1, Burton Power Racing and Stephen Gilbert. 9th place is number 64, and that is Automech Racing. Sam Jewell will be behind the wheel, and completing the top 10 is the number 67 original Checkers car, and Greg Hendy. Is it Greg Hendry in that one? Let me just have a quick look. It is number, it's difficult to see now, number 67. And that car, George Hendry, that will be behind the wheel. So that gives you the drivers and those cars inside the top 10. Remember, we've got the top 3 on the lead lap. The car that's in 3rd place is 2/3 laps adrift, and then the cars in 4th and 5th are an extra lap down on that. And then we go to 5 laps down, 7 laps down, 8 laps down, 8 laps down, 9 laps down, the top 10. So it's really between the top 3 and which particular steps on the podium they're going to end up. But the gaps are quite significant, aren't they? It's about half a lap gap from 1st to 2nd, and about another half a lap back from that, isn't it, for the top 3.
Nick Tandy is one of the most unassuming superstars you could possibly hope to meet, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. He's a very grounded, down-to-earth chap, isn't he?
Humble chap, yeah, really is.
So Road Rage Racing in the pit lane, the number 41 car that was in the hands of Greg Caswell. He is out of the car, and with an hour and 7 minutes to go, it does look as though there's going to be another driver change going there, because that looks like it's an expected pit stop.
It does, yeah. Yeah, that looks planned.
So apologies for the slight picture breakup if you're watching on the stream. That's pushing the very limits of the reception for our RF camera down there in the pit lane. The refueling taking place, which means no other work can go on the cars. I mean, when you've been down there in the Alan in the pit lane, have you seen much changing of tyres in this one? Because of course, in the damp conditions, it's not going to affect the tyres to the same degree.
I don't think I've seen any.
Yeah, I hadn't seen much. So that's largely because, yeah, all the water that we've had.
I tell a lie, but it was for one of the cars that have been over in the gravel.
Yeah.
And presumably they had to take the wheels off, so new tyres were standing by. That's the only time I've seen any tyre labels.
Because usually it's the front left, isn't it, around here at Brands Hatch that takes the hammer in, because it's a right-handed circuit, and particularly Paddock Hill Bend and Clearways, and you're loading up that front left tyre quite significantly. Over the start-finish line is about to come number 46, Jack Wright. Where is he relative to Nick Tandy as they come through? Well, there goes Jack Wright up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. And just a couple of cars back from him is Nick Tandy. So he still hasn't pulled away much. He's still on the lead lap, but only just still.
Nick just put in a 108.083 on that lap. 107.868 is the target of the fastest lap of the race.
Road Rage Racing have pulled the car in towards the garage.
That's not good news, is it?
No, bonnet is up. And maybe there are problems with that car after all. So that's an enormous shame for Greg Caswell and co. No driver is getting in, so whatever it is, they are fairly comfortable. It's going to be a short pause in the pits for that one. They've got the refueling done, bring the car into the garage, sort out the mechanical issues on it, push the car back out, and in the meantime, get the driver on board whilst the car's being worked on.
And the car currently running in 18th place and dropping 19th now, while it's in pit lane. Should we play this game about the pit stops? Number of pit stops.
As to who's done the most?
Who's done the most?
Right, OK. We can if you want.
Go on, take a guess.
Well, it had been car number 49 for quite some time.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, how many has it done?
11.
Right, OK. Is it the only one in double figures?
No.
192?
734.
Of course, yes.
It's done 10.
Right.
And they are the only ones in double figures for pit stops.
Right, yeah. So again, it just goes to show when you've got a car running in 30th and one in 34th, the problems that they've had.
Top 3 have done 3 stops.
Adrian Clark, in that 49 car that's done more stops than anybody, has just done the best lap that car has done so far in the race.
Good for him.
1 minute 8.642 from Adrian.
Good for him.
And you look at the lap time that Nick Tandy just did, it's a 1 minute 8.0. So Adrian Clark is only 6/10 of a second off a Le Mans winner.
That's not bad, is it, eh? That's not bad.
It's such a shame that the 3 cars that the cameras, if you're watching the live stream, are concentrating on aren't racing for position, because it is a brilliant fight. It is the 3rd place car of Jack Wright, then the 4th place car of Tyler Norton, and then the lead car of Nick Tandy. So those are all circulating together. Jack Wright still trying to keep himself on the lead lap of the race. Tyler Norton has unlapped himself, but still remains a couple of laps adrift of the cars both in front of him and behind him. And of course, Nick Tandy is the race leader overall, so they are all on at the moment, pretty much different laps. As they brake and head in towards Druids Corner. The Napa racing car being the easy one to spot at the moment because of those illuminated lights, the LED lights across the roof of the car, and Nick Tandy hoping that he can repeat the feat of 2019 when himself and Lewis Selby and also Elliot Mason stood on the top step of the podium here at the IndyKA 500. As I mentioned earlier on, it wasn't just the 3 of them though on that occasion. James Rhodes joined the team, who you very seldom see out racing nowadays.
"63 minutes of this race remain. 87% of the race is concluded, and we are very close to being in the final hour, the final 60 minutes of a 500-minute race here at Brands Hatch. It's beautiful at night, doesn't it? Some of these pictures that we're getting just look glorious. I'd like to see an aerial shot, a drone shot.
We've been green flag running now since 3:30, Alan, so we are now an hour and 50 minutes.
Have we really?
Hour and 40 minutes, hour and nearly 49 minutes of green flag running now.
That's good. That's really good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's hope we can go green all the way to the checker flag. Dare I get my weather forecast out? Let me just have a little look.
New fastest lap of the race. Do you want one of those?
Yes, go on.
Who do you think without looking at the screen? Too late, you've looked.
I have looked.
Pro-Am Racing, Scott
I wouldn't
Thompson.
have given that answer.
No, I didn't think you would have. That was why I asked the question. The number 12 car of Scott Thompson, new fastest lap of the race. And he did it with, by the look of things, cars sliding around in front of him when he was on the throttle there. So 1 minute 7.489 for the Pro-Am Racing car of Scott Thompson. That, at the moment, is the fastest lap of the race. But we've still got just over, and I do mean only just over an hour to go, 61 and a bit of minutes to go.
How much do you want me to tell you about my weather forecast?
Tell me about your weather forecast. Tell me in detail.
So what time does the race finish?
It finishes at 6:25, if memory serves me correctly.
6:20, I think.
Right.
And the weather forecast, but this may well be completely fictitious. They haven't been totally accurate, have they? Rain is predicted for 6 o'clock.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because there's quite a lot of cloud has appeared over towards the west.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the direction of the rain.
Yeah.
So
6 o'clock.
It might throw an extra bit of spice into the mix.
About 40 minutes' time, potentially, we have... but do you want to know the percentage chance of rain?
Please do tell.
30%.
Oh, well, that's OK.
That's
I'm
good
happy with that. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll take that risk. Right, so race leader has now just completed 135 laps as it heads up towards Paddock Hill Bend.
335.
300, what did I say, 135?
Yeah, you did.
Well, only 200 out.
I'll tell you what, they've been slow laps. Been racing for 7 hours.
7 hours and 20 minutes. 335 laps have just been completed by the race leader. And there's still work to do, though, for Nick Tandy as he heads down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. As he heads out of Graham Hill Bend, the pit buzzer goes off, which tells us that somebody is destined for the pit lane. And it's Carmel Racing is in. Tom Owen is in from 16th position. Number 88 car trundles its way down pit lane as we reach the 1 hour to go mark, which now means no further toe backs are allowed. So if you head off into the gravel now, you're pretty much out of the race for the final hour. And it does look as though this is a scheduled pit stop as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Fuel on board, so just the...
Oh, visor down. He just did it there.
Oh, well done. Yeah, that could have been costly if he hadn't.
2-lap penalty if you hadn't done that.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You get out of the car because you've had your visor up. And if you are doing exactly what Tom Owen was doing there, going around to man the fire extinguisher, which is the usual process a lot of teams use, then you've got to remember to put your visor down, or you need someone to shout at you very quickly.
Yeah.
Because the marshal won't tell you. They'll simply stand there and understandably report you for not doing it.
or give a clue, shake their head, tut a bit. just a quick clue.
So that is half a tough jug that's gone in, because that will be sufficient to see it through the final 58 minutes of the race. The fuel flap is closed, and once that fuel flap is closed, you put the fuel cap on, you lock it, you close the flap, and at the point that the flap is closed, and that is, according to the regulations, the point at which refueling has stopped, and then you can start with any of the work you need to do on the car, whether it be strapping the new driver in, whether it be changing the tyres, whether it be the small amount of mechanical work. But only 4 people plus the driver are allowed to be in contact with the car when you're carrying out the mandatory aspect of the pit stop rather than the refueling. And we've got a safety car. So we have got a safety car, and that does mean that one car that is in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend is going to sit there or be dragged out and not be able to restart the race, I'm afraid. And that has come at the worst possible moment, hasn't it? Right as we get to the final 60 minutes of the race. Now, who will it be? We'll be able to pick out when the car starts to tumble its way down through the order. Our cameras can't pick it out because it's just too dark now. And it's upside down, which doesn't help, because those lights are too close to the back end of the car's up in the air. Yep, there you go. So it's upside down in the gravel trap. It's only just gone into the gravel upside down. And it is the number 44 car, I think. No, it's not. It's the number 33 car, possibly. It's a black car with an orange stripe down it, which I think means it's Graves Motorsport, I'm afraid. And we'll wait and see as to whether that's the case. It looks as though it's a very subtle rollover. Alistair McDonald would be the driver if I've correctly identified the car, but it's not easy to do it, is it, in these conditions?
No, and it's going to take a little while for recovery on this one. One car at least has elected to peel off into pit lane. Well, if you're going to have a pit stop, now is potentially the chance to do it. Hello, Rod. Nice to see you. So, under the control of the safety car, car number 128, with Nick Tandy at the wheel of the JTR entered car, is leading the field with 338 laps completed. Safety car to recover this car, which is in the gravel down at Paddock Hill Bend. Second place, just across the line, car number 12, Pro-Am Racing, Thompson at the wheel of that car. That's the car that has the fastest lap of the race, 67.489. So 1:07.489, fastest lap of the race. The Milner Racing Team, car number 46, currently running in 3rd position and yet to cross the line to complete 338 laps. It's going to take a little while for that car to come through and complete the lead lap. Safety car is deployed, going down the Cooper Straight now, and it is the car that Mark identified, 33 car, which had unfortunately ended up on its roof over in the gravel, and the recovery crews will go to work as soon as they possibly can. They already are, and illumination of the incidents allows them to deal with it despite the full darkness that we've got now here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, so that will be it for that car in reality. Even if it is, as others that we've seen, it is able to mechanically continually take part in the race, they will only bring that car back to a position of safety, and that position of safety may well be the pit lane for that one, but they'll have to park the car up because there's no tow backs in reality for the final hour. The tow back probably will happen, but that's only just to get the car fully out of harm's way. So with just under 55 minutes of the race still to go, we've still got Nick Tandy, former overall winner at Le Mans with Porsche, leading the race, former winner here in 2019 of the IndyKA 500 as well. He leads. Now, the really good thing, ever looking for those positives out of negatives, Alan, is that Jack Wright, who had got himself back on the lead lap of the race quite some time ago, wasn't it, but never was able to pull away from Nick Tandy, he is now going to gain the best part of 9/10 of a lap. He might be right at the back of the train.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's well on the lead lap now.
And he would never have been able to do that on the green flag running.
No.
So,
and of course, for that car, that was the car that pitted with about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. So the safety car also helps them save a bit of fuel if they were marginal. I simply don't know.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely right. So past the scene of the incident goes the field under the control of the BMW safety car. So for Mark's anxiety about the range of the safety car, they've had an hour of it plugged in and charging it, yeah. And if they're on a rapid charge and paid a top dollar for it, then we should be fine.
As long as they remember to unplug it before they went back out for this stint back in the safety car, because they've been tucked up in the warm for the last 2 hours in it.
That's true.
And also, just to confirm again that looking at the timings that we've got, we are an hour away from curfew at this point, and we've still got 53 minutes of the race to go, which means we've only got 7 minutes to play with at the back end, so there's no chance we'll get the podiums in. No. But we will try and maybe get some free action from down there in the pit lane, chat to a driver down in the pit lane area once they get out of the car.
I'm perfectly happy to lean over the top of this tower, hang the microphone over and ask them if they're happy.
But by the time we've ushered potentially 12 or 15 drivers up onto the podium, we're going to hit curfew.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. No chance of...
you don't want to go back out in the cold, do you?
It's very cold out there. It is, Rod Burley.
Well, Rod Burley can go and do it then for us.
Yeah,
we can pack up and Rod can go and do it.
I've always thought he had a second career as a commentator. Now is the time to find out.
Now, who else does this help? It certainly helps Scott Thompson as well in second place Pro-Am racing. There might be a few back marker cars between Nick Tandy, the race leader, and Scott Thompson, so when the race gets back underway he might lose a bit of advantage, but he was 30 seconds behind, wasn't he, when we were under racing conditions, and heading towards 35 seconds behind. He's at the moment under safety car only 13 seconds back from the race leader, so if he can crack on with it and pick his way through the little bit of traffic, then maybe he might be able to just remain within sight of Nick Tandy and see whether he can close up a little bit. It's still a big ask though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and as the field very slowly file past this incident over in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, it's interesting, isn't it? Different race meetings that have different areas of trouble that seem to be the area of trouble for a meeting. And today it's just been that dip at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend has caught so many out for the entire duration of the race. Whatever the race conditions, whatever the weather, that's been the place, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. And the problem is that the gravel's there to try and stop the cars for the big accidents going into the barriers. But if you don't quite hit it square on, it does invert the car, and that's what's happened on a couple of occasions, unfortunately. But the car's been righted, I think, by the telehandler. The trackside recovery team will go back to work to ensure that it is brought back into the pit lane area or taken out of harm's way. There'll be a bit more sweeping up to do. As ever, the driver is absolutely fine, we gather, because out of the car has gone Alistair McDonald. As we say, that is in reality going to mean that that car will not be able to participate in the final 50-odd minutes of this race because of the tow-back rule in the regulations. So again then, let's just confirm. Top 10 as follows: 1 to 8, JTR and Nick Tandy leading the way. Second, number 12, Pro-Am Racing and Scott Thompson. Third is 46, Milner Racing and Jack Wright. And fourth is 65, Auto Tech Motorsport and Tyler Norton. Fifth place is number 55, Cash Trap Racing, Alex Tentori. Sixth place is 333, Kahuna's Racing and Ian Perkins. Then in seventh place it's 112, Catastrophe. Eighth place is number 1, Burton Power. Ninth place is 64, the second of the two Autotech Motorsport cars. So Autotech having a good day with both of their cars inside the top 10. And completing the top 10 is number 67, which is Original Checkers Racing. The pit buzzer went off, which did suggest that another car had trundled its way down the pit lane. And yes, I can see one down there in the pit lane, but I can't quite pick out on the timing screen whom that might be. And I've put my binoculars away now because I thought it's dark. I wouldn't need them again.
It's all right. Callum will do that in a moment. Our pit lane cameraman, he'll resolve the problem.
It looks as though it is going to be a splash of fuel that's going in that particular car. So whatever car it was, they clearly just need a top-up of fuel for the final moments. And doing it under safety car is absolutely the best thing to do. Going to have at least another couple of laps behind the safety car, because I think we're only now just in the process of getting that stricken number 33 Graves Motorsport car onto the flatbed recovery unit down there at Paddock Hill Bend. So have you added another little pencil mark to your list, Alan? Because this is safety car number. You're too busy eating bananas, you know.
Yeah,
you're not keeping up with the admin.
Oh,
we're bickering again, aren't we?
For the energy. No, I don't mind a bicker.
So yes,
At the end of the day.
Just to confirm, that is including the safety
21.
21. Yeah. Now one of those, as we know, was because of the inclement weather.
Two.
It stayed out, didn't it? It just stayed out, so it was already out,
Extended,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's 20 proper safety cars and 21 if we include the fact that it absolutely bucketed down.
But we didn't find out how many miles the safety car has covered. That would be such an interesting stat to find.
We've got another car heading in. K&F Racing are in, so that's the car that's in 12th position. The light blue car heads down pit lane as well.
Can I finish my banana?
You can finish your banana, yeah, absolutely. I can work out. Do you want to know how many miles a safety car has done?
Yes, please.
Right, okay. If you want to leave that with me, well, we are still under safety car for the moment, so I can give you what it is as things stand.
Carry on talking because I'm eating a banana.
Right, okay. Well, I'll keep padding. So at the moment, whilst the safety car is still out there, it's still maybe got another lap or two to do. The safety car, it's well within range of the BMW. It has done nearly 116 miles today. The BMW safety car, 115.9584, Alan. How's that for you?
I beg your pardon?
115.9584 miles the safety car has done today.
It really?
Yes, it has.
Goodness me. It's got loads more range.
It's
got loads.
BMW,
I don't know why you were getting
the range
anxious.
of that is at least 250.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So that's it. And how many miles do you think the competitors? We add up the mileage of all the competitors in total. Where do you think we're at now with that one?
How many noughts?
There's no noughts in the number that I'm looking at.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay.
We have done pretty much half the circumference of the world today.
Really?
Yeah, we have done 13,500 miles of racing with every competitor having turned those wheels so far today.
All added up together.
Yeah.
We did just get to Macau. There you go.
We have, yeah.
Very good.
So K&F Racing, quick clean of the windscreen. Lights are back on. Fuel jugs, get those out of harm's way. Driver's strapped in. And they've sprayed the windscreen. On come the wipers just to clean it fully. And then push the car back. It's not quite packed at 45 degrees, but they have to push it backwards at least a little bit. And then in an empty pit lane, you don't need to push it back too much and get the car back into the race. But for K&F Racing, they came into the pit lane in 13th. They will probably leave in about 14th, maybe 15th position. Another car that I would say has come back through the order. It's had its problems and dropped down through the order, but car number 736, Ferguson Racing, and now in the hands of Torburn Aston. That car is 15th, Alan, and you think that it's 14 laps off the lead of the race, but 10 of those were because of the penalty it was given. Had it not have been for that, it would have been in the top 6.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that was a 10-lap penalty is... it's race ending, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And thoroughly demoralising.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
No.
So 44 minutes to go. How are we getting on with the cleaning up operation? Well, we've got just the rescue unit and the recovery truck there on circuit, and they should be, once the train of cars has gone past them, making their way back in towards the pit lane area. So we might get maybe another lap or two behind the safety car. And then hopefully we'll be good to go for the remainder of the race with no further interruptions of the safety car. We'd had a good run, hadn't we, with all of the green flags without the safety car needing to come out. I don't know what it was. I said it was hovering around 2 hours, wasn't it, that we'd had of green flag running. And it was 1 hour and 52 minutes and 47 seconds of green flag running before the safety car came out. We've now been under safety car for 15 minutes.
That was good going. That was really good going. I reckon we could be under green again soon. I think so, yeah. I think so. The course vehicles heading down in towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. The safety car just heading through Paddock Hill Bend. I think this may well possibly be the last lap behind the safety car. It depends how quickly we can get the recovery truck off the circuit and then the ambulance or the rescue unit as well. But hopefully, fingers crossed, just one further lap behind the safety car. The recovery truck will go in towards the back entrance to the pit lane area. I think the rescue unit will do the same. And as long as they are off track in the next 30 seconds or so, then that should be sufficient for them to radio back to race control that they are clear of the circuit. And then once they're clear of the circuit, the safety car will extinguish its lights. So the recovery truck turns right and gets off the circuit. The rescue unit does exactly the same. The lights go out on the safety car, which means we are good to get back racing once more. Now, Jack Wright has got a lot of work to do because the number 46 car got the roll of the dice. It got itself back on the lead lap, hoping there'd be a safety car. Had to wait for 2 hours for that safety car, but he's now back on the tail end of the train, so he's got lots of overtaking to do and 42 minutes in which to do it, to work his way past the traffic and see just how close he can get to, whether it be Nick Tandy, whether it be Scott Thompson, but one thing you can guarantee is that number 46 car, Milner Racing, the Donington Park winner, the Snetterton winners, will be trying. It's going to be flying, isn't it? Absolutely flying. And that may not be the final safety car we have in this race. As you say, 41.5 minutes of racing remain. We are back under green, so we're back racing once again. Nick Tandy leads the field up towards the line.
That's not Nick Tandy. I don't think they've shuffled the order. No, they haven't shuffled the order under darkness. Right. It does make it difficult to shuffle that order.
Good point.
So they go through now. Yeah, Nick Tandy and Scott Thompson.
Has been through now, yeah.
And Jack Wright goes through and is a minute and 20 seconds behind them. So, no, they haven't shuffled the order. So Jack Wright didn't almost get that wave pie that he was hoping for to get right back onto the tail end of the queue.
Oh, right, that's not ideal then.
It's difficult to do at night time, isn't it? Reshuffle the order.
Yeah, I get that, yeah. Yeah, that's where Nick Tandy is. It's at the tail end of this field, isn't it? Running down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah. So what is he? He's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it 8 cars in the queue?
Yes,
8 cars back, something like that from the first car. So yeah, they didn't reorder the field. It's where the safety car came out. So there is, heading out of Graham Hill Bend now, Scott Thompson in second place, flashing his lights to anybody to let him know. Let them know that he wants to work his way through. Nick Tandy also trying to squeeze up the inside of Calamity Racing, and that was very nearly a calamity wasn't it? Yeah. It got close.
Very, very close indeed, and knows that there's no second thoughts here. You've just got to press on. So, yeah, interesting restart, that.
The difficulty for Scott Thompson in second place in the number 12 car is that the car that's just ahead of him is running in 6th place, which is the pole sitting car, Kahuna's race team, in the hands of Ian Perkins, number 333. So that is arguably a quick car anyway, and it's not going to make it easy for the second place car to go through. Was that a part spin there? And that looks like a Ferguson Motorsport car that's in the process of recovering, and it's car number 734. You can tell that because it's got no rear boot anymore.
But on the positive, it's still going.
It's still, I mean, it's not for want of trying, despite everything that's been fighting against them and conspired against them over the course of this race.
The car that at one point was leading the race
is only 112 laps off the lead now.
Yeah, well, what's 112 laps when you've completed, quite a lot actually, 347.
Nick Nick Tandy is 7 seconds to the good from Scott Thompson. He's still trying to thread his way through a little bit of the traffic at this stage, so he's not the car at the front of the queue. He's still about 6 or 7 back. You can tell the car because it's got the yellow stripes over the roof of it, and the car he's trying to squeeze his way through and past is the number 11 car of 11 Tenths Racing. And he's got the inside line and dives decisively up the inside, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So that's another one of the slower cars dealt with. And what is the gap back to himself and Scott Thompson? Well, it's increased by half a second that time through. So first to second is now up to 7.5 seconds as they head onto lap number 349 on this occasion. And we still think I got the leader of all of the pit stops, being 11 pit stops. LDR Performance Tuning, number 49. I think that's the car that still leads in terms of the number of pit stops.
It is, yep, just a quick refresh there. Do you know there are still cars that are putting in their personal bests? There were 2 on that last lap. One was for the number 3 car running in 14th place. That's Windcat Racing. Just put in a personal best lap of the whole race, a 108.286. And also the car running in 26th place, number 81 GM Performance, a 68.026. So conditions are pretty good, actually. We haven't had rain for some considerable time. What time are we? 5:45. And the weather forecast said a 30% chance of rain at 6 o'clock. What do we think?
I don't know, because I looked down to look at the clouds and then I realised that it's all dark out there.
It's night time, Mark.
It's been a long day, you know.
The clocks went back. We saw the moon and everything.
Was that the moon or was that the sun?
It was the moon.
Right, okay. We've had fun regardless of anybody else. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself over the course of the last nearly 8 hours now.
Well, we had to, really.
And we've even managed to talk about the racing on occasions, which is very surprising.
Yeah, it's as well we get on, isn't it?
What
it's
happened
a marriage that lasted for 8 hours. I never want to see him again.
Story of my life. So Scott Thompson again lost out to Nick Tandy on that lap, so he's still trying to fight his way through the traffic, but he's not getting through the traffic quite as quickly as Nick Tandy is. I think about to head towards the front of the queue before too much longer will be Jack Wright, so he's still kept himself on that lead lap as he is about to come over the start-finish line now. Can he clear another bit of traffic? I think he can this time through, and it's one of the Ferguson Motorsport cars that he's trying to clear. It's the car number 736, and he goes right the way around the outside of it at Paddock Hill Bend, the number 46 car, because he's still desperate to try and keep himself on the lead lap. The lap time from Jack Wright that time through was a 1 minute 8.4 compared to Nick Tandy, who was on a 1 minute 8.0. So Nick Tandy is still, at the moment, not quite the quickest car out there, because I think that particular lap, it's a 1 minute 7.9 from the car in 4th place, which is Autotech Motorsport, Tyler Norton. So he, at this stage of the race, with 36 minutes remaining, is the fastest car that we've got out there. He's in 4th place, but he's 3 laps off the lead. And I think he might be the car that's at the front of the train, Alan.
36 minutes of this race remaining. We're looking at the number 128 car. Nick Tandy, Le Mans winner, is at the wheel of that car. It's the JTR team. They run in Porsche Carrera Cup, and they compete very competitively in this championship for Ford KAs, and have previously won this event in 2019.
Yeah,
2019. Yeah. So Nick Tandy gives us an idea. Hang on a minute. 107.935 that last lap was. 107.489 is the fastest lap of the race, which is held by the car in 2nd place, the number 12 car. Well, the race is on because a couple of the cars put in a personal best on that last lap, and one of them was in the 107s, and that was significantly the 3rd place car, the Milner car, with right at the wheel of the car, a 107.593. These lap times are coming down, you know.
I did say as it got cooler, of course, the air gets denser, and we've got that drying track, or it hasn't got to the dew point as much as I thought it would. So, yeah, I think that's why we're still seeing some quick times coming in. Team manager of car number 21 to head towards race control. That is K&F Racing, who are running in 13th place currently. Pretty much every time we've seen a team manager being pointed in the general direction of race control, the conclusion of that conversation has been there's going to be a penalty handed out. I'm not saying that's going to be the case this time through, but based on what we've seen in the previous as good as 8 hours, that's likely to be the case, one would have thought.
Yeah, and apparently the marshals were telling the teams when they were going into the garages and saying you're needed in race control. Race control have got a small present for you, because they were receiving such grumpy reactions when they were telling them. They decided to take extraordinary moves.
We've just seen a new fastest lap of the race come in from Nicky Taylor. The car might be down in 44th position. That's the car that rolled, wasn't it? Oh, no, it's the 33, wasn't it, that rolled earlier on?
But can I say, had that not happened, Nick Tandy would now have the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, because Nick Tandy's just at 1 minute 7.36, whereas it's 1 minute 7.32 from Nicky Taylor. So car is way off the lead of the race.
There's quite a few of them now.
Yeah, they're all coming
really
down.
Cool.
Yeah, 107.32 from Tyler Norton as well. So there was only 7 1,000ths of a second difference between the fastest lap of the race from Nicky Taylor and Tyler Norton's lap that time through. And Nick Tandy was third quickest of the cars out on circuit that time through, all of them in the 1 minute 7.3s.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Looking at on the live stream, the lead car, Nick Tandy, completes another lap. That's 353 laps in the book now. What was that lap time? 107.899. He's in traffic, don't forget. And Nick Tandy heading up towards Druids.
And Scott Thompson sets the fastest lap of the race, 106.539. So all of a sudden, I mean, that's a huge chunk taken out, isn't it?
Moving, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ever
very
moving.
much so. It looks as though the track is really, really improving all of a sudden. 1 minute 6.539 for the second place Pro-Am racing car of Scott Thompson, who is 9.6 seconds off the lead.
And in second place, yeah. So very impressive that. The first car to go into the 106s, 106.539. Scott Thompson from the Pro-Am racing team, car number 12. Looking at the race leader, the Napa Racing liveried car, Napa Racing, who of course did so much in the BTCC this year. Scooped the team's title, scooped the manufacturer's title, of course, scooped the driver's title as well with Ashley Sutton. Napa Racing are here to do winning, and at the moment they're winning in this 500-minute race at Brands Hatch, in the form of Nick Tandy and the JTR team. The 128 car continues on its way. 354 laps completed by both Nick Tandy in car 128 and number 12, the Pro-Am racing car. That's the car that's got the fastest lap of the race, a 106.539. 107.119 that last lap by Nick Tandy.
Into the pit lane, we've got Race Logic are in, Deborah McNamara. A quick change of driver, I think that was. I don't think there was any fuel went in the car, so it was a very quick stop, just a change of driver. And the Race Logic car, which is another one of those cars that might be knocking on the door of double-figure pit stops, trundles its way back down the pit lane. But for Nick Tandy, still leading the way, and last time through was almost into the 1 minute 6s, a 1 minute 7.1 from him on that occasion. Scott Thompson falling away a little bit on that lap in second place, because he had brought the gap down as a result of that new fastest lap of the race, but he's probably met a bit of traffic on that lap and therefore has just lost ground. So Nick Tandy through that time with a 1 minute 7.4. What's Scott Thompson going to do as he heads over the start-finish line now? It is a 1 minute 8.0, so 11.8 seconds is the gap. But out on circuit now, there's very little traffic between first and second place, just lots of empty tarmac for Scott Thompson to try and eat into.
355 laps and 30.5 minutes of the race remaining. 93% of the race is complete. The gap between first and second, 11.8 seconds. And Nick Tandy continues to lead. See the wide shot of the cars heading around Druids into Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight towards the left-hander at Surtees. Nick Tandy, car number 128, that last lap, a 107.496. There's still only one car that's done a 106. It is the car currently in second place, the number 12 car, and it's Scott Thompson at the wheel of it. That is impressive. I was predicting that, we've got another fastest lap. So once again, it's the 44, the Graves Motorsport car, isn't it? Nicky Taylor putting in another fastest lap, 106.516. this is going to be the story of the closing stage of the race. It's going to be the fastest lap. Normally you don't see a fastest lap in the closing stages ever.
And what a great end to the weekend if he sticks with it, Nicky Taylor, because of course it was in qualifying yesterday with, what, 52 seconds to go, that he rolled the car 4 times into the gravel trap, and they had to pick up a spare car to even get out onto the circuit today.
Which was where, remind me, Ipswich? Was it Ipswich?
Ipswich, I think, yeah. I heard somebody told me it was Ipswich. I don't think I heard that first-hand. I think that might be second-hand. But yeah, that would be a nice end to the weekend for something that started rather difficult. In terms of squabbles out there on circuit, well, we're starting to get a fight beginning to brew for 8th and 9th place. Number 1, Burton Powers, and Stephen Gilbert was getting caught by the number 64 Autotech car, which will now be in the hands of Sam Duel, but it looks as though those 2 cars have opened up a little bit over the course of the last lap or so. And we've got another new fastest lap that's come in, and this time it's for Taylor Norton once more. The number 65 Autotech Motorsport car. Is that? No, it's not. It's Jack Wright, I should say.
Jack Wright, yeah.
The number 46 Milner car has gone through and done a 1 minute 6.365. So, yeah, we've got that battle going on for 8th and 9th place.
The battle for fastest lap.
Battle for fastest lap going on. And I think those are probably the only good battles that we've got going on at the moment. There is another one, but you have to look way, way down to 19th and 20th position. The yellow number 88 car of Kamal Racing fighting away with number 41 Row Rage Racing. Those 2 cars are separated for position by just 1.3 seconds with less than half an hour to go.
Nick Tandy leads. 357 laps are complete into the final half an hour of this 500-minute race for the IndyKA 500. And Nick Tandy is coming up towards the line to complete now 358 laps in the book for the JTR car. Car 128 does it now. Heads into Paddock Hill Bend. What was that last lap? A personal best, a 106. They're all putting in personal best. We have gone green, green, green right the way down the order. We might not for a little while, because have we got an incident somewhere? Yeah,
we have. I'm not sure whether it's gone into the gravel trap, but we've got a car at Clearways pointing in the wrong direction. No, it hasn't gone into the gravel because it's able to get going.
That's good news. So still the flashing light boards. The light boards are perfect for when darkness falls, aren't they?
Yeah, flags aren't that much good, are they?
Not really, no. They're hard work. But these new MSUK approved light panels that we see at circuits up and down the country now.
It was the number 11 car that had the spin, which was 11 tenths Racing, which has now dropped from 12th to 13th as a result of that, so it did lose a place.
But the thing I was getting excited about before that was happening...
no, it wasn't. It was Axiometrics,
18.
I should say.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was the number 11, but that was only after Axiometrics had a spin as well.
Oh, so a double pirouette.
A double spin. And yeah, Axiometrics were recovering, and then 11 tenths had a spin. And we're quite lucky, really, because they're slap bang in the middle of the circuit, Alan, with some cars going in front of them and some cars going behind.
That could have been horrid, couldn't it? Really nasty, but it wasn't. So fair play to everybody for avoiding that, keeping their wits about them, even though it's towards the end of a 8-hour and 20-minute race. 26 minutes just over of the race remains. And no, the thing I was getting excited about, all of a sudden, half of the field put in their personal best mark on that previous lap.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff, wasn't it?
Green right the way down the right-hand side of our screen.
And there we just get another personal best lap come in from Kahuna's racing team. That's Ian Perkins. That's a number 333 car. And we've got another new fastest lap that's come in. And it's coming from somebody different, because Ian Mitchell for GM Performance now in 26th position has just put in a 1 minute 6.246. So sometimes the fastest lap is coming from cars down in the 20th in terms of positions, and other times it's for those that are inside the top 6. It really is bouncing around.
Absolute scenes at Brands Hatch in the final half an hour, with the fastest lap trading between multiple cars in the closing stages. Hedge your bets. Who do you think is going to get fastest lap by the end of this race? And I've got my own personal opinions, but it's swapping around, isn't it? And we watch Nick Tandy, race leader, heading up towards Druids once again. In traffic, continually in traffic, of course. 25 gone.
Well, the traffic isn't really traffic, is it? Because it's the number 65 car that's 4th that's ahead of him. And right behind him is now going to be the number 46 car of Jack Wright, who has dropped back off the lead lap again and is trying to get himself alongside on the Cooper Straight to get back on the lead lap.
That's important traffic, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not slow traffic, and that's why Nick Tandy can't get past them. In fact, yeah, Jack Wright has just unlapped himself again.
He has, yeah.
Such a shame it's not for position, isn't it? Because these three have been relentless in terms of their pace over the course of the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, really cool to watch.
So over the start-finish line, Jack Wright, still with Nick Tandy behind him, but just ahead of the pair of them, the number 65 car of Taylor Norton, who is 2 laps off the lead. He's just 2 laps off the lead. Jack Wright is a whisker away from remaining on the lead lap.
Ooh, was that a bit of a wiggle from Nick?
May well have been, because he lost time there, didn't he, by the look of things?
That seemed to be a bit of a moment going through Paddock Hill Bend.
Right. The number 33 car, that is not going to re-enter the race because it's got a mechanic behind the wheel, but yeah, a wave from what is a very sad-looking number 33 Graves Motorsport car.
Yeah.
Now, have we got any other battles for position out there? Yes, the battle beginning to close up again, actually, for 8th and 9th place. Number 1, Stephen Gilbert for Burton Power, again getting caught now by the number 64 car of Sam Jewell that had dropped away, but Sam is back within touching distance and was 0.4 of a second quicker than Stephen Gilbert that time through, and the gap between them in 8th and 9th has now come down to 1.1 seconds. So that could well be another little battle that we might just try and pick up on in the closing stages, but concentrating at the moment on what are the 3 cars heading over the start-finish line now, with at the front of the queue still being Taylor Norton, then Jack Wright, and then here comes Nick Tandy trying to place another lap on the 3rd place car, who is desperate to try and stay on the lead lap. We've got green flags also just being shown there somewhere, as though somebody had a half spin, but only just caught the tail end of that one.
Top 2 have been through, completed 362 laps, another fastest lap. It's gone the way of the 46 Milner racing car, a 105.833, the first car in the 105s.
The spin we're just catching up on, and that's LDR Performance Tuning and Bob Godbold that's had the spin, the OnlyFans liveried car, the car that was run by Enduro Motorsport at Snetterton, but it's being run by LDR Performance Tuning over the course of this weekend. So for Jack Wright, and we've got another safety car coming out by the look of things, and the reason for that safety car is because we have got a car off somewhere, but at the moment...
I can't see any yellow. Can you see yellow panel?
Yes, they are. Yeah,
Where?
yellow panels are flashing down on the start gantry.
Yeah, I can see that one, but around the circuit.
No, I can't.
No.
Now, I can see a light part the way on the run up towards Druids, but I think that is just one of the flashing panels. The whereabouts of... Oh, there it is. Right, well done by our team to pick it up.
Yes.
And is that down below us, is it? Yes, it is. Right, that's it. It's the one bit that we can't see. It's at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and if I, now walk to this very end of the commentary box, I can see it, and that looks like some sort of mechanical issue for a car.
Car just stopped, hasn't it?
Its lights don't look particularly bright, which does suggest battery or alternator potentially.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Now, as to what that car is, can't tell. So it is just totally pitch black, and our camera's too far away, isn't it, to be able to pick that up?
I can tell you.
Well done, Alan.
Yeah. No, you're welcome.
10 house points.
You could be forgiven. We had a Mazda in the pit lane today. Everyone was very confused, including the driver of the Mazda.
The marshals are trying to push it out of the way, and the safety cars on the start-finish line, bringing them through now. And which car has it picked up this time? Because I don't think we're going to see a shuffling of the order. It's picked up car number 275 this time through, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 in the train, isn't it? Or 5th car in the train, in reality, is our race leader. So it's 4 cars that need waving by, isn't it, if they're going to reshuffle the order.
Is this going to be a rerun of Abu Dhabi? I mean, who knows?
You know what car I think it might be?
Go on.
It's showing us having an exclamation mark on the side of it. Car number 734, Ferguson Motorsport, who have tried everything to try and get that car to the start-finish line, to the finish line, I should say, and it does look as though there might be a further twist in the tail of the bad luck. It was earlier on, that car, was it not alternator earlier on, wasn't it? It was. The first problem they had was alternator.
No, the penultimate problem, I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, it is. It's 7.34.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh dear. They're not going to see the checkered flag, are they?
No, I don't think they are, despite everything that they've tried to do to get that car to the checkered flag. Yet again, luck has conspired against them. And they were hoping they'd finally got the bad luck out of the way, because it was, what are the issues that they had? It was misfiring, wasn't it? Was the last issue that they had.
Misfiring.
It rolled into the gravel trap. It got a 10-lap penalty. It had alternator issues.
It did.
It had, did it not have a couple of spins or a little bit of contact with the back marker?
Quite a few.
Yep.
More than one.
Who hasn't? And then finally, it looks as though something like the battery or the alternator is packed up again, because the lights on it do look rather dim. However, it's fairly easy to pull that car out of harm's way. The lights are still on the safety car, but I think the track is pretty much clear now. So this should be the final lap behind the safety car, for which, in terms of the admin, Alan, you've got another little line to put on your piece of paper now as well.
I've let you down. 22. We'll leave it at 22. I like the number 22.
That's a nice number, is it? That doesn't mess with your OCDs too much.
It's Jason O'Halloran's number in BSB, and yeah, we like Jason O'Halloran. So yeah, we'll go with that. 22. That's the number of safety cars in this race.
Now, the safety car has waved by the rest of the field. So the cars that were in front of it, the 4 cars, have been waved by, Alan. So that does help Jack Wright this time through. It didn't happen on the previous time that the safety car came out, but this time they have reordered the field, so Nick Tandy will be the first car in the train.
It is, yep. Nick's car heads up towards Druids behind the safety car, and cameramen, you see, cameramen love it when it goes to night time in a race, because they can pick up arty shots, arty pans, and that was a lovely one to pick up the safety car. And Nick Tandy heading into Druids. 17.5 minutes of this race remain. See the glistening on the circuit. It might be the best the circuit has been today, but it's certainly by no means dry.
It's not dry, no, that is absolutely for sure. The other thing that I would love to try and pick up, if the cameras can do it, is where exactly the number 12 car is in the train, because of course that is Scott Thompson, and he is, under safety car conditions, only 2.6 seconds behind Nick Tandy. How many back markers there are between Nick Tandy and Scott Thompson?
Yeah, well, let's have a look.
I can't quite tell, but
we're having a look at number.
And I think 12. It's just a couple of cars. It is.
The one with the blue light, are we thinking?
It is, yeah. It's just 2 back marker cars, isn't it? You've got Wolf Racing and you've got Carmel Racing.
Yes.
So, yeah, the 4th car in the queue is Scott Thompson. The 1st car in the queue is the race leader, and Scott Thompson will hopefully be able to get past those 2 cars fairly quickly and then crack on and bring the race to Nick Tandy.
This will be interesting, won't it? On the restart, safety car peels off into the pit lane. We're back racing once again. Number 12 does get briskly off the line. 2 cars until it can see the back of Nick Tandy's car. Up towards the line they go. It's amazing, isn't it, after all these hours of racing, that we can have something that might potentially be this close in the final 16 minutes of the race. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. I think one of the cars was picked off, wasn't it, by the number 12 car in 2nd place. 1 more to go.
It was, yeah. So that was Camel Racing that were picked off, and Wolf Motorsport have also now been picked off. So Nick Tandy leads the way. Scott Thompson is now in 2nd place, and is the car right behind him. So down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend they will go. They're on lap number 367 at the moment. There was just 1.334 seconds between 1st and 2nd as they came over the start-finish line this time through. Nick Tandy had to work hard, didn't he, in his first stint earlier on today? He's going to have to work hard in these final few moments as well.
He's going to be put under pressure. There is absolutely no doubt about that. It spins! So, no, not quite, but a half spin for Nick Tandy. And goodness me, now we have got a battle on our hands.
We certainly have. Nick Tandy, that's only the 2nd mistake he's made all day, but it might cost him the lead of the race. I think he's just got enough momentum as they come over the start-finish line. But Scott Thompson is on the outside line. He's just going to have his nose ahead as they head in towards the braking area. Nick Tandy will brake as late as he possibly dare. Tandy's brake lights come on much, much later. Can he get the car anchored up and into the corner? Yes, he can. Can Scott Thompson do the switch back on the way go out? No, he can't. So by the skin of his teeth, Nick Tandy leads the race, but over the start-finish line, he was 73 thousandths of a second behind Scott Thompson.
The race is on. The race is well and truly on. 14 minutes and 50 seconds of the race remaining. Are they flashing lights?
Yeah, Scott Thompson's flashing his lights, getting a replay of Nick Tandy. He was doing a Johnny Milner almost coming into that corner. That was 45 degrees to the apex, and he just hung on to it, Alan.
That was absolutely astonishing. Goodness me. And then, yeah, Thompson could sense the possibility.
And then there's contact between them. They've both gone off. Nick Tandy's lost the rear wheel and is going to limp back into the pit lane on 3 wheels. Scott Thompson is going to continue. I'm sure there was a little bit of contact between the pair of them. We might get a replay from that one. But 3 wheels on his wagon. Nick Tandy for JTR Racing heads in towards the pit lane. And they are not going to be winning the EnduroKA for a second time, the IndyCar 500, because, now was it a hub failure? And that was what maybe spun him round, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Let's just have a quick look. Let's have a look. He turns into the corner. There was no contact. No, I apologise. Absolutely, there was no contact. It's a hub failure that has come at the worst possible moment for Nick Tandy. Well, that's 3 wheels. Where did the wheel go, Alan, is the next question.
Yeah, it's not illuminated, so we can't see. So,
hub failure.
Unbelievable. Another view of it. And goodness me, what drama in the closing stages of this race. And also fair play to Scott Thompson. That happened right in front of him. They were running very, very close together.
Hence why I thought there was contact, because I saw the sparks. So no, I apologise. Absolutely not. There was no contact between them at any point. It was just they were close, and you could see the wheel start to fall under, and then you saw the sparks, and then you saw the wheel come away.
My goodness.
Well, we've had some hub failures before in KAs, but not at such a critical point of the circuit. I heard a big squeal of tyres there, and we've got a car that has spun at Surtees and McLaren. One is off on the grass, the other one is pointing in the wrong direction at Surtees and McLaren, because all I can see are headlamps at the moment. It does look as though it is pretty much on the very edge of the circuit. So hopefully they'll get the car fired up. Semprini Racing.
So just go back 1 lap. And we saw Nick Tandy have a very, very sideways moment going through clearways. Do you think that was giving us the clue that maybe something was up with the rear of the car?
Well, that was when he was leaning on the left-hand side of the car. The hub failed on the right-hand side, so I'm not sure. I don't think so.
It was uncharacteristic, though.
It was, though, yeah, very uncharacteristic for Nick Tandy, yeah. Maybe what caused him to have the moment through clearways was, as he came through Surtees, maybe the lap prior, that was where the car got unsettled through the right-hander, and he gathered it up with the sideways moment through the left. So that could be the what you're looking for, Alan. But wow, that is enormous disappointment for Elliot Mason, for Nick Tandy, for Lewis Selby. They're inspecting the right rear of the car, but yeah, that is a hub failure. And let's just have a quick look. Can't quite see from there. Callum doing his hardest to try and get in there. He's going to try and move somebody out of the way. Brilliant work by Callum. He taps him on the shoulders. And, yeah, absolutely. Hub failure of the car. So the whole hub's come off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And that would have been quite a moment for Nick.
Yes, that would have been any other driver. Probably wouldn't have ended up catching the car and bringing it back into the pit lane. Another driver might have had an accident there.
His young son and daughter come over to see Dad.
Yeah. They're not going to be drinking the milk later on today. It certainly looks as though, at the moment, with a 21-second lead, Pro-Am Racing could be the ones that are standing on the top step of the podium. And they arguably have been the best team so far this year, Alan. They are the only team that has already had 2 wins in EnduroKA this year. They also finished second earlier on this season, and that was at Snetterton. So, as the only team to have claimed 2 wins so far, they could, in 10 minutes' time, be on for their 3rd of the season. What it does also now do is it brings, we're just going to get another quick replay of it. Let's just have another look. There is, yeah, there's the sideways moment. Look at the sparks coming off it. It takes the rear quarter bumper off the car as well, and huge amounts of sparks flying into the sky. And yeah, for Scott Thompson, fair play to Scott Thompson for reacting to that, because that could have been a 2-car accident, not a 1-car incident.
Yeah, that was potentially a big moment, bearing in mind how close they were. Wow, great reactions.
Great camera work as well again.
Superb, yeah. And round the outside into the lead of the race. With 10 minutes remaining, 97% of the race complete, and a new race leader, car number 12, it is that leads the race. And do you know, I think I've talked about one of these races over 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours maybe, at Donington Park. I think it was in 2020. so no crowd, lockdown time. And I talked about the race entirely on my own. And I think some bad luck befell that car again with Nick Tandy at the wheel of it. Just got a vague recollection of that.
They won't be asking you back.
No, I don't think they will. No. And I thought we were friends. I've known him long enough.
What that has done, the unfortunate retirement of the JTR car, it does now mean that up into the podium spots goes the number 65 car of Taylor Norton. So that car is now, of course, not on the lead lap of the race, but for Taylor Norton, might be a couple of laps adrift of everybody else, but for Autotech Motorsport, it gets one of their cars inside the podium places, and both of them inside the top 10. So it's not been a bad day for the team generally, has it?
No, far from it. Just under 9 minutes of the race remain. Pro-Am Racing lead, car number 12, car number 46, Milner Racing in second place, car number 65, Autotech Motorsport in third place. 8.5 minutes of the race remain. 98% of the race complete. Scott Thompson at the wheel of the lead car, car number 12. And it would be interesting to speak to Scott about what went through his mind and the split-second reactions to avoid Nick Tandy with 3 wheels on the car. Would have been pretty spectacular from where he was as well, from where Scott was.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be a great deal that Nick Tandy could do about controlling the car.
Nothing
he did his
all.
utmost, whereas it was, largely up to Scott Thompson to react, because Nick Tandy was a bit of a passenger, wasn't he, for a chunk of that?
Totally.
So, through and over the start-finish line goes the number 65 car with the white LEDs across the roof of it. That's the car that at the moment is destined to stand on the final step of the podium. Taylor Norton behind the wheel of the car, having done good things in this race, sharing the car with Jonathan Ogden and Chris Hilson and Sam May. Scott Thompson, who leads the race, of course, for Pro-Am Racing. We've seen Louis Harvey, Justin Roberts, and, of course, that great stint from Nicole Drought. And then let's not forget that for Milner Racing, George and Jack Wright and Johnny Milner, who've been giving us some good entertainment. And the number 46 car, of all of the cars, that has been the one that has been consistently at the front, wasn't it? Because for Nick Tandy and the JTR car, they had to work their way through the order at the start to get themselves into that position. But the 46 car, has it really ever been outside of the top 6 in this race
and
at
also
any point?
It was massively entertaining with Johnny Milner at the wheel, sideways all the way around.
What wasn't to like about Johnny Milner behind the wheel of the car?
Superb.
Thoroughly entertaining.
Gets out the car and rings his grandchildren.
So we've got...
Did you see what Grandad just did?
We've got 6.5 minutes to go, that's all. And then we'll be bringing the checkered flag down, not just on the IndyCar 500, but also on the MSVR season for 2023. They've got a busy calendar already arranged for 2024, and a few other championships that they'll be either creating or joining them for 2024, which all will be announced over the course of the winter. We've also got, remember, trucks here at Brands Hatch, Trucks and Fireworks next weekend, brandshatch.co.uk, if you want to pick up on the details for that. We will also say a very quick thank you now to all of our marshals and officials as well, because we might not get much time at the end of the race. They've had a busy old day, they've had a wet day, they've had now a cold day, but hopefully they've had an enjoyable day, Alan.
I really don't think we're going to get reaction from drivers either, because we are very, very tight to curfew time. And you've got a new fastest lap.
I have. It's Ian Mitchell, GM Performance, the number 81 car, doing it again. 1 minute 5.785 from Ian Mitchell that time through. There's still the odd car out there that's setting its best lap of the race so far, but overall best lap, now in the hands of GM Performance and Ian Mitchell once more. He was doing it a while ago, wasn't he, setting the quick times?
Why did we start late? Did we start the race late? I thought it was due to finish at 6:20.
No, 6:25.
6:25.
Yeah,
okay, that's my error. So we're not going to get reaction.
I'm not sure we are. We might get some RF camera reaction from down there, but I'm not sure we're going to get any reaction from the drivers. We just simply won't have the time because of the curfew, and it is a hard curfew at 6:30 here at Brands Hatch. We have to turn the PA off. There is no lenience on that at all.
No, I know, because I asked the other week for the Champions Podium for the BTCC, and I got the answer, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
You can have the Podium PA system on, and that's it.
Yeah. So Scott Thompson over the start-finish line, up towards Paddock Hill Bend he goes, with no real traffic too much to worry about. A little bit of traffic, just maybe 10 or so car lengths up the road, but after that, he's got a bit of clear run for the final few laps of this one.
Rain I'm seeing on CCTV, is it?
It may well be, you know. I can't really see the puddles outside anymore now. It does look as though on the CCTV there's a little bit of rain, but on the cameras it doesn't look to the same degree. But no, I think you're right. I think there's a few bits of dampness in the air that you could just pick up on.
Please, no, we've had enough drama. We did say, didn't we, with an hour to go, anything can happen, and very often does.
Yeah, wasn't expecting that, though. Certainly wasn't expecting that. It looks as though Milner Racing are going to finish back on the podium as well. Jack Wright's had a good run. He might be 12.5 seconds off the race leader, but he is closing. He was 9/10 of a second quicker last time through, and into the pit lane comes car number 22, which is AFK Racing coming in. That's quite late on, and that's Nick Berg, I think, that heads in towards the pit lane. Yes, it is. Yeah, so Nick Berg. Is that fuel? Is that a problem? Don't know. The JTR car now has dropped and will do shortly outside of the top 10, as I think Calamity will pick up 10th position from them very, very shortly. But for Scott Thompson, he's now on lap number 378. Less than 3.5 minutes to go, so by the time he heads over the start-finish line next time through, he will be onto his penultimate lap of the race. But is it all done yet, Alan? Because Scott Thompson, 1 minute 11.7 from him. Jack Wright in second place, 1 minute 8.5. The lead advantage is down to 9 seconds.
Jack Wright is giving us something to smile about in the closing stages of this race. 3 minutes remain in this 8 hour and 20-minute race, and he's bringing the gap down. It is down to 9.3 seconds at the end of 377 laps. Let's also point out, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing altogether to pass. But certainly those lap times, yep, very different indeed.
Yeah, if Scott Thompson is trying to pace the car to the end, he's going to have to pick up that pace, otherwise Jack Wright will catch him. And then Scott Thompson will certainly not make it easy for Jack Wright to go through. So through over the start-finish line goes Scott Thompson. Has he upped his pace? Well, it's a 1 minute 10 from him, whereas for Jack Wright, it's a 1 minute 9. So there's still 1.1 seconds were gained on that lap. So 8.2 seconds is the gap with 2 laps to go. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it relies on Scott Thompson to ease his pace even more, doesn't it, for Jack Wright to catch, let alone pass?
It does, yeah, certainly it's to be advised to not go absolutely flat out unless you have to if you're leading a race after all this time, but there is also a happy medium between keeping a reasonable pace and not allowing your closest competitor to close right up in the closing stages. The gap only came down to 8.2 at the end of 378. I don't think that's going to be a worry. I don't think it is.
No, I agree with you. Now,
oh, you can see the rain.
You can see the rain, yeah, it is coming back down again now. Now there's 1 minute and 30 to go, so I think it'll be the penultimate lap of the race this time through that Scott Thompson is about to start. So through he goes over the start-finish line. Jack Wright was 8 1/4 seconds back, so through he goes. And there is still more than a lap time left as he goes over the start-finish line. 1 minute 9.5 from him. From Jack Wright, it's a 1 minute 8.3, so he's 1.2 seconds quicker. It comes down to 7 seconds with a couple of laps to go.
With 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock, and up towards the line has already gone the lead 2 cars, car number 12, the Pro-Am Racing car, Scott Thompson at the wheel, the Milner Racing team, 46, with Jack Wright at the wheel. The Autotech Motorsport car, 2 laps behind, are in 3rd place. But, yeah, this gap between the 2 of them, with less than 1 minute to go until the checkered flag comes out. Wow, it's incredible, isn't it, when you have so many hours of racing and you have a gap between the top 2 of 7 seconds.
Yeah, you'd wonder how it can happen, wouldn't you, after 500 minutes of racing. And, yeah, they are still within sight of each other for the lead of the race. And some of this is all down to the fact that Jack Wright was working so hard to get back on the lead lap to start with. Had he not have done that, we wouldn't be in this position that we are at the moment. But the hard work that Jack Wright put in to overtake Nick Tandy at the time to get back on the lead lap is what's brought this, with the safety car, all together. So through and over the start-finish line, the gap is down to 6 seconds as Jack Wright is another second quicker. But onto the final lap of the race goes Pro-Am Racing and Scott Thompson. already twice race winners so far this year. They are already the most successful team we've had in EnduroKA this year, and it certainly looks as though they might be on for a hat-trick. So, heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. He flicks his way through the left-hander. This is lap number 381, down the Cooper Straight up to the point where he took the lead of the race from the unfortunate Nick Tandy a few laps ago, with that car now having dropped outside of the top 12 it will be doing. But for Pro-Am Racing and the number 12 car, shared by Louis Harvey, Scott Thompson, Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought, they are about to scoop up the final win of the year in the EnduroKA series. They'll stand on top of the podium. They will drink the pint of milk, because Pro-Am Racing are the winners of the 2023 EnduroKA IndyKar 500 here at Brands Hatch. That will be huge delight for them. Brilliant stints put in by all of the drivers. Through comes Milner Racing, the number 46 car of Jack Wright, George Wright and Johnny Milner to finish in second position. And we wait the arrival of the third place car, number 65, over the start-finish line to complete the podium, which will be Autotech Racing, and that'll be the car of Taylor Norton, Jonathan Ogden, Chris Hilton and Sam May. We've already got Castrap Racing over the start-finish line. They will finish in fourth position, and that is Alex Tentori and Ben Smith, just the two-driver team there, and completing the top six will be number 333, which is Kahuna Racing, who started on pole position, Ian Perkins, Philip Truman and Costa Kriitsis, and of course completing the top six will be car number 112, which is Catastrophe, Robert Thomas and Simon Bonham, another two-car team there. So there you can see the congratulations of the team. We've still got a few other cars to come over the start-finish line, last one or two just about to trickle their way over to start the checkered flag now. We lost a few along the way, but not many in reality. I think we only had probably 4 cars that ultimately will be maybe not classified in that one.
Which is pretty good going, isn't it?
Pretty good going, considering the incidents that took place out there
Some
on
of those cars
circuit.
are pretty second-hand after incidents, and teams turn the car around. The winner returns into pit lane, waving to the marshals. Thank you, marshals. And the thanks come from the drivers as well. But that was a pretty impressive final stint, not least avoiding Nick Tandy. And why not do a little dance in the pit lane to celebrate?
A little G. This is what I love about endurance racing. At the end of the race, all of the teams come out and clap every car down the pit lane. That's a really sweet thing that always happens in endurance racing. We're only 4 minutes away from the curfew. We probably need to rattle through the results just to confirm those for you, which means I don't think we're going to get a chance for any reaction from the drivers. It's going to be a busy old pit lane down there, but hopefully now every car has taken the checkered flag, we can confirm the results for you for the EnduroKA IndyKar 500 here at Brands Hatch. What a race it was. I think it's the 4th or 5th time I've been involved, but that was a cracker. Pro-Am Racing claimed the win from Milner Racing. There was only 4.3 seconds between them at the end of the race, and 2 laps off the lead was Autotech Motorsport, who complete the podium. Castrap Racing were in 4th place, ahead of Kahunas, who were 5th, and Catastrophe complete the top 6. Team I've raced for this year, Burton Power Racing, finish in 7th place, ahead of Autotech Motorsport with their second car, which was in 8th place, and Original Trekkers Racing finishing 9th, with Calamity completing the top 10. Then as we head outside of the top 10 into 11th position, K&F Racing from 11/10 Racing. Wingat, Ferguson and JTR ultimately complete the top 15. Touring Car Racing were there in 16th place, out of Powerflex, Wolf Motorsport, Row Rage Racing and Carmel Racing completed the top 20. Then, as we move from 21st position onwards, it was Semprini from Axiometrics, LDR Performance Tuning and Graves Motorsport. GM Performance did set the fastest lap of the race in the end, Ian Metchell, despite the fact that they finished in 25th position. Then it was AFK from K&M, Lifetime Racing, LDR Performance and Graves Motorsport that were the last of the finishers. So there we can see in the pit lane, Johnny Milner and Jack Wright congratulating each other as they have finished in 2nd place in the IndyKar 500. George Wright's there as well. He's already changed out of the overalls. His driving duties long since done. All of the cars will remain in parc fermé conditions, and the rain came literally for the final few minutes of the race. Alan, before we get to the curfew, that's a couple of minutes away, maybe a few final words from you before we say our goodbye.
It's just lovely to see the celebrations down in pit lane, because today has been a day that has really tested and tried the talents of teams, marshals, officials, and maybe above all the drivers as well, because we have had some horrible racing conditions, weather conditions to deal with, and to have only 4 cars not still running at the end of the race is quite exceptional. They've done a great job. The teams have always had a smile on their face down in pit lane, and that has been a joy to see. A feel-good day, I think.
Very much so, yeah, a thoroughly enjoyable day. It's been great to work with you, Alan, again. We will say again, thank you to all of our marshals and officials for their hard work. It's been a long, a cold and a wet day for them, but as ever, they have risen to the challenge and have dealt with the numerous incidents that have been out there on circuit. It's been a great day with smiles all round for some, disappointments for others, but that's motorsport, and they'll all be back to do it in 2024. The EnduroKA calendar was announced very recently indeed. If you want details on the trucks coming up here at Brands Hatch next weekend, brandshatch.co.uk if you want to come and spectate here next weekend at the circuit. But we thank everybody that's been spectating here at the venue this weekend. Thank you to all for joining us on the stream as well. An enormous thanks to all of the team from Race Television and Video Village, and also for the fact that they have provided us with replays over the course of this weekend, which have gone down brilliantly well. Great work by all of the camera crew. So from Alan Hyde, myself, and the whole of the team from Race Television and Video Village here at Brands Hatch, thanks for joining us for the IndyKar 500, and we say for 2023, goodbye.